Chapter 1 Sign in for a Koenigsegg. Yi Tian, bring the soup over. Good. Yi Tian, burn the fish. Good. Yi Tian, serve the rice. Good. Yi Tian. After finally finishing all the big and small things in the kitchen, Yi Tian returned to the dining table without even taking off his apron. But before he sat down, he felt the cold gaze of his nominal wife Xiaorong, and Yi Tian was slightly startled. Xiaorong said with great disgust, "You stink of cooking oil. Don't come near me. Go eat somewhere else." Yi Tian grinned, "I know, I'll pick up some food." Finished. Yi Tianjin squatted at the gate with the bowl of rice in his hands and started eating with a grunt. After a busy day, he was really hungry and tired. Father Xiao was no longer surprised by the strange situation, but he couldn't help but say a few words to his daughter, "Rong, get a divorce as soon as possible. This will be better for both you and him." Xiaorong's face darkened as she spoke. "I've mentioned it many times, but he refuses. What can I do? This damn loser clearly intends to cling to me forever. Dad, you shouldn't have accepted him as your son-in-law in the first place. Look at his impassive behavior. It's disgusting to me." "Oh." Father Xiao withdrew his gaze from Yi Tian at the door and sighed softly. A year ago, his daughter Xiaorong fell ill with a strange disease. He invited numerous experts from home and abroad for consultation, but it was of no use. Until one day, he ran into a wandering Taoist priest. The Taoist priest reminded Zhao's father that if he wanted to save his daughter's life, he must find someone with a mysterious destiny to marry Xiaorong in order to wash away the evil spirit in her. After searching for a long time, Zhao's father finally found Yi Tian, who had just graduated from university and returned to Haijing to find a job, when his daughter was dying. It turns out that the Taoist's method really worked. Less than 3 months after they got married, Xiaorong's strange disease healed on its own without any medicine, and she was even more energetic than before she got sick. However, although the disease was cured, the sequelae appeared. That's Yi Tian. It's not that Yi Tian is a bad person, but the difference in their family backgrounds is too big. The Xiao Group is the leading enterprise in Haijing City, with a market value of over 10 billion yuan. However, the Yi Tian family, apart from their dilapidated old house and a few acres of land in the countryside, is extremely poor and can't even take out 50,000 yuan from their pockets. How to match a native dog with a phoenix? Zhao's father had discussed with Yi Tian many times that as long as Yi Tian was willing to leave Xiaorong, he was willing to give him 5 million as a thank you gift. But Yi Tian was a stubborn man, insisting that he had already taken the life-saving money when he was warding off evil to Xiaorong, and that he couldn't ask for his money anymore. And whenever Zhao's father asked why he didn't divorce Xiaorong, Yi Tian would always shyly smile and walk away, or change the subject, dragging it out for a year. Yi Tian is not a money-loving person, otherwise he would not have quit his job as a company executive and push his broken tricycle to sell pancakes all day long. Zhao's mother shook her head. She really couldn't understand this young man Yi Tian. "I don't care what he loves. Anyway, I'm going to divorce you. I want to see how long he can endure this." Xiaorong put down her chopsticks and angrily went upstairs. When she reached the stairs, she shouted, "After you clean up the dishes, bring me some water to wash my feet." Yi Tian nodded repeatedly, "Okay." The cleaning ladies who were cleaning the yard all shook their heads secretly when they saw this. If a man has to suffer this, he would rather die. What's the point of living without dignity? After dinner, Yi Tian washed the dishes in the kitchen. When everything was done, he brought warm water to Xiaorong's boudoir. As mentioned before, Xiaorong is his nominal wife. In other words, not only did they have sex, they had never even held hands. The footbath water is ready. Yi Tian stood at the door. Xiaorong ordered that no one was allowed to step into the room without her permission. "Come in." Xiaorong's voice was devoid of any emotion. Yi Tian walked in and placed the basin at Xiaorong's feet. Xiaorong put her feet into the basin and immediately started cursing. "Yi Tian, do you want to scald me to death?" Bang! Xiaorong kicked over the foot basin suddenly, and the foot washing water splashed all over Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian wiped the warm water off his face, his eyes dimmed a little, but he immediately changed into a smile. "It's my fault, I'll change another basin for you." "I'm like this, and you're not angry? Are you a man?" Xiaorong's mentality completely exploded. She wanted to slap herself a few times, but this man who was 3 years younger than her was like a dough, and he would bend no matter how she squeezed him. Yi Tian muttered softly, "Of course I am a man. If you don't try, how do you know I am not a man?" "What did you say?" No, I'll go change the water for your feet. Waste. Trash. Xiaorong cursed fiercely with anger, her face turning pale. I was busy all day until 11 o'clock in the evening. The huge villa fell silent. Yi Tian also had his own leisure time. He sat at the door of a warehouse that was originally used to store waste, but later simply renovated to become his own bedroom, and looked up at the starry sky. No one except himself can see what the world looks like through his eyes. In sight, there is a row of data with the words progress 99.99%. 1 year ago. He had just graduated from college and was still worried about finding a job. His mother suddenly fell seriously ill and needed a large sum of money for surgery. In order to raise medical expenses for his mother, Yi Tian worked almost day and night, but the money he earned was just a drop in the bucket and was not enough for the surgery. At this critical moment, he saw the advertisement placed by Zhao's father, and the birth date and time required in the advertisement exactly matched his. Yi Tian applied for the job with a give-it-a-give attitude, and it actually worked out for him. Yi Tian married into the Xiao family to ward off bad luck for Xiaorong. As a reward, Zhao's father paid for the surgery, which was so expensive that it could be called a sky-high price. In the end, the operation was successful, my mother was saved, and her health is recovering better day by day. Yi Tian kept this kindness firmly in his heart. As for why he could endure Xiaorong's cold violence for a long time, that is another matter. In the third month after marrying Xiaorong, Yi Tian discovered that there was an extra, unactivated system in his head. In order to activate this system, he must live as the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Once he divorces Xiaorong, the system will disappear forever. This is also why Yi Tian could just laugh off Xiaorong's unreasonable behavior. He is a man, of course he has dignity. But for the sake of a better life for himself and his family, he could only endure, and endure again. It's almost time to activate tomorrow. I don't know what kind of system it is. The hard times are finally coming to an end. Phew. Yi Tian put away the recliner, walked into the dimly lit hut, and gently closed the door. The next day dawned. The Xiao family returned to work early. Yi Tian loaded the cucumbers, flour, sesame paste, cold noodles, etc. that he had prepared early in the morning into the car, and then rode the self-modified tricycle to the No. 2 middle school to sell breakfast. The skill of making jianbing was passed down to him by his father. After Yi Tian's acquired skills, not to mention other places, Yi Tian deserves the title of Pancake King in the No. 2 middle school area. Boss, why are you here so late? I want a set of jianbing guozi. A hand-pulled pancake. A portion of grilled cold noodles. And a portion of liangpi. I want a combination of both. The kind with dandan noodles. Yi Tian reached out and pinched the face of the fat guy who was a regular customer, and said with a smile, "Aren't you feeling bloated after eating so much so early in the morning?" The fat student said, "I have a good appetite. There is no other way. You should hurry up. Right away." Yi Tian was very skillful, and he could make pancakes with both hands. He knew by heart which set of pancakes should have eggs and which set should not have green onions, and he would never make any mistakes. Soon, the bell rang and students came into the school carrying hot pancakes. Yi Tian's business naturally became quiet. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from my head. The sign-in system for the wealthy has been activated. Do you want to sign in? Is the system activated? Yi Tian was stunned for a moment, then said happily, "Sign in, sign in." Ding, check-in successful, system reward, a Koenigsegg. Sign-in cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Listening to the system prompt, Yi Tian felt his right pocket sink. He reached out and touched it, and found a key inside. The shield-shaped logo was quite domineering, but Yi Tian had never heard of this brand of car. Where is it? Yi Tian looked around and suddenly heard someone talking not far ahead. Wow, what kind of car is this? It looks so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up when you go out? You're blind to your 18K gold eyes. This is a fucking Koenigsegg. A used one costs 15 million. Who dares to touch it? You'll be bankrupt if you touch it. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? We have such a wealthy man in Haijing? Yi Tian trotted towards the crowd with the car keys in his hand, and soon saw a strange-looking pure black sports car. The front and rear of the car were as arrogant as they could be. The icon on the hood matched the key in his hand. So this is Koenigsegg. Yi Tian moved closer. A kind passerby quickly grabbed him and said, Hey, What are you doing selling pancakes? If you damage it, you can't even sell your house to pay for it. Just look at it from a distance, don't touch it. You could go bankrupt. What's wrong with the pancake seller? Don't pancake sellers have dreams? The onlookers laughed and joked, mocking Yi for his lack of self-awareness. Yi didn't say anything, just aimed at the sports car and pressed the button on the key. Drop. Click. The wing-shaped car doors opened from both sides, and Yi dived in amidst the stunned expressions of countless onlookers. A complete set of legal documents was placed in a plastic bag on the passenger seat. It is indeed a system, it works reliably. Buzz. 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 The sports car started up and the crowd dispersed in horror, watching the black sports car disappear at the end of their sight. The crowd was in disarray. Oh my God. Isn't he a pancake seller? How come he's driving a sports car? My worldview is shattered. Not only are my worldviews shattered, my heart is broken, okay? Is this the trend among the rich second generation these days? Rich people really know how to have fun. Before the passers-by could recover from their shock, they saw the disappeared Koenigsegg driving back. Yi parked the car on the side of the road, opened the trunk, pulled up the tricycle, and put the front of the tricycle inside. Put it in. Went in. Go inside. Go. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The sports car pulling the tricycle drove away again. Fuck. What do you mean by super rich? What the fuck is super rich? He uses the trunk of a sports car worth over 30 million yuan to store a tricycle. This guy is already rich enough to reach a certain level. How can ordinary people like us understand the world of gods? Nonsense, if his realm isn't high enough, how can he ride a tricycle and sell pancakes here? This is what real life is, and we are just surviving. Chapter 2 Xiaorong, I want to divorce you. Yi lives in Yilong village, not far from the city, about 10 minutes drive away. When he got home, his parents were picking vegetables and chatting in the yard. They were very happy to see their son back. Why are you back at this time? Don't you have to go to work? His father came forward with a smile, looked at Yi car, and muttered, "Why does this car look so weird?" Yi got out of the car with a smile, "This is my boss's car. There's no room in the garage at home, so I had to drive it back." "Dad, Mom, how are you?" "It's fine, don't worry," said the father. My mother smiled and said, "You must work hard in the company. It is your blessing to have such a good boss." Yi did not tell his parents about marrying into the Xiao family in exchange for surgery money. His parents always thought that he was just lucky to have signed a contract with a big company, and they had no idea how much cold violence Yi had suffered in the Xiao family this year. That's a must. "Dad, Mom, I have something else to do at the company. I'll leave first. I'll come home for dinner in a few days when I'm no longer busy." Yi waved his hand, said goodbye to his parents, went out, turned into an alley, found the tricycle he depended on for survival, and pedaled it out of the village. Father Yi looked at the strange car in front of him with a look of disdain and said, "I really don't understand the world of rich people. Why would they buy such a weird car? It only has 2 seats and the trunk is so small. What can you put in it? A van is better." Mother Yi smiled and said, "Why do you care about other people? Go to the warehouse and find a piece of plastic sheet to cover their car to prevent dust from falling. Otherwise, our Xiaotian will complain." That's right. There is a stone arch bridge at the entrance of Yinlong village. In order to cut in time, a BMW 7 Series brushed past Yi tricycle. With a squeak, a half-meter-long scratch appeared on the car body. What the hell? Are you fucking blind? Don't you know how to give way? The BMW owner was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a shabby manner. He jumped out of the car, pointed at Yi nose and cursed, "I just picked up the car and you scratched it, pay for it." Yi felt quite aggrieved. He was clearly the first one to get on the bridge, and the bridge is only this wide, so why should he give way? "Master Lu, forget it, forget it. He's just a lousy pancake vendor, why are you arguing with him?" A charming woman appeared beside Lu Xiao, applying lipstick while persuading him. Her collar and skirt were messy, which indirectly revealed what she had just done. This is indeed the case. In pursuit of excitement, Lu Xiao failed to step on the brakes for a moment, which caused the car to be scratched. "How do you calculate it? This is a new car. The repainting will cost at least 5 figures. Lu Xiao grabbed Yi Tian's collar and asked, "Are you from this village? Where do you live?" Yi Tian scratched his head. Facing the domineering Lu Xiao, he felt a little guilty. He really thought that it was his fault that the other party's car was scratched. He said helplessly, "My house is just in front. I don't have money to compensate you." Although Yi Tian is the son-in-law of the Xiao family, he has never taken a penny from the Xiao family. All the money was earned by selling pancakes, but most of the money was given to his parents. He now only has more than 200 yuan on him. Young Master Lu insisted, "You're talking too much nonsense. I don't care if you have money or not. If you damaged my car, you have to pay for it. Go! Go!" As he spoke, Lu Xiao grabbed Yi Tian's collar, and the three of them returned to Yi Tian's house. "What's going on?" The mother was horrified when she saw her son being arrested. Yi Tian said distressfully, I accidentally scratched his car when I was crossing the bridge just now." "Ah? How much compensation do I need?" the mother asked hurriedly. Lu Xiao said, not much, just about 20,000. 20,000. My mother was an honest person and quickly agreed. Okay, I'll give you the money right away. Just let go of your hand." Lu Xiao let go, smiled, and put his arm around the charming woman's waist, saying, "Oh, sure, your family is quite wealthy." Yi Tian didn't say anything, but silently reminded himself in his heart that he must be careful when crossing the bridge next time, otherwise 3 months of hard work will be wasted. Young Master Lu lit a cigarette and sat down on the Koenigsegg covered with plastic. He put his arm around the alluring woman and gave her a hard kiss, saying, "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. If there's a next time, don't expect me to let you go. Mr. Lu, you are such a good man, and you are very tolerant." The charming woman smiled sweetly, and then knelt on Mr. Lu in front of Yi Tian. Suddenly, the hood, which had been bearing the weight of 2 adults, made a sound as it could not bear the heavy weight, and a noticeable dent appeared. It happened so suddenly that Yi Tian had no time to stop it and could only press his temple lightly. Lu Xiao didn't care and continued to kiss the girl passionately. Not long after, the mother came out with 20,000 yuan in cash as compensation to Lu Xiao. Young Master Lu counted the amount and casually threw it into his briefcase, saying, "All right, forget about this matter today. Be careful next time, kid." Yi Tian said, Your car, the scratches are okay, but you just damaged my car." Yi Tian raised his hand and pointed at the car under the plastic sheet. Young Master Lu raised his eyebrows and sneered, "What kind of junked car is it worth?" Yi Tian shrugged and said nothing. Lu Xiao grabbed the plastic sheet with one hand and pulled hard. With a loud bang, the entire Koenigsegg appeared, with an obvious dent on the hood. Without even turning his head, Lu Xiao sneered, "Baby, tell me loudly what kind of rotten car is this and how much is it worth?" "Gulu." The alluring woman's eyes nearly popped out of her head. As a famous socialite in Haijing City, she had seen all sorts of big scenes. Naturally, she knew that this was the Koenigsegg Pro version, which was limited to 100 units worldwide. The price should be between 35 and 45 million. Mr. Lu, you were the one who broke the car. It has nothing to do with me." The charming woman stammered. Young Master Lu was a little surprised and didn't understand why the woman said that. He replied casually, "It's me, what's wrong?" "Well, that young Master Lu. I dare not say, you should just look at it yourself." The charming woman hid aside and looked at Yi Tian secretly. The more she looked at Yi Tian, the more she liked him. He was young, handsome, low-key, and most importantly, rich. What a crap thing, isn't it just, ah? Lu Xiao turned around cursing, but when he saw the black beast clearly, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Koenigsegg? This moment. Lu Xiao wanted to die. Why is there such an enchanting luxury car in this small village? This is a model, right? A model. Yi Tian pointed at the hood that was dented by the driver and said, "I just checked online. This hood alone is worth at least 3 million. Should we settle it privately or go through the formalities? I have insurance and all the paperwork for this car." Young Master Lu felt dizzy. His BMW 7 Series was only priced at 1.6 million yuan. Doesn't it seem like he's already owned 2 BMWs? Pa! Lu Xiao slapped himself hard in the face, no longer arrogant as before. He hugged Yi Tian's legs and said, "Brother. My dear brother. Can we have a good talk? I really didn't mean it." Yi Tian said with a gentle look, I know you didn't mean to do it, but you have to pay for damaging my car. I. Lu Xiao slapped himself again. Lu Xiao cried and called the insurance company and his father. The charming girl Shui Honghong came to Yi Tian and whispered, "Little brother, don't pretend. I just saw the documents. This is obviously your car. You are so low-key. My name is Shui Honghong. Can we be friends?" Yi Tian reached out and pinched Shui Honghong's chin. Shui Honghong was overjoyed and felt as if she had been electrocuted. Holy crap! Overbearing CEO. Love it. But the next second, Yi Tian moved her head over. "Your mouth stinks, don't talk to me," Yi Tian said. Shui Honghong blushed and hurriedly looked for the mouthwash in her bag. "You stink too." Yi Tian walked away from Shui Honghong, leaving the socialite feeling embarrassed. In cases like this involving major financial damage, the police and insurance companies rushed to the scene to deal with the matter as soon as possible, but because the amount involved was too large, the results would take at least a week to come out. Yi Tian was not in a hurry. After everyone dispersed, he rode his tricycle to the Xiao family villa. Yi Tian felt a little sad that the whole morning was wasted. "Normally, I can earn at least 300 yuan at this time." Xiao family villa. "Why are you back so late?" As soon as she entered the room, Xiao Rong accused him coldly. Yi Tian spread his hands and said, "Something happened." "What happened? What's wrong?" Xiao Rong sneered, "I haven't had lunch yet." "You have hands now. If you are hungry, just go and make some noodles for yourself," Yi Tian replied. A trace of shock appeared on Xiao Rong's stunningly beautiful face. Is this still the timid Yi Tian? How dare he talk to me like that? Huang Ying, the group manager who was sitting next to Xiao Rong, widened her eyes. This loser is so brave to marry into the family. He's so bold. But, this is different from what the president described? Huang Ying is not only the general manager of the group, but also Xiao Rong's best friend, so she naturally knows some inside information. In her impression, Yi Tian should be a useless dessert made of leavened dough that would turn out bad no matter how you knead it. Do you have the courage to say it again? Xiao Rong clenched her fists and shouted angrily. Yi Tian was not afraid at all. He looked directly into the woman's eyes and said, "Since you have grown your own hands, go downstairs and cook when you are hungry. I am your husband, not your servant." You. Xiao Rong's body trembled with anger. Yi Tian continued, "By the way, I have brought my ID card and household registration booklet. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I want to divorce you." "What did you say? Divorce me?" Xiao Rong was furious. Yi Tian. Did you take the wrong medicine? What qualifications do you have to discuss divorce with me? Who the hell do you think you are? Yi Tian shrugged, unwilling to argue with her. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Civil Affairs Bureau, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Yi Tian turned around and left, made himself a set of pancakes, ate them in front of the two girls, and rode away leisurely on his tricycle. Since the system has been activated, there is no need for him to continue staying in the Xiao family and suffer. He remembered the kindness the Xiao family had shown him. He also remembers the bad things that happened to him. The grudges are clearly distinguished. Yi Tian. Xiao Rong stomped her feet in anger. "You useless piece of shit. What gives you the right to ask for a divorce from me? What qualifications do you have? Rong, don't get excited. Maybe he encountered something unpleasant?" Huang Ying hurriedly advised. Chapter 3 Gao Jin's Classmate Reunion Invitation. Huang Ying comforted Xiao Rong for a long time before Xiao Rong recovered from her anger. She clenched her fist fiercely and said, "Yi Tian, just wait for me. You want to divorce me? Dream on." Huang Ying secretly stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the subject. She didn't want to get involved in the president's family affairs. Rong, let's quickly figure out how to make up the balance. Time is running out. Xiao Rong nodded. The reason why Huang Ying was called home at noon today was mainly to discuss company matters. The general manager in charge of the amusement park project absconded with a large sum of project funds from the company. At this critical juncture, if a countermeasure is not quickly found, it will bring a heavy blow to the group and the capital chain may even be broken. Yi Tian naturally didn't know what had happened to the Xiao group. After coming out of the villa, he rode his tricycle straight to the gate of the 3rd middle school to set up a stall. The stall had just been set up, and before the sale started, a Mercedes-Benz stopped by the roadside, the window rolled down, and a familiar face peeked out from inside. Gao Jin, Yi Tian's high school classmate. Yi Tian? Gao Jin asked in surprise. Yi Tian recognized Gao Jin at a glance and said with a smile, "Gao Jin, why is it you?" "Oh my god." Gao Jin got out of the car, shook hands with Yi Tian and asked in surprise, "Aren't you studying at a university in Xinjiang? Why did you come back?" "The pace of life in Xinjiang is too fast, and it's far from home, so I decided to go back to Haijing to develop my career." Yi Tian replied with a smile, "Are you hungry? I'll make you some pancakes so you can try my cooking." Gao Jin looked at Yi Tian, smiled and waved to the woman in the passenger seat. "Xiaoyi, what are you doing? Come out and meet our old classmates." "Yi Tian, I didn't expect to see you here." A young and beautiful woman got out of the car, smiled sweetly and shook hands with Yi Tian, blinking her big eyes and said, "Don't you recognize me?" "How can I not recognize you? You are an owl." Yi Tian said with a smile. Du Xiaoye, Gao Jin, and Yi Tian were all high school classmates. At that time, Du Xiaoye always liked to wear colored contact lenses, which made her eyes look particularly big, so her classmates gave her the nickname Owl. When she was in high school, Du Xiaoye had a crush on Yi Tian, who was handsome and had good academic performance, and she even secretly wrote him a love letter. "Yi Tian, didn't you get admitted to Shangjing University? Why are you selling pancakes here?" Du Xiaoye was a little bit unbelievable. Yi Tian was a big figure in the school, but he had ended up like this. The contrast was too big. "Yi Tian Dao, there's nothing wrong with being self-reliant, you too." "Oh. Xiaoye is my girlfriend and we are dating," Gao Jin said. "I see." The three of them chatted for a while, and Gao Jin slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot something important. Tomorrow at noon, at the Guomao Hotel, there's a reunion for Class 3 of Senior 3. I was thinking of letting you know tonight, but I didn't expect to see you here. Yi Zi, you must come." "Okay, I'll definitely go." While Yi Tian was chatting, his hands were not idle. He made 2 sets of pancakes with extra ingredients and handed them to Gao Jin, saying, "Eat them while they're hot." "Thanks, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Gao Jin drove away. Looking at the busy Yi Tian through the rearview mirror, Gao Jin's lips curled up slightly and he tooted his lips. "If you study hard, you'll be begging until you're old." It's really true. I never thought that our former school idol Yi Tian would fall to this point today, even selling pancakes. Life is really hard to predict. There's nothing wrong with selling pancakes. I heard it's very profitable. Making 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month is not a problem. Du Xiaoye said. 10 or 20,000? Ha! Gao Jin casually threw the 2 sets of pancakes into the trash can on the roadside. As a wealthy man worth tens of millions, how could he eat such junk food? This guy works so hard, but the money he earns in a month is not enough to buy you a bag, and you still think he is good? Du Xiaoye, you still like him, right? Gao Jin glanced at his girlfriend. After being influenced by the big dye vat of society, Du Xiaoye is no longer the innocent girl she was in high school. She chuckled, took Gao Jin's arm and said, "Oh, is someone jealous? Everyone has a time when they are young and ignorant. I only like you now." Gao Jin hummed, "I like to hear that. By the way, there's a class reunion tomorrow, and I want to dress up nicely. I have clothes and skirts, but I'm just missing a suitable bag." Du Xiaoye recited Shanin. "I know, it's just a 50,000 yuan LV, so just buy it. I'm so broke that I only have money left." "Lao Gao, you were so nice to me, MUA." Yi Tian waited at the Civil Affairs Bureau until 4 o'clock but still didn't see Xiao Rong. She didn't answer his calls or reply to his messages, and it was obvious that she was angry with him. In desperation, he could only go home. As I said, now that the system has been activated, there is no need for him to go back to the Xiao family to be a slave. He returned to Yinlong village and bought a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables when he passed by the vegetable market, and cooked a delicious dinner for his parents. "It tastes really good. My son is a good cook." Father Yi was very happy. He opened a bottle of white wine and drank it happily with his son, who had not been home for a long time because he was too busy with work. Xiao family villa. Xiao Rong was a little uncomfortable for a while because of the absence of Yi Tian, the male servant. "What happened between you and Yi Tian?" Father Xiao asked worriedly. Xiao Rong shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to say it. Father Xiao sighed. He's not here today, so I'm going to be frank with you. Actually, Yi Tian is a good kid. I can't understand why you always like to bully him. What on earth did he do to make you unhappy? Xiao Rong said angrily. I just can't stand his timid attitude. He's already the son-in-law of our Xiao family, but he's still so timid in his words and deeds, with a servile look on his face. Dad, you still remember when I arranged for him to join our company as the security captain? This loser was actually bullied by a few security guards who joined the company a day earlier than him. Bullying would have been fine, but he didn't even dare to fart. Do you know how the people in the company laughed at me later? They said I was blind to marry such a loser. I was really convinced. From then on, the more I looked at him, the more disgusted I was. I wish I could kick him to death. Wrong. Father Xiao patted his daughter's hand and said helplessly, Dad, to be fair, not everyone lives in a comfortable environment like you. You know Yi Tian's family background. As a child who has experienced hardship, he has a certain inferiority complex in his bones. How can you expect him to be as free-spirited and bossy as you are? It's not my fault that his family is poor. Xiao Rong muttered. Thinking of what happened that afternoon, she became furious again. Dad, do you know that this guy has become so arrogant that he actually wants me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce him? Oh, then are you divorced? Father Xiao was stunned. Happiness came so suddenly? I didn't go. Xiao Rong said angrily, if I had gone, wouldn't I have become the one being divorced? What right does Yi Tian have to divorce me? Is divorce and being divorced really that important? Of course it's important. I'm the only one qualified to file for divorce. Yi Tian, that coward, can't do that. Why? Father Xiao sighed and said no more. Yi Tian is quite interesting as he took the initiative to file for divorce with Rongrong. Achoo! Yi Tian, who was lying in the bedroom playing with his mobile phone after eating and drinking, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and knew without thinking that it must be Xiao Rong who was saying bad things about him behind his back. No matter what, this marriage is settled. Hey, I wonder what I'll get if I sign in tomorrow. It would be best if I could get money. It's kind of sad to be broke. Chapter 4 Second Sign-in, Imperial Bay Villa. No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. Yi Tian continued to sell pancakes on his tricycle. As soon as the bell for the second high school rang, the cool-down period for the sign-in of the rich man was over. Sign in. Obtain the Super Rich Trading Card. After using it, you can get a random reward from the system by selling any item within 1 hour. Super Rich Sign-in System, cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Godly trading cards. Yi Tian nodded. This thing was suitable for him since he was just a small trader. Use. Yi Tian clicked to use. Soon a customer came and ordered a chicken roll. The moment Yi Tian received the money through the QR code after making the chicken roll for the customer, a sound rang in his head, successfully sold the chicken roll and received a cash reward of 10 million. Yi Tian looked at his mobile phone and saw that his bank account had received 10 million. 10 million right from the start. Yi Tian exclaimed in amazement. Boss, 1 set of pancakes and 1 serving of grilled cold noodles. Okay. Ding. Successfully sold pancakes and cold noodles, and received a reward 51% of Dofeng Group's shares. Dofeng Group? Yi Tian scratched his head. It sounded familiar. It seemed to be a large group in Haijing, which was not weaker than the Xiao Group. 51% shares. Does that mean he has become the actual controlling shareholder of Dofeng Group? Boss, 1 serving of egg fried rice and 1 serving of cold noodles. Okay. Ding. Successfully sold fried rice and cold noodles, and received a reward at 2,000 square meter villa in Imperial Bay. Imperial Bay, is that the legendary enclosed villa complex where all the business leaders and top celebrities from Haijing gather? Ding. Successfully sold pancakes and received a cash reward of 5 million. Ding. Successfully sold liangpi and received a cash reward of 30 million. An hour is neither long nor short, and it passes quickly. During his free time, Yi Tian ran to the bank ATM opposite to check his bank card. The total cash income was 140 million. In addition, he also got 51% of the shares of Dofeng Group, the Imperial Bay Villa, a pack of super weight loss pills, and a pill to eliminate all diseases. Super Slimming Pill Powder. Before use, write down the number of pounds you want to lose on the back of the pill packet, then brew and drink it.
You will lose the desired weight within a week, without any excess skin, and will never rebound. By Bing Xiaoxiao pills, after taking them, they can cure all diseases and restore the body to perfect condition. Yi Tian looked at the time and saw that there were still 3 hours before the class reunion, so he decided to go to Emperor Bay to see what the luxury house rewarded by the system looked like. As a native citizen of Haijing City, he had only heard of Emperor Bay.
Imperial Bay Villa Complex.
Nestled beside mountains and water, the scenery is beautiful, like a fairyland on earth, forming a sharp contrast with the bustling city just across the wall. The security guards at the door all stood tall and straight, like spears, with fierce eyes. Obviously they had received special training.
Imperial Bay, the entrance to Area A, should be here.
It took Yi Tiankai a long time to finally tell the directions of east, south, west and north.
Hello, sir, this is a private villa area. No outsiders are allowed to enter without the owner's consent.
The security guard came over, and although he spoke politely, he couldn't hide the contempt in his eyes.
A pancake vendor wants to enter Emperor Bay? He must be crazy. The security here is so strict? Yi Tian didn't care what others thought of him and exclaimed, "Will there be any theft or something like that?"
The security guard said expressionlessly, "Absolutely impossible. We have 24-hour surveillance with no blind spots.
Not even a fly can get in unless we allow it."
As he spoke, the security guard actually jumped up and swatted a fly to death with a snap.
What skills! Great! Not bad, not bad.
Yi Tian clapped his hands and took out the golden electronic pass from his shirt pocket. You need this to enter and exit. When the security guard saw the pass, he was stunned, his pupils suddenly froze, and his face was full of horror. Imperial Bay passes come in 3 colors, gold, silver, and bronze.
The gold pass is for the owner, and only one is available per household.
The silver pass is for family members, primarily for the owner's wife, husband, children, or parents. The bronze pass is a temporary pass, renewed daily, and is typically used by servants or visitors.
What Yi Tian took out was the golden owner pass. Building A1. The most expensive building in Imperial Bay.
The security guard swallowed deeply, did not dare to delay, saluted quickly, and ran over to open the door.
Ding! The pass is valid. Welcome home, Mr. Yi Tian. The electronic female voice spoke sweetly. Rumble.
The heavy electronic gate opened with a rich, but not harsh, sound, which was obviously intentional by the designer.
Yi Tian took back the pass and rode leisurely on his tricycle.
The security guard looked at the young tycoon's back with a deep gaze, feeling lucky for his earlier polite behavior. At the same time, he also sighed inwardly. These days tycoons are really better at living than the others, but selling pancakes.
The world of the rich, you can see it but you can't understand it.
The huge Imperial Bay is surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, shaded by green trees, and villas of different styles stand in an orderly manner around it. Flocks of swans are swimming in the clear lake, sika deer are strolling leisurely in the woods with their babies, ponies and alpacas are chasing each other, and a group of rabbits are startled and run away.
It's like a fairyland on earth. Yi Tian quickly found building A1. Just as he was about to enter, a voice came from behind him. "Eh? When was A1 sold?"
Turning his head, he saw a young man in his 20s with a good-looking appearance.
He looked at Yi Tian and the golden owner card in his hand with a smile. "Hello, let me introduce myself. My last name is Xin Yan. Leaf of leaves, sky of the world." Yi Tian nodded politely and shook hands with the other party. Xin Yan smiled and said, "We will be neighbors from now on.
Please take care of me."
Must.
Yi Tian swiped his card to open the door and pushed the tricycle into the villa.
Xin Yan touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Who is this Yi Tian? Why have I never heard of him before? The market value of building A1 is over 500 million. This young man's financial resources should not be underestimated. Lao Qin, what are you daydreaming about? Do you want to change houses?
At this time, a red Porsche passed by Qin Yan from behind.
The window was rolled down and a woman wearing sunglasses was sitting inside. Although the sunglasses covered most of her face, they could not hide her stunning beauty. If Yi Tian was at the scene, he would definitely recognize at a glance that this woman is the top domestic actress Zi Qi. You think too highly of me that you can change a mansion worth 500 million yuan just by saying so. Now there is no chance to change it even if I want to. It has been bought by someone else. Xin Yan spread his hands helplessly. Murasaki was surprised. Really? You met the owner? Who is it? Do I know him? I just had the honor of meeting him. His name is Yi Tian, a young man. I guess he's the son of some big group, a very low-key invisible rich man. I've never heard of him before. Xin Yan said. Murasaki nodded. This low-key invisible rich man was quite interesting.
He must make friends with him if he had the chance.
Yi Tian. Murasaki kept this name firmly in mind. Inside the house, Yi Tian lay on the sofa, looking at the transparent hall. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but marvel at it. The villa is divided into 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower.
Including the courtyard, it covers a total area of 2,000 square meters, which is the size of 4.5 basketball courts. The style tends to be American pastoral, and the whole house is equipped with smart home. The property certificate is placed on a coffee table carved from golden Nanmu wood. Yi Tian put away the property certificate, ran up and down the stairs, and after getting a general understanding of the house type, he called the property management center and asked them to send some people to take care of the flowers, plants, and small animals in the house and courtyard.
Okay, sir, we will send a professional team to your residence right away. Our quote is 50,000 per day. Can you accept it?
The woman's voice was very sweet.
It's only 50,000 a day, that's not expensive. Can I have a yearly package?
Yi Tian had 140 million in his bank card, and a few tens of thousands of dollars was not much money at all.
Yes, sir. We have an annual package deal. A professional team of 30 people will be at your service for only 15 million a year.
Then it's a year package.
Yes, sir.
After a while, a group of men and women in black and white clothes rang the doorbell.
The leader was a bald man in a tuxedo, tall and burly, who bowed to Yi Tian with a serious expression. Hello, Mr. Yi. From today on, I will be your housekeeper. You can call me Aguang. I will provide you with all the housekeeping services within my ability.
Yi Tian hummed, clean up the house, my parents will move in soon.
Okay, Mr. Yi.
Aguang brought a group of servants into the house and started cleaning silently.
Just like the name of his team, the silence. Bite. The phone rang.
Yi Tian took it out and saw that it was Gao Jin.
Yi Zi, where are you? Many of our classmates are here. I'll be there soon.
I almost forgot about the class reunion at noon.
Yi Tian quickly got on his tricycle and went out.
Butler Aguang looked at Yi Tian's back, his pupils slightly condensed.
Rich people are indeed very low-key and environmentally friendly.
He took out his notebook and wrote down a line of small words, 119 rules of success, care for our green home, start with green travel.
Bang! Aguang closed his notebook, snapped his fingers, and said quietly, our new employer advocates for green travel. Starting tomorrow, all transportation will be replaced by bicycles or electric vehicles. Yes. Everyone responded and then returned to their work in silence. To put it in a fancy way, this team is a group of professionals. Chapter 5 He is the big boss. Guomao Hotel.
One of the best 5-star hotels in Haijing, the huge parking lot is filled with million-level luxury cars.
Yi Tian's tricycle with a sign saying Jianbing Guozi 6 yuan piece was so eye-catching among the luxury cars. Hey, this is where cars are parked. Why are you squeezing in here with your shabby tricycle?
The doorman pointed unhappily at a trash can in the distance.
Park over there.
Yi Tian scratched his head and said, I wanted to park there too, but I have food in my car, and it's too close to the trash can, which is not a good idea.
Why would I care?
The doorman glared at him and said impatiently, if you want to park, park there.
If you don't want to park, park outside. Anyway, you can't park here. What happened? A dark-skinned man came out of the hall.
Manager Liang, this pancake seller insisted on parking his tricycle in a private parking space. The doorman complained. Manager Liang frowned and was about to say something to Yi Tian when his eyes suddenly fixed.
This young man looks so familiar, where have I seen him before?
Liang Quan secretly took out his cell phone, which contained an important notice sent by the headquarters earlier, saying that 51% of Dauphin Group's shares were acquired by a mysterious rich man named Yi Tian. There was his portrait on it, and all Dauphin Group employees were advised to treat the new boss with the highest standards when they met him.
Compare the two. Similarity 100%. Liang Quan's heart almost jumped out of his chest. The big boss is here. Yi Tian had no idea that Liang Quan recognized him. Just when he was feeling a little embarrassed, Liang Quan hurriedly said, it's okay. Guests are welcome. Please come in, sir. It's okay to park your car here. I will send someone to look after it for you. Yi Tianqi said, okay, thank you.
Liang Quan was flattered and bowed, saying, please come in, Mr. Yi.
How do you know my last name is Yi? Yi Tian was puzzled.
Liang Quan smiled and pointed at the sign on the tricycle that said Yep's Pancake.
Yi Tian laughed and stepped into the room. The doorman complained, manager, why did you let him in? This is against the rules. You.
Liang Quan's eyes were cold, and he raised his hand and pointed at the doorman's nose. From today on, you don't need to come to work at the company.
You are fired. Why? What did I do wrong?
The doorman was panicked. You're such a contemptuous person.
Do you know who this gentleman is? He's the new boss of the Dauphin Group. What? The doorman's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Why does the big boss ride a tricycle? Don't play with people like this. Banquet hall on the second floor. Yi Tian met many of his high school classmates.
After not seeing each other for a few years, these high school classmates have changed a lot.
Many girls have even gotten married and have children.
Yi Tian, you have changed the least among our group. You are still as young as when you were in school.
Where have you made your fortune recently? A female classmate who was breastfeeding said with a smile. Doing some small business. Yi Tian answered with a smile.
He tried hard to recall the names of his classmates, but after all, 5 years had passed, and except for a few who left a deep impression on him, he had almost forgotten the rest.
The students arrived quickly, and the atmosphere was very lively as the cups clinked.
As Gao Jin was the most successful student, the table where he sat naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Both male and female students toasted him flatteringly and praised him non-stop. Gao Jin accepted the praise and flattery one by one with a smile, saying, we are all brothers, so it's too formal to say that.
If you need anything in the future, just call me, it will definitely help. Brother Jin is righteous. Jin Ge is so handsome. I'll do it first, Brother Jin, feel free to do whatever you want.
Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, withdrew his gaze from Gao Jin, and looked at the fat girl in the corner who was drinking water with her head down.
Su Weiwei, why have you gained so much weight? Yi Tian had a deep impression of the girl Su Weiwei.
When she was in school, she was a sports athlete with short hair and a heroic appearance. She was physically better than all the boys in her class. But after not seeing her for a few years, she had gained at least 70 or 80 kilograms and looked like a meatball. If Yi Tian hadn't seen the scar on her forehead, he really wouldn't have recognized her. Su Weiwei was startled, pursed her lips, and said with a wry smile, Yi Tian, you still recognize me? I recognize him, of course I recognize him. At that time, our class was playing basketball, and De Zhuang was injured and couldn't play, and you came over to help.
Yi Tian sat over and asked with concern, what's wrong with you?
Su Weiwei lowered her head in self-pity and said, after graduation, I was admitted to the Provincial Sports Institute, but the following year I fell ill and almost died.
Later, the illness was cured, but my health was ruined. The doctor said it was hormone-induced obesity.
Su Weiwei rubbed her red eyes and forced a smile, saying, it's okay, Yi Tian, you go drink with them, I'm used to being alone.
Forehead.
Yi Tian was about to speak when Gao Jin and Du Xiaoye, who were both drunk, came over with their glasses raised. Gao Jin said with a smile, who is this fat woman?
Why haven't I seen her before? She's not from our class, is she? Du Xiaoye pulled Gao Jin and said angrily, you've had too much to drink, haven't you? She's Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei. Gao Jin was stunned and yelled, holy crap. How did you get so fat? Have you been eating pig food these past few years?
Su Weiwei lowered her head and dared not say a word. She had been obese for many years, and her personality had become very low.
Yi Tian was disgusted with Gao Jin's way of speaking, and stood up and said, Lao Gao, you've had too much to drink. Gao Jin glanced at Yi Tian and said, Yi Zi, what do you mean? I'm not interested. Yi Tian spread his hands. What's the point of being meaningless? Gao Jin grinned. I'm talking to Su Weiwei, why are you butting in? Who do you think you are? Aren't you just a stinky pancake vendor?
Yi Tian had a blank expression on his face, and his classmates began to whisper when they heard what he said. It is unbelievable that the former school idol and top student has fallen to the point of selling pancakes, while the scoundrel who was hated by everyone has become a multi-millionaire.
Fate is really hard to understand. Okay, Brother Jin, let's not argue with a pancake seller. Brother Jin, calm down. We are classmates after all. Don't make things too awkward.
Several boys came over to persuade Gao Jin to leave, and they looked at Yi Tian with strange eyes. Yi Tian was not unfamiliar with this kind of gaze. He felt contempt and disgust and wanted to avoid it as much as possible.
Thank you.
Yi Tian, you are still the same as before, like to stand up for others. Su Weiwei said timidly, feeling extremely grateful in her heart. Yi Tian smiled and said, Weiwei, I have a special weight loss pill here.
Would you like to try it? Special weight loss pills? Su Weiwei was stunned and shook her head.
I've tried many different weight loss pills and methods, including exercise and dieting, but nothing works.
I'm sure this will work.
Yi Tian took out the package of special effect weight loss pills produced by the system and asked, How much do you weigh now?
How much do you want to lose?
Su Weiwei said timidly, 186 catties. I want to lose weight to 95 catties.
95 Jin? Isn't that too thin?
As the saying goes, if you weigh less than 100 Jin, you're either flat-chested or short. Yi Tian joked, You're tall, 1.65 meters.
I'll decide for you, 110 Jin.
Swish, swish, swish. Yi Tian wrote the number 76 foot on the weight loss pill packet and handed it to Su Weiwei.
Trust me and drink it. A miracle will happen. I believe you. Su Weiwei nodded heavily. Another table. Gao Jin's anger subsided a little, but his classmates were still madly dissing Yi Tian. When I was in school, I was annoyed with Yi Tian. He had a gloomy face all day long and ignored everyone he met. I don't know what he was talking about. That's right.
He relies on his academic performance and good looks to give everyone a deadpan expression. Brother Jin, let's not bother with that loser.
It's not worth it.
The classmates were talking about it, demonstrating the culture of flattery and criticism to the fullest, and they didn't even lower their voices, as they were deliberately speaking for Yi Tian to hear.
Yi Tian, I'm not feeling well, so I'll leave first. Su Weiwei stood up and bowed to Yi Tian, thank you for the diet pills.
I'll go with you.
Yi Tian was extremely disappointed with this group of classmates.
I thought that after not seeing my classmates for a few years, we could get together and have a good chat, but I never expected that I would become the target of public criticism just because of my poverty.
Money is the root of all evil. Yi Zi, where are you going? We still have to sing tonight. Don't go.
Don't worry, our brother Jin said that he will pay for all the expenses today.
The classmates started jokingly.
Gao Jin glanced at Yi Tian and said, Yi Zi, we are classmates, and it is normal for us to have arguments.
You won't be so disrespectful to me, right? Yi Tian's mouth curled up slightly, face is earned by yourself, not given by others. Besides, why should I give you face? You.
Gao Jin slammed the table and stood up, pointing at the tip of Yi Tian's nose and cursing, Yi Tian, don't be so shameless.
Who do you think you are? A lousy pancake seller. Yi Tian was too lazy to pay attention and pulled Su Weiwei out.
At this time, manager Liang Quan, who had been seen downstairs earlier, came in with a group of waiters. Liang Quan came up to Yi Tian, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, on behalf of all the employees of Guomao, I wish you good health and a happy life. This is our store's treasure Armand de Brignac Rose, given to you and your classmates to enjoy.
Liang Quan turned sideways and saw a large bottle of champagne on the waiter's tray. This champagne looks very expensive. Mr. Yi. A girl who was good at English quietly opened the search engine on her mobile phone.
She was shocked to find out that this bottle of champagne, which was translated into Chinese as Armand de Brignac Rose, was priced at 275,000 US dollars, which is equivalent to more than 1.9 million yuan.
1.9 million for a bottle of champagne. Enough to buy an apartment in the city center.
The whole audience was silent. Gao Jin, Du Xiaoye, and all the classmates widened their eyes.
What happened? Why does the general manager of Guomao call Yi Tian General Manager Yi? In fact, Yi Tian himself was also puzzled, because he did not know Liang Quan. Liang Quan said, Guomao is a subsidiary of Dauphin Group. Yi Tian suddenly realized, so that's how it is.
He looked around, his lips curled up slightly as he said, but I don't want to share with this group of people.
Pack up the champagne and send it back to my place in Imperial Bay.
If you can't get in, find a butler named Guang and tell him my name.
Yes, Mr. Yi. Liang Quan and a dozen waiters bowed in unison, goodbye, Mr. Yi. Leave. Yi Tian pulled Su Weiwei away from Guomao.
Chapter 6 I really sell pancakes. In the banquet hall, silence lasted for a full minute. The male and female classmates who had previously licked Gao Jin were all furious.
The saddest thing in life is licking the wrong person. They rushed out in a swarm. Yi Tian, no, Mr. Yi, wait for me. Brother, let's discuss something. Brother Yi Tian. Gao Jin's face turned pale and his body was shaking. Yi Tian? This poor pancake seller actually turned into a big boss?
Even though the facts were right in front of him, he was unwilling to believe it.
Xiaoye, where are you going? Gao Jin grabbed Du Xiaoye. Du Xiaoye looked at Gao Jin with disdain and shook off his hand. What? I'm not feeling well. I'm going to the bathroom. Bullshit, you're going to find Yi Tian. That's right, I'm looking for Yi Tian. He's much richer than you. Here, I'll return this broken bag to you. Yi Tian, wait for me. I have something to tell you. Do you remember the love letter I wrote to you? You. Gao Jin couldn't catch his breath and fainted from anger. When a group of classmates rushed out, Yi Tian had already left the scene on a tricycle. Liang Quan said with a sigh, what does it mean to be a low-key wealthy person? I've really learned something new. Brother, how rich is Yi Tian? Someone asked in a low voice. Liang Quan was a shrewd man. He guessed what had just happened in the banquet hall. He looked at him with disdain and snorted coldly, you're such a snob. If you want to know how rich Mr. Yi is, why don't you just ask him yourself? The boy who was being scolded looked dejected. Damn Gao Jin.
On the way home, there was a loud bang and the tricycle tire burst. Su Weiwei lowered her head, her face flushed.
I'm sorry, I'm too fat. Yi Tian laughed, my tires are already badly worn, I don't blame you, I'll call a taxi to take you home. Yi Tian called the butler at Guan's cell phone and confirmed the location. Less than 10 minutes later, a stretched Rolls-Royce arrived at the scene. Guang said respectfully, Mr. Yi, Miss Su, please come in. Walk. Yi Tian pulled Su Weiwei into the car. At this time, Yi Tian didn't know that the scene of him and Su Weiwei getting into the car was seen by Xiao Rong, who had just come out of the bank. Good job, Yi Tian.
No wonder he spoke so confidently, it turned out he had hooked up with a rich woman.
How could you be so horny as to eat such a fat person? How horny are you? How horny are you? Men are indeed animals who think with their lower body. Nausea. Xiao Rong's face was gloomy and uncertain.
She rubbed her cheeks, her eyes looking a little tired. She knew very well that now was not the time to argue with Yi Tian. The Xiao Group is facing a huge crisis. The rival company Ponzi Group has colluded with the bank and refused to lend to the Xiao Group.
If the group cannot get this loan, the capital chain will be broken.
The best outcome is to cut off the tail and survive, but this will inevitably cause the Xiao Group to suffer heavy losses and may even withdraw from the business stage.
Where can I find this 200 million loan?
Xiao Rong felt tired.
Imperial Bay, Building A1. Sitting in the yard, enjoying the afternoon sunshine and drinking champagne, Yi Tian felt extremely relaxed. Su Weiwei smiled and said, Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's not that great or not, I just got lucky.
Weiwei, you're welcome to come over anytime to play.
Just contact Uncle Guang and come in. You said it. I'm a person who likes to show off. I've never lived in such a beautiful villa since I was a child. I will definitely visit here often.
Don't find me annoying when the time comes.
Su Weiwei was much more cheerful, not as dull as she was at the class reunion, and she said jokingly. Yi Tian laughed, how could it be? Su Weiwei stayed for a while and then left.
Uncle Guang, please go to Yinlong village and pick up my parents.
Yi Tian couldn't wait to let his parents enjoy the life of a rich man. Yes.
Guang nodded, and as he turned to leave, he silently wrote down a line of words in his notebook, most successful people respect their parents.
Moment.
Ye's father and mother came to Emperor Bay carrying large and small bags. Yi Tian took the luggage from his parents and said with a smile, Dad, Mom, why did you bring so many things here?
I told you that we have everything here. No matter how many things you have, you still have to bring a change of clothes. Son, what's wrong with you? Why did you bring us to the zoo? The two old people didn't know where to look.
As farmers who have lived a simple life all their lives, they cannot imagine that someone would release so many animals into the park.
Aren't they afraid that they will be stolen? This is a residential area, not a zoo. Yi Tian said with a smile. That pheasant is huge. Hey, Dad, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a peacock. Ah, peacock. Hey, is this a horse? Why is it so small? Pony. Son, let's eat mutton tonight. I think this sheep is good. Wait, I'll catch it. Dad, that's an alpaca. It's an ornamental animal, usually kept as a pet. Don't eat it. Oh. It's an alpaca. Alpaca, hitue. I was so scared. Imperial Bay, living room.
Yi Tian made up a lie to his parents to explain why he lived in Emperor Bay. As for the system issue, he must have kept it to himself.
He didn't want to be dragged into the laboratory and sliced up for research. Oh. So you are looking for a house for your boss? Then you shouldn't have called us over. What if the furniture gets worn out? My father was a little worried. Don't worry about that.
The boss trusts me very much. You can just live here with peace of mind.
If you need anything, just tell Uncle Guang. He's the housekeeper here. Dad, Mom, you've worked hard all your lives. It's time for you to live a leisurely life.
Yi Tian held his mother's hand and smiled brightly. If you can't stay idle, the yard is big, you can grow some onions, ginger, garlic, or something.
Hey, we just had this idea.
It would be a shame to leave such a big place empty.
The family of three was chatting happily. Time passed quickly and it was night in the blink of an eye. My father was sitting in the living room watching TV while my mother was preparing dinner in the kitchen. The doorbell suddenly rang.
When Yi Tian opened the door, he saw Qin Yan, whom he had met in the morning, and a beautiful woman who looked very familiar.
Hello, neighbor. Qin Yan smiled and handed a gift box to Yi Tian. This small gift is my humble opinion. Welcome to live in our community. I have one too. The woman also handed over the gift box with a smile. Come in. Yi Tian invited the two of them in, looked at the woman's back, slapped his forehead and said, Are you Ziqi? Ziqi smiled and said, Yes, it's genuine. Uncle and aunt are here too. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hey, hello. My father responded quickly, putting out his cigarette. Let's go upstairs and talk. Yi Tian led the two visitors upstairs. Next to the outdoor swimming pool on the third floor.
Qin Yan said, Mr. Yi, please don't be offended by my intrusive visit.
We have no other intention in coming this time, we are simply welcoming new neighbors.
Yi Tian nodded and asked Guang to bring the unfinished bottle of champagne and pour it for the two of them.
Armand de Brignac.
Qin Yan and Ziqi were both connoisseurs of the art. They looked at each other and were secretly amazed.
One of them is the son of a group, and the other is a top star.
Both are worth over 100 million yuan, but despite this, they are reluctant to drink champagne worth nearly 2 million yuan as an ordinary drink.
This is an invisible rich man. The two of them had an invisibly higher opinion of Yi Tian. What business does Mr. Yi have? Maybe we can have business cooperation. Qin Yan took a sip of champagne and asked with a faint smile. Qin Yan is just like that, he will never miss any business opportunity. As for me,
Yi Tian thought seriously, my main job is to sell pancakes at the school gate.
But
Ziqi almost choked, feeling both amused and annoyed. Yi Tian, although this is the first time we meet, you can't fool people like this.
Selling pancakes?
My main business is really selling pancakes. If you don't believe me, I'll make 2 for you to try.
Yi Tian said seriously. Okay, I really want to try your cooking skills, Mr. Yi.
Qin Yan said with a smile.
Chapter 7 Come on.
All are female stars. Yi Tian chuckled, asked the two to wait for a moment, and went downstairs to make pancakes.
Ziqi said happily, This Yi Tian is really interesting.
I want to see how he takes out the pancakes later. Qin Yan pinched his brows and said, When I saw him this morning, I did see that he had a pancake cart, so the pancake making thing is very likely true.
Ah. Murasaki was confused. What kind of a trick was this? When did selling pancakes become so profitable? Soon, Yi Tian came upstairs with 2 sets of pancakes and gave them to Qin Yan and Ziqi. Try it. I don't know your taste, so I didn't put any chili in it and use less seasoning than usual. Ziqi smelled the fragrant pancake, took a bite, and praised, Wow, this tastes really good. Lao Qin, you should try it too, it tastes really good. Okay, I'll try it too.
Qin Yan smiled bitterly. He had known Ziqi for several years, and it was only when they were in the Imperial Bay community that the big star would reveal his true personality. Outside, not to mention eating food of unknown origin, even the water he had to take out of the safe himself.
Dad, your son is calling.
The custom-made diamond-studded business phone that Qin Yan placed on the table suddenly rang.
The ringtone was very funny, forming a huge contrast with his domineering CEO personality. Sorry, I have to take a call.
Qin Yan turned around to answer the call, and soon he returned and said, "It's Pang Wei, the young master of the Pang Group. He also lives in our community.
He also wants to come visit. I wonder if Mr. Yi wants to see him."
Yi Tian shrugged to express his welcome. Putting aside the character of those who can live in this community, their families, backgrounds, and connections are all top-notch, and there is no harm in making more friends with them.
After a while, a Lamborghini Platinum stopped at the door.
A round object staggered into the house and went down to the third floor under the guidance of a guang.
Oh my! Isn't this the beautiful Ziqi? What a pleasant surprise!
Pang Wei screamed at the top of his voice when he saw Ziqi.
Murasaki rolled his eyes. Go away!
The two were obviously very familiar with each other.
Come, Yi Tian, let me introduce you. This is Pang Wei.
Everyone in our circle calls him Fat Wei.
Pang Wei, this is Yi Tian, also the owner of Building 1. Qin Yan introduced. Hello. Hello. It's really a bit rude of you to visit me without my permission. Damn it. It's a bit bad. Damn. Yi Tian twitched the corner of his mouth.
Fat Wei squatted on the ground like a mountain of flesh, holding the 30-liter bottle of champagne and yelling, "Armand de Brignac Rose."
Isn't this bottle of champagne a collection of the International Trade Center? How did it end up in your hands, brother Yi? Humph. That bastard Liang Quan is really dishonest.
I offered him 2 million last time, but he wouldn't sell.
Damn it, I'll curse this bastard to death if we see him again. Guomao Collectibles? Qin Yan touched his chin.
His mind was quick and his thoughts were working fast. Guomao is a subsidiary of Dofeng Group.
Could it be that this brother Yi Tian is the son of a CEO of Dofeng Group? But the probability is really small. Dofeng Group has the same financial resources as his family, or even slightly less. How can an ordinary executive afford to buy this Emperor Building 1? Unless he is the son of the founder. But the founder of Dofeng Group is named Su. Illegitimate child? Well, that's possible.
Yi Tian didn't know that Qin Yan could imagine so many things from a bottle of champagne.
He smiled and said, "Manager Liang is thoughtful.
I didn't know the value of this bottle of champagne.
He gave it to me.
It turned out to be so expensive."
Pang Wei and Qin Yan were both stunned. Murasaki asked curiously, "Why did he give you champagne?" "Yes, why?" Pang Wei was full of curiosity. "Nothing."
Yi Tian took a sip of champagne and said, "I was bored and bought 51% of the shares of Dofeng Group."
Damn it. Qin Yan's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. Fat Wei's expression was indescribably wonderful. Borrowing nothing, acquiring 51% of Dofeng Group's shares? Because you're bored? Dude, are you serious?
Dofeng Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Haijing City, with a market value of over 6 billion.
In other words, the net worth of Brother Yi in front of us is at least over 3 billion.
Yi Tian filled the three people's glasses with champagne and said cheerfully, "I have no concept of money.
I do everything according to my own preferences."
Qin Yan and Pang Wei looked at each other and saw each other's shock.
Look at his spiritual level. Son, call all your friends down for dinner.
Soon, my father came upstairs and invited everyone to eat. Yi Tian said, "Come, let's taste my mother's cooking together."
Okay, then I won't be polite. Fat Wei was a very friendly person. He patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said, "We must change WeChat. When we have time, let's go out and play together." Okay. A group of people went downstairs.
Mother had already prepared a table full of home-cooked meals. Scrambled eggs with peppers, winter melon and pork rib soup, braised hairtail fish, cold tomatoes. The staple food is millet porridge. Qin Yan picked up the bowl of millet porridge and praised, "Uncle, Aunt, and Brother Yi really know how to live and maintain their health. They are well aware of the truth that the best taste in life is plainness."
Qin admires them very much.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't had such delicious food for a long time.
I've been eating shark fin, abalone, and seafood all day long.
I've had gout 3 times this month.
Pang Wei agreed.
Yi Tian smiled without saying anything, and his father and mother looked at each other.
Are these two kids mentally ill? Why are they talking so much about dinner? Isn't this what normal people should eat? Eat and drink enough.
The old couple went for a stroll in the community, and the 4 young people discussed it, and Qin Yan suggested going singing.
Pang Wei and Ziqi both agreed.
Yi Tian thought that he had nothing to do in the evening, so he followed them. To be honest, due to his family's financial situation, he has been to KTV less than a handful of times since college.
While chatting on the road, Yi Tian talked about his car. Holy crap!
It turns out that Koenigsegg is yours. Fat Wei slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. I fucking thought it was a computer expert who made it in post-production.
Yi Zi, why don't you drive it out?
The hood was damaged by someone sitting on it, and it was sent back to the headquarters for repair. I'm afraid it will take more than half a year to repair it.
Yi Tian felt helpless. Qin Yan laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Yi Zi, what were you thinking? You're just going to watch someone wreck your car?
Yi Tian spread his hands. It doesn't matter, it's just a car, I don't care.
Since you are so open-minded, why don't you lend me your Koenigsegg for 2 days after it's repaired? Pang Wei said half-jokingly.
After just knowing each other for a few hours, he went to borrow a luxury car worth more than 30 million yuan.
Only Pang Wei could do such a thing. All right. Yi Tian looked indifferent. After all, it was a gift from the system.
Not to mention borrowing it, if they really had the same smell and could play together, he would be fine with it.
What a rich guy. Fat Wei gave a thumbs up.
The group of 4 kept calling their friends as they made their way to Diamond, the largest KTV in Haijing.
Qin Yan is quite mature and steady.
Even when joking, he will not cross the line and is very polite. Fat Wei, on the other hand, was carefree and unconcerned with food. Every call he made basically had the same rhetoric: Diamond Supreme Room.
Come over quickly. It's full of female celebrities. Female celebrities. Broken voice. Ziqi prefers business cooperation.
If you have time, come to Diamond Supreme. There are Mr. Qin, Mr. Peng, and Mr. Yi who I just met today.
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you. Yi Zi, why don't you call a few friends over to play together? It's more fun when there are more people around.
Qin Yan said with a smile.
Yes, call him over so we can get to know him. Pang Wei said.
Yi Tian took out his old-fashioned cell phone, looked at the few contacts in it, and sent a message to Xiao Rong. I'm in the Diamond Supreme Room. If you're free, come out and sing a song, and chat about what's going on between us.
Chapter 8 Woof 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 Unearthly Love Words.
Xiao Group, top floor conference room. Just after the meeting, Xiao Rong rubbed her aching temples. Huang Ying sighed softly. Rong, if things really don't work out, we'll have to lay off employees.
I'd like to, but there's nothing I can do. First, time is tight, and second, all departments in the group are operating normally. Any changes to any department would cause dissatisfaction and backlash. But what should we do with the huge financial hole in the group?
The bank won't lend us money, and with the current funds, the group can only last for half a month at most. When you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out.
I'll think of a solution. That bastard Pang Wei is really ruthless. He wants to destroy the Xiao Group.
Xiao Rong clenched her fists tightly. She already knew that after learning that something had happened within the Xiao Group and a financial loophole had occurred, Pang Wei, the president of the Ponzi Group, decisively contacted several other friendly companies to put pressure on the banks to stop them from lending to the Xiao Group. The seemingly simple tactics directly pushed the Xiao Group into a dead end.
The nickname Sai Zhuge is well deserved. Bite.
Xiao Rong glanced at the message sent by Yi Tian and was a little surprised.
Rong, what's wrong? Huang Ying asked hurriedly.
Xiao Rong handed the phone to Huang Ying and said with a strange look on her face, the Diamond Supreme Hall, if I remember correctly, has been booked by the Ponzi Group for many years.
Why did that loser Yi Tian end up there? Do you want to go? Huang Ying asked.
Xiao Rong stood up suddenly. Go, I want to see what this loser wants to talk to me about. Diamond, the Supreme Private Room.
Hello? Hello? Hello everyone. One after another, Qin Yan, Pang Wei and Ziqi's friends came.
Without exception, the men are either born into a noble family, are businessmen with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, or are rich second generations. Without exception, the women are either beautiful and well-proportioned, and are small stars, or young female entrepreneurs who have made some achievements in the entertainment industry. Of course, they can't be compared with Zichi, but they are still somewhat famous.
Yi Tian has seen at least half of them on variety shows. Yi Z, let me introduce you. These are the members of my company's 24K Girls group. These are the multi-millionaire internet celebrities Feng Xiao Mushroom and Xiao Yuan Yuan. This is. Zichi sat next to Yi Tian and introduced them one by one.
These beautiful female stars all smiled and nodded. Hello, Mr. Yi.
Please sit down. Yi Tian asked everyone to sit down in a generous manner.
He was the center of this private party. Zichi sat on his left, Xinyan sat on his right, and Pang Wei flirted with several female stars with a smile, asking them about their zodiac signs, and even claimed that he could read palms.
I wonder what Mr. Yi does? A young second generation asked with a smile. This question is also what all partygoers are curious about. To be able to sit in the C position in such an occasion, one must be no ordinary person. You know, usually the C position is Xinyan or Pang Wei. How about you guys guess? Zichi grinned evilly. Real estate. Travel. Clothing. Network. Food. Everyone spoke up.
Yi Tian raised his finger and pointed at the female celebrity who mentioned the catering industry and said, "It is indeed the catering industry."
Ah, but catering is such a broad field. The female celebrities said coquettishly, "Hey, Mr. Yi, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. I'll let Xiaoyao show you a special talent."
The girl group member named Xiaoyao blushed and spat. Wow, it really is just fake sisterhood.
Are you selling me out already?
The group of people burst into laughter.
Fat Wei said, "Speaking of which, Xiaoyao's talent is indeed quite interesting. How about this, you show it off first, and then let Mr. Yi reveal his true identity. Come on. Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao."
A group of people started to make noises. Xiaoyao chuckled, "All right, come on then.
You guys always like to make fun of me. Mr. Yi, my talent is imitating a dog's barking." Yi Tian was very interested. Really? Well, because I have a lot of dogs at home.
When I was little, I was a little introverted, so I played with them and slowly learned.
First, the little puppy, woof, 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 woof. Then there's the big wolfhound. Woof, 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 woof. And then there are the huskies.
The lifelike performance made everyone present burst into laughter and praised it ravely. Yi Tian also clapped wildly.
So fucking talented. Hee, actually I can sing songs with dog barks. Let me sing one for you. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. Awesome. Yi Tian laughed. I like you. That's great. Wow. Really? Xiaoyao's face flushed.
Xinyan was a smart guy, and he decisively moved to the side and said, "Xiaoyao, come and sit here." Xiaoyao smiled and sat next to Yi Tian, raised her glass, and said with a blush on her cheeks, "Mr. Yi, I toast you a glass."
After finishing the wine in the glass, Xiaoyao happily hugged Yi Tian's arm and said coquettishly, "Boss Yi, I have finished my performance. Now, shouldn't you talk about your main business?" Yes. People cheered. Yi Tian smiled and said, "My main business is selling pancakes." Swish. The whole audience was silent. People looked at each other in confusion. What is a jianbingguozi? Someone asked in confusion. Could it be that Mr. Yi is the son of the Jianbing King chain store?
Wow, Pancake King, I've had it before, 28 yuan a serving, and it tastes amazing.
Murasaki was so happy. Don't try to guess, it's just an ordinary pancake. Yi Tian nodded vigorously. Yes, regular pancakes are 6 yuan a set.
If you want to add eggs, sausages, etc., it will cost 1 yuan more.
Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
A group of people were laughing so hard that they were falling down.
Xiaoyao fell straight into Yi Tian's arms. "Mr. Yi, you are so humorous." Xinyan laughed and said, "Let's be honest.
Although selling pancakes is young Master Ye's main business, he is actually the controlling shareholder of Dofeng Group."
Dofeng Group. Disrespect. Everyone stood up in awe and toasted. We are all in this small town of Haijing. Who hasn't heard of Dofeng Group? Here, let me show you a ghost video. Pang Wei took out his mobile phone and projected it into the video.
What was played was the video of Yi Tian using the Koenigsegg 3-wheeler 2 days ago.
Wow! I've seen this video. So it's Master Yi. Oh my god!
A group of people screamed. A luxury car worth more than 30 million.
Who doesn't he know them?
The actress who had previously pushed Xiaoyao out to perform her talent regretted it so much when she saw Xiaoyao beside Yi Tian.
Actually, she could bark like a dog too.
Oops, she had lost the initiative.
But don't panic. There are plenty of opportunities. Okay, stop roasting me on the fire. It's time to sing. Ziqi, how about a live performance? Yi Tian said with a smile. Okay. Ziqi said generously, then I'll show you my ugliness. Do you want to sing with me, Master Yi?
Yi Tian waved his hands hurriedly. Stop it, how can I keep up with your tone?
I will definitely lead you astray. I want to sing with you. Fat Wei jumped up. Sit down. Ziqi glared at him. Fat Wei's head shrank. Ha ha ha. Po ha ha ha. The crowd laughed.
Then I'll sing one of my famous songs, Bubbles. The elegant melody and passionate performance immediately brought the atmosphere in the private room to a climax.
It's all bubbles.
After the song was finished, there was thunderous applause. Murasaki saluted gracefully. Come on, Xiao Yuan, sing one of your famous songs, do.
Good. The beautiful Xiao Yuan appeared on the stage.
Although she was tone deaf, her silly and cheerful song do made everyone laugh non-stop. In the following talent show, the female stars showed off their talents, and the various talent shows filled the private room with laughter.
Besides barking like a dog, what else can you do? Yi Tian asked Xiaoyao.
Xiaoyao pursed her lips and said shyly,
I can also say cheesy love words. Crude love talk is good. Come on, tell me a few. Qin Yan and a group of people started to make a fuss.
Xiaoyao looked at Yi Tian shyly and said, it's best to fall in love only 3 times in a lifetime. One innocent time, one unforgettable time, and one for a lifetime. I wish all 3 times were with you.
I wish you were the one to accompany me for the rest of my life. Ha ha. Great.
The world is changing every day, but what remains unchanged is my feelings for you and my heart that will always love you.
Good.
Before I met you, I was obsessed with the past.
After I met you, I started planning the rest of my life. Wonderful. We will still be together in the next life. If you don't come, I won't grow old. Awesome.
Yi Tian hurriedly stopped Xiaoyao. Enough, if you keep talking, I'll get goosebumps.
Come on, drink some wine.
Xiaoyao pursed her lips and said, what I'm drinking is not wine, but my love and longing for you.
Puff. Yi Tian almost spit out a mouthful of wine. This girl is something. Creak.
But at this moment, the door opened.
2 women appeared at the door.
It was none other than Xiao Rong and Huang Ying. Xiao Rong looked around expressionlessly, the shock in her heart no less than a Force 18 typhoon.
How come Yi Tian, this loser, is hanging out with this group of people? Who is this little slut? Why are you holding onto this loser's arm? Chapter 9. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant?
Xiao Rong's appearance made the originally cheerful atmosphere in the private room noticeably cooler.
Qin Yan frowned slightly. Fat Wei gave him an intriguing look and said with a smile, hey, look. Isn't this Xiao Rong, the beautiful CEO of the Xiao Group? What brings you here?
As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other.
Xiao Rong sneered, Boss Pang doesn't welcome you? No, I'm just surprised.
Come on, make room for Mr. Xiao. Pang Wei said with a forced smile.
No need, I'll leave right away. Yi Tian, come out here. Xiao Rong raised her hand and pointed.
Yi Tian slowly put down his wineglass and said with a smile, woman, be polite to me. You should change your bossy attitude.
Who are you talking to? Yi Tian patted Xiaoyao's hand gently, signaling her not to be nervous. He glanced at Pang Wei and said, you don't seem to have a good relationship with this woman? Yi Zi, you have good judgment.
My relationship with her is not just bad, we are basically sworn enemies. We both want to kill each other.
I am right, Mr. Xiao.
Fat Wei did not hide it and said with a smile, after all, we are in the same industry.
Yi Tian nodded, gently picked up the wineglass and took a sip. Well, today's matter, it was I who was abrupt. I didn't know the relationship between you two was so bad. What do you mean? Fat Wei was puzzled. I asked Xiaorong to come here. Yi Tian replied. Fat Wei was stunned for a moment, then asked cautiously, Is Mr. Xiao your friend? Yi Tian raised his eyes and looked at Xiaorong. Are we friends? Snort.
Xiaorong crossed her arms and smiled coldly, as if she was disdainful of answering such a boring question. Xin Yan tried to smooth things over, saying, Since you're Yizi's friend, Mr. Xiao, please take a seat. Fox Yan, you also played a role in the joint attack on my Xiao group. Don't pretend to be a good person here. How could Xiaorong not know Qin Yan? He was in cahoots with Pang Wei and was involved in the actions against the Xiao group. Qin Yan was very well-mannered. He smiled and said, Boss Xiao, you're being a bit serious. We're already enemies, so why would you want to kick someone when they're down? If you want to blame someone, you should blame yourself for not managing your subordinates well and for not judging people well. He let you take away the project funds. Xiaorong's face was gloomy and uncertain. Faced with such a grand scene, Huang Ying behind him didn't dare to say a word, and she had no right to speak. Project payment? What's going on? Yi Tian asked curiously. Fat Wei explained, some time ago, there was a traitor inside the Xiao Group who absconded with 200 million in project funds, causing the Xiao Group's capital chain to break. I got the news and took the opportunity to join forces with Lao Qin and a few friendly companies to add fuel to the fire.
That's what happened. The group's capital chain is broken? Yi Tian smiled playfully. What does it have to do with you, you loser? Do you think that just because you're with a rich woman you can do whatever you want and humiliate me at will?
I tell you, I, Xiaorong, would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. Xiaorong was very emotional.
It's no wonder she is like that.
In Xiaorong's opinion, Yi Tian clearly knew that she was at a disadvantage in the competition with the Ponzi group, but he chose this time to chat with her.
What else could this be but a humiliation? This hateful scumbag Yi Tian actually pretended to know nothing. So disgusting.
Yi Tian drank a sip of wine calmly and suddenly smiled. It seems that you misunderstood, but it doesn't matter, I don't care. Originally, I came to you just to talk about divorce, but now, I suddenly changed my mind.
Etc. Divorce.
Qin Yan, Pang Wei and other wealthy people all widened their eyes.
Oh shit. This sentence contains a lot of information. Yi Tian is Xiaorong's husband. When did they get married? How come they have no idea about it?
The one who suffered the most was Fat Wei, whose face was full of fat and trembling. There were 1,000 horses running through my mind.
Xiaorong's husband is Yi Tian. And Yi Tian is the actual controlling shareholder of Dafeng Group. Dafeng Group and Xiao Group are really shooting themselves in the foot.
A mere Ponzi group can't withstand the capital squeeze of these two major groups.
Things are getting more and more interesting. Brother Yi is actually Xiaorong's husband. So, he invited Xiaorong here tonight. His position is obvious. He wants to use this opportunity to criticize us.
Qin Yan touched his chin and looked at the young man in the C position with deep eyes.
It's scary that he is so cunning at such a young age. But, the relationship between these two people seems to be not harmonious. Is this just a show for us? Well, it's possible. After all, they are husband and wife, they fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed.
Qin Yan started to imagine like crazy again.
Yi Tian naturally didn't know what these people were thinking.
He gently put down his wineglass and said, Fat Wei, as you can see, Xiaorong is indeed my wife in name only.
Yes, yes. Pang Wei wiped his sweat and nodded repeatedly. This guy is not someone you can afford to offend. As a husband, it's neither right nor proper for you to stand by and watch your wife in trouble, right? Yes, yes.
Regarding the Xiao Group's capital chain,
I know what to do.
Fat Wei didn't wait for Yi Tian to finish his words and took the lead in expressing his opinion. I will call the presidents of the 5 major banks and ask them to rescind their decision.
Yi Tian looked confused. How is it related to the 5 major bank presidents?
He originally wanted to lend 100 million to the Xiao Group to help them tide over the difficulties. Qin Yan immediately retracted his decision, and the 2 presidents took out their cell phones to make calls.
Xiaorong stood there in a daze. I know who I am. But what am I doing? Why were these 2 foxes so respectful to Yi Tian, a wimp? They unblocked him with just a few words?
Yi Tian stared at Xiaorong and said calmly, Woman, I believe you will soon be able to empathize with me.
I don't understand what you're talking about, and I don't know what you're doing. Sorry, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now.
Xiao Rong rushed out.
I have to leave, my phone is about to explode.
When he took it out and took a look, he saw that it was a call from the presidents of the 5 major banks in Haijing, all of whom said that they could immediately provide low-interest loans to the Xiao Group.
What on earth is going on? Who is the fat woman next to Yi Tian? If Su Weiwei was there, she would definitely be confused. Xiao Rong's thoughts were completely confused and her brain was blank. Let us talk about the private room. The atmosphere is a bit cold.
Fat Wei squeezed to Yi Tian's side with an embarrassed look on his face and said, Yeezy, I really don't know the relationship between you and Mr. Xiao.
I will drink 3 cups as punishment.
After saying that, he gulped down 3 glasses of wine in a row, and Yi Tian couldn't stop him. Yi Tian patted Fatty's shoulder and said with a bright smile, I suspect you are here to cheat for wine.
Fat Wei laughed awkwardly, ha 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 ha.
Seeing this, Murasaki hurriedly signaled the female stars to warm up the audience, some to sing and some to dance. Soon, the atmosphere in the private room warmed up and the party lasted until the early morning. The crowd dispersed. Yi Tian was a little tipsy, and Xiao Yao stayed by his side, supporting him.
Shame on you.
I haven't drunk like this in ages.
It's not shameful at all.
Let me say, young Master Yi, you are so powerful today. With just a few words, you have sealed a deal worth 200 million.
Oh my god, 200 million.
I can never make that much money in my entire lifetime.
Xiao Yao's eyes were full of admiration.
It takes a normal working class 4,000 years to earn 100 million yuan, which is from the Xia dynasty to the present. You only need 1,000 years, which is already very impressive.
Yi Tian joked.
Xiao Yao blushed, stop making fun of me, Master Yi. The two walked along the road and when they passed the intersection, they happened to meet some people walking their dogs. Xiao Yao was so scared that she quickly hid behind Yi Tian.
Seeing this scene, Yi Tian just smiled faintly. Xiao Yao, where do you live?
Xiao Yao pointed to the apartment building ahead and said, it's right in front, just 1 block away.
Is it convenient for me to sit at your place? Well, it's convenient. Xiao Yao's face flushed. Xiao Yao lives in an ant apartment, which is only more than 30 square meters.
However, although it is small, it has everything you need except a kitchen.
A book and actor's self-cultivation is spread out on the bed.
The house is a bit messy, Mr. Yi, please sit down wherever you want.
I'll go get you a glass of water. Xiao Yao rushed into the bathroom in a panic.
Yi Tian looked around the room that carried the dreams of a young girl.
The poster on the wall was none other than Zi Qi. Mr. Yi. Xiao Yao's timid voice sounded. Yeah.
Yi Tian turned around and saw a girl wearing only a bath towel.
What are you doing? Yi Tian suddenly panicked and his eyes widened.
Xiao Yao lowered her head, her cheeks burning, and pretended to take off the bath towel.
Yi Tian quickly took off his clothes and helped Xiao Yao put them on.
He smiled bitterly and said, don't get me wrong.
I really just came up to sit down. I didn't want to do anything else at all.
Oh.
Xiao Yao was a little disappointed. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Xiao Yao, you lied to me in the private room just now.
What?
Xiao Yao was shocked.
In fact, you have never owned a dog.
Not only that, you are also afraid of dogs. Yi Tian smiled and tapped the girl's forehead.
My family lives in the countryside, and I've raised dogs since I was a child. I naturally know that people who raise dogs are never afraid of dogs. Just now, when I was crossing the road with you, you were scared by a border collie and hid behind me. This is a conditioned reflex.
Xiao Yao's eyes turned red when her secret was exposed. I'm sorry. You don't have to say sorry to me. I don't mean to blame you.
Yi Tian came to the balcony and stretched.
You didn't hesitate to put down your dignity and bark like a dog. In fact, you did it to attract attention. Am I right? The girl stared at the man's back in a daze.
His words were like a sharp knife piercing her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes.
She choked and said, yes, I can do nothing except being a stinking skin.
I have no connections, no background, no backing, and no money.
I can only rely on this to stand out. I want to make money, and I don't want to be looked down upon anymore. I'm sorry. Master Yi, I really didn't mean to lie to you. You think I'm exaggerating, right? I'm exaggerating because I'm afraid. If I act like a piece of wood or stone, will I get any attention? I'm actually afraid of being forgotten. As for the big performance, I'm worried about how to be elegant. Does the world still praise silence? If it's not explosive enough, how can there be topics for me to brag about and become a great entertainer? Yi Tian sang a non-standard song called Fukua, which perfectly matched the girl's mood. Raising his hand and gently wiping away the tears on the girl's cheek, Yi Tian chuckled and said, "Anyone who is willing to put down his dignity for success deserves respect. From today on, you are my sister. Come to Building 1 of Imperial Bay tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you. See you there." After saying that, Yi Tian left in a leisurely manner, leaving the girl with an unforgettable back view. The girl chased out the door and shouted, "Brother Yi Tian, my name is Yuqin Xiaoyao. The night wind feels cool on my body." The young man under the streetlight rubbed his cheeks vigorously and muttered to himself, "Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Why would you just push her down? Why do you want to take her in? Why?" Chapter 10. From today on, you are my brother. This night is destined to keep many people awake. For example, Su Weiwei, who drank a special slimming drug and lost 10 pounds. Yuqin Xiaoyao, who was inexplicably recognized as Yi Tian's sister Xiao Rong, who solved the group's crisis with a confused look on her face. Qin Yan, who wondered whether Yi Tian's sudden appearance would lead to his entry into the business world. And Fat Wei, who suffered a gout attack due to excessive drinking. Yi Tian had no idea whether others could fall asleep, but he slept soundly and slept until dawn. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a glass of organic milk specially supplied by the community ranch on the bedside table. Yi Tian stretched out his body, hummed the little song swelling and went into the bathroom to wash up. After everything was done, Yi Tianxiao went downstairs and saw his mother holding Yuqin Xiaoyao's hand and chatting with her. "Brother Yi Tian." Yuqin Xiaoyao hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Her outfit today is less mature but more pure and cute, giving people the feeling of a little girl next door, and she looks pleasing to the eye. "Good morning, Xiaoyao, have you had breakfast?" "Well, not yet." Yuqin Xiaoyao shook her head. She hadn't slept all night. She ran to the entrance of Diwan Bay at 4 o'clock in the morning and squatted there. She didn't stay there until 6 o'clock when she was brought in by the housekeeper at Guang. Breakfast is the emperor's meal, lunch is the minister's meal, and dinner is the beggar's meal. How can we not eat breakfast? Yi Tian asked Yuqin Xiaoyao to come to the table and personally helped her serve a bowl of porridge that his mother had heated up. The housekeeper at Guang, who was not far away, carefully took out his notebook and wrote down Yi Tian's wise words. "Rich people, whatever they say is the truth. Thank you, brother Yi Tian." Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes were red. Apart from her parents, no one had ever been so kind to her. "Brother Yi Tian. Xiaoyao swears that from today on, she will be your loyal little dog for life." Yi Tian had no idea what Xiaoyao was thinking about, and he felt a little melancholy. What he said to Yuqin Xiaoyao last night was purely to show off. It is true that he is rich, but he knows nothing about the entertainment industry. He doesn't even know why he asked Xiaoyao to meet him. The butler, a Guang, has a wide network of contacts and might know someone who's an expert in this field, but he's only a butler after all. As the master, how demeaning would it be to ask the butler questions? Never mind. Don't worry about it for now, just do today's system sign-in first. Yi Tian looked at the time. There were less than 2 hours left before signing in for the third day. "Is it okay for you not to go back to the group for rehearsal today?" Yi Tian asked casually. Yuqin Xiaoyao quickly stood up and replied, No, I've already asked for leave from the group. Don't be so reserved, treat this place as your home. Yi Tian laughed. "Okay, brother Yi Tian." Yuqin Xiaoyao rubbed her eyelids, feeling very warm in her heart. After breakfast, the mother pulled Yi Tian aside and asked about Yuqin Xiaoyao's identity. After learning that she was a friend of the big boss, the mother could not hide the disappointment on her face. What a beautiful and gentle girl. It would be perfect for her to be a daughter-in-law. What a pity. Since he came back too late last night and didn't prepare the pancake ingredients, Yi Tian didn't plan to set up a stall today. He just chatted with Yuqin and Xiaoyao at the rooftop swimming pool to kill time. Through the conversation, he learned that the girl group Yuqin Xiaoyao belonged to was signed with a small star incubation company. There were a total of 7 people in the girl group. Because Yuqin Xiaoyao had no background or connections, and her talents were average, she received the least resources. Even if she got a role, it was always a maid or servant, and she only had 1 or 2 lines. Yi Tian felt quite emotional.
It was not easy for a grassroots person who was not born in a formal school to become a big star.
Millions of people crossed the single plank bridge, and there were piles of bones underneath.
Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Yi Tian raised his hand and touched the girl's hair.
Brother, you are so good to me. I feel that I don't deserve it. Yu Qin Xiaoyao's eyes turned red and she was about to cry again. Yi Tian scolded, don't say such things again.
Yes, I won't say anything.
Yu Qin Xiaoyao was frightened. Woof? You. Yi Tian couldn't help laughing and shook his head. We were chatting. Yi Tian's cell phone rang.
He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Pang Wei with a row of crying emojis.
What's wrong with you? Yi Tian smiled and replied.
Of his 3 new friends, Qin Yan, Fat Wei, and Zi Qi, he preferred Fat Wei because he was more genuine. Qin Yan, on the other hand, was a bit more superficial. His words and actions were too perfect, impeccable, and he was a very cunning person. As for Zi Qi, perhaps because he had met too many people and realized how chaotic the social world was, he kept a certain distance from everyone.
Perhaps this situation would change over time. Who knows? Gout. I want to die. Fat Wei replied.
How can you get such a strange disease at such a young age?
Are you home?
I can't go anywhere except home.
Woohoo, Brother Yi, my life is so miserable.
Wait, I'll come see you. Yi Tian took Yu Qin Xiaoyao to Pang Wei's house. They are both in the same community and are not far apart. It only takes about 15 minutes to take the shuttle bus specially prepared for the owners in the community. When I arrived at the door of Pang Wei's house, I saw from afar this human-shaped cylindrical figure leaning on a crutch, standing at the door like a wife-waiting cliff.
Brother Yi. Let you show off. Yi Tian followed Pang Wei into the house and looked at his right foot, which was swollen like a steamed bun.
He suddenly remembered that he still had a blight-eliminating pill, which was a reward for signing in yesterday.
Yi Tian's mind flashed and he said, Fat Wei, have I ever told you that I once had a master who taught me medicine? No, Brother Yi, can you cure diseases? Pang Wei blinked.
Yi Tian gave Yu Qin Xiaoyao a look, and the latter quickly brought over a glass of boiled water. Yi Tian handed the 100 disease elimination pill to Fatty Wei and said, I have almost forgotten my medical skills, but before I went down the mountain, my master gave me a pill that can cure all diseases.
If you trust me, take it. If not, forget it. Fat Wei said in distress, gout is an incurable disease. I've tried countless folk remedies and none of them worked. But I believe what you say, Brother Yi.
Don't even mention a cure, just relieve the pain.
I really want to chop off my own legs right now.
Fat Wei grabbed the pill and stuffed it into his mouth, then gulped down the boiled water and burped.
Yi Tian looked at Fat Wei with a smile.
It was only about 5 or 6 minutes before Fat Wei's face turned strange. He rubbed his legs and said, it feels so warm.
My feet don't hurt anymore. My master is a master in medicine.
The medicine he prepared is of course effective.
It's a pity that there is only one pill. Yi Tian nodded secretly and gave the system a thumbs up. A few more minutes passed.
Not only did the swelling in Pang Wei's feet completely disappear, he was even able to walk.
Gout symptoms completely disappeared. Fuck. This is a fucking miracle drug.
Fat Wei was ecstatic, jumping and dancing around the hall, then hugged Yi Tian and said with tears of gratitude, Brother.
From today on, you are my real brother. You are several years older than me, and you call me brother?
You have the nerve to call me that, but I feel embarrassed to listen. Yi Tian pushed Pang Wei away with disgust, and at the same time, there was a buzzing sound in his head. The cooldown time for the super rich sign-in system has arrived.
Chapter 11 Mom, I want to go home. There's nothing to think about, just sign in. Ding, sign in successful, system reward 1 billion yuan.
Sign-in cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds.
Is that it?
Yi Tian was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the message from the bank. The balance on your card is 1.135 billion and 1,720 yuan. Well, there were still tens of millions of dollars left in the bank, and now another billion has come. After all, with the previous 2 sign-in experiences, Yi Tian is still relatively calm. He put away his phone and said to Fatty, who was still happy, Fat Wei, I want to make Xiaoyao famous.
What do I need to do?
Fat Wei is a man who is serious when he should be serious, and never serious when he shouldn't be serious. Upon hearing this, he quickly suppressed his smile and said, Brother Yi, there are many ways to praise an actor. It depends on how you want to praise him, how much money you plan to spend, and to what level you want to praise him. Yi Tian glanced at Yuqin Xiaoyao, who was standing uncomfortably, and said, I have already acknowledged Xiaoyao as my sister.
What position do you think I want to promote her to?
Fat Wei glanced at Yuqin Xiaoyao with a deep gaze, feeling a little shocked. He had never expected this girl to be so capable that she could eat Brother Yi to death in just one night.
How could she be so well off? I'm asking you a question, why are you looking at Xiaoyao?
Yi Tian kicked Pang Wei, who hurriedly said, Brother Yi, I'm not an expert when it comes to supporting actors.
But I can introduce you to a well-known artist management company in the circle.
Through their team packaging, they have made many first-line stars famous.
Otherwise, I can help you make an appointment?
Yi Tian nodded, pulled Yuqin Xiaoyao to sit beside him, and said with a smile, Don't be nervous, I'll take care of everything. Yuqin Xiaoyao blushed and hummed heavily, Thank you, brother. Fat Wei strolled around and started making a phone call. Hello, Brother Qi, it's me, Fat Wei.
Hey, long time no see, where have you been? Come over for lunch at noon? I'll introduce you to a buddy.
Okay, that's it, I'll wait for you.
Do you want me to send someone to pick you up at the airport? No need?
Okay, okakok.
Done.
Fat Wei hung up the phone with a smile. He's in Xinjiang, but he'll fly over soon.
Let's have lunch together.
Yi Tian nodded and said, See you at noon, I'll go back with Xiaoyao first. Don't worry, if you're not busy, I'll call Lao Qin over and we'll play mahjong together.
Pang Wei was not willing to let Yi Tian go just like that.
He hugged his arm and looked so shameless that it made people both angry and amused.
Yi Tian looked helpless. Xiaoyao, do you know how to play mahjong? Well, I know a little bit. Go call Lao Qin.
Okay.
Not long after, Qin Yan came running over.
After entering the room, he said with a smile, Shan Kai Tong, how many millions are you prepared to lose this time?
Stop talking nonsense. I was just unlucky before. Today I must win back even your pants. Fat Wei snorted. Young Master Yi. Old Qin. Qin Yan smiled and swung his fingers. After a while, they became familiar with each other. He and Yi Tian officially became friends. Now that everyone is here, let us start the show. The location is the mahjong room on the top floor. Qin Yan smiled and said, How high did young Master Yi usually play cards with others? Yi Tian thought for a moment and said, 1 or 2, 5 at most.
Playing cards with relatives during the Chinese New Year and gambling for fun is about the same as this.
Fat Wei was shocked. So big? What a rich man. Qin Yan widened his eyes and swallowed deeply. Ha! Yi Tian was stunned and spat, Damn it, 1 or 2 pieces are too big? What's the point of playing mahjong then? Not much, not much. Ah, not big.
Qin Yan and Pang Wei hurriedly shook their heads and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Yi Tian had no idea that these second-generation rich people counted money differently from ordinary people.
1 cent equaled 10,000, and $1 equaled 100,000.
Usually they entertained themselves by playing with 1 or 2 cents, which was 10 or 20,000, and the winnings or losses were about 1 million.
Yi Tian was lucky. He accidentally increased the amount tenfold. He is truly a wealthy man, even his leisure and entertainment are so exaggerated. I must squeeze into this circle no matter what. Qin Yan swallowed deeply, thinking that there was only more than 10 million in his card. He felt a little weak. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's mine. Yi Tian looked at Yuqin Xiaoyao and said with a smile. I understand, brother.
Yuqin Xiaoyao smiled sweetly, but something remained unspoken in her heart. If it's just a few bucks.
I actually have the money to give it to you. After all, it means I've already stepped half a foot into the entertainment industry. However, reality soon overturned the innocent fantasy of the naive Yuqin Xiaoyao.
In the first game, Yuqin Xiaoyao was lucky and won against Qin Yan, and the total amount including the flour was 8 yuan. Qin Yan sighed, asked Yuqin Xiaoyao for the QR code, and swiped 800,000 yuan. Seeing the 6-digit gambling money that suddenly appeared in the bank card, Yuqin Xiaoyao's face turned green with fear, and she hurriedly showed her phone to Yi Tian. Brother, this.
Yi Tian took a look and suddenly realized.
It turns out that 1 yuan means 100,000 yuan in gambling. Yi Tian smiled calmly at Yuqin Xiaoyao, signaling her to stay calm.
I'm calm, calm. I really can't be calm, brother.
Yuqin Xiaoyao felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, with all the pores on her body open.
800,000. What is the concept?
She has never seen so much money in her life.
This is enough to build a building in my hometown. Mommy, help me. I want to go home. Time passed quickly and a morning passed quickly.
After the final calculation of the results, Yuqin Xiaoyao won 60 yuan, Yitian won 40 yuan, and Qin Yan and Pang Wei lost 50 yuan each.
Brother Yi, Lao Chi is almost here. Why don't we stop here today? Pang Wei asked tentatively. Okay, let's play when we have time. I really don't have much interest in playing mahjong.
Yitian stretched and said, let's go and meet this old Qi.
The group immediately drove to the restaurant.
When going upstairs, Yuqin Xiaoyao gently pulled Yitian's arm and said, brother, I will transfer the 6 million to you now.
Why are you transferring your winnings to me? I can't take this.
Yuqin Xiaoyao shook her head repeatedly, her tone firm. Brother, you have helped me so much, how can I still take this money?
You really don't want it? I really don't want to.
Seeing that Qin Xiaoyao insisted on doing so, Yitian nodded secretly and transferred 4 million to her, and then she returned the 10 million to Qin Yan and Pang Wei respectively.
Fat Wei looked at the transfer record, his face changed and he said, Brother Yi, what do you mean? Brother Yi, you.
Qin Yan was also a little confused. Yitian patted the two on the shoulders and said with a smile, if you treat me as a friend, then don't talk nonsense.
Besides, this is what Xiaoyao meant.
Yuqin Xiaoyao bowed and said, as the saying goes, make friends with drinking, not gambling.
I can't take your money. Fat Wei was very interested. How do you explain this?
You see, your drinking buddies all hope that you drink more, for fear that you haven't drunk enough. And your gambling buddies, although they are good friends on the surface, actually have bad intentions in their hearts and want to win your money. Yuqin Xiaoyao said with a red face. Qin Yan clapped his hands and gave a thumbs up, saying, what a great way to make drinking buddies, not gambling buddies.
Xiaoyao, you really impressed me. How about we be drinking buddies instead of gambling buddies? Okay, it's my honor.
Yuqin Xiaoyao carefully pulled Yitian's arm, it's all because of my brother's good teaching.
Don't flatter me. This is the first time I've heard this. Yitian laughed. Mr. Pang.
At this time, a voice came from behind Yitian, and a man in a neatly dressed suit walked in.
Chapter 12 Qi Xinghua, I kowtow to you. Fat Wei smiled and stood up, shook hands with the man, and introduced him, Old Qin, you know him.
This is my buddy, Yitian, the boss of Dolphin Group, and this is Xiaoyao. Qi Xinghua nodded, exchanged a few brief words with Yitian, and then took a seat. Yitian discovered that although Qi Xinghua behaved low-key, his words were full of pride. From this point, it was not difficult to judge that his identity and background were at least on the same level as Qin Yan and others. Brother Qi, please fly over here.
Actually, there is something I want to discuss with you in person. As the cups and chips were clinking, Pang Wei brought the topic back on track.
Boss Pang, there's no need to beat around the bush with our relationship.
Let's be frank.
As long as it's something I, Qi Xinghua, can do, I will definitely do it, even if it means going through fire and water.
Yitian remained silent and made an overall judgment on Qi Xinghua's personality.
He spoke very beautifully. Like Qin Yan, he was a person with a keen mind.
Fat Wei grinned and pointed at Yitian, my brother wants to help his sister Xiaoyao get promoted. You are a veteran in this circle, so see if you can help.
Qi Xinghua glanced at Yitian and Yuqin Xiaoyao, and said with a smile, there is no problem with your face, stand up and let me see your figure.
Okay.
Yuqin Xiaoyao quickly stood up and turned around. As a member of a girl group, dancing is a basic skill and can be done easily.
Okay.
Qi Xinghua waved his hand, motioning Yuqin Xiaoyao to take a seat, and said to Yitian, she has a first-class figure and face. How about this, young Master Yi, my company just happened to be connected to a play, and it's missing a female role.
Let Miss Xiaoyao play it first, and slowly accumulate popularity and passerby likeness.
After a year or so, when she has a certain reputation, we can find a way to create some scandals and spend a little money to buy a hot search or something. Not to mention becoming a top star, it's no problem for her to become a second or third tier star. As for what happens next, it depends on Miss Xiaoyao's own ability and whether she can get the favor of capital.
Miss Xiaoyao, what do you think? Okay. I can do it. Yuqin Xiaoyao's face flushed with excitement. Female number 4.
This is a character with a lot of lines. All the roles she played before were female number 18.
To put it bluntly, she was just an ordinary person. Yi Tian shook the glass, drank the wine in it, and said with a smile, "What's good about it? You are my sister, Yi Tian. Playing the fourth female role is a disgrace to me. And it takes a year and a half to become a second or third tier star. This speed is too slow."
Xi Xinghua raised his eyebrows, but cleverly concealed his displeasure with small gestures. He is young, but he speaks very arrogantly. As a veteran in a celebrity agency, he has seen many such scenes.
There are countless rich second generations like Yi Tian.
Just for a night of pleasure, they spend millions to let their women enter the entertainment industry. After a little training to become so-called stars, they feel very proud to take them out as girlfriends, mistresses, second mistresses, or third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, or eighth mistresses. In Xi Xinghua's heart, Yi Tian had long been classified as a rich second generation who did not work properly. Although he thought so, he couldn't say it out loud.
Xi Xinghua smiled and said, "Master Yi, what do you mean? Find a reliable crew and let Xiaoyao be the female lead.
At the same time, connect her with some of the most popular variety shows right now, such as Running Girl Group, Extreme 6+1, and King Bomb vs. King Bomb. Within 3 months, I want Xiaoyao to become a well-known public figure."
These extremely arrogant words stunned Xi Xinghua. He looked at Pang Wei in horror.
The latter shrugged his shoulders and smiled playfully.
Ahem. Mr. Yi, are you kidding me?
What you just said are all top variety shows in the country.
Do you know how much it costs to push a newcomer in? Xi Xinghua swallowed his saliva. Yi Tian's shocking words made him dare not underestimate his power anymore. Don't talk to me about money. I hate it. Just calculate the bill and send it to me.
Yi Tian took a bite of food, put it into his mouth, and said with a smile, "Xiaoyao, I said I would make you a top star. You are the top star, I mean it."
Brother.
Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes were red with excitement. "Sorry, I have to go to the bathroom first." If she didn't leave now, Yuqin Xiaoyao was afraid that she would cry and embarrass Yi Tian. As soon as Yuqin Xiaoyao left, Pang Wei came over and said in a low voice, "Brother Yi, let me tell you something you don't want to hear. Xiaoyao is indeed a good girl, but she's not worth spending so much money to promote."
What did you two do last night?
No, I don't mean any harm. I'm not trying to pry into your private affairs. Yi Tian patted Fatty Wei's broad shoulders and said with a smile, "For me, the only value of money is that it makes me happy.
I feel very happy doing this, so I did it. It has nothing to do with Xiaoyao. Don't make wild guesses.
Nothing happened between Xiaoyao and me.
I treat her as my own sister."
Fat Wei looked confused.
Nothing happened? Just spend a lot of money to promote it? What the hell?
I have seen many wealthy people, but this is the first time I have seen a super rich person like Yi Tian. Xinyan clapped his hands lightly, his eyes blazing as he said, "Brother Yi's spiritual level is far superior to mortals like us. Fatty, we'll never be able to catch up with Brother Yi in this lifetime." On the other side, Xi Xinghua had already finished his calculations. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Based on what young Master Yi just said, I did a quick calculation. Or should we just forget it? Just tell me how much money you need."
Yi Tian glanced at him. If something can be solved with money, does it count? Does it count?
Okay. Xi Xinghua said with a determined heart, "Well, Mr. Pang and I are buddies, and I really didn't ask for an exorbitant price.
Being the female lead in a movie is easy. I can bring in money and spend 300 to 400 million. If that doesn't work out, how much does it cost to put together my own crew? It's also hard to get on those top variety shows. A single variety show, pushing a newcomer in, would cost at least 50 to 80 million per season. Add in PR fees and so on. All in all, it would be at least 300 million.
Xinyan almost failed to grab the wine glass, and Pang Wei's face changed with fright.
300 million. What is the concept? Their group's annual net profit is at most this much. Only 300 million? I'll give you 500 million.
Yi Tian said casually, "Lao Chi, go and negotiate with those variety shows immediately, and take care of the crew's affairs."
Xi Xinghua's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. He hugged Yi Tian's thigh and said, "Young Master Yi, no. Brother. Are you serious?" Yi Tian looked down at him. "Why, do you think I'm kidding you? Waiter. Bring the wine."
Xi Xinghua was a good drinker. He drank a bottle of mutai from the bottle, his eyes red as he said, "Brother Yi, leave this to me.
I will definitely do it for you perfectly. 3 months. No.
Within 2 months, I will make Sister Xiaoyao a national idol. Yuqin Xiaoyao happened to come in and was a little embarrassed when she heard the other party calling her little kiln sister.
Yi Tian smiled and said, "What little Yaojie? Can it be any more offensive?
Just call her Xiaoyao.
Xiaoyao, it's settled.
You'll go with Lao Qi later.
I'll pay for the termination fee and everything."
Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes were red. She sat next to Yi Tian and choked up, "Brother, I don't deserve you to be so nice to me." "Silly girl, whether it's worth it or not is not up to you to decide, only what I say counts."
Yi Tian was in a good mood and flicked the girl's head. Qi Xinghua, under the influence of alcohol, asked, "Sister Yuqin, can you sing?"
"Well, Sister Yuqin, this name is okay."
"No, don't call me sister, I can't bear it."
"I learned it for a while, but I don't sing very well," Yuqin Xiaoyao said hurriedly.
"As long as you can sing, that's fine."
"So, I'll arrange a song for you and ask Mimi Yin to write it. Then I'll get you on Singer in His Time and win the championship. Meanwhile, I'll start preparing for the crew to connect with other variety shows."
"Is that okay with you? Grand champion? I can't even sing well. How can I possibly win it?"
"The judges won't agree," Yuqin Xiaoyao exclaimed.
Qi Xinghua smiled and said, "With Sister Qin, you can rest assured.
The purpose of the mentors and judges is to cleverly use their words to push our chosen candidate to the championship throne."
Yi Tian nodded and clinked glasses with Qi Xinghua.
"Just for what you said, I'll give you another 300 million, a total of 800 million.
After all, it costs money to get those mentors, doesn't it?"
Qi Xinghua fell to his knees. "Brother, let me teach you a lesson, just for fun."
"That's not the way to do it. Stand up and talk." Yi Tian didn't bother to pay attention to the dumbfounded and ridiculous expressions of Qin Yan and Pang Wei. He rubbed Yuqin Xiaoyao's head and said, "Don't have any psychological burden. The profit is yours, and the loss is mine."
Yuqin Xiaoyao was completely stunned and didn't know how to respond.
800 million. My brother spent 800 million to promote himself. Brother, I won't let you down, absolutely not.
At this moment, Yuqin Xiaoyao secretly made up her mind to repay her brother's kindness tenfold or even 100-fold. Later, the banquet ended.
Qi Xinghua took Sister Yuqin away and headed for Shangjing.
Yi Tian rubbed his neck and began to think about where to go in the afternoon.
"That's right. Get a new phone for your parents and yourself. I bought some clothes, by the way."
"Although my parents' clothes are not patched, they have been worn for many years."
"Mom likes watches, Dad likes belts." So I made a happy decision and went shopping."
"Brother, what are you going to do later?" "If you don't mind me, I'll go with you," Pang Wei said with a smile. "Why should I dislike you?"
Yi Tian rolled his eyes silently.
"I happen to be free, so I'll go shopping with Brother Yi."
Qin Yan asked with a smile, "Where are we going?"
"Let's go shopping first."
"Got it, let's go to the Diamond District."
The extended version of Rolls-Royce carried the three people to the commercial pedestrian street in the city center. It was afternoon, the temperature was just right, and the pedestrian street was bustling with people.
Yi Tian strolled into an LV store with his two men and happened to meet a college classmate. "Fuck. Yi Zi." The man exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?"
Yi Tian looked at the man and said with a smile, "Dong Ming."
"Why did you come to Haijing?" "Song Dong Ming." Yi Tian asked college classmate.
They lived in the same dormitory during college and their relationship was neither good nor bad. Song Dongming's parents are both wealthy businessmen, while Yi Tian comes from a poor family and has a withdrawn personality, so the two sides don't have much in common.
However, it was somewhat surprising to meet in such an environment. Chapter 13, Stop Pretending, You Poor Loser. "Dong Ming, is this your friend?"
A woman walked out from behind the counter.
She had a very hot body and a typical internet celebrity face.
She smiled and took Song Dongming's arm. Song Dongming hummed and introduced the woman. "Yi Tian, my college classmate, sleeps on the upper bunk."
"Oh."
The woman took a look at Yi Tian and saw that he was dressed shabbily.
He didn't have any branded clothes from head to toe.
They were all cheap street stall goods. She immediately lost interest.
"Yi Zi, are you here looking for a job?" Song Dongming asked, picking up a handbag at random.
It was a new model, costing more than 30,000 yuan after discount, and had a good price-performance ratio.
No, I'm here to buy something.
Yi Tian said casually, picking up a sample bag and taking a look. This small bag, which could only hold a mobile phone, lipstick and tissues, actually cost 180,000.
Rich people really know how to play. Song Dongming smiled upon hearing this and couldn't help but say, "Easy, this is just you being disrespectful. We're classmates, why are you pretending? I know your family background better than anyone else.
The affordable mall around the corner is where you should go.
The cheapest bag here costs 5 figures. Pack this one for me."
Yi Tian casually tossed the 180,000 yuan bag to the salesgirl and turned around and said, "Huh?
Dongming, what did you say just now? What the hell? Can you just buy a bag worth 180,000 yuan? Did this poor loser win the lottery?" Song Dongming's heart was in turmoil.
He swallowed hard. Before he could say anything, the internet celebrity next to him was already unhappy and shook his arm vigorously. "Dongming, look at others, then look at yourself, why are you so stingy?
I don't like this 30,000 yuan one, I want his one." Song Dongming rolled his eyes silently. 180,000. Not 18,000. Do you really think money comes from the wind?
At this time, Yi Tian's attention was all on the merchandise. He ignored the two people behind him and asked the shopping guy to pack some handbags, belts, clothes, and so on. Xin Yan, who was not far behind him, whispered, "Fat Wei, look at brother Yi. He's so rich, but he eats and wears so simply.
He buys street goods like LV, look at you now. Aren't you ashamed? Are you embarrassed?"
Fat Wei looked down at the shirt he was wearing, which was designed by a famous French designer. He felt quite ashamed of himself. The roasted chicken leg in his hand no longer smelled good.
He muttered quietly, "I want to learn from brother Yi and live a low-key life from now on." Song Dongming and the internet celebrity heard what the two said clearly.
They were both stunned, with a lot of question marks in their heads.
When did LV become a street commodity? You should also be careful about the limits when showing off, okay? Who are you with? Leave. Song Dongming couldn't stand the internet celebrity girl nagging around, so he came to Yi Tian and said, "We're classmates, so stop acting here. If you can afford these things, I'll perform a handstand and eat shit. If you have money, you have money. If you don't have money, you don't have money. I won't laugh at you. Why are you pretending?
And you brought 2 extras with you.
How much did they pay them per day? 100? 200? Song Dongming sighed. He really didn't want to expose Yi Tian.
It was just that the person next to him was too annoying and made him lose face.
Yi Tian? Yi Tian, Dongming, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I just bought something for myself, how can you be considered pretending? Still pretending. Song Dongming looked helpless.
He reached out to help Yi Tian adjust his collar and said, "I know you've always resented me for treating you badly when I was in school, but that's all in the past. You really don't have to act in front of my girlfriend. You say you're a poor loser with a monthly salary of at most 10,000 yuan, and you spent millions on luxury goods.
Does that make sense? Who are you taking for a fool?" Yi Tian understood and said with a smile, "Is it true what you said just now about performing handstand and eating shit?" Song Dongming's face darkened and he said, "Yi Tian, do you really want to make such a big deal? I advised you with good intentions, but you don't appreciate it. We'll settle the score later, and you'll be the one who gets embarrassed."
Yi Tian smiled and shook his head, "Don't answer irrelevant questions.
You stinking loser. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. Why are you pretending to be a rich man?" The internet celebrity girl felt a little disgusted.
She thought she had met a low-key rich man, but she didn't expect him to be a pretentious guy.
It really insulted her IQ. "Since you're so shameless, don't blame me."
Song Dongming sneered, "I said, if you can buy everything here, I'll stand on my head and eat shit, but if you can't do it, hee.
Hey! Isn't this Mr. Qin and Mr. Pang? What brings you here?"
As they were speaking, a middle-aged man in a neat suit came in from outside and shook Qin Yan and Pang Wei's hands tightly.
"I have nothing to do, so I came out for a walk with my brother. How's business lately?"
Pang Wei said with a smile.
"Thanks to you too, everything is fine."
The middle-aged man was none other than the owner of this LV store.
"Mr. Pang, do you have a brother? Could you introduce him to me?"
"Here."
Fat Wei raised his hand and pointed at Yi Tian, "Brother Yi." "Mr. Yi."
The middle-aged man apologized and held Yi Tian's hand tightly, as warm as a father and son who had been separated for many years.
Yi Tian, who are you? The boss here is Lao Su. Pang Wei said with a smile. Lao Su, my brother is spending money here, is there a discount? Look at what you're saying. What's a discount? We have to give it a huge discount.
Old Su said with a smile on his face to the trembling salesgirls, from now on, when these three bosses come to shop, they will all get a 40% discount.
Yes. Boss.
Swish, swish, swish.
The girls all bowed. Yi Tian's face was not looking good. He glanced at Lao Su and said, Lao Su, don't be mean to me. I need a discount on my purchase? It must be the original price.
Lao Su looked embarrassed. Fat Wei slapped himself hard and said with a sad face, Brother, this is my fault.
I shouldn't have said anything too much. How could you buy discounted items with your status? It's so embarrassing.
I'll treat you tonight and I'll get myself drunk.
Right now.
Even if Song Dongming was a fool, he could see clearly that Yi Tian had really made a fortune. Even his boss came out to support him.
If he didn't escape now, when would he?
But Fat Wei was unwilling to let him leave. He grabbed Song Dongming by the collar and said with a fake smile, Don't be in a hurry to leave, buddy.
We still have some things to do. Song Dongming shuddered. What are you doing? Ding. Consumption success. The balance on your card is 1,133,550,000. The emotionless electronic female voice coming from Yi Tian's mobile phone made the huge store silent. Yi Tian put away his worn-out cell phone with a relaxed look on his face. Song Dongming's face turned pale. 1.1 billion.
This can no longer be described as a nouveau riche, this is a super rich man.
Pocket money of more than 1 billion. Brother Yi is really awesome. Qin Yan sighed quietly.
When he first met Yi Tian 2 days ago, he had always thought that his family background was similar to Yi Tian's, about the same. Now it seems that it is true, except that he is half a caddy of scrap metal, while Yi Tian is 8 tails of diamonds.
Yi Z. I was just joking with you.
Please let me go for the sake of our being classmates.
Song Dongming was really panicked.
Yi Tian smiled brightly. I'm actually very curious, how can you eat shit while standing upside down? Fat Wei volunteered. My shit stinks, I'll give it to him.
Don't. Chapter 14. Willing to give my heart to Brother Yi. After all, we are all civilized people in a civilized society. Faced with this harmless quarrel, Yi Tian asked Pang Wei to scare Song Dongming, the powerful dog, and then let him go. Bullying such a nouveau riche showed his low taste.
In the following time, Yi Tian began to wander around various luxury stores, and the driver stuffed a pile of clothes, shoes, socks, bags, food, and clothing into the Rolls-Royce. It was obviously the most expensive luxury store on this street, but Yi Tian bought things that looked like wholesale street goods. After the purchase was completed, the three returned to Imperial Bay.
Building a 1 Imperial Bay outdoor swimming pool on the 3rd floor. Fat Wei, Lao Qin, is it okay for you not to go back to work in the company and stay with me all day? Yi Tian asked casually. Fat Wei laughed and said, I don't know what Lao Qin is like. I'm just a hands-off boss.
Except for important meetings, it doesn't matter whether I go back or not.
I was very busy before.
I invested in a project some time ago, but ended up causing the group to lose a lot of money.
Now I'm receiving punishment, so I have nothing to do.
Qin Yan did not hide his own scars. Yi Tian chuckled, then I have something I want to trouble you two with. Brother, you say, no matter I go up a mountain of knives or down a wok of oil, I will definitely not even frown.
Fat Wei blinked his little eyes, interpreting the role of a licking dog vividly. Qin Yan rolled his eyes silently. This Fat Wei really knows how to lick. I never realized he had this skill before.
I promised Qi Xinghua 800 million as funds to make Xiaoyao famous, but I'm really tired of these things, so I'll just let you do it. Whether it's setting up a foundation or something else, it's up to you. In short, as long as you can achieve my goal, that's fine.
Fat Wei was stunned and asked in surprise, Brother, you mean, let me take charge of these 800 million Peng Xiaoyao funds? Well, is there a problem? Yi Tian asked back. Of course not. Fat Wei's fat flesh trembled with excitement.
However, before he could finish his words, Qin Yan jumped up and hurriedly exclaimed, Brother, you were talking about Fat Wei and me just now.
You can't forget me.
Yi Tian smiled and said, I just saw that you seemed a little impatient, so I thought I wouldn't bother you anymore to avoid hurting our feelings.
That's not true.
Xinyan stood straight, made a click, clenched his right fist and placed it over his heart, shouting, I'm willing to give my heart to brother Yi Tian.
Fuck you. Lao Qin.
You're such a shameless bastard. Fat Wei cursed in a low voice with a look of contempt on his face.
Do you think you are the only one who can lick? Xinyan continued his movements and responded in a low voice.
Okay, that's settled.
Send me your account numbers and I'll transfer the money right away.
400 million each, and you'll have full authority to manage this fund. Our ultimate goal is to make Xiaoyao famous.
Okay? Yawn. I'm feeling a little sleepy. I'm going to take a nap.
After dividing the 800 million into two parts and transferring the money to Qinyan and Pang Wei, Yi Tian went back to his bedroom on the second floor to sleep.
He was indeed a little tired after walking around for half a day.
Looking at the 400 million yuan that suddenly appeared in his company's account, Xinyan's mouth twitched. This is 800 million yuan, and it feels like my brother spent 800 yuan.
We can see the world of the super rich, but we can't understand it. Lao Qin, what do you think about this money? Pang Wei asked, rubbing his hands. What do you mean? Xinyan was stunned, his eyes sharp. You don't want to do something with this money, do you? I tell you, I won't agree.
Bullshit.
Am I that kind of person? How could I possibly betray brother Yi's trust in me? Fat Wei was furious, jumping up and down and cursing. I'm asking you how to put this money to good use. We can't just accept whatever that bastard Qi Xinghua says, right? Wouldn't all the money end up in his pocket?
Xinyan, who had quit smoking years ago, quietly lit a cigarette. His eyes were sharp as a hawk, his mind racing. Qi Xinghua's algorithm seems to be fine, but it actually has a lot of unnecessary expenses. Take Singer in his time, for example.
Why should we act like grandchildren and give gifts to the mentors? You have products, and I have products too. How much does it cost to just win the naming rights? 200-300 million at most. If we become the exclusive title sponsor, we will be the financial sponsor.
We will have the final say. Not only can we recommend Xiaoyao to become the champion, but we can also boost our product sales, killing two birds with one stone.
As expected of Fox Yen, but I have a better idea.
Fat Wei, nicknamed Sai Zhuge in the business world, licked his lips and said, just invest 200-300 million to start a new variety show and invite some top celebrities like Huang Sanche, Sun Huanlei, and Huang Bo to support Xiaoyao. After one season, it's hard not to think that Xiaoyao will be a big star.
This project can be done. Xinyan tapped the table lightly. I'll contact Ziqi and get a team together. You should also prepare. We'll have a meeting tonight. Okay, I'll go back to the company now.
My Ponzi group doesn't have much in common, but it has a lot of talented people.
You're talking as if my Qin group is much weaker than yours. Xinyan and Pang Wei left in a hurry to recruit soldiers. Night falls quietly.
Yi Tian woke up from his sleep, his fatigue relieved.
He went downstairs to enjoy a delicious dinner with his parents. Son, are you free tomorrow?
The father suddenly asked.
I'm free, what's wrong?
The daughter of your eldest aunt's relative's friend's cousin just graduated from college this year.
I've seen her photo and she's very beautiful. If you're free, go meet her tomorrow. You're successful in your career now, so get married soon. Your mother and I are looking forward to having grandchildren. The father said earnestly. Blind date.
Yi Tian said indifferently, okay, I'll go take a look.
Mother Yi looked pleased. Xiao Tian is sensible. Zhao's villa. Today is the third day that Yi Tian ran away from home. Xiao Rong was eating her meal expressionlessly.
She had a lot of things to deal with at the company during the day, so she couldn't think of much about Yi Tian. But once she calmed down, the face of this loser would suddenly pop up in her mind, with its own sound effects. Woman, be polite to me. You should change your bossy attitude.
Who are you talking to? Isn't it just that you hooked up with a rich woman? Why are you so arrogant? It's not your own. Xiao Rong couldn't help but curse. What rich woman? Father Xiao asked after a moment of surprise. No.
Xiao Rong realized that she had lost her composure and shook her head quickly.
Grandma's 90th birthday is coming up in a few days. Don't forget it. Many important figures in the political and business circles will be there to celebrate. I know. I've prepared a birthday gift for Grandma. What happened between you and Yi Tian? No.
Remember to inform him that he must be present for such an important occasion, otherwise we will be laughed at for not knowing the rules.
What qualifications does Yi Tian have to attend Grandma's birthday party? Aren't you guys divorced yet?
He's your husband in name only.
Chapter 15. The delivery guy is humble online.
Late at night, in the top-floor conference room of Qin Yan's villa in Emperor Bay.
Dozens of elites from the Qin group and the Ponzi group were arguing fiercely.
The topic of this argument. Oh no, there was only one topic for the meeting, which was how to maximize the interests of the group while making Yu Qin Xiaoyao famous.
800 million.
This is not a small amount of money, and we must ensure that every penny is spent wisely.
And these happen to be what the elites are good at.
As the initiators of the meeting, Qin Yan and Pang Wei closed their eyes and rested calmly, but their brains were actually working fast, constantly absorbing various proposals and ideas from the elites and compiling these ideas. Ziqi supported his chin with his hand, his eyes filled with resentment.
What on earth happened during the whole day I went to the studio to work?
Why did I hear that Master Yi had put up 800 million to support Yu Qin Xiaoyao the moment I returned? Yu Qin Xiaoyao, what magic did that girl who was good at imitating dog barks have that could have captivated Master Yi so much?
She's not actually feeling unbalanced.
As a top star in China, she has no shortage of resources. She just laments the fickleness of the world.
She thinks about how much effort she put in to climb to where she is today, while Xiaoyao, oh, I really envy her.
With such a supportive partner, it's hard not to be famous. Ziqi, see if you can invite your boss out so that the four of us can form a team.
We can make money together and promote artists together. I really like the new artists in your company.
They are very popular among the public. Qin Yan said with a smile.
Of course, that's no problem. I can message the boss right now to see when he's free. But I'm still confused. Did young Master Yi really transfer the money to you? Isn't he worried that you'll run away with the money? Ziqi's three perspectives were completely overturned.
After all, they had only known each other for 2 days. To hand over 800 million to someone else, this young Master Yi was either the biggest idiot in the world or the richest man in the world. There was no other option. Fat Wei took a deep breath, his words full of admiration. I'm not afraid to tell you, a few hundred million is just Brother Yi's pocket money, he doesn't take it seriously at all. It is really difficult for ordinary people like us to guess what young Master Yi is thinking.
Qin Yan sighed softly.
You two guys.
Murasaki was quite speechless.
Even after knowing them for so many years, this was the first time he saw them speak so highly of their peers.
You guys keep going. If we don't come up with a feasible solution today, no one can leave.
Fatty slammed the table. This group of elites from world-renowned universities such as Harvard and Cambridge immediately started a new round of quarrels.
Yi Tian was completely oblivious to all this.
He was currently sleeping soundly on the soft bed, sometimes forming a big character, sometimes forming a one character. Ding, check-in successful, the system rewards a super rich takeaway experience card. Sign-in cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. As soon as Yi Tian opened his eyes, he heard the system prompt sound.
He clicked on the Shinhao takeaway experience card and took a look. Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh and clenched his fists tightly. Really?
There is no free lunch in the world, you must use your hard-working hands to create wealth.
Expired chicken soup comes unexpectedly.
Super rich takeaway experience card, complete 10 takeaway food tasks and receive a random reward each time, within 24 hours.
Go downstairs and have breakfast.
After breakfast, Yi Tian began to prepare the ingredients for pancakes, which could be found everywhere in the kitchen of more than 200 square meters. Everything was ready. Yi Tian rode his beloved tricycle and went out humming a little tune.
Watch Yi Tian leave. Butler Ogwine sighed softly, pulled out his notebook, and wrote flamboyantly.
Rule 122 of success: the more talented, the harder you work. The super rich all started from the bottom of the society, seeing the whole picture from a small part, and observing the whole from a small corner.
Pop.
Closing the notebook, Ogwine bowed deeply in the direction Yi Tian left.
Learned something again today. Awesome. Ding.
The Shinhao takeaway experience card was used successfully. First order Huzhou Huayuan A201, hand-pulled pancake plus grilled cold noodles plus pancake plus cold noodles.
Huzhou Garden? It seems to be just ahead.
Yi Tian staggered to the entrance of the flower garden, prepared the food skillfully, and trotted inside.
Stop, what are you doing?
The dedicated security guard stopped Yi Tian.
I'm delivering food, and someone ordered food. Yi Tian replied.
I'm sorry, this is a gated community, no outsiders are allowed in, but you can contact our owner and ask him to come down and get it.
Okay. Yi Tian dialed the buyer's number, and soon a woman's lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Hello?
Hello, you ordered takeout, right? I'm at the entrance of your community, but the security guard won't let me in.
If it's convenient for you, come down and get it yourself. What the hell?
You asked me to come downstairs to pick up takeout so early in the morning.
Is this how you do business? I don't care. You have to deliver it to me. Otherwise, not only will I not pay you, I will also file a complaint against you. That's it. Snap.
The communication was disconnected.
Yi Tian was confused.
What the hell, I encountered such a weirdo on my first order.
Beep. Beep.
Behind him, a Maserati slowly drove up. The security guard hurriedly stood at attention and saluted, Mr. Liang. The man called Mr. Liang got out of the car and trotted to Yi Tian, his face full of excitement. Mr. Yi.
I remember you, Liang Quan, general manager of Guamao. Yi Tian grinned. That's right. Liang Quan lowered his eyebrows and said submissively, Mr. Yi, are you, delivering food? Well, this is my hobby, but I can't enter your community. Are you an owner of this community? Can you take me in? Of course. I'll even help you deliver it.
Liang Quan glared at the surprised security guard and cursed, You look down on me.
How dare you stop my boss, Mr. Yi? What are you standing there for? Why don't you open the door?
The young security guard almost cried.
What the hell? Is this how rich people play now? Now. Yi Tian entered the community in Liang Quan's Maserati. Mr. Yi, which one do you want to take you to? I'll take you there. A 201. A 201? Liang Quan was stunned. Why, do you know the owner of this house? I do know her. She is, my friend. Liang Quan felt a little embarrassed. Yi Tian understood immediately and said with a smile, A mistress is a mistress, what's the point of a friend? The red flag is flying at home, and the colorful flags are flying outside? Ahem, Mr. Yi, you really know how to joke. Come to A201.
Liang Quan opened the door, led Yi Tian in, and shouted, Shichi, Mr. Yi is here, come out and pour tea, quickly.
Dang dang dang. Soon, a young woman in sexy pajamas ran out of the back room. Where is Mr. Yi?
Yi Tian raised the pancake in his hand and said, This is the takeaway you ordered.
The young woman's face darkened and she cursed, How did you get in here, you stinky delivery man?
You disturbed my sleep.
Hate it. The smile on Liang Quan's face froze instantly and he turned around mechanically. Yi Tian, wow, you ordered takeout this morning.
When the takeout is ready, of course I have to deliver it to you as soon as possible.
How can you blame me? You should be reasonable, right? Woman, hey Tue. Why would I bother trying to reason with a stinky delivery guy like you? Who do you think you are? A black shadow flashed. Then there was a snap. The young woman was blown away.
Liang Quan was so angry that his whole body was shaking.
Shrew, you shrew. How dare you talk to Mr. Yi like that? Who gave you the courage? Chapter 16, Waterfall View and Failed Blind Date.
The woman fell onto the sofa, completely stunned. She has been with Liang Quan for almost a year, and Liang Quan has never hit her or even said a harsh word to her.
Did he take the wrong medicine today? Etc. Mr. Yi? Could it be that the young man delivering the hand-pulled pancake is Mr. Yi?
The woman just felt that her 3 views were overturned.
Liang Quan's dark face twisted as he apologized hurriedly, Mr. Yi, she's ignorant. Please don't bother with her. I apologize on her behalf. If you're still not satisfied, give her a beating. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. When it comes to who is the best bootlicker, Liang Quan admits to being second and no one claims to be first. Fortunately, this is modern society.
If it were in ancient times, he had no doubt that Liang Quan would chop the woman to pieces on the spot, or give her to himself as a slave as a gift.
Yi Tian waved his hand and said, Let's talk it over, why use violence? Yes, Mr. Yi is right.
Liang Quan lowered his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Why don't you come over here and apologize to Mr. Yi quickly?
Mr. Yi, I'm sorry.
The woman came over hurriedly. It's no big deal, take it. The moment Yi Tian handed the takeaway to the woman, a system notification sounded in his head: complete 1/10 of the Godly Rich Takeaway Experience mission, and receive a reward of 10 million.
What? Yi Tian was shocked on the spot. Why is it only 10 million?
I worked so hard to deliver a takeaway, but was only rewarded 10 million.
Is this fair and legal? Just a random sign-in yesterday was worth 1 billion.
No, we have to get to work quickly.
Leaving now. Yi Tian ran away.
Mr. Yi, don't be in a hurry to leave, let's have lunch together.
Liang Quan said hurriedly. Let's talk about it another day. I have to deliver the takeaway first.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tian had already disappeared.
Liang Quan took a deep breath and looked at the woman with a look of disappointment.
The woman's cheeks were slightly red.
He said angrily, Look at Mr. Yi. He's worth billions and still delivers food. What about you? All you do is sleep and go shopping.
The woman lowered her head in shame.
Liang Quan's tone softened. Fortunately, Mr. Yi has a good temper and didn't make a fuss about it. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Come in and sleep with me. Woman?
Complete 2/10 of the Super Rich Takeaway Experience mission and receive a reward of 50 million. Complete 3/10 of the Super Rich Takeaway Experience mission and receive a reward of 15 million. After completing 8 takeaway tasks in one go, Yi Tian checked his bank card and found that the balance had only increased by 350 million.
Well, shit is hard to eat and money is hard to earn. The ancients were right.
However, since it was a random reward, Yi Tian earned 2 bingxiao through the task, which made him feel a little more balanced.
My father and mother are old and don't have any major health problems, but they have many minor ones. This is just right for them to eat. There are only 2 orders left, come on.
Yi Tian boarded the tricycle in a standard posture and rushed to the next mission point. Complete 9/10 of the Super Rich Takeaway Experience mission and receive the Lushan waterfall viewing picture as a reward.
What is viewing the waterfall at Lushan Mountain? Yi Tian was a little surprised.
He took it out from the system space and unfolded it. It was an ancient painting with profound artistic conception, poems, and several seals.
The signature in the lower left corner was Tang Yin. Awesome, it's actually a painting by Tang Bohu. Yi Tian was secretly astonished.
As a top student from a prestigious university, even though he had no experience in the antique business, he knew what Tang Bohu's paintings meant to contemporary collectors.
How much money you have is one thing, what matters is the collection value. Yi Tian rolled up the scroll and stuffed it into the tricycle.
The Emperor Bei was big enough, so he would find some time to hang it up.
There's only one task left, Xinyuan Internet Cafe. After a while, Yi Tian came out of the Internet Cafe.
The last task was not bad, and the system gave him a reward of 100 million. Now he has a total of 760 million in his bank card, including the money he hasn't spent before.
Bite. The phone rings, answer it. Is that Yi Tian?
It was a girl's voice on the other end of the phone.
It's me, and you are? I'm 1-1. Didn't we agree to meet today? I'm already in the cafe. When will you come? Hey! Yi Tian slapped his forehead.
I was so focused on my mission that I forgot I'd promised my parents to go on a blind date. I hurriedly said, sorry, something got me delayed.
I'm very close to the cafe. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Good. 5 minutes later. Yi Tian parked the tricycle in front of the coffee shop and walked in.
Sitting by the window on the left, I saw 2 young girls, both in their early 20s, both looking pretty good. One of them had some freckles on her face, and the other had a chubby face.
Are you Yi Tian?
Freckles 1-1 was a little surprised.
Yes, it's me. You are 1-1, right? Hello. Yi Tian extended his hand politely.
Freckle 1-1 had a strange expression on her face. She shook hands with Yi Tian perfunctorily. After they were seated, she pointed out the window and said, My uncle told me that you're an executive at a big company, but why did you get off the tricycle selling pancakes? Selling pancakes is actually my main business.
Yi Tian told the truth without hiding anything. Selling pancakes is the main business? What the hell?
The chubby-faced guy next to 1-1 burst out laughing. 1-1, you always say you meet weirdos on blind dates.
I think this something guy is the real weirdo. He sells pancakes, ha 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 ha.
Freckles 11's face was gloomy, no longer her ladylike image. She slammed the cigarette and lighter on the table and lit a cigarette.
I didn't expect that this was the kind of person they introduced me to. Those so-called relatives are truly unreliable. Freckles 11 puffed out a cloud of smoke and snorted, "You, a lousy pancake seller, want to date me? Do you deserve it? Do you have a car? Do you have a house? Do you have savings? If you have nothing, what's the point of having a girlfriend? Go play with your hands." Yetion wanted to explain, but was rudely interrupted by Freckles 11. "What do you mean by you? Besides looking like a human, what else do you have? Staying with you for one more minute is a waste of time. Idiot. Let's go."
Having said that, she pulled her best friend out.
What else can Yetion do except shaking his head and smiling bitterly? Why do girls nowadays speak so directly and harshly?
Just as Yetion asked the waiter to pay the bill, a Lamborghini, a Rolls-Royce and a Porsche stopped at the door of the cafe one after another.
2 men and 1 woman got out of the car.
There were 2 men, one fat and one thin, and the woman had a good figure and was wearing sunglasses.
Even so, Freckles 11 recognized the other person's identity at a glance and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! It's Zichi! The big star Zichi! Zichi, can I take a photo with you?"
The guy with the chubby face was also very excited. If you happen to meet a big star on the street and can take a photo with him or, you can show off on your WeChat moments. There's a reason why Murasaki is so popular.
He has a very good temper. He smiled and nodded, "Can you two wait a moment?
I'll take a photo with you after I find the person I'm looking for."
Okay. One with freckles and chubby face trembled with excitement.
Just then, Yetion came out of the coffee shop and bumped into Qin Yan in Pangwei.
He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Hey, why are you two here?" "Zichi is here too,"
Fat Wei said with a smile. "The 3 of us were just about to go meet the boss of Huang Entertainment.
Lao Qin spotted your car. Brother, if you're not busy, let's go together." "Okay, I've just finished my work."
Yetion nodded. "You guys go first, I'll ride my tricycle over there." Qin Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, stop it.
No one rides a tricycle to meet the boss.
He's a member of society after all, so give him some face.
Here, Lamborghini, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, take your pick. I'll get an employee to help you take the tricycle home." "Okay, then I'll choose to ride in Zichi's Porsche," Yetion said without thinking. Murasaki chuckled, "Why? It's pleasing to the eyes."
Yetion turned over and got into the passenger seat, while Zichi said to the 2 fangirls, "Okay, the person I'm waiting for is here, let's take a picture." One had freckles, a chubby face, bulging eyes, and her chin almost hit the floor.
What is going on?
Why would the big star Zichi and these 2 big boss-looking guys respect Yetion, a poor pancake seller, so much?
Sister Zichi, do you know Yetion?
After taking the photo, Freckles 11 plucked up her courage and asked timidly.
Murasaki wondered, "Who are you?" "Brother Yetion. It was my fault just now. Please forgive me. I apologize to you."
Freckles 11 rushed to Yetion and screamed.
Yetion nodded, "Okay, I forgive you. Well, can we talk? I happen to have nothing to do today."
Freckles 11 said hurriedly.
"You don't deserve it." Yetion twitched the corner of his mouth. "Zichi, drive. Step on the accelerator." 3 luxury cars left the scene one after another.
Freckles 11 sat dejectedly on the ground, crying bitterly. It was not until this moment that she realized what she had missed. She completely missed the chance to turn a sparrow into a phoenix.
Chapter 17. Young Master Yi is about to explode from boredom. Huang Entertainment is the largest local film and television entertainment company in Haijing.
It has a history of 100 years since its establishment, and has made dozens of top stars who are no less famous than Murasaki.
It has a high reputation in the industry. The boss is named Jiang Yingtian, and people in the circle call him Mr. Jiang.
On the way to Royal Entertainment, Zichi briefly told Yetion the purpose of the trip, which made Yetion speechless.
How can these 2 bastards be so unreliable?
I just told them to make this project a success and make Xiaoyao famous, but why are they trying to organize a variety show for no reason? Yetion crossed his arms, and his annoyed look made it clear what he meant at a glance. "I'm not happy."
Ziqi said hurriedly, I was there when they had the meeting last night. This is the most economical and cost-effective method.
Instead of helping Xiaoyao get on various variety shows, it's better to start her own business. This way, not only will it save money, but it will also bring huge profits to the company. If you have a girl you like in the future, you can also use this method to make her famous.
It's a win-win situation. Whatever you want. Yi Tian snorted. Obviously, Qin Yan and Fat Wei had misunderstood his meaning. Who cares about the profit? I want to be the master of money, not its slave. Soon, the group of 4 arrived at the entrance of Royal Entertainment Group.
A tall and handsome young man came forward with a smile. Sister Ziqi, Brother Qin, Brother Pang, Master Yi.
Oh, Mr. Jiang. Fat Wei asked in surprise, aren't you filming in Shengjing? When did you come back? I just came back this morning. The old man asked me to take good care of you.
Zhang Shengfeng said with a smile. Through Pang Wei's introduction, Yi Tian learned that this young man, who was almost the same age as himself, was Jiang Yingtian's only son, the future heir to Huang Entertainment, and a typical rich second generation who was born with a diamond key in his mouth.
Several people walked in, talking and laughing. Many passing artists subconsciously stepped aside and respectfully called out boss.
Zhang Shengfeng waved his hand, signaling them to get busy, and led the 4 people upstairs.
There is a small garden on the top floor with many exotic flowers and plants.
As soon as we sat down, we were served delicious champagne. I'm really sorry, but the old man is old and not in good health. The doctor told him to get enough rest. Today, I will discuss cooperation with you.
If the 3 CEOs don't mind.
I have to say that Zhang Shengfeng is very polite and well-mannered.
Ha, how could that be? I'm already flattered that you can meet me in person, Mr. Jiang.
Pang Wei laughed and handed the project book to Zhang Shengfeng for review. Yi Tian hated this kind of formal occasion, so he left his seat and looked around while drinking champagne. He saw an open-air dance floor below where a group of beautiful young ladies were practicing dancing, all dressed quite coolly.
Ziqi came to Yi Tian with champagne and explained, this is the girl group recently cultivated by Royal Entertainment, called the Glory Girls Group. Do you want to go down and take a look?
Yi Tian pointed and said, you are not a man, you won't understand, being condescending actually has its own unique flavor.
The corner of Ziqi's mouth twitched. Ziqi, you are also participating in this project. Who do you think is more suitable to serve as a foil for Yu Qin Xiaoyao?
Zhang Shengfeng suddenly asked. Ziqi apologized and returned to Zhang Shengfeng and mentioned a few names.
Bored, Yi Tian took the elevator downstairs and started wandering around the Royal Entertainment Company.
This was the first time in his life that he had such close contact with so many stars, and he felt everything was very new.
Rooftop garden. Zhang Shengfeng smiled strangely and said, ladies and gentlemen, is there something about my poor hospitality that has displeased young Master Yi? From beginning to end, Yi Tian only said 3 words to Zhang Shengfeng, hello.
Please. Fat Wei patted his fat cheeks and said with a distressed look, don't worry, Mr. Jiang, this has nothing to do with you.
It's my and Lao Qin's fault. How? Young Master Yi is a hedonist who doesn't care about money at all. He gave this money to me and Lao Qin with only one goal in mind, to make Yu Qin Xiaoyao, young Master Yi's godsister, famous. Lao Qin and I felt that spending money like this was too much of a waste, so we decided to create our own variety show. Unexpectedly, this upset young Master Yi. I don't understand. What do you mean? Zhang Shengfeng frowned slightly. Qin Yan sighed, it's obvious that Master Yi really doesn't like trouble.
Especially formal meetings, because he doesn't care about this little money at all. To him, over $1 billion is just pocket money.
Who would invite a group of people to a meeting just for a little pocket money? People at different levels think about problems in different ways. Zhang Shengfeng is stunningly beautiful. Holy crap! Over $1 billion is just pocket money?
Even Mr. Sikong from Wanda doesn't have such a big tone.
Who exactly is young Master Yi? Zhang Shengfeng asked cautiously. Qin Yan shook his head and said, young Master Jiang, it's best not to ask.
Just know that he bought 51% of Dauphin Group's shares out of boredom, spent $800 million to make his sister famous because he liked her, and rode a tricycle to sell pancakes every day just for fun.
In short, you can't use ordinary people's thinking to guess his thoughts.
Zhang Shengfeng covered his pounding heart. He has seen many second-generation people, but this is the first one at Yi Tian's level. Zhang Shengfeng made up his mind that even if he would suffer a little loss in this cooperation, he must establish a good relationship with Yi Xiao.
Don't like formal occasions? This is very simple, so why don't we just not have a serious meeting? Bang!
Zhang Shengfeng snapped his fingers and asked his subordinates to clear out the banquet hall downstairs to hold an impromptu party.
I think this is a great idea. Fat Wei gave a thumbs up. At this moment, Yi Tian, bored to the point of exploding, was wandering around the company.
He stumbled upon another indoor dance studio.
Before he could even enter, he heard the man's loud roar, "Fuck you, you're so dumb and you still want to be a star? You're nothing. I'll give you one last chance. If you dance well, stay. If you don't, pack up and get out of here as far away as you can. Do you hear me?"
Listen, I heard it," a weak female voice sounded.
Yi Tian was curious and pushed the door open.
There were more than 10 women in the dance practice room, aged between 18 and 22, all chatting and laughing while watching the fun. A sissy male dance teacher with pigtails pointed at a woman in the corner and yelled at her. The scolded woman had tears in her eyes, but she still forced herself to smile and danced gracefully, waving ribbons. Perhaps because she was too nervous, she accidentally stepped on the ribbon and fell down, and her long legs, which were already covered with bruises, were bleeding.
Waste. Trash. The dance teacher cursed. Get out of here. From today on, I never want to see you again. Teacher.
The woman hugged the dance teacher's legs and cried, "Please give me another chance, I can do it, I can do it."
Fuck you. Get out of here. You're really wasting my time.
The dance teacher pulled back her legs and clapped her hands towards the other girls, saying, "Come on, everyone, follow me and repeat the dance we did just now.
1 big, 2 big, 3 big, right." Chapter 18. Aren't you just a cleaner?
The woman who was kicked out of the girl group rubbed her eyelids and limped towards the door. The loneliness and despair in her eyes made Yi Tian feel the same. When he was in the Xiao family, he was always like this, helpless and confused.
But he was much luckier than the woman.
At least he had the support of the system, while the woman was like a fly in a glass bottle that could not see the exit and could only try blindly to break free from the shackles.
Who are you, the one at the door? The dance teacher noticed Yi Tian and shouted in a shrill voice, "Who let you in?" "Sorry, I'm cleaning." Yi Tian grinned and hurriedly left the dance practice room. Soon the woman came out.
She looked at the empty corridor and the young cleaner, and her emotions finally exploded. She burst into tears, curled up on the ground, hugged her legs and cried loudly.
"What are you crying for? If you want to cry, go home and cry. You're disturbing our rehearsal, okay?"
The dance teacher's scream interrupted the woman's crying, and her sobbing turned into silent wailing. After an unknown amount of time, the woman felt someone gently pushing her arm. She raised her head with tears in her eyes and saw a handsome face full of sunshine. The man was holding a pack of tissues in his hand.
"Thanks."
The woman took the tissue while sobbing, wiped away her tears hastily, hugged her legs and stared at the floor blankly. "Cleaner?"
"Yeah."
Yi Tian replied casually, then sat down next to the woman and asked, "Have you been practicing dancing for a long time?" "Well, I started dancing when I was 6, and it's been over 10 years.
"My name is Ning Xiaodong, and what about you?" "Yi Tian."
Yi Tian said lazily, "Although I don't know how to dance, logically speaking, you have practiced dancing for so long, you wouldn't make such a low-level mistake."
"Is your leg injured?"
Ning Xiaotong was stunned, and subconsciously touched her slightly swollen ankle, and said with red eyes, "Arthritis."
"No wonder, why do you want to be a star so much?" Yi Tian asked casually.
Ning Xiaotong shook her head.
"I don't really want to be a star.
I know my own limitations.
I just want to be a professional dancer so I can make a lot of money. My father is sick and in the hospital. He needs a lot of money for surgery. Do you want me to lend you some?" Yi Tian smiled brightly.
Ning Xiaotong smiled with red eyes. "Come on, you're just a cleaner, what can you lend me? Besides, even if you lend me money, I may not be able to pay it back."
"Wow, little sister, don't look down on me. Although I am a cleaner, I also have other jobs," Yi Tian said proudly. "Other professions?"
Ning Xiaotong blinked her big eyes.
"My main job is selling pancakes."
Ning Xiaotong was speechless, rubbing her knees covered with bruises and bloodstains.
"Thank you, Yi Tian. I feel much better now. What's your WeChat number? Let's add each other as friends.
I'll take care of your business when I'm free."
"No problem. Drop."
The two added each other as friends. Ning Xiaotong stood up, said goodbye to Yi Tian, and limped towards the locker room. Her lonely figure soon disappeared.
Oh, my brother, my dear brother. Why are you here? I almost called the police. Pang Wei rushed over in a hurry. What are you doing? Yi Tian said unhappily, it's all because of you. You've made something entertaining so formal, it's not fun at all. I was wrong. Isn't it okay that it's all my fault?
Brother, young Master Jiang said that we have free time in the afternoon and will hold an internal dinner in the evening.
Many celebrities will come to attend. Yi Tian nodded, that's better. If you do this to me again next time, humph. Hey, no, I swear I won't do that again. The two were talking.
The door to the dance practice room behind him suddenly opened.
The dance teacher screamed, who are you? Which department are you from? Don't you know they're rehearsing inside? If you want to make a noise, go back home and make a noise. What the hell are you doing, you lousy sweeper? Believe it or not, I'll fire you. And you, fat ass, what are you doing? Yi Tian. Fat Wei.
Without a word, Fat Wei raised his hand and slapped the dance teacher, who must have weighed at most 120 pounds. He was slapped back to the dance floor, covering his face and sobbing, Ugh, what's wrong with you?
Why are you hitting me? Ugh. Security. Damn it, you dare to call me a fat bastard? I'm not fat, I just have a big frame, you know nothing. Pang Wei jumped up and down and cursed. Yi Tian. Just you wait. Don't run if you dare.
The dance teacher screamed.
Ha ha ha.
Fat Wei pinched his waist and said, I'm going to stay here and see what you can do to me. Soon, a large group of professional security guards rushed over. The dance teacher grabbed the security captain's arm as if he had seen a relative and said, it's this fat guy who hits people for no reason.
Who are you?
The security captain didn't know Pang Wei, so he looked him up and down and asked.
Who am I? Go ask your young master.
The security captain's pupils narrowed slightly as he reported carefully to the higher-ups. At this time, Zhang Shengfeng and Qin Yan appeared at the end of the corridor. A large group of security guards dispersed to the left and right. Zhang Shengfeng asked in surprise, Brother Pang, what's wrong? This guy called Mr. Yi a cleaner and called me a fat guy. I couldn't help but slap him in the face. Pang Wei said. Zhang Shengfeng's face instantly drooped, and he pointed at the dance teacher, how dare you offend my distinguished guest? Get out of here, and never let me see you in Haijing again. The dance teacher was struck by lightning, his legs limp as he fell to the ground. His arrogance was gone. He hugged Zhang Shengfeng's thigh tightly and said, Boss, please don't fire me. I didn't mean to. I didn't know these two were your guests. I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. I deserve to be beaten. As he said this, he slapped himself a dozen times. Zhang Shengfeng said expressionlessly, have you offended me? The dance teacher was a smart man. He quickly turned to Fatty and said, I was wrong, brother. I was really wrong. I can't lose this job. Fat Wei glanced at Yi Tian and said, Brother, look at this. The dance teacher was horrified. It seems that this young man is the real center of attention? Bang! The dance teacher hugged Yi Tian's thighs and said, Please, spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. If I lose this job, I can't even pay the mortgage. Get up. Yi Tian hooked his finger, signaling the dance teacher to get up, then turned to Zhang Shengfeng and said, Mr. Jiang, I heard from Pang Wei that you have prepared a banquet tonight? Yes. Zhang Shengfeng nodded. Those who are qualified to perform are all second-tier or higher artists. The show should be very good. Yi Tian said casually, Well, I like a female dancer named Ning Xiaotong in your company. Let her perform on stage as well. Who is Ning Xiaotong? Zhang Shengfeng fell into deep thought. There were too many artists in the company. How could he have the time to pay attention to a female dancer who was not even an 18th-tier artist? The people around also looked confused. Never heard of it, don't know it. Ning Xiaotong. Ning Xiaotong. The dance teacher exclaimed, I know her. I'll go find her right now. Zhang Shengfeng snorted coldly, Go quickly. After saying that, Zhang Shengfeng turned to Yi Tian and said with a smile, Young Master Yi, it's almost noon, what should we eat? It's all right. Master Jiang, you arrange it.
After being busy all morning, Yi Tian was indeed a little hungry. Chapter 19: Yi Xiao's personality charm.
It was mid-afternoon and the streets were bustling with people. Ning Xiaotong squatted on the side of the road, carrying her luggage filled with clothes, feeling confused about the future.
Where to go next? What to do? The rent is about to expire. How should I explain it to the landlady? How should I pay for my father's surgery? Countless practical problems hit this 19-year-old girl.
Yes, she just looks mature, she is actually only 19 years old.
As she thought about it, Ning Xiaotong's eyes became hot and she couldn't help shedding tears.
But at this moment, the cell phone rang. Ning Xiaotong was slightly startled when she saw the caller ID. She wiped away her tears, calmed down, and then answered the phone. Teacher Ermu.
Sister, where are you?
The dance teacher asked with a flattering look.
Ning Xiaotong? The simple yet luxurious lunch ended.
At Jiang Xingfeng's suggestion, Yi Tian followed him to visit the entire Huang Entertainment Company and met many stars that could only be seen on TV. Although these stars did not know Yi Tian, seeing that Jiang Xingfeng was very respectful to Yi Tian, they were all polite and courteous. After a circle of friends, Yi Tian had more than a dozen new friends. Brother, if you are tired, take a rest first. Lao Qin and I are enough to take care of the cooperation.
Pang Wei said hurriedly when he saw Yi Tian yawning. You know what, I'm a little sleepy indeed. I need to take a nap. Yi Tian stretched.
Jiang Shengfeng was so smart that he winked at his secretary. The secretary, who had a hot body and a pair of beautiful breasts, immediately led Yi Tian to the lounge with a sweet smile.
Mr. Yi, please come this way.
Our company has a lounge specially prepared for VIPs. Jiang Shengfeng said, Young Master Yi, have a good rest.
I'll call you when it's time for the dinner. Okay.
After taking the elevator upstairs with his secretary and arriving at the lounge, Yi Tian threw himself on the soft bed and soon felt sleepy. Just when Yi Tian was about to fall asleep, the door of the room opened. A fragrant breeze blew over. When Yi Tian opened his eyes, he saw a stunning woman in red appear in the room.
Who are you? Yi Tian was stunned.
The woman in red bowed and said, Hello, Mr. Yi.
I am a professional masseuse hired by Mr. Jiang. My name is Gigi.
I would like to ask if you need a massage to relax your body. No need to guess, this must be what Jiang Shengfeng meant.
Yi Tian smiled and said, Okay. I have to say that the masseuse Gigi's technique is quite professional.
After a series of operations, Yi Tian's bones were so soft that he kept saying it was so enjoyable. I wonder how much I should charge for hiring a professional masseur like you. Yi Tian asked with his eyes closed while enjoying the massage on his temples. Gigi said, a masseur of my level only needs 200,000 yuan a month, or 2 million yuan a year.
It's only 2 million. It's very cheap. Yi Tian yawned and thought about finding one for his parents so that they could enjoy life too.
It is not enough to just have a big house, the supporting facilities must also be complete.
Just thinking about it. Yi Tian suddenly felt his vision darken.
When he opened his eyes again, he saw Gigi pulling the curtains. She had changed her clothes into a barely visible gauze.
What are you going to do? Yi Tian widened his eyes. Mr. Yi, don't be nervous, relax. It's easy to say, how can I not be nervous? Yi Tian sat up. You, put on your clothes.
Gigi looked disappointed and said aggrievely, Is it because I am not beautiful or have a good figure?
Yi Tian rolled his eyes silently and said righteously, I'm not the kind of person you imagine. Between men and women, besides that kind of thing, can't there be something else? Isn't it good to just chat about life and ideals? Yi Tian's words amazed Gigi.
Gigi was indeed a professional masseuse at Royal Entertainment, but she was also a humble tool, provided by Jiang Xingfeng specifically to please his clients and bosses. Over the past 3 years, she had experienced many bosses, but no one had ever said such words to her. For a moment, Gigi felt a little sad. Why did God punish me like this, not letting me meet this gentleman when I was pure and innocent?
Why?
Gigi had no idea that Yi Tian regretted it the moment he said this.
As a young man in his early 20s, how could he have no other thoughts about beautiful women? He was already very depressed last time when he declined Yuqin Xiaoyao's self-recommendation in order to show off. Now that a top beauty has come to his door, he would miss her.
Yi Tian rubbed his palms, trying to make up his mind and take off Mansi's hat first. Before he could speak, Gigi had already shed 2 lines of tears, and her heartbroken look made Yi Tian tangled. What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I was wrong. You are a gentleman. I shouldn't have treated you like one of those sex-hungry ghosts. Actually, I'm quite hungry too.
After being a son-in-law in the Xiao family for a year, he had never even touched Xiaorong's hand.
Woo. Gigi seemed to recall the sad past and couldn't help crying.
Yi Tian wanted to hug the woman to comfort her, but was pushed away. Gigi said with tears in her eyes, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, my body is not clean anymore, I don't deserve you to be so nice to me." After saying that, she left the room crying, leaving Yi Tian with a confused look on his face.
I'm so angry. Don't leave. Hello? Another lounge.
After listening to Gigi's report, Zhang Shengfeng gently waved his hand, dismissed Gigi, and said to Pang Wei, "You're right.
Mr. Ye's determination is truly amazing. He doesn't care about money or beauty. He really shouldn't use the honey trap."
"It makes me look cliched," Fat Wei said as if it was a matter of course, of course.
If young Master Yi was just rich, how could someone as proud as me possibly recognize him as my big brother? His personal charm is unimaginable. You'll naturally be attracted to him after spending some time with him.
Zhang Shengfeng remained non-committal and looked at Qin Yan.
Brother Qin, then our cooperation is finalized.
The three parties will each invest 200 million to produce a top-notch variety show. Qin Yan nodded, put down his cigar and said, "Tomorrow I will apply to the group for a transfer from my original position and devote myself to running this new project."
"Mr. Jiang, Ning Xiaotong is here,"
the secretary said at the door.
"Please ask her to come in."
Zhang Shengfeng waved his hand, and Ning Xiaotong walked into the lounge in a daze. As an employee of Royal Entertainment, she certainly knew Zhang Shengfeng. Facing the future successor of Royal Entertainment, she didn't even dare to breathe.
Zhang Shengfeng smiled and said, "You are Xiaotong. Don't be nervous. How did you get to know Yi Xiao? No, Yi Tian? Yi Tian?"
Ning Xiaotong was a little confused.
This name sounded familiar. Wait, Yi Tian? Isn't that the young cleaner she met in the corridor of the dance hall a few hours ago? Could it be that he was implicated by himself? Ning Xiaotong said nervously, "Yi Tian, what happened to him?" "Mr. Jiang, all the mistakes are my fault. Don't blame Yi Tian.
I just chatted with him for a few words."
"Taking all the blame on the other person as soon as you meet him, her? You've already impressed Brother Yi so much just after we met that he specifically asked you to perform on stage? Do you think my name Fox Yin is fake?"
Qin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and was already certain that Ning Xiaotong had a close relationship with Yi Tian.
Fat Wei had an expression of expectedness on his face. Zhang Shengfeng smiled and said, "He's fine. I was just asking casually. Are you nervous about performing on stage tonight?"
"Yes, a little."
Ning Xiaotong stuttered. "Don't be nervous, just do your best. I've already made arrangements with the Human Resources Department. You'll report to the CM Group tomorrow." Chapter 20 Ning Xiaotong's Special Hobby.
Ning Xiaotong came out of the lounge with mixed feelings. In just half a day, she had experienced a roller coaster of life. First, she was kicked out of the girl group by teacher Ermu due to poor performance, and her life fell into despair. Then she was called back to the dance practice room and was inexplicably treated as a small-time celebrity.
Now, she has turned into a reserve member of the CM Girl Group? What is CM Girl Group? Others may not know, but doesn't Tishi know?
This is a girl group the company invested heavily in, one of the company's top teams, with resources and a promising future. I heard that each of the 8 girl group members has their own makeup artist, lounge, and PD follow-up director.
What kind of shitty luck do I have? Or am I dreaming?
Ning Xiaotong slapped her face hard.
Pa. It hurts.
As luck would have it, this scene happened to be seen by Yi Tian, who was walking out of the rest area with his anger rising. He couldn't help laughing and said, "As soon as I walked out, I saw the little beauty slapping herself."
Do you have any special fetish? You have a special hobby. Ning Xiaotong blushed and ran over. "Yi Tian, why are you here?" I.
Yi Tian smiled, thinking he might as well come clean.
Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaotong stared at the brand-name chocolate in his hand and said in a panic, You're just a cleaner, how dare you steal food from the rest area? If the manager sees you, you'll be fired. Hurry, put it back." Yi Tian.
Ning Xiaotong forced the chocolate back into the food area of the room.
She said sternly, Yi Tian, don't do this again next time, okay?
Taking something that's not worth it is stealing. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. I know, I was wrong this time.
That's right. Ning Xiaotong waved to Yi Tian and left with a slight limp. I have to go to rehearsal. I have a performance tonight. I'll contact you when I have time. Is your leg okay? Fine. All right.
Watching Ning Xiaotong leave, Yi Tian sighed silently, not knowing whether to say she was naive or stupid. In the blink of an eye, it was evening and the internal dinner of royal entertainment officially began. Although it only lasted half a day, it was still very lively, with plenty of songs, folk arts, and sketches, just like a small gala. Since there was no rehearsal, the stars occasionally had various small problems such as singing out of tune or singing out of tune, but overall it was harmless. For a surprise event with only half a day to prepare, being able to carry out like this is definitely the highest standard in the industry. As the main guest, Yi Tian naturally sat in the main seat with Jiang Shengfeng, Qin Yan, Pang Wei and others, enjoying the delicious food and the dinner, having a great time. Mr. Yi, I have arranged for Ning Xiaotong to report to the CM Girls Group tomorrow.
Are you satisfied with this arrangement?
Jiang Shengfeng asked casually.
CM Girl Group?
Well, we've been training the members of the girl group since they were 16. It's been over 3 years now, and I want to make them a top girl group in the country.
Yi Tian was not interested in these and just said oh.
Soon his eyes lit up and he said, Xiaotong is here.
A dozen women in gorgeous clothes came onto the stage and danced gracefully to Murasaki's loud singing.
Yi Tian crossed his arms and stared at Ning Xiaotong, who was performing hard and her clenched teeth. Ning Xiaotong was so focused on dancing that she had no time to look at anything else.
Naturally, she didn't notice Yi Tian in the audience.
The piercing pain in her legs nearly made her fall down several times. She gritted her teeth and insisted, telling herself that she must not make a fool of herself in front of so many people, as her father was still waiting for her to bring back the medical expenses.
I don't feel any pain. No pain. Not at all.
Ning Xiaotong had a smile on her face, but tears were welling up in her eyes.
When I was a child, I would cry and then laugh. When I grew up, I started crying while laughing.
Even when I cry as an adult, I still have to smile.
Are you an angel or a devil, are you?
Just when Murasaki was singing the climax of the song, an accident suddenly happened. Ning Xiaotong could no longer endure the excruciating pain and fell to the ground on the stage. Teacher Ermu covered her eyes and dared not look down, while the other dancers cried out in surprise. Murasaki was also stunned for a moment. Such a serious stage accident had never happened in her acting career.
I'm sorry.
Ning Xiaotong burst into tears and struggled to stand up, but she had no strength. There was an uproar all around. When tears blurred her eyes, suddenly a familiar figure rushed onto the stage, and a strong arm helped her up. Yi Tian's voice came to her ears. You performed very well, very well.
Yi Tian, what's wrong with you?
Ning Xiaotong wiped away her tears and was lost in thought.
Yi Tian didn't answer Ning Xiaotong.
Instead, he half knelt down and tore Ning Xiaotong's flesh-colored stockings apart, immediately revealing large bruises and scars.
He said loudly, Xiaotong is actually a great dancer. She didn't perform well today because she was injured. Pa.
Qin Yan was the first to stand up and applaud.
Pa. The next one was Fat Wei. Pa.
Then it was Jiang Xingfeng's turn. Led by these three giants, the dinner was filled with thunderous applause. It is not only dedicated to Ning Xiaotong, but also to all those who work hard for their dreams. Ziqi smiled and helped Yi Tian help Ning Xiaotong off the stage.
Boss, I'm sorry.
Ning Xiaotong bowed to Jiang Shengfeng, feeling somewhat guilty.
Jiang Shengfeng shook his head. You don't have to say sorry to me. You've been very good. Sit.
Yi Tian gestured to Ning Xiaotong to sit down, but she didn't dare to do so.
This is the position of the big boss.
Even some major shareholders of the group are not qualified to sit here. Yi Tian didn't care about that and forced Ning Xiaotong to sit on the stool. Jiang Shengfeng smiled and said, Young Master Yi, I've just thought about it carefully.
Xiaotong might not be suitable for a CM girl group. How about this?
Since we have a new variety show coming up soon, let Xiaotong be the main MC, behind Xiaoyao.
Yi Tian nodded, all right, but won't the funds be stretched this way?
After all, the 800 million I took out was specifically used to support Xiaoyao. Fat Wei swallowed his saliva. Brother, what do you mean?
I'll invest another 200 million.
Yi Tian said with a smile, money is a bastard.
You can earn money by spending it. Xin Yan gave a thumbs up, brother Yi, so domineering.
Jiang Shengfeng also praised repeatedly, young Master Yi is truly a great man. Ning Xiaotong has a silly and cute look on her face. She didn't understand a word that several people said.
What 800 million? What 200 million? Besides,
why do these big bosses call Yi Tian, the cleaner, brother and Master Yi?
Am I living in a dream?
Yes, that must be it.
Haha, I'm dreaming, wake up.
Ning Xiaotong raised her hand and slapped her pretty face.
Yi Tian. Jiang Shengfeng. Xin Yan. Fat Wei. Murasaki.
The others.
Chapter 21 Buying a Gift for Grandma.
The beautiful day ended unknowingly, and everyone went back home to find their mothers. During this period, there was one thing that was worth praising. An 18th-tier unknown actor from Royal Entertainment got Yi Tian's WeChat account from nowhere and sent him more than a dozen cool photos.
Yi Tian asked her what she wanted to do.
The unknown actor's reply was a classic, enough to be recorded in history. Mr. Yi, the woman that other men need 2 million to marry, you can only get 20,000 a night for 20,000.
Are you sure you don't want to try it? These words left Yi Tian speechless.
He could only throw down his phone and sigh to himself. The girls in the entertainment industry are really working hard to get to the top. No words were spoken that night, until the next morning.
Before the sign-in system cooled down, I received a message from Xiao Rong, Grandma's 90th birthday is tonight. If you don't want to go, I understand.
I've already prepared your gift.
Yi Tian replied decisively, why not?
I can prepare the gifts myself, so you don't need to worry about it. Xiao Rong, who was standing across the screen from him, blanched at his cold and arrogant attitude. She slammed the table and cursed, waste.
Trash. What's so great about hooking up with a rich woman? I want to see what kind of present you can come up with for Grandma's birthday.
Huang Ying, her best friend, said timidly, Rong, if the gift Yi Tian brings is not good enough, you will also be laughed at by those snobs in the family.
Xiao Rong. Ding, sign-in successful, system reward 2 billion yuan.
Sign-in cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Listening to the system prompt and looking at the 2 billion sign-in rewards that appeared out of thin air in his bank account, Yi Tian felt a strong sense of crisis. I haven't even spent the hundreds of millions I earned from yesterday's mission, and now another 2 billion has arrived.
If this continues, my wealth will only continue to accumulate. When will it end? No. You have to spend money, you have to spend a lot of money.
But this is 2 billion, not 200,000, you can't just spend it. Just as Yi Tian was thinking hard with a serious expression, the housekeeper Guang said respectfully, Mr. Yi, are you worried?
Perhaps I can help you solve it.
Yi Tian glanced at Guang and sighed softly, too much money can sometimes be a worry. Guang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said calmly, I really want to understand your troubles, Mr. Yi, but please forgive me for not being able to empathize with you. After all, I have elderly parents and young children to support, and I struggle hard every day to make a living. Yi Tian nodded, and suddenly an idea occurred to him, your silent team has performed well these past few days.
I'm considering giving you a raise. Do you want one?
Guang's body trembled, and he lowered his bald head and said, Mr. Yi, we are just doing our job.
We have not performed any special performance and are not eligible for a raise.
Yi Tian gave a thumbs up and praised him fervently, I just like your simple attitude. How about this, the original remuneration is 15 million, I will double it for you, 30 million, it's a happy decision, no rebuttal, I saved your bank account in my phone, let me see.
Beep, beep.
With just one operation, 15 million was successfully deposited into Guang's account. Guang's eyes were filled with tears. Mr. Yi, you are the most generous boss I have ever met in my 20+ years of working in this industry.
Bang!
As he spoke, he saluted, placed his right hand in a fist over his heart, and shouted, I am willing to give my heart to Master Yi.
Well, I have to say, Guang has a strong learning ability. You're welcome.
Yi Tian patted Guang on the shoulder and turned to leave the villa. After watching Yi Tian leave, Guang wiped away the tears from his eyes and took out his notebook to write down, Success Law number 123, successful people are generous, low-key, and approachable, just like full ears of rice, always bent at the waist.
Staying with Mr. Yi, I can indeed learn a lot of useful knowledge. Awesome.
Yi Tian strolled around the community, teasing the peacock to make it spread its tail, playing games with the rabbit and alpaca, or taking photos with the pony, as leisurely as a child of more than 260 months old. Just when Yi Tian was having a great time, a large group of men and women in black suits and carrying briefcases hurried past him, with a solemn expression on everyone's face. When passing by Yi Tian, the leader in the black suit stopped and scolded him. How can there be such a low-quality person like you in such an upscale community?
Didn't you see the sign prohibiting trampling on the lawn? Yi Tian? No way. The lawn here is clearly for the residents to relax and get close to nature, right? Do you think it's a tourist attraction? Yi Tian was still confused when the leader in the black suit spoke again. Let go of that alpaca. Can't you see it's already unhappy? Yi Tian turned his head and looked at the alpaca's silly face, then looked at the black suit, and couldn't help but said, "Are you sick? How can you tell that it is unhappy? Boss, it's important to get down to business. If you don't leave now, the boss will be angry."
A female white-collar worker with a good figure and first-class appearance said in a low voice beside him.
The black-suited leader snorted coldly. "Young man, I'll remember you. I will definitely report this matter to the local owner center."
After saying that, the group of people left. Yi Tian was left alone, jumping up and down and cursing.
Where did this mental illness come from?
I'm playing in my own garden and I'm getting scolded. Fortunately, Yi Tian was not a person with a bad temper, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. He didn't have time to argue with this lunatic. He had to consider what gift he should give to Zhao's grandmother since her birthday was tonight. The first gift was a ready-made one, which was the original painting of Tang Bohu's viewing the waterfall at Lushan Mountain given by the system when he completed the task yesterday. He checked it online when he was bored, and found that it was worth about 70 million.
But as a wealthy man, how could he afford such a mere gift? Wouldn't it make him look too low class?
At the entrance of Emperor Bay, Yi Tian asked the security guard to call a special community car for him and head to the commercial street. Grandma is already 90 years old, so a sports car or something like that is definitely not a good gift. Not to mention the long time it takes to buy a car. Even if I did buy it, she wouldn't be able to drive it. Oh, and you can consider milk powder for the elderly.
Well, you have to buy a big brand. Yi Tian, you are such a smart guy.
Yi Tian decisively went to the specialty store and bought a box of the international brand Eman milk powder for the elderly.
As for clothes, it's not easy to buy them.
I have no idea what my grandmother looks like, how tall she is, or what size clothes she wears.
Gold, yes, the elderly will definitely like gold.
Yi Tian muttered to himself as he walked into a gold shop with a cup of milk between his lips.
"Hello sir, feel free to look around and see what you want to buy." The salesgirl came up to me with a smile. "Grandma's birthday is today, and I want to see if you have anything suitable for her," Yi Tian said as he looked around.
Oh. When wishing an elderly person a happy birthday, people usually choose a necklace or a golden birthday peach. We have some ready-made birthday peaches here, take a look. The salesgirl pulled out a small, golden birthday peach from the counter and said, "We're having a sale on this peach. The original price was 33,000 yuan, but now it's 29,000 yuan.
Do you think it's a good deal?" Yi Tian frowned.
The salesgirl understood what he meant and thought Yi Tian didn't have enough money, so she smiled and said, "We have a smaller size here, only 9,800.
That's not what I meant. This birthday peach is cute, but it's too small." Yi Tian gestured and said, "I want a big one." Chapter 22 One by One.
The salesgirl looked at him strangely and said, "Sir, the birthday peaches of this size you want are worth at least several million." Yi Tian said, "Money is not something you need to worry about.
I need it urgently.
It must be done before 9 o'clock tonight." The salesgirl said sternly, "Our gold shop has a dedicated gold vault right here in Haijing.
We can customize any size you want. One day is enough if you don't care about details. Longevity peaches themselves aren't particularly delicate artifacts.
But first, you must tell me how many grams you need."
Yi Tian took out his bank card and slapped it on the counter. "Gram? Tonight is my grandmother's birthday. How can I calculate the gift weight in grams? That would be so embarrassing. How about you just make me a ton of birthday peaches?" Plop. The salesgirl's legs went weak and she fell to the ground. She scrambled to her feet, incredulous. Can you tell me again? How heavy do you want it to be?" 1 ton.
Yi Tian made a big circle with his hands. "It's about as tall as a person. Where did you get this psychopath?
Get out of here now. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Another salesgirl ran over and glared at Yi Tian, obviously thinking that Yi Tian was a scoundrel who was bored and came here to make fun of others. This can't be entirely blamed on the salesgirl.
She's worked in the gold shop for so many years, and no one has ever bought gold by the ton.
The current gold price is 270 yuan per gram, so 1 ton is 270 million yuan.
Any wealthy person with this kind of purchasing power would directly ask the big boss behind the scenes to go to the factory to check out the gold.
How could they be like Yi Tian, buying cabbage at the market? Isn't this just playing tricks on people? You are the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. Am I breaking the law by buying things? Yi Tian was really angry.
He met a crazy person before he went out, and now he met another one. It is really difficult to be a good person with all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor.
Get out of here. Salesgirl B said angrily. What are you arguing about?
At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, looking respectable, came out.
He was obviously the manager of the gold shop. After listening to salesgirl B's story, he raised his lips slightly and said jokingly, "Sir, are you sure you want to order a 1-ton birthday peach? Of course we can make it, but do you know how much it would cost?" Have to. Yi Tian was also a man with a bad temper.
He took the bank card and waved his hand. "You are willing to sell it now, but I am not willing to buy it yet."
"But you, little sister, do you want to switch to another gold shop? This is a big deal. The commission alone is enough for you to live for the rest of your life."
The relatively polite salesgirl said with an embarrassed expression, "Sir, I'm so sorry."
"Okay, bye then." Yi Tian waved his hand and turned to leave. When we got to the door, salesgirl A chased us out and said, "Sir, your breasts." "Thank you." Yi Tian picked up the milk powder for the elderly and turned to leave.
Salesgirl A was lost in thought, feeling as if she had missed something. The store manager laughed and said, "Don't stand there, looking like you're looking for your wife.
You don't really think this poor boy can afford a ton of gold, do you? Ha ha. This is such a funny joke.
I'm going to tell the other store managers at the party tonight, and I guarantee they'll be laughing to death. There are many gold shops in the commercial street, about 6 or 7 in total."
Soon Yi Tian arrived at the second gold shop and looked up at the billboard. Coincidentally, it was the Delongfeng gold shop endorsed by his acquaintance Ziqi. "Sir, what kind of gold and silver jewelry do you need?" The salesgirl came forward politely. Yi Tian held up 3 fingers.
"First, call your store manager over.
This deal is too big for you to make the decision.
Of course, you can still get a commission once the deal is done.
Second, don't doubt my financial resources. Here's my bank card. You can check the balance.
Third, call the store manager quickly.
I'm pressed for time."
Words are obstacles, and clothes are creepy. Seeing Yi Tian's serious words, the salesgirl did not dare to neglect them and rushed into the lounge to find the store manager.
Soon the young store manager rushed out and asked, "Sir, what do you need?"
"Stop talking nonsense and check my bank card balance first, then we can talk about other things."
Yi Tian waved his hand.
The store manager hurriedly held up the bank card to check the balance. There were several young shopping guides in the store, and they all gathered over curiously.
Everyone was stunned when they saw it. Wow, so many zeros. Tens, hundreds, millions, tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions? 25 million?
The store manager's heart pounded, and he angrily shouted, "Go to the hospital and get your eyes checked sometime."
Is this 25 million?
25 with 8 zeros after it, count it on your fingers.
It's clearly 2.5 billion. Oh shit. Holy crap. Holy crap. Everyone in the room was stunned by her beauty. The young ladies all looked at Yi Tian with tender eyes. The legendary rich man.
The store manager carefully held the bank card, lowered his head and approached Yi Tian.
While scolding the other shopping guides to pour tea and water, he asked, "Boss, what do you need?" "Longevity peach. It's the first time I celebrate my grandma's birthday." Yi Tian said concisely. Shodao, I understand. What are your needs?"
The store manager took out a pen and paper to record.
"First, it must be delivered to the location I specify before 9 o'clock tonight." "That's no problem."
Secondly, the birthday peaches must be clearly inscribed and carved, wishing grandma blessings as vast as the East Sea and a long life as long as the southern mountains.
Respectfully presented by Yi Tian Xiaorong. Okay. Third, I want one that weighs a ton. Click.
The ballpoint pen fell to the ground. The store manager was stunned.
A ton of longevity peaches? Can't do it? The store manager hurriedly said, No, we can do it. But this amount is too huge, and we need a deposit. Yi Tian crossed his legs and said, Why ask for a deposit?
Just tell me how much a ton of golden longevity peaches plus the labor cost is, and I'll give it to you directly.
If you dare to cheat me, I will ask Ziqi for an explanation. Anyway, this girl has plenty of money. Murasaki, who was in a meeting at Imperial Bay, responded, HH. The store manager laughed dryly, ha. So, boss, you're friends with our spokesperson, Ms. Murasaki. Well, please take a seat. I'll go calculate the price for you. Hurry up, time is running out, you only have less than 12 hours. Yes.
The manager turned into the lounge and made several calls in a row, the last of which was to Murasaki. Ms. Ziqi, I am the manager of the branch in Delongfeng Commercial Street, Haijing City.
Do you know a young boss named Ji Tian? Murasaki was a little confused. I know him, what happened? It's like this.
Mr. Yi Tian ordered a 1-ton golden longevity peach from us. We were afraid of encountering a scammer, so we called to confirm with you.
Why did he order the longevity peaches? Murasaki wondered. It's Grandma's birthday, and he requested a carving on the birthday peach. Sincerely presented by Yi Tian Xiaorong. The Xiao family's great-grandmother is celebrating her birthday. Murasaki suddenly realized. Chapter 23, Riding a tricycle to celebrate a birthday. After hanging up the call, Qin Yan asked curiously, What's wrong, Ziqi?
In addition to Qin Yan, Pang Wei, and the young master of royal entertainment Zhang Shengfeng, there were more than 100 elite people from the three groups. They were gathered together for a meeting to discuss how to use Yi Tian's 1 billion startup capital. The protagonists Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong were also at the meeting. Ziqi raised his hand, and the elite soldiers all retreated tactfully. Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong were about to leave, but Ziqi pulled them back and said with a smile, Xiaoyao, Xiaotong, you two are very popular around Master Yi now.
This meeting is just for you two. Where do you want to go? Oh, I see.
Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong looked at each other, returned to their seats in a daze, but still didn't dare to say a word. Although there has been a revolutionary change in one's status and position, it still takes time to adjust the inherent inferiority complex. Ziqi didn't make things difficult for them and said with a smile, Today is the 90th birthday of the grandmother of the Xiao group. Our young Master Yi is preparing a gift for her in the commercial street.
Do you want to guess what he bought? Fat Wei laughed and said, What's in the commercial street? It's nothing more than those things, gold and silver jewelry. Ziqi didn't keep the secret and said, Yes, it is indeed gold and silver.
However, our young Master Yi's generosity is so great that you can't even imagine. He ordered a 1-ton longevity peach from the Delongfeng gold shop that I endorse.
Yes, you heard right, 1 ton. WTF.
Qin Yan, Pang Wei, and Zhang Shengfeng looked at each other, their mouths opened in an O shape.
They are all business tycoons, how could they not know the price? A ton of pure gold. Even if you buy it at the lowest market price, it will cost around 250 million. Fat Wei slapped his fat face hard and said with a click of his tongue, Fuck, luckily I was alert that night and called the 5 bank presidents in time. Otherwise, if I really challenged Brother Yi to a duel, he would have killed me in a minute. I spent over 200 million on a gift. What a terrifyingly generous act.
Qin Yan pinched his brow and said, In other words, the Xiao group, or big sister-in-law, is still extremely important in my brother's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much money to celebrate the Xiao family's grandmother's birthday.
Fatty Wei is right. Husbands and wives always quarrel at the beginning and make up at the end.
Zhang Shengfeng didn't know much about the feud between Yi Tian and Xiaorong, so he hurriedly asked. After learning the details, he nodded and said, Why don't we postpone the meeting and go back to prepare the gift?
Fat Wei said hurriedly, Yes, celebrating Grandma's birthday is the most important thing. However, there is a problem here. My brother spent over 200 million right away. Isn't this a bit too much? Even if I calculate it all, I can't come up with 20 million. How to give this gift and what to give is indeed a difficult problem. After all, there are great examples before us. Qin Yan said, I have an idea.
We are far from being as wealthy as my brother.
Since it's a birthday celebration, the most important thing is the thought. We can definitely team up and do something new and different. Zichi blinked her big, watery eyes. You mean? The one who understands me is Zichi. Xin Yan gave a thumbs up.
The others looked at each other. Yi Tian had no idea that the news of celebrating his grandmother's birthday tonight had been leaked inadvertently. After paying the full amount, he found a bench on the pedestrian street to sit down and pondered over the fourth gift. In Haijing, gift giving is a science, and it's very particular. You either give 1 or 4, which is called 4 but not 3. He already has 3 birthday gifts: elderly milk powder, a painting of Mount Lu's waterfall, and a golden birthday peach. So what should he give for the 4th birthday? Yi Tian thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. A clump of hair fell out, which was a real-life example of baldness.
What should I give you? What should I give you?
Yi Tian was walking forward leisurely with the box of milk powder in his arms. Suddenly, he had an inspiration and slapped his forehead. Grandma is 90 years old this year.
There is something she definitely needs and she will definitely like it.
Yi Tian, you are such a clever little ghost. With this in mind, Yi Tian ran away as fast as he could. Night fell and before we knew it, it was already 6:30 in the evening, and there were still 2.5 hours before the birthday party. Yi Tian changed into a set of branded clothes, shoes and socks that he had bought a few days ago, put the milk powder for the elderly, the painting of Mount Lu's waterfall and the mysterious gift in the trunk of the tricycle, and rode to the Xiao family's ancestral home.
At this moment, the Xiao family's ancestral home is extremely lively.
As an old and prestigious family in Haijing, the Xiao family has a history of more than 200 years.
It has a large population and 5 generations living under the same roof.
Many family members who have gone to other places to develop have returned as soon as possible to celebrate the grandmother's birthday together. Xiaorong stood at the door with an expressionless face, looking at Yi Tian, who was dressed brightly and beautifully but riding a tricycle with the sign of Ye's hand-pulled pancake on it.
Do you really want to embarrass me? Ride this thing over here?
Xiaorong shouted coldly, her eyes filled with disgust.
What day is today? Grandma is celebrating her 90th birthday.
You're obviously already hooking up with a rich woman, so why don't you drive your luxury car and instead ride a shabby tricycle here?
If this isn't a deliberate attempt to embarrass her, then what is it?
Yi Tian had long been immune to Xiaorong's harsh words. He leisurely jumped off the bike and expertly locked the wheels and handlebars with an old-fashioned iron chain.
He said calmly, "This is the only bike I have. If not this, what else should I ride? If you feel embarrassed to be with me, you can go in by yourself. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I don't care what birthday gift you prepared for Grandma today, or if you didn't prepare anything at all, you are not allowed to take it out later. I have already prepared it for you." After Xiaorong finished speaking, she turned around and walked inside. She felt uncomfortable all over if she stayed with Yi Tian, this useless hooligan, for even a second longer. Yi Tiankai was too lazy to pay attention to the woman and picked up the gift box and walked in. As soon as I entered the old house, I met a couple walking towards me. The man smiled and said, "Cousin, long time no see. You are getting more and more beautiful." "Hee, cousin, long time no see. You still speak in a pretentious tone like before." Xiaorong raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. "This must be my brother-in-law." Cousin A smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Yi Tian, but Yi Tian was holding the gift box and couldn't free his hands, so he had to give up and said with a smile, "Is my brother-in-law a popular businessman?" Before coming, he had already done some research and found out that his cousin had found the most useless man in the world as her husband. He married into the Xiao family right after graduating from university and had been in the Xiao family for more than a year but was still penniless. In fact, it was an open secret that Xiaorong had found herself a good-for-nothing husband who was 3 years younger than her. The whole family knew about it. "I sell pancakes." Yi Tian grinned, not caring at all about Xiaorong's gradually turning pale face. "Honey, this person speaks so strangely. What kind of thing is Jian Bingguo's son? What an interesting name." The brightly dressed woman next to Cousin A spoke in a coquettish voice, using erhua sounds randomly. Jianbingguozi is a street snack, about 7 or 8 yuan a serving. Cousin A replied, trying hard to suppress his laughter. "What? Street snacks? It sounds unhygienic." "Huh," the woman said with disgust. Cousin A patted Yi Tian's shoulder with a fake smile and said, "Brother-in-law, I'll go try your pancakes when I have time." "Okay, no problem." Yi Tian nodded. Cousin A gave Xiaorong a thumbs up. Cousin, you have excellent taste. You're so good at finding a husband. Excellent. Thumbs up. Cousin A and his wife walked away, but their shrill voices still echoed in my ears. Ha ha ha. Jian Bingguazi, ah ha ha ha. Chapter 24. It's destined to be a pleasant night.
Xiaorong's face turned pale, she gritted her teeth and squeezed out a word from between her teeth. Yi Tian, you really made me proud. Yi Tian glanced at his nominal wife, and raised the corner of his mouth.
If you can talk, say a few more words. If you can't talk, just shut up. The vulgar words directly irritated Xiaorong. She glared at him and cursed, Yi Tian. Don't think you're great just because you're with a rich woman. When she gets tired of you, I wonder how you can still show off. So who is this rich woman? Yi Tian was really puzzled.
Xiaorong had mentioned this once in the KTV room that night.
It was really puzzling. Yi Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this woman. He walked to a seat with the gift box in his hand and sat down.
Opposite him sat Zhao's father and mother.
Uncle, aunt. Yi Tian grinned.
There are 3 people in the Xiao family, and Yi Tian doesn't have much opinion about Zhao's father and Zhao's mother. It's not that they were that good to him, but with Xiaorong as a reference, they seemed not so bad.
As for the address, it has always been uncle and aunt. I haven't seen you in the past few days. What are you busy with? Father Xiao asked with a smile. Nothing, just hanging out with some friends. Yi Tian told the truth. Father Xiao nodded without saying anything more. Humph.
Xiaorong sat beside her father, her face gloomy enough to drip out of water.
Father Xiao whispered, pay attention to your facial expressions. Today is Grandma's birthday. Don't let people laugh at our family. I understand. I'll try my best. Yi Tian was quite pleased to see Xiaorong's forced smile. Yi Tian, is the gift box filled with a birthday gift for Grandma? Asked Zhao's mother. Yes. You're so kind, but Grandma has a rather eccentric personality. It's better not to give her your gift later. We've already prepared it for you. Mother Xiao continued, how much did you spend on the gift?
I'll have Rongrong fill it up for you later. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, thinking to himself, your Xiao group can afford my birthday gift, but I am afraid that your capital chain will be broken again. Yi Tian thought so in his heart, but did not say anything. He opened a bottle of white wine and started drinking.
You don't know any table manners at all. You started drinking before the host even said let's have dinner. Your manners are worrying.
Xiaorong turned her head away and secretly decided that tonight, except on necessary occasions, she would never look at this loser again.
Waiting for the meal to start is a very boring thing. Fortunately, there was something exciting to watch, otherwise Yi Tian would have been bored to death before the birthday party even started.
The Xiao group is not transparent to the entire Xiao family, but it is also a middle to low-level existence, a bit transparent. None of the cousins A, B, and A who passed by Xiaorong's table could speak human language. Every word they said was sarcastic. They either diss Xiao group for its poor management and annual profit of only tens of millions, or diss Xiaorong for being blind and finding such a useless husband. However, Yi Tian, as the male protagonist of the story, listened with relish and did not feel offended at all. After all, ignorance is not a crime. No matter what, the same old saying still applies, a man must have money.
Money is dignity and confidence. Don't mention dreams or feelings, it's all fucking bullshit. How can a table of delicious food compare to a mountain of money? 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty.
Just as Yi Tianjin was listening with great interest to Xiaorong's family of 3 being besieged by relatives like their grandsons, but he didn't dare to say anything back, a restaurant in Haijing City was holding a regular gathering within the circle. Those who attended this party were all senior employees from various gold shops, from store managers to ordinary employees. It may not be appropriate to call it a party, it was more like a business exchange.
The 6 employees of the Delongfeng gold shop finally finished their work on that astronomical order.
When they arrived at the hotel, the rest of their colleagues had already arrived. One of them greeted the store manager to take a seat and complained, "Old Zhao, why are you taking so long?
We have a really fun event today. If you don't come, I'll suffocate myself to death."
Old Zhao, the big dragon in Phoenix, sat over with a cheerful look on his face and casually asked, "What's up, Oldly?" If Yi Tian was present at the scene, he would recognize at a glance that this Oldly was the manager who deased him in the first gold shop, and the people around him were the shopping guides ABCD. When the surroundings quieted down, Oldley said, "Just this morning, we met this little idiot who ordered golden longevity peaches."
Do you know how big he wanted them?
Old Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly, exchanged glances with his colleagues, and asked knowingly, "How big is it?" Oldley said, You wouldn't believe it if I told you, but he actually said he wanted to order a 1-ton golden longevity peach."
Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
There are idiots every year, but this year there are especially many.
Has this person lost their mind? It's so funny. Pfft, Lowly, how did you respond to him?
A group of colleagues in the gold shop laughed wildly.
I replied with a joke. If I meet such an idiot, of course I would kick him out. Oldley laughed out loud.
He could laugh about what happened this morning for a whole year.
After the dinner, he would go home and tell his wife about it.
Although we can't make money, at least we can tell jokes to make my wife happy.
So there is such a story. No wonder young Master Yi acted so arrogant when he entered the room.
Old Zhao took a deep breath, opened a bottle of Wolianye with a serious expression, and filled it for each of the 5 shopping guides at Delongfeng.
This inexplicable action made everyone a little confused. Oldley asked in surprise, "What does it mean?"
All employees of the Delongfeng branch,
stand up.
Old Zhao stood up and shouted loudly.
Swish.
The 5 salesgirls stood up at the same time, tears in their eyes.
Those were tears of excitement and tears of gratitude. Let's drink a toast to brotherly.
Old Zhao raised his neck and took the lead in drinking all the white wine, and the 5 employees also drank it all up.
Lowly? The rest of the people? No, what's going on? What are you doing?
Oldley looked confused. Old Zhao wiped his tears and choked up, "Brotherly, you were so kind."
I always call you brother.
It turns out that young Master Yi had been to your store before, but was kicked out by you, a bunch of blind idiots.
God has his way. Who can escape this fate? Do you know how much commission the 6 of us took in total for this 300 million yuan deal?
Old Zhao choked up, waved his hand, and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Sisters, sing with me.
2 million. 2 million. 2 million. 2 million. 2 million per person. 300 million orders. 2 million per person." 5 Delongfeng employees sang and danced under the leadership of Lao Zhao.
The 2 young shopping guides excitedly hugged the completely confused Lowly and kissed him on the cheek.
"Brotherly, thank you so much, you are like my second parent. Brotherly.
Please allow me to say those 3 words out loud, I love you." Faced with the 6 Delongfeng store clerks who had gone crazy, Lowly and his shopping guides were struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. The one with the biggest psychological trauma is the shopping guide A. She was only a millimeter away from the 2 million commission.
It's like winning the lottery and then accidentally tearing up the ticket. Wow. The salesgirl cried out and started to cry. Oldley felt heartbroken. 2 million. Mortgage. Car loan. Online loans.
If I hadn't been so disrespectful and kicked young Master Yi out of the gold shop, they would be the ones singing and dancing right now.
Why? Why is God so cruel? 2 million, 2 million. 2 million, 2 million. 2 million per person.
The singing voice lingers for a long time.
Today is destined to be a pleasant night. Chapter 25 Yi Tian's first birthday gift.
The Shao family's old house. As the banquet time got closer, more and more guests came and the scene became more and more lively. Many bigwigs from both the business and political circles of Haijing City attended the event, making it a very grand occasion. As a group of people waited eagerly, the legendary great-grandmother finally walked out slowly from the backstage, supported by her 2 grandchildren.
Yi Tian looked up and couldn't help but be shocked. Be good. This grandma is really big and strong.
This was not because Yi Tian, a top student, was at a loss for words. He had never thought that the word burly could be used to describe a 90-year-old grandmother. But the fact was that the grandmother was more than 1.9 meters tall. Even though she had shrunk with age and her back was slightly hunched, she was still about 1.85 meters tall, taller than Yi Tian. The 2 grandchildren or maybe great-grandchildren beside her looked so adorable in front of her.
People stood up and applauded warmly.
Grandma leaned on her black dragon-headed cane and nodded with a smile. "Thank you all for coming to my birthday party.
Let's begin." The concise opening speech made the old man's favorability in Yi Tian soar.
What he hates most is those people who make a lot of noise before a meal starts without considering other people's feelings at all.
Isn't that annoying?
The birthday banquet officially began, and delicious food and fine wines were indispensable.
Not long after picking up the chopsticks, it was time to show filial piety.
The gifts were placed at the feet of the grandmother from light to heavy. The first to present gifts were a few of the Shao family's children, about 5 or 6 years old. They presented their own paintings and hand-folded paper cranes, and said in a baby voice, "Grandma, may you be blessed as vast as the East Sea and live as long as the southern mountains."
Good.
The grandmother smiled kindly, patted the little head of her great-great-grandson, and signaled the girl beside her to give him a big red envelope as a reward.
Roughly estimated, each red envelope contained at least 5 digits and was bulging with money. After the gifts are given to the great-great-grandchildren, it is the great-great-grandchildren's generation, and then it will be Shao Rong's generation of grandchildren. These grandchildren.
Well, these grandchildren of the Shao family are the cornerstone of the family's prosperity, and they are also the largest group in number. Of course, their gifts could not be hand-painted paintings or paper cranes. They were quite generous and presented pearls, jade, diamonds, agates, and other rare antiques all at once, and each piece was priceless. Shao Rong forced a smile, but her heart was beating fast. The painting Nanshan II in her hand, which was painted by a Qing dynasty painter and symbolized a long life, had a good meaning among all the birthday gifts, but in terms of value, it could only be ranked in the middle. She hoped that her grandmother would not despise the insignificance of her gift.
Brother-in-law, you have been holding this gift box. What is in it? Cousin Yi looked at the box in Yi Tian's arms curiously.
Yi Tian raised his lips and said, "Of course it must be something super good."
Oh? The more you say that, the more curious I am. Can't you tell me first?
Cousin Yi said with a smile.
Why are you in such a hurry? You'll see him soon. Yi Tian licked his lips.
Shao Rong glanced at him and whispered, "I told you not to give you anything.
I've already prepared it for you. Why don't you listen to my advice?"
In Shao Rong's opinion, even if Yi Tian were to marry a wealthy woman, he certainly wouldn't be able to produce anything valuable.
His grandmother's warehouse was stocked with enough ordinary gold and silver jewelry to open a jewelry store. She simply didn't care. And judging by its size, the large gift box in Yi Tian's arms didn't look like a precious antique. Yi Tian smiled and said, "Your gift is yours, and mine is mine. Can they have the same meaning? I prepared 4 birthday gifts for my grandmother. What about you? It's just a painting of Nanshan. Don't embarrass yourself."
If it were you, you should put your painting away and don't embarrass yourself. Shao Rong clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "Yi Tian.
Nanshan picture?" Cousin C, who was waiting to present a birthday gift, turned around and said with a strange expression, "The Nanshan painting we are talking about shouldn't be just one, right?"
I also prepared a Nanshan painting.
Ah?
Shao Rong was stunned.
Cousin, where did you buy your Nanshan painting?
I got it from an antique shop.
Cousin, your painting is probably a fake.
My cousin shook her head and patted her pocket.
My Nanshan painting has been authenticated by more than a dozen senior treasure appraisers and is authentic. Oh, there's going to be something interesting to watch.
A group of cousins, including Yi Tian, all had expressions of watching the fun. It would be a waste not to see Shao Rong's lively life.
Shao Rong's face turned pale and blue. Impossible.
I spent over 1 million yuan on this painting.
It's definitely the original. Over 1 million? Ha!
I spent over 1 million on the appraisal fee alone. My cousin shook her head and said sarcastically, "When our great-grandmother was young, she specialized in dealing in antiques, calligraphy and paintings. If you don't believe me, let's have her appraise it later and we'll know for sure." "I'll do the appraisal, why would I be afraid of you?"
Shao Rong was stubborn and Yi Tian could clearly see her hands trembling slightly. This is a guilty conscience. Yi Tian sneered. Treasures were presented one after another, and soon it was Shao Rong and the cousins' turn.
When both of them took out the Nanshan picture, the atmosphere on the scene was pushed to a small climax. Among the people present were many experts who were well versed in antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and they all looked towards the stage. However, from the distance they were standing at, the 2 Nanshan pictures were exactly the same, and there was no way to tell the real one from the fake one. The grandmother asked the girl to fetch a magnifying glass and motioned the 2 kneeling granddaughters to stand up.
Interesting, huh? Let me see who got the eye. Drill. In the antique business, this means buying a fake. It took about 7 or 8 minutes.
The burly grandmother had already determined the authenticity of the painting. She pointed at one of the paintings and said, "Rong Rong, your eyesight is much worse than your cousin's.
This is a high-quality fake." What? Xiao Rong was struck by lightning and her face turned pale. My cousin said proudly, "What did I say? You still don't believe me. This is impossible. How could this be fake?" Xiao Rong felt humiliated and embarrassed. Grandma said, "Of course, this isn't your fault. The only thing to blame is the forger's superb craftsmanship.
If I hadn't seen the original in my early years, it would have been difficult to tell the authenticity. Their skills have reached a level that is so good that it can be mistaken for the real thing."
But fake is fake, it can't be real. You girl, no wonder the tribe members say you have poor eyesight. Grandma shook her head. This sentence, "the tribe members all say that my eyesight is not good," seems to be a double entendre? Yi Tian was a little unhappy, tilting his head and said, "Grandma, you are not mocking me, are you?"
When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Xiao Rong was so frightened that she almost collapsed to the ground. Zhao's father and mother even had the urge to rush out of the house.
Oh my god. Yi Tian, what on earth are you doing? How can you speak to our grandmother like that? Are you trying to kill us?
Even if Xiao Rong is wrong, don't take revenge like this. The grandmother looked at Yi Tian for a few times, and suddenly laughed. "You are Yi Tian, Rong Rong's husband?"
Yes, Grandma. Yi Tian nodded.
His neither humble nor arrogant attitude aroused the curiosity of the grandma.
She was not deaf, so how could she not know about the rumors about Yi Tian?
However, when she saw him today, she found that the rumors were completely different.
How could a pretty boy who is incompetent at everything and never gets enough of eating have such a strong aura and self-confidence?
Looking at the whole scene, Yi Tian's aura was the most powerful and he was the most fearless. The grandmother had seen countless people and saw the clues at a glance.
She smiled and sat back in her chair. "Young man, what birthday gift did you bring?"
Yi Tian grinned, raised his hand to signal the people around him to step aside, half squatted down, and began to open the gift box, saying, "Grandma, I have prepared a total of 4 birthday gifts for you this time. I guarantee you will like them."
Oh? 4 things? You are very thoughtful. Among all the grandchildren, you have prepared the most birthday gifts. The grandmother smiled and was full of curiosity about the gifts.
Xiao Rong was already terrified, her legs trembling, and she prayed silently, "Yi Tian, please, don't embarrass me again.
I really can't afford to lose face like this."
The others stood on tiptoe to look inside, very curious about what this loser Yi Tian was going to give them.
The first birthday gift.
Ding 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 ding.
Yiming brand milk powder for the elderly.
Yi Tian pulled out a bag of milk powder and held it high above his head, saying loudly, "Grandma, I bought this at a specialty store on the commercial street.
It's a calcium supplement. Easy to absorb. It's especially good for the body." As soon as these words were spoken, quiet.
The whole place was dead silent.
You can hear a pin drop. Complete silence. Xiao Rong's family of 3 looked ashen. It's over.
Chapter 26, the second gift of 29.9 yuan free shipping.
In this deathly silence, Yi Tian spoke calmly, "Grandma, you are old now. You need to supplement enough nutrition every day to prevent osteoporosis and calcium and iron loss." The grandmother took the packet of milk powder for the elderly and looked at Yi Tian with a complicated look. "Grandma."
Xiao Rong couldn't bear it any longer. She fell to her knees and cried, "Yi Tian didn't mean it.
Yi Tian, you should apologize to your grandmother." Yi Tian was a little confused. "I'm just apologizing for whatever the hell I did wrong." "You made a mistake when giving gifts? Are you sick? Rong Rong, get up."
Grandma gestured for Xiao Rong to stand up, her lips curled up slightly as she said, "Milk powder.
Come to think of it, this is indeed what I drink every day, and it's the same brand. You're quite thoughtful in giving me this birthday gift." Yi Tianshun said, "Of course I have to. I racked my brains to choose a birthday gift for you. It almost killed me. Grandma, to be honest, I lost a lot of hair today because of your birthday gift." Yi Tian. Can you please shut up?
Xiao Rong was completely devastated and wiped her eyes with tears.
At this time, there was thunderous laughter from the audience.
Several brothers who sat at the same table with Zhao's father and mother jokingly said, "He is indeed the most useless son-in-law of our Xiao clan.
How did he come up with milk powder?" Father Zhao's face turned pale, and Mother Xiao remained silent. It's so embarrassing that it even brought shame to my grandma's house.
Listen to the noise around you.
Grandma knocked her dragon-headed cane vigorously and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, can you listen to a few words from this old woman?"
The scene that had just been lively became quiet again. The grandmother looked around and said, "Pearls, jade, diamonds, agates, antiques, calligraphy and paintings are all very nice, but what good are they to an old woman like me, buried up to my eyebrows in the earth?
Can I wear them out to show off, or are you planning to put them in my coffin and bury them with me after I die?" From the very beginning, I realized that the Shao family today is no longer the Shao family I knew. Comparisons are rampant. Are you guys celebrating my birthday, or are you just showing off your wealth? Ha!
My great-grandmother really had a weird temper. She was smiling one second, and the next second she kicked an antique vase worth hundreds of thousands of dollars into pieces. The whole audience was silent.
The grandmother continued, "What has allowed the Shao clan to survive for 200 years? Money? No. It's unity.
And look at you all, racking your brains to suppress your own clan members in the name of birthday celebrations.
It makes me want to dig my eyes out.
If you keep going like this, the Shao clan will fall apart sooner or later."
What's wrong with milk powder? Isn't milk powder a birthday gift? At least it's something I need every day, and I drink it every day.
Grandma pointed at the authentic painting of Nanshan Mountain given by a cousin and asked, "What's the use of this thing?
Can it be eaten as food? Or can it be drunk as water? Or can it supplement my nutrition? Ha!"
My cousin lowered her head in shame and said, "I'm sorry, Grandma.
Today is my 90th birthday. Whether I'll even reach my 100th is still unknown.
I'm going to be willful for once and take this opportunity to warn you, the descendants of the Shao family.
If you want the Shao family to continue to prosper, you must be united. Only unity is strength. Yes, Grandma taught me that.
We will remember our grandmother's teachings." A group of Shao family members lowered their heads.
Certainly.
This is just superficial work. 99.99% of people don't take what Grandma says seriously.
Is the purpose of life to unite? Wrong. It's just to show off. Study hard. Work hard. Work hard to cultivate the next generation. All for the sake of showing off. Look.
I'm such a good student, much better than you, ha ha ha.
Look.
I'm such a good worker, much better than you, ha ha.
Look.
My son is much better than your son, ha.
Yi Tian sighed, "Grandma, you are so understanding. I feel embarrassed to take out the next birthday gift." Then don't take it. You've taken advantage of me, so why don't you run away? What on earth do you want to do? Xiao Rong broke down again, feeling extremely confused. The grandmother smiled and said, "I'm very curious.
Please satisfy the curiosity of an old woman like me."
Okay.
Yi Tian reluctantly took out the painting viewing the waterfall at Mount Lushan from the gift bag and said, "This is Tang Bo who's viewing the waterfall at Mount Lushan."
The surroundings fell into silence again.
If Xiao Rong were given a knife, she would definitely stab herself to death.
But Lushan waterfall viewing painting, you really dare to say that?
I bought it on Koenigsegg, the kind that cost 29.9 yuan with free shipping.
Ha ha.
I went to QQ.com last time and saw along the river during the Qingming festival, it was only 56, with free shipping. The sounds of ridicule rang out one after another. I completely forgot what my grandma taught me.
2. How much weight can the words of an old man who is about to die have?
The grandmother smiled helplessly and unfolded the scroll. Her thinking was very clear. Although she knew it was fake, she still had to give this young man named Ji Tian a way out.
She said that this painting was real enough to be mistaken for a fake. Looking absent-mindedly. Looking at.
The more I looked at my grandmother, the sharper her eyes became, and her expression was full of surprise. She carefully placed the painting of Mount Lu's waterfall on the table and called out, "Master Tu, Master Hong, Master Miao, are you here?"
"Here I am, sister."
"Here."
Several elderly people stood up and responded. "Come quickly."
The grandmother invited 3 senior appraisers who were influential in the antique world to come on stage.
"Old sister, what are you doing?" Mr. Tu was puzzled.
"I have poor eyesight and cannot tell whether this painting is authentic or not.
I would like to ask brothers to help me take a closer look."
The grandmother was shocked. This painting looked authentic no matter how you looked at it.
But this is impossible. An authentic painting by Tang Bohu is worth at least 60 to 70 million yuan. At that moment, several elderly people did not dare to delay. They put on gloves, held up magnifying glasses, and began to carefully identify it.
Xiao Rong was stunned.
What's going on? How could a fake painting bought on the internet make my grandmother so nervous?
This is true for Xiao Rong, and even more so for the others.
Yi Tian looked relaxed. Doesn't he know whether it is true or false? Products produced by the system must be high quality, right?
A full 15 minutes passed. Tu Lao was so excited that tears fell from his eyes. Old sister, this is an authentic work. I never thought that I would be able to see an authentic work of Tang Yin in my lifetime.
It is indeed an authentic work.
Old Man Hong and Old Man Miao expressed their opinions one after another. The old men's hairs stood up with excitement. Yi Tian looked at them with some worry, fearing that he would get too excited and die of excitement. The grandmother came to Yi Tian in a flash and pointed at the painting viewing the waterfall at Mount Lu.
Where did you get this painting? Hasn't it always been in the London Museum? I bought it. Yi Tian spread his hands. Grandma, you're overacting. We all know it's fake.
A younger member of the Xiao family sighed and said, Bullshit. I guarantee with my life that this is a genuine Tang Yin work.
If you don't understand, shut up. Believe it or not, I'll spank you.
Before the grandmother could even open her mouth, several old men quit.
Good boy, what do you mean? Are you questioning whether we, the officially certified national appraisers, are lying? After thinking about it, I still can't bear it. Damn it. Cut him.
3 old men rushed off the stage, took out their dentures, and started smashing them at the Xiao family member. Ignoring the farce below, the grandmother carefully put away the scroll and patted the edge of the chair. Child, come and sit.
Okay. Yi Tian was not polite at all and sat down next to his grandmother.
It was not until this moment that everyone suddenly realized what was happening.
That is an authentic painting by Tang Bohu.
When he looked at Yi Tian, Xiao Rong, and their family of 3 again, his eyes were full of awe.
Awesome. A 70 million worth masterpiece, given away instantly. Chapter 27. Everyone was shocked.
Just when the entire Xiao family was in shock for a long time, there was a commotion at the gate, and it seemed that a lot of people were coming in. The grandmother looked casually towards the gate, but her mind was still on the authentic painting viewing the waterfall at Lushan Mountain by Tang Yin.
Who was the young man who could spend tens of millions to buy a painting from a museum as a birthday gift? Rong Rong, come and sit here too.
Grandma said with a smile on her face.
Xiao Rong had long been confused by Yi Tian's series of outrageous actions.
It took her grandmother calling her several times before she reacted. As a grandchild, she naturally did not dare to disobey her grandmother and sat obediently on her grandmother's left. Now that they are all together, Yi Tian and Xiao Rong have become the golden boy and jade girl around the grandmother. The grandmother looked at Yi Tian, then at Xiao Rong, her eyes full of joy.
That's really good.
Rong Rong's taste in paintings is a little poor, but her judgment in judging people is quite sharp. Not only did she find a good husband for herself, she also found a stabilizing force for the Xiao family.
Well, this little girl is really good at hiding things. She didn't reveal Yi Tian's true identity until today.
With Rong Rong's cunningness, she will definitely be very successful in the future and reach a higher level in her career. If Xiao Rong heard what her grandmother was saying at this moment, she would definitely bang her head against the wall.
What cunning, what hiding, there is absolutely nothing, okay?
She is innocent, she knows nothing. At this time, the noise was getting closer and closer. A dozen men and women in suits walked in, bowed to Grandma from a distance, and said in unison, all the general managers of the Haijing branch of the Delongfang Gold Shop wish Grandma good fortune and a long life. These people are the general managers of the Haijing branch of Delongfang Gold Shop.
The Dragon and Phoenix Gold Shop? A full lineup of general managers? Wow, who is this person who is so generous?
To be able to invite all the general managers at once, this person's connections and generosity are unimaginable.
That's good too. It can help suppress the arrogance of that outsider. It's just an ancient painting, right?
We in the Xiao family also have wealthy people.
That's right.
There was a lot of discussion.
Grandma asked curiously, "What are you doing?" The general manager's representative stepped forward and said respectfully, "Grandma, we've been entrusted to bring you a birthday gift." Grandma nodded and said with a smile, "That's thoughtful." Swish.
The general manager raised his hand. A brand new transport vehicle moved a 1-meter-high object, which was firmly nailed with red silk and wooden boards, to the venue. When the heavy object fell to the ground, people clearly felt the ground shake.
Everyone was surprised. What was this thing? It was taller than a human? Grandma was also a little curious. What is this? Who gave it to me?
The crowd looked around, searching for the mysterious gift giver. Xiao Rong was also looking for him. Her eyes accidentally caught sight of Yi Tian, and her heart skipped a beat.
She was really about to cry again. Yi Tian. Are you done yet? What did you do to that rich woman to make her love you so wholeheartedly and give you everything? Oh shit. Am I blind? Why is it this kid again? What the hell is this?
Everyone at the table saw Yi Tian slowly stand up and raise his right hand.
Grandma looked around and frowned. What's going on? What does it mean that you gave gifts to an old woman like me but didn't say anything? That.
Yi Tian raised his arms so much that they were sore.
Grandma, this is also my birthday gift to you.
The grandmother turned her head and her face suddenly became happy. She grabbed Yi Tian's hand and was as happy as a child. I am an old woman, it is too expensive for you to do this.
That's not true. Yi Tian said righteously, you are my wife Xiao Rong's great-grandmother, and you are also my great-grandmother.
There is no such thing as wasting money on your own great-grandmother.
Good boy. Good boy.
The grandmother called the embarrassed Xiao Rong to her side, and took them both by the hand and brought them to the seal box.
What could be such a big object? Grandma seemed to be talking to herself, saying, Xiaotian's gift is a little hard to guess. The first one is milk powder, food. The second one is an authentic Tangyin painting, a work of art. The third one. Could it be gold, jade, or something like that? Someone asked curiously. Grandma shook her head and said, looking at the size and weight, it does look like it, but I don't think Xiaotian would give such a tacky gift, right, Xiaotian? Yi Tian felt so ashamed and embarrassed by the question and answer he asked himself. Yi Tian scratched his scalp and said, Grandma, I'm not as powerful as you think. What's in here is indeed vulgar.
Ha 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 ha, I get it.
Grandma smiled. It's rockery, right? It's a kind of metal. Grandma's guess is pretty close. Forget it, I won't guess anymore. Hurry up. Yi Tian really didn't want to continue this embarrassing topic. He raised his hand and asked the managers who had already brought the tools to open the package. This process is quite slow because the managers are afraid of damaging the peach meat. They cannot afford to compensate for such a thing even if they all go bankrupt. Grandma waited patiently, saying to the tribesmen, you all should learn from this. When giving gifts, be like Xiaotian and give more meaningful things. Gold, silver, and jade are beautiful, but you can't bring them with you when you are born, and you can't take them with you when you die. I'm just an old woman, so what's the point of giving me so many gold items? My cervical spine can't bear them. That's what my grandmother taught me. We made a note of that. People gathered around and watched, agreeing with him. Yi Tian's face looked a little ugly and he lowered his head in shame. I should have known not to give this thing as a gift. It seems like I'm flattering the horse but ended up hitting the horse's leg. My grandmother doesn't like gold jewelry very much. Xiao Rong noticed the subtle facial expression. She kicked Yi Tian and said in a low voice, Grandma is old. What on earth are you holding in there? Yi Tian moved his mouth and was about to speak when his grandmother said, remember this, although gold may be plentiful, it will eventually run out, but making friends is inexhaustible. Compared to gold and jade, if our Shao clan wants to continue to prosper, we must make friends who are true gentlemen. Yes. Grandma is right. The echoes came one after another. Grandma added, many of us in the Shao family have participated in politics. We must remember, gold is precious, but being an honest official is more valuable. Never do anything that harms the interests of the people for the sake of petty gains. Yes. Several members of the political clan nodded. Yi Tian felt like crying. It's all over now. My great-grandmother obviously hates gold, otherwise she wouldn't use it as an example so often. Yet I got her a golden longevity peach. What should I do? Waiting online. Very anxious. As the laminate wood was peeled off layer by layer, soon only the layer of precious red satin, which symbolized joy, was left. Yi Tian whispered, Grandma, I didn't choose this gift very well. How about we not look at it for now?
Grandma smiled and touched Yi Tian's hair, and said kindly, silly child, no matter what you give me, I like it.
This guy is guilty. It's definitely not something good. Ha, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. There were whispers all around, waiting to see the fun. Xiao Rong looked at Yi Tian with a conflicted expression, and a sense of revenge inexplicably rose in her heart. Let you show off. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Serves you right. Grandma came to the red ribbon and pulled it hard. Crash.
As the red silk was unveiled, a large golden birthday peach, more than 1 meter tall, appeared in front of people.
Everyone was stunned. Grandma's mouth is open in an O shape.
Xiao Rong's beautiful big eyes bulged out like a goldfish out of water. The scene fell into deathly silence again, and time seemed to stand still. Yi Tian rubbed his cheeks and thought to himself that this was bad, the grandmother would most likely scold him. The general manager of Delongfeng was clearly pleased with this masterpiece, having been painstakingly crafted over time. He bowed and announced, this golden longevity peach weighs 1 ton, is made of pure gold, and is valued at 300 million renminbi. Mr. Yi Tian and Ms. Xiao Rong crafted it specifically for Grandma. If you agree, Grandma, we at Delongfeng are willing to apply for a Guinness World Record for it.
All expenses will be covered by our Delongfeng group. In fact, Grandma could no longer hear any other sounds.
The whole person is confused, a golden longevity peach.
Suddenly,
the grandmother's eyes were filled with tears, and she turned to look at Yi Tian, child. Yi Tian hurriedly supported his grandmother and said, Grandma, I really didn't know you hated gold.
If I had known, I wouldn't have given you this golden birthday peach. Please don't be angry. Angry? Grandma wiped her tears and smiled through them. I'm so happy, how could I be angry with you? But, Xiao Tian, is an old woman like me really worth you spending 300 million to customize this golden longevity peach? Yi Tian said, Grandma, if you say that again, I will be angry. Money is a bastard, we can earn more after spending it. Money has a price, but you are priceless. As long as I can win your smile, let alone 300 million, even 3 billion, what difference does it make?
The grandmother hugged Yi Tian and Xiao Rong tightly, tears streaming down her face. Good children.
Really good children. 300 million. My eyes are about to be blinded. Oh my god, what kind of rich guy did I just diss?
First, he gave me a Tangyin painting worth 70 million yuan, and then he gave me a golden longevity peach.
Does he have a mine at home? I'm having a heart attack. Can someone bring me my quick-acting heart pills?
All the people attending the birthday party were disheveled and trembling in front of the golden birthday peach.
Honey, is selling pancakes so profitable? I want to try selling them too. This is the cousin's wife who speaks in a coquettish voice. Sell your sister. Still pretending to be from Taiwan. Speak nicely to me. This is cousin A. Ha, you didn't ask me to pretend. Who are you showing your disdain to? Are you looking for trouble? My cousin's wife responded domineeringly. Everyone, Sigma A.
After a long time, the grandmother calmed down from her ecstasy. She held Yi Tian and Xiao Rong's hands, refusing to let go. She suddenly said, Xiao Tian, you said you prepared 4 birthday gifts for me.
What is the 4th one?
When talking about this, Yi Tian's eyebrows immediately flew with joy, and he danced with joy and said, Grandma.
I'm not bragging to you. You will definitely like this 4th birthday gift of mine. Grandma was surprised. Could it be that your 4th birthday gift is more valuable than Tang Yin's authentic work in this golden birthday peach? Chapter 28. Grandma said I should lie down for a while. Grandma was surprised. Could it be that your 4th birthday gift is more valuable than Tang Yin's authentic work in this golden birthday peach? Not only was the grandmother surprised, but everyone else attending the birthday party pricked up their ears as well. I have to say, tonight was really exciting. In just half an hour, the plot was full of ups and downs. With their limited brain capacity, they really couldn't think of any gift more valuable than this golden longevity peach. Could it be Diamond Hill? This is an exaggeration. Yi Tian said with a proud look on his face, Grandma, although my 4th gift is not as valuable as the golden longevity peach, it is very, very practical. I thought about it for a long time before buying it. I am sure you will like it. Grandma couldn't wait to say, Xiao Tian, come and show me. Okay.
Yi Tian turned around, trotted over to his grandmother's chair, and began to fiddle with the box of milk powder. He quickly took out a booklet, returned, and handed it to his grandmother. Look. Grandma took the booklet and her expression suddenly became strange. Xiaorong, who was closest to the two of them, also had a drastic change of expression. She screamed and fell to her knees in front of Grandma for the second time to apologize, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Grandma!
Yi Tian doesn't know the rules. Please forgive him." Everyone was a little puzzled. What on earth was that booklet? Some people lowered their heads deliberately.
When they saw clearly what was written on the cover of the booklet, their faces turned ashen. They flew into a rage and jumped up and down, pointing at Yi Tian and cursing, "Yi Tian!
You little beast! How dare you show this to my grandmother? Do you want to die? Yi Tian! Are you bullying me because I have no one in the Xiao family? Do you really think we dare not do anything to you? Crazy! Crazy! Completely crazy! Someone, get this bastard Yi Tian out of here." Yi Tian, who was highly respected a second ago, instantly became a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. However, Yi Tian himself didn't care at all and looked directly into his grandmother's surprised eyes. Grandma raised her hand slightly, signaling for peace of mind, and said in a strange tone, "Is this the fourth gift you want to give me? Are you sure?" Yi Tian nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, this cemetery has the best feng shui in the entire Haijing city. It is known as the Emperor's Tomb and the Feng Shui Cave. I spent more than 20 million on this cemetery. Yes. Yi Tian's fourth gift is a piece of cemetery. I just want to ask you if you are afraid."
Yi Tian continued, "Grandma, you're already 90 years old this year. Although you're full of energy, you only have a dozen or so years left to live. Prepare the burial site in advance to avoid a rush when the time comes."
To be honest, I fell in love with this piece of land the moment I saw it. If it weren't the only one in Haijing, I would have wanted to prepare one for myself. Look at this place, the scenery is so beautiful. The CBD of cemeteries. The back garden of life. Beast! Shut up! Yi Tian! Are you crazy? If you say that again, I'll tear your mouth apart. You psychopath! The entire Xiao family went crazy. Who in the world would give away a graveyard at a birthday party? If this were put into the world of martial arts, it would definitely cause a shocking bloodbath, right? However,
the development of things was beyond their imagination. The grandmother was not as angry as expected, but smiled bitterly, staring into Yi Tian's sincere eyes and said, "Xiao Tian, you are really thoughtful.
Among these 4 birthday gifts, the fourth one is indeed the most practical."
Yi Tian nodded repeatedly. Birth, aging, sickness and deaths are common to all human beings, and no one can go against time. Of course, I hope that you, Grandma, can live to be 120 years old, but there's nothing wrong with making preparations in advance, right? Grandma nodded, a smile on her lips, causing the frightened Xiaorong to stand up and said angrily, "You little girl, you are still pretending with Grandma.
You two cunning little couple, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, what are you doing?"
Xiaorong was speechless and had no idea what to say.
"Grandma! I am so innocent. I don't know anything." The anger of the angry crowd quickly subsided. So what if it doesn't subside? Even the grandmother herself isn't angry, so who are they to be angry?
Yi Tian took Grandma's arm and said excitedly, "Grandma, in addition to the cemetery, I also bought the treasure of the store in Haishan Cemetery. Although it is not as good as Shi Songji's, it is also made of a whole piece of 1,000-year-old golden nanmu wood. The only mistake is that you are too tall, Grandma. When it is time to be buried, I may have to saw off your calf, otherwise it will not fit."
Hiss! Hiss! Hiss!
Faced with Yi Tian, who never stops making shocking remarks, people gasped and trembled with fear.
Xiaorong burst into tears. Grandma Zhu's mouth twitched again. Why do you still want to saw off my leg?" "Because you're too tall, you can't just lie down curled up, that would be too uncomfortable." Just saying."
A group of burly men squeezed in from outside the door, carrying a rectangular coffin covered with red satin that symbolized joy.
"Mr. Yi Tian, this is the coffin you bought,"
the owner of Haishan Cemetery said with a smile.
The crowd dispersed automatically.
When the great-grandmother came to the coffin and tore off the red satin, her pupils froze slightly and she became dazed for a moment.
This coffin. So beautiful. Wow. A golden nanmu coffin?
3 senior antique experts came over, curiously examining the coffin's planks with magnifying glasses. They exclaimed, "Wow, this was carved out of a single piece of golden Nanmu wood. It wouldn't have cost at least 30 or 50 million. Tu Lao, yes, this thing is not a coffin, it is clearly a work of art. There are no more than 10 coffins like this in the world." Niao Lao, old guys, after seeing this, do you have any strange impulses? Old Hong, of course I want to die right now. Sister, I have a bold idea. If I die first, can I? The grandmother immediately became unhappy and interrupted the 3 old men. "Old brothers, don't be so kind as to try to snatch the coffin from an old woman like me. Do you have any dignity left? This is a gift from Xiao Tian. Please make way for me so I can lie down in it and take a look." Wow! Grandma, don't. Grandma, you must not do that. This is unlucky. Quick, stop Grandma. The Xiao family members went crazy and rushed forward to stop them. Be quiet. The grandmother yelled, "What a fuss. This is where I'm going to lie for the rest of my life. What's wrong with me trying it out now? It's the right time to be so feudal and superstitious. Get out of here. If you don't get out of here, I'll whip you." Apart from the great-grandmother, the second oldest man in the clan stepped back with a wry smile, thinking that he couldn't afford to offend her. Yi Tian helped his grandmother lie in the coffin. Inside the coffin, the grandmother closed her eyes and exhaled for a long time. "Grandma, are you feeling well?" Yi Tian asked with a smile while lying beside the coffin. Grandma opened her eyes and smiled brightly. "It's so comfortable. I really want to lie in here forever, or even die." The Xiao family said, "Our mentality is completely broken." Yi Tian laughed and said, "That won't do. You can live for another 10 or 20 years with your body. Enjoy it later. Why are you in such a hurry?" After a long time, the grandmother was finally helped by Yi Tian to sit up from the coffin under the terrified gaze of a group of tribesmen. The old lady patted the coffin and sighed, "How about you guys eat and drink first, and I'll lie down for a while." "No. Grandma, please forgive us." Yi Tian, quickly help Grandma out. The farce here is not over yet. The doorway became bustling again. Exclamations rang out one after another. What happened again? People turned around in confusion, and when they saw who was coming, they were shocked again. Chapter 29, Wishing You a Long Life. At the gate of the Xiao family's old house, a large group of handsome men and beautiful women appeared at some point, each wearing a red performance costume that symbolized festivity. Standing in the C position was the young master of royal entertainment Zhang Shengfeng. On Zhang Shengfeng's left and right are Qin Yan and Pang Wei. Ziqi, Ouyang Na, Xiao Tian, Li Tanqi and other popular domestic celebrities followed closely behind. On behalf of all the employees of Royal Entertainment, I wish Grandma good fortune and a long life. Zhang Shengfeng shouted loudly. On behalf of all the employees of the Qin Group, I wish Grandma good health and all the best. Qin Yan said loudly. On behalf of all the employees of the Ponzi Group, I wish Grandma a Happy New Year every year. This is Pang Wei. Other stars also sent their blessings. The grandmother said in surprise, "What are you doing, Xiao Tian? Are these people your friends?" The old lady subconsciously looked at Yi Tian and Xiao Rong, only to see that this pair of golden boy and jade girl were more confused than the other. It was difficult for ordinary people to fake such subtle facial expressions. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched. What the hell? Why are these guys here? I clearly didn't tell them about my grandmother's birthday. Who is so influential that he can invite so many entrepreneurs and celebrities at once? I heard that the relationship between the Qin, Pang, and Xiao families is quite bad. Why would they come to celebrate the birthday? That's weird. Isn't this just a weasel wishing a Happy New Year to a chicken? People were talking about it and expressing their doubts. Especially the Xiao clan entrepreneurs who developed local businesses in Haijing were completely confused. But no matter what their relationship with the Xiao family was, guests were welcome. The grandmother calmed herself down, walked forward with a smile, and shook hands with these young people one by one. Yi Tian asked with a questioning look, "Why are you here?" Ziqi replied, "Hee, Master Yi, you are so mean. You didn't even tell us good friends about Grandma's birthday." Fat Wei replied, I treat you as my brother, but you actually treat me as if I don't exist. I'm angry." Qin Yin replied, "Brother, you are too low-key. How could you not tell the brothers about such a big thing?" Yuqin Xiaoyao replied, "Woof. Woof woof."
Woof woof woof, woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof, woof woof. It seems like a strange creature has sneaked in.
Grandma, to celebrate your birthday, in addition to some humble gifts, we've also prepared a special chorus performance.
We hope it will make you smile.
Jiang Shengfeng is not only the young master of royal entertainment, but also a popular actor himself. Therefore, he is not stage frightened and is much more relaxed than Qin Yan and Pang Wei, who are making their debut.
Grandma laughed and said, "Great, great. That's thoughtful. Music."
Jiang Shengfeng raised his hand, and the accompanying band at the back immediately began to play festive music, the well-known birthday song. Jiang Shengfeng, I wish you a long and prosperous life, and congratulations on your birthday.
Qin Yan, every year has this day, every year has this morning.
All, congratulations, congratulations.
Fat Wei, I wish you a long and healthy life, and congratulations on your birthday. Yuqin Xiaoyao, every year has this day, every year has this morning.
All, congratulations, congratulations. All, I wish you may be as old as pine and cypress, as young as orchid, as blessed as the East Sea, and as long-lived as the southern mountains.
The grandmother was overjoyed and clapped her hands repeatedly. Good. Good. Good.
Ning Xiaodong, I wish you a long and healthy life, and congratulations on your birthday.
Murasaki, every year has this day, every year has this morning.
All, congratulations, congratulations.
Yi Tian Xiaorong, who were forcibly pulled to their side by Fatty Wei, said, I wish you a long and healthy life, and congratulations on your birthday. Every year has this day, every year has this day.
Congratulations, congratulations. The birthday song is only 2 minutes long, but it is full of sincere blessings.
After singing a song,
tears welled up in the grandmother's eyes again, and she gently touched Yi Tian and Xiaorong's heads. Xiaotian, Rongrong, these friends of yours are really thoughtful.
I am so happy today. I haven't been this happy in half a century.
Yi Tian's mouth was as sweet as honey. Grandma, please take care of yourself.
I will come over every few days to accompany you and make you happy, okay? Okay, okay. Grandma nodded repeatedly. Xiaoyao.
Yi Tian called Xiaoyao over and said, quickly show your unique skills to Grandma.
Yuqin Xiaoyao understood what she meant and immediately started barking woo-woo. The barking was so realistic that it made the grandmother laugh out loud. She even said that the little girl was interesting. The other side. Yi Tian elbowed Fatty and cursed in a low voice, what do you mean?
I was supposed to be the most handsome guy at the birthday party tonight, but you almost stole the limelight.
Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to celebrate your birthday? Fat Wei puffed out his cheeks and said cutely, you blame me?
It's your fault, brother, that you're so unkind.
You didn't invite us to such a grand event. You don't even consider us your brothers. I don't consider you my younger brothers? Look at what you're saying. How is that possible? You'll always be my younger brothers. Yi Tian muttered in his heart.
At this time, he had roughly guessed the reason. It must be that he revealed his whereabouts tonight when he bought the golden longevity peaches.
But it doesn't matter, as long as Grandma is happy.
A series of surprise birthday gifts from Yi Tian brought wave after wave of excitement to the Xiao family, but after the climax, things always returned to calm. As Jiang Shengfeng and others left, the grandmother's birthday party continued, but the atmosphere was very subtle and a little awkward.
How could it not be embarrassing?
Looking at the authentic painting, viewing the waterfall at Lushan Mountain by Tang Bohu, then at the whole golden Nanmu coffin, and then at the golden longevity peaches as tall as a person, the second generation of the Xiao family looked down at the gifts worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan in their hands, feeling as if sitting on pins and needles.
Should I give this gift or not? If I send it, I will be cannon fodder. If I don't send it, it means I don't know filial piety. It's a dilemma. Yi Tian. I hate you so much. Ah. Yi Tian certainly didn't know what these second-generation clansmen thought, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care.
After sitting with Grandma for a while, he returned to his seat. After all, Grandma was the protagonist today, and he was just a supporting role.
He couldn't steal her limelight. Grandma, are you serious? Sitting at the same table were Xiaorong's parents and some second-generation uncles.
When they saw Yi Tian coming back, they subconsciously moved to the sides.
There was nothing they could do. Yi Tian's aura was too strong and his halo was too dazzling. Forehead. Father Xiao swallowed his saliva and carefully poured Yi Tian a glass of wine. Want to drink?
His cautious attitude made Xiaorong, who had returned with him, feel uncomfortable.
Dad, what's wrong with you? Father Xiao asked in surprise. I'm fine. Mother Xiao carefully put some food into Yi Tian's bowl and said, Xiaotian, eat some food. Yi Tian twitched his lips and said, Aunt, I never like eating broccoli.
Mother Xiao smiled bitterly, feeling a little embarrassed. Although they have lived together for nearly a year, who cares about the taste of a live-in son-in-law?
Yi Tian, that's enough. Don't think you're great just because you have a little money. Who are you showing off to?
Zhao's father and mother know how to adapt to the situation, but Xiao Rong is the kind of person who would rather die than live in disgrace, and she can't stand this.
However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao's father scolded him, Rong. What are you doing? Xiaotian just said he doesn't like broccoli. How could he be so arrogant? And you, why are you so excited? Mother Xiao said, yes, today is Grandma's birthday. If we want to argue, we should wait until we get home.
What happened just now was indeed my fault.
I forgot that Xiaotian doesn't like broccoli. You.
Seeing her parents turn against her and all lean towards Yi Tian, Xiao Rong was heartbroken and speechless. Yi Tian threw a peanut into his mouth and glanced at Xiao Rong leisurely. Auntie is right, don't embarrass Grandma. If we want to quarrel, we can go home later.
Chapter 30, Quarrel.
Being rich means being confident. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. This birthday banquet, which was worthy of being recorded in the history of Haijing, ended after 2 hours. After saying goodbye to his grandmother, Yi Tian and his family of 4 took a car home. Throughout the journey, Xiao Rong's face was frighteningly gloomy, while Yi Tian, who was sitting next to her, looked calm and composed. He sent messages to his friends from time to time and replied to voice messages in a loud voice, without any hesitation towards the Xiao family members in the car.
Being rich means being confident.
It was only a 20-minute walk from the old house to the Xiao family villa, but to Xiao Rong it felt like a lifetime. After finally arriving home, she immediately rushed out of the car and ran upstairs, but was stopped by Yi Tian. He smiled and said, I've been running around outside all day and I'm exhausted.
Xiao Rong, go and help me prepare the water for washing my feet. Snap.
Xiao Rong stood there as if struck by lightning, twisting her body mechanically and widening her beautiful eyes.
You, say that again? What?
I say, prepare the foot bath water.
What's going on? Did you get your ears hurt from eating a meal?
Zhao's father and mother looked at each other. Zhao's mother wanted to say something for her daughter, but was stopped by Zhao's father and forcibly dragged into the house.
Close the door.
Father Xiao said earnestly, when a young couple quarrels, it's best for us elders not to get involved.
We can't help either side. You've seen how strong Xiaotian is right now.
Mother Xiao said sadly, that's the truth, but we can't just watch him bully Rong.
Bullying? That's double standards. Father Xiao said angrily, why didn't you speak up for Xiaotian when Rong asked him to pour water for his feet?
Mother Xiao was stunned. At that time, I didn't know he was so powerful. So, now that he's powerful enough, he's asking Rong to pour out his foot bath water.
Why are you feeling unbalanced? Rong is a human, but Xiaotian isn't. Well.
Zhao's mother was speechless and found that she could not find any words to refute.
In the courtyard.
Xiao Rong was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She gritted her teeth and said, Yi Tian, don't think you can humiliate me just because you have a few bucks. I, Xiao Rong, would rather die in glory than live in disgrace.
You want me to pour you some foot washing water? Dream on. Yi Tian scratched his ears. When did I humiliate you? I am your husband and you are my wife.
I just asked my wife to pour water for me to wash my feet.
I didn't ask you to wash my feet. Why do you think it is a humiliation? When you asked me to serve you every day, did you ever think that this was a humiliation? Yi Tian is not a generous person.
His philosophy of life is very simple, repay kindness tenfold and revenge 100-fold.
Simple and crude.
Xiao Rong clenched her fists, her body trembling, and even her breathing became rapid.
Yi Tian, don't worry, I will divorce you. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau opens, I will go with you to complete the divorce procedures. Yi Tian sneered and said, Xiao Rong, you are not so naive as to think that the world revolves around you, are you? I have the final say on whether to divorce or not. Who do you think you are?
Xiao Rong remained silent. Yi Tian looked at Xiao Rong for a few times and said with a smile, one day, you will be willing to pour me water for washing my feet.
You're dreaming.
Xiao Rong wanted to bite the man in front of her to death.
We'll see if it's a dream or not.
Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yi Tian did not linger any longer and walked straight to the door.
Joke. The challenge has been issued, why are you still staying in the Xiao family? Can't do anything. In the end, I can't sleep alone.
As soon as Yi Tian went out, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the door.
Fat Wei whistled, brother. Sister-in-law.
Xiao Rong ignored him and didn't even turn her head. Yi Tian didn't care and got into the car. Let's go back to Emperor Bay.
Brother, did you quarrel with sister-in-law again? Fat Wei blinked and asked doubtfully, sister-in-law is really too angry.
Brother, you are gentle, considerate and rich, why do you always quarrel with me?
Xiao Yao, bite him. Yi Tian said with a smile. Woof. Woof.
With Yuqin and Xiaoyao's intervention, the atmosphere in the car immediately became cheerful.
Yuqin Xiaoyao hugged Yi Tian's arm and said sweetly, brother, I miss you so much. You miss me after just a few days? When did you come back?
Yi Tian raised his hands and hugged Xiaoyao. The girl smelled sweet, like a cream cake.
It arrived this morning. I went to look for you, but your uncle and aunt said you were out. I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't send you a message.
Yuqin Xiaoyao looked well behaved. Yi Tian chatted with Yuqin Xiaoyao for a few words, looked at Ning Xiaotong in the corner, and smiled. Xiaotong, is your leg better? Ning Xiaotong shuddered, forgetting she was in the car. She foolishly tried to stand up and reply, but of course she fell down with a thud. The pain made her cry.
Okay, much better. Yi Tian couldn't help laughing and said, why are you so nervous? I don't eat people. I'm sorry. Ning Xiaotong cried anxiously and couldn't speak.
The experiences of the past 2 days were like a dream to this 19-year-old girl. Until now, she still hasn't figured out why this Mr. Yi chose her and wanted to promote her.
This is a straight out of an idol drama.
Mr. Jiang, your performance today was great.
It gave Grandma and me a surprise.
Yi Tian gave Jiang Shengfeng a thumbs up.
The rehearsal time is too short, otherwise I could prepare a few more programs.
Jiang Shengfeng said with a smile, young Master Yi, the elites from our 3 teams are all here.
We're planning an all-night meeting. You should come along and offer some suggestions. Holding a meeting all night? You guys are really crazy. I hate this kind of thing the most. Yi Tian decisively refused. Who's going to the meeting?
The thing I hate most in my life is meetings.
Still holding meetings all night? Neuropathy.
Xiaoyao, you and Xiaotong will come home with me later.
Okay.
Yuqin Xiaoyao nodded with a smile, and Ning Xiaotong trembled slightly.
Just because she was young didn't mean she was ignorant. Sure enough, success comes at a price. There is no free lunch in the world.
Yi Tian patted Fatty's shoulder and said, I'll leave the rest to you.
Remember, don't think about profit for me. The process is not important. What I want is the result. Of course. Don't worry, brother. Building A1, Imperial Bay. My parents had already fallen asleep, and the huge villa was empty and seemed a little deserted. There are many guest rooms upstairs, and they're cleaned every day. You can pick anyone and sleep in it. If you need anything, just ring the bedside bell. This is the kitchen, that's the bathroom, and there's a swimming pool on the rooftop. The water is heated every day. Xiaoyao, take Xiaotong for a walk. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm a little tired after a busy day. Okay. Xiaotong, come on, I'll take you to see my brother's house. It's much more gorgeous than young Master Qin's.
Yuqin Xiaoyao held Ning Xiaotong's hand and ran happily. Ning Xiaotong hurriedly said, Sister Yuqin, please slow down.
Xiaoyao is a much more cheerful girl than before. Yi Tian yawned and went upstairs to take a shower.
On the other side, the Xiao family villa. The Xiao family of 3 sat in the hall, looking at each other. Father Xiao smoked his cigarette gloomily, while Mother Xiao grabbed her daughter's hand, wanting to comfort her but not knowing where to start.
Yi Tian didn't do anything excessive.
He just returned the favor and asked Xiao Rong to help him pour the foot washing water.
In the end, Xiao Rong didn't pour it, and he didn't say anything.
Where can I find such a high-quality, wealthy and capable son-in-law?
Rong, why do you hate Yi Tian so much?
He used to be cowardly, inferior, like a doe, so I can understand why you hate him. But look at his performance at Grandma's birthday party today, so strong, confident, dazzling and brilliant, why do you still hate him?
Zhao's mother asked in confusion.
Xiao Rong was speechless for a moment.
Yes, why is that? Chapter 31 Yi Tian, my mentality has collapsed. Xiaorong couldn't understand why she hated Yi Tian so much, just as Yi Tian couldn't understand why Ning Xiaotong walked into the room in thin pajamas when he was half asleep. Yi Tian was confused. What are you doing? I just want to make you famous, but you want to do shameful things to me? Is there really no pure friendship between men and women?
Yi Tian was quite angry, so he sat up, patted the mattress, and said to Ning Xiaotong, "Sit closer."
Why did Ning Xiaotong knock on Yi Tian's bedroom door in the middle of the night?
The story began a few hours ago when the three of them had just returned home. At that time, Yi Tian went upstairs to take a shower and prepare to rest. Qin Xiaoyao took Ning Xiaotong to run up and down the stairs and visit the villa. Although Yu Qin Xiaoyao was somewhat surprised that brother Yi Tian had found another beautiful sister and was even spending money to make her famous just a few days after leaving Haijing, she felt no resentment or jealousy. She believed that whatever brother Yi Tian did had a reason, and she didn't need to ask for the reason, just accept it. So, Yu Qin Xiaoyao easily became good friends with this girl, who was 2 years younger than her. When they couldn't get a word in while the other bosses chatted, they would huddle in a corner and have a sisterly tea party, each with a handful of sunflower seeds.
Late at night. The crescent moon is like a hook, and the sky is full of stars.
In the open-air hot spring swimming pool on the top floor of the villa, Yu Qin Xiaoyao jumped out of the water and swam towards the shore with a smile.
Xiaotong, the water is so warm, not cold at all. Are you really not going to swim? Ning Xiaotong's head was full of messy thoughts.
She was stunned when she heard the words, and a wry smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. No, Sister Qin, my arthritis hasn't healed yet, and the doctor told me to rest as much as possible.
Oh. Is that so?
Yu Qin Xiaoyao suddenly realized something and sat down next to Ning Xiaotong. She looked at the girl and said with a smile, "Are you worried about something?"
No, no.
Ning Xiaotong hurriedly denied. Yu Qin Xiaoyao laughed and said, "You have a troubled face, yet you claim to be fine.
In industry terms, you failed to manage your facial expressions."
Ning Xiaotong, whose thoughts were touched, felt bitter and lowered her head.
Is it because of brother Yi Tian?
Yu Qin Xiaoyao wiped the water stains off her body casually. Seeing Ning Xiaotong agreed, she smiled and said, "Don't be afraid.
Brother Yi Tian is a gentleman, not the kind of person you imagine.
He took us back to the villa just because he was a little lonely."
A gentleman.
Ning Xiaotong shook her head.
This kind of lie might not even fool an elementary school student. You still don't believe it?
Yu Qin Xiaoyao widened her eyes and said confidently, "I tried it a long time ago.
At that time, I took off my clothes like this." Yu Qin Xiaoyao gestured roughly, "But do you know what brother Yi Tian said?" Ning Xiaotong was stunned and asked, "What did you say?"
Brother Yi Tian said that he always believed that there was pure friendship between men and women. He went to where I lived at the time just to have a cup of coffee and sit down and chat with me.
It was definitely not a hidden rule or anything like that. Yi Tian, I never said that.
Brother Yi Tian also said that he is a man who is greedy for money and lustful, and he will never force a girl to do anything she doesn't want to do.
Yi Tian, I never said that. Getting a girl's heart is more fulfilling than getting her body. Yi Tian, what the hell? Look, is this human language? Brother Yi Tian is a rare good man in 1,000 years. Now think about it, when brother Yi Tian signed you, did he give you any hints?
Ning Xiaotong was stunned.
Everything that happened the day before yesterday is still fresh in my mind.
From the beginning to the end, Yi Tian treated her like the big brother next door. The casual chats in the corridor and the support and comfort after mistakes on the stage all showed Yi Tian's gentlemanly demeanor.
No.
Ning Xiaotong couldn't say yes against her conscience, but
I can't understand why he is so nice to me.
Yu Qin Xiaoyao said seriously, brother Yi Tian said that he believes in fate.
He supports you only because he is destined to be with you. He does not ask for anything in return from you, whether it is financial or emotional. Yi Tian, bullshit.
As she spoke, Yu Qin Xiaoyao propped up her chin and looked up at the night sky. Suddenly, she saw a meteor with a light tail streaking across the night sky. She screamed and hurriedly made a pious wish, "Meteor, meteor, I don't ask to monopolize brother Yi Tian, I just hope to have a place in brother Yi Tian's heart, even if it's just a little bit. Please. Meteor." Ning Xiaotong hugged her legs and stared at the swimming pool which had already become calm and without ripples. There was a huge uproar in my heart. It turns out that brother Yi Tian is so noble, so graceful, so...
My thoughts are too dirty. As the saying goes, if you have Buddha in your heart, everyone you see is Buddha. If you have color in your heart, everyone you see is color. My state of mind still needs to be refined, it is still far from Brother Yi Tian's level. Brother Yi Tian. Sorry. I shouldn't judge others by my own standards. I will never have such random thoughts again. I will repay you with this life what I owe you. This moment.
Under the brainwashing of Yu Qin Xiaoyao's nonsense, Ning Xiaotong secretly made up her mind that she would never let Brother Yi Tian down. You may think that Brother Yi Tian is rich, handsome, and has everything he needs, but I know that Brother Yi Tian is not as happy as we imagined. Yu Qin Xiaoyao murmured, supporting her chin.
Brother Yi Tian, I am actually lonely.
Ning Xiaotong had an idea in her mind.
Time goes back to the present.
Yi Tian patted the mattress in a daze, motioning Ning Xiaotong to come and sit down. Ning Xiaotong hummed and sat over, looking directly into Yi Tian's half-asleep eyes. Brother Yi Tian. Although Yi Tian is a rookie, he still knows what to do in this situation.
We are all adults, so do what we should do. Everything is implied.
He reached out and took Ning Xiaotong into his arms. Just as he was about to kiss her, he noticed 2 lines of tears sliding down the corners of the girl's eyes.
Xiaotong, why are you crying? Yi Tian felt a little uncomfortable.
Ning Xiaotong looked directly into Yi Tian's eyes and smiled brightly. Because I am so happy, Dad's operation was very successful.
Really? That's great. Yi Tian was sincerely happy for Ning Xiaotong. People who work hard will never have bad luck. I told my father about you.
He said that when he is almost recovered from his illness, he will come to thank you.
Don't be so polite, it's just a small favor. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Ning Xiaotong sat up. Brother, can I call you that? Like Sister Yu Qin? Sure.
That's great, brother. Ning Xiaotong hugged Yi Tian, pushed him down, kissed him on the cheek, and jumped for joy. I have a brother.
He. That's great. Yi Tian, #%%. Another sister? I'm so mentally broken. Chapter 32 Mission. Hungry guests.
No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. When Yi Tian woke up, he found that his arms were numb.
He looked carefully and was immediately amused.
It turned out that in addition to Ning Xiaotong, there was also Yu Qin Xiaoyao in his bed. The 2 girls each hugged one of his arms as a pillow. Their sleeping posture was very cute, like 2 koalas.
When did Xiaoyao come? Yi Tian was speechless.
Even though Yi Tian's movement of pulling back his arm was very small, it still woke Yu Qin Xiaoyao up. She rubbed her eyelids and sat up, smiling and saying, Brother, good morning.
Good morning, Xiaoyao.
Yi Tian chuckled, rubbed his arms and went to the balcony to enjoy the unique air of Emperor Bay in the early morning with the fragrance of soil.
It's great to have money.
Sighing to himself, Yi Tian began to wash up, eat breakfast, and prepare for the next sign-in task. It has been almost a week since he got the sign-in system of the super rich man. He has basically figured out the routine of this system.
Usually, he gets money one day and completes tasks one day. Since he signed in and got 2 billion yesterday, it is very likely that today is some kind of experience task. 2 billion.
Thinking of the deposit in his bank card, Yi Tian suddenly felt melancholy and a sense of crisis. He has tried his best to spend money, buying golden longevity peaches, cemeteries, and coffins, but all these things added up to less than 400 million.
In other words, he still had 2.1 billion left in his card.
10 million was considered small change and was not counted. I haven't spent all my money yet, and I need to receive some money. At this moment, Yi Tian fully understood Ma Dad's pain.
You can never spend money faster than you can make money.
Oh, I really miss the days when there was no system.
No way.
Only a psychopath would miss that kind of shitty life. Looking at Qin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong chewing their porridge slowly, Yi Tian said, How about I invest another billion in you too?
Puff. Both girls squirted. Cough. I'm so hungry.
Brother, please stop scaring us, okay?
We haven't even finalized the project yet, and you want to make additional investments?
I'm afraid you'll scare me crazy before I become famous.
Yu Qin Xiaoyao almost begged, brother. No more, seriously.
Ning Xiaotong also said that there was really no need to do so. If she made any further investment, she would most likely get a heart attack. Seeing that the two girls were determined to do so, Yi didn't want to force them and could only think of other things that could make him happy.
After breakfast,
Qin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotan went to Qin Yan's house for a meeting, while Yi rode a tricycle to leave Diwang Bay. Halfway through, a familiar voice came from his head.
Ding, sign-in successful, system reward, Godly Rich Mission Experience Card X1.
Sign-in cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds.
Godly Rich Mission Experience Card, after using it, you can get a random mission. If you complete the mission within the specified time, you can get a random reward. Random mission, quite interesting. Yi didn't hesitate and clicked to use it. Ding! The Godly Rich Mission Experience Card has been used successfully. Task name, The Hungry Guests.
Description: please find the hungry guest in Haijing City within 24 hours and feed him her.
If you exceed the time limit, the mission will fail. The mission difficulty is a level. Yi touched his chin with great interest.
It was the first time he received a task with a difficulty rating, and it felt quite fresh. After leaving Emperor Bay, Yi pedaled his tricycle slowly forward. Whenever he met someone who greeted him along the way, he would stop to make Ye's pancakes as soon as possible. While doing small business, he wondered in his mind what the not enough to eat in the system task meant, whether it meant not enough to eat literally, or not enough to eat in connotation. Since it's an A-rank mission, it must be very difficult and requires a lot of ingenuity to complete. Perhaps we can pool our resources and find this guest. After careful consideration, Yi grabbed his cell phone. But at this moment, a man wearing a safety helmet, anti-smash shoes, and work clothes ran out from a construction site opposite. His face was covered with black ash and he shouted at Yi, "Hey, hey!
Pancake! Stop!"
When Yi turned his head, the man had already come to the front of the car, staring at the food in the car with shining eyes.
Ding! The hungry guest has been found. Yi I really overestimated you, system. I was trying to use my brain. Where's the A-level difficulty mission you promised? Is it fun to coax children? Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and got out of the car. "Brother, what do you want to eat?" I'm so hungry, I'm about to faint from hunger. Which one will be the fastest?"
the young worker said while rubbing his belly.
Yi thought for a moment and said, "Liangpi, please." "Okay, I have 100 yuan here. How many cold noodles can I buy?" The worker took out a wrinkled 100 yuan bill. Yi felt curious when he saw it.
Speaking of which, he hasn't seen cash for almost a year. All payments are electronic, which feels so strange.
"I'm not busy with money.
Please sit down first and I'll make you some cold noodles." Yi took out a small stool and asked the worker to sit on it first, while he started to make the cold noodles. He was skilled and quickly made a bowl of cold noodles with even sauce. The worker took the cold noodles and without saying anything, picked up the chopsticks and put them into his mouth, grunting.
Less than 5 seconds. The cold noodles are gone. The most outrageous thing is that this guy even drank up all the soup. "Boss! I want more." The young worker held up the plastic bowl. "Coming soon." Yi blood was boiling.
He clasped his fingers together and did a finger warm-up, then started working on 3 fronts, making hand-pulled pancakes, egg fried rice, and pancakes, while mixing cold noodles. The sizzling sound of fried rice attracted the worker so much that he simply stood beside the stall and ate whatever was delicious. Yi saw it clearly, there was a trace of crystal saliva flowing down the young man's chin.
"It's so scary." "Don't worry, little brother, I will make sure you have enough to eat today." Disaster.
The young worker devoured a half-pound pancake in 2 bites inside. From childhood to adulthood, I've never known what it means to be full. There's no such word in my dictionary.
No, that's not right. I don't even have a dictionary. Yi then you are too pitiful. Fried rice is ready.
The worker picked up the plate of fried rice and gobbled it up in one gulp. The 3 portions of fried rice, which were heavily loaded with ingredients, were completely devoured in just 2 minutes.
Even the plate was licked clean. The cold noodles are ready. Hoof. The hand-pulled pancake is ready. Hoof. Jianbing Guezi. Hoof. 30 minutes later. Yi could hardly hold on any longer, his arms were numb and sore. The last time he did such high-intensity work was half a year ago at the entrance of the amusement park. "Boss, I don't want to eat anymore," the young worker suddenly said. "Are you full?" Yi Tian asked curiously.
The worker shook his head and said, "No, I don't feel anything in my stomach."
I just don't have any money.
The worker put 100 yuan on the cart, bowed and said, "I know this money may not be enough, but this is all I have."
Wait. Yi Tian grabbed the worker's arm. Are you kidding? If I let you run away like this, will I still be able to complete my mission?
I'll take you to eat delicious food, the kind you can eat until you're full and vomit.
Do you want that? Yi Tian said with great enthusiasm.
The young worker shuddered all over and took off his helmet in disbelief, revealing his dirty face.
His eyes sparkled. Are you serious? Can you really feed me? You're a woman? Yi Tian was stunned. Chapter 33: Zhao Tieju's Amazing Appetite.
It was not until then that Yi Tiankai discovered that the worker he had always called little brother was actually a girl, in her early 20s. Although her face was dusty and dirty, it could not hide her delicate features, especially her eyes, which were likened to windows to the soul by people. They were super bright.
The young woman hurriedly put her hat back on and said nervously, "Shoo, keep your voice down. If my co-workers knew I was a woman, I'd be dead." What do you mean? I don't understand. Yi Tian didn't care about these details and got into the car. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. Is it really okay? Can I really eat my fill?
Boss, it's not easy for you to make money by running a small business.
The female worker asked worriedly. So kind.
Even when he was starving, he still thought about others. Yi Tian was so moved that tears came to his eyes.
Don't panic. Just eat, and leave everything else to me.
Thank you, boss. The worker rubbed her cheeks and said, "You ride the bike, and I'll run with you."
Let's go. The next time. Many lucky Haijing citizens witnessed the funny scene.
A young man was riding a tricycle and pedaling hard in front, followed by a dirty worker.
International trade. One of the best restaurants in Haijing.
More than a dozen chefs are busy working. General Manager Liang Quan said with sweat on his forehead, "Hurry up, hurry up.
The big boss will be here soon, we can't leave the table empty."
"Don't worry, manager, we can definitely complete the task," the head chef said confidently.
"It all depends on you. If you satisfy the boss, I'll give you a bonus."
After Liang Quan finished his instructions, he turned and left the kitchen, heading to the second floor to decorate the banquet hall, using all the flowers and banners he could. More than 10 minutes ago, he received a call from Mr. Yi, who said that he was going to bring his friends to the Guamao for dinner and asked them to prepare good wine and food.
Boss Yi will be here soon. You, follow me downstairs to greet Boss Yi.
Liang Quan ordered several beautiful waitresses at once.
Yes.
A group of people rushed to the gate of China World Trade Center.
Coincidentally, as soon as Liang Quan and his group went downstairs, Yi Tian and the young worker arrived.
The young worker looked up at the magnificent hotel, her eyes filled with horror.
He actually brought me to this place to eat? No, absolutely not.
I am a glutton who can bankrupt my family by eating just rice and pickles.
Boss.
The young worker was about to speak when she saw the dark-skinned general manager coming up to her. "Boss Yi."
Yi Tian hummed, took the young lady's hand and walked inside. "Are all the food I asked you to prepare ready?" "The kitchen is cooking and some food has been prepared," Liang Quan said with his head lowered. "Okay, let's eat first." "Mr. Yi, how many more friends are coming?" Liang Quan asked in a low voice. "No, just the two of us." Liang Quan was a little confused. 2 people? Then why do you want me to prepare a banquet for 5 tables? Eat at 1 table and watch 4 tables? Oh shit. Rich people really know how to have fun, I must become rich.
"Upstairs, please. Go straight up to the second floor." Looking at the dishes on the 5 large round tables, the young lady shed tears of excitement. "Is this really prepared for me?"
"Really? It must be true. Just eat it. Eat as much as you want." Yi Tian nodded repeatedly. "Then I won't be polite."
The young lady wiped her tears and rushed over.
At Liang Quan's signal, more than a dozen waiters quickly gathered the dishes prepared by other tables and put them on one table. Yi Tian supported his chin and watched the young lady wolf down the food quietly. The more I watch it, the more I like it. What an appetite. Awesome. What's your name? Yi Tian asked casually. Zhao Taizhu. The young lady's answer made Yi Tian stumble. Zhao Taizhu? Isn't your name a bit sloppy?
Zhao Taizhu picked up a roasted suckling pig and took a sip from its snout. He mumbled, "My parents are both rural residents, uneducated. When my mom gave birth to me, my dad was working at a construction site, carrying iron pillars, so he casually gave me this name."
Dad said, "A humble name is easier to raise." Yi Tian nodded. "I am no exception. My mother told me that the weather was nice when he was born. My father held me in his arms and looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, 'What a nice day. There are no clouds in the sky, and the sea and sky are clear.' Let's call in Yi Tian." "Well, I'm getting off topic." Yi Tian asked, "How come you, a girl, are working on a construction site?" By this time, Zhao Taizhu had already quickly devoured the second roast suckling pig, his mouth dripping with grease as he spoke, "Because I need to support myself. A few years ago, my parents arranged a marriage for me. They wanted me to marry old Wang from the next village. The negotiations were going well, and he agreed. That night, my parents and I stayed at their house. I was so hungry that I went to the kitchen and cooked a bag of rice and some pickles. It was the first time in my life that I felt even slightly satisfied. But the next day, old Wang's family reneged on their agreement, saying they couldn't afford to support me and kicked us out." Yi Tian listened in fascination. "A bag of rice?" "Yes, it's the kind that comes in a 100 gene package. I cooked it in a big iron pot on the stove and ate it all night." Zhao Taizhu nodded. Bang! Yi Tian knocked his head on the table. "Awesome. Awesome. Boss, what's your name?" "My name is Yi Tian, you can call me Brother Yi Tian or Brother Tian." Zhao Taizhu hummed, "Brother Yi Tian." What happened next? Seeing how happy Zhao Taizhu was while eating, Yi Tian's appetite was also aroused, so he took a few bites of the food. Zhao Taizhu said, "Later, word got out about my ability to eat, and no one in the surrounding villages dared to marry me. So my parents entrusted me to a cousin and asked me to come to the city with her to work. I stayed with my cousin for a month, and one morning I woke up and found she was gone. At first I thought she'd disappeared and looked everywhere for her, but then I found a note from her on the refrigerator. She said she couldn't support me and asked me to be self-reliant. My cousin is a kind person and left me 3 months' rent. It was also by chance that I got a job moving bricks at a construction site." Yi Tian nodded repeatedly. Most people can't afford to feed this monster-level appetite. It can eat up a building in the center of Haijing City in minutes. It has only been 20 minutes since we entered the China World Trade Center, and we have already finished 5 roast suckling pigs. This isn't eating at all, it's just stuffing food into the stomach. Where did all the food go?" Yi Tian was really curious. Zhao Taizhu was only about 1.6 meters tall and weighed a little over 90 kilograms. He was not fat at all. Can I touch your belly? If that's okay with you." "Sure, feel free to touch." Zhao Taizhu blinked. Yi Tian placed his hand on Zhao Taizhu's stomach, but of course he couldn't feel anything, it was very flat. Amazing. Chapter 34 Mr. Liu, Yi Tian is here. For the following time, Yi Tian stayed with Zhao Taizhu, watching her wolf down the food in no time, and looking for gaps when she was eating to chat with her. They ate from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock in the afternoon, a full 3 hours, and Zhao Taizhu never stopped. "Taizhu, you are so awesome. Yi Tian loves Zhao Taizhu so much. With such a great man by my side, my mother no longer has to worry about me getting anorexia. Please be sure to come with me. I will provide you with 3 meals a day. From now on, this restaurant will be your cafeteria." Zhao Taizhu was eating when he suddenly heard Yi Tian's words. He paused for a moment, and the next second tears welled up in his eyes and fell down. "Taizhu? Did I say something wrong?" Yi Tian was shocked. Zhao Taizhu choked up and said, "Brother Yi Tian, you are the first person who has been so kind to me. I am so touched. Because I am such a big eater, my parents and relatives treat me like a plague. They even dare not invite my family to visit relatives during the new year." Yi Tianxin said that this was for sure. No normal family can afford to support you. With your appetite, even a millionaire can't afford to feed you. You have to be a billionaire. Yi Tian raised his hand to help Zhao Taizhu wipe away his tears. "Follow me, I will ensure that you will have enough to eat every day." "Thank you, brother." Zhao Taizhu shed tears of gratitude, then lowered his head and continued eating without slowing down at all. "Liang Quan." Yi Tian gestured to Liang Quan, who had been waiting beside him, to sit down. The latter was flattered and said, Mr. Yi. You heard what I just said. Taiju is my sister from now on. You must satisfy her 3 meals a day, but you can't fool her with junk food. If I find out you dare to take advantage of me.
Yi Tian's eyes turned cold, and Liang Quan hurriedly said, Boss Yi, don't worry, I will do my best to meet all of Sister Tieju's requirements.
You are smart and capable. The group will not forget you. How much is your annual salary now? Yi Tian asked casually.
Liang Quan said cautiously, the group has always valued me, so they gave me the position of general manager of Guamao. My current annual salary is 800,000, and when the year-end dividends are distributed, if the business is good, the total can be around 1.5 million.
It's increased.
Yi Tian raised his hand, from this month on, your annual salary will be 1.6 million.
Liang Quan's legs softened and he knelt down before Yi Tian, saying excitedly, Boss Yi. Stand up and talk. This isn't a feudal society. This isn't allowed. Yi Tian glanced at Zhao Taiju, who was eating voraciously, and asked, Where is the headquarters of Dauphin Group? I bought shares in the group, but I've never been there. Liang Quan said hurriedly, It's on the commercial street. It only takes 20 minutes to get there by car. Mr. Yi, are you going back to the headquarters? I'll drive you there. Need not. Yi Tian waved his hand, You stay here and serve Taiju. It's time for her to eat. I have something to do, I'll be back later to get Taiju. Yes. Iron Pillar. Yi Tian said with a smile. Brother.
Zhao Taiju raised his head, his eyes full of gratitude, and greasy stains on the corners of his mouth.
You must eat enough. It doesn't matter when you eat. Just tell Brother Liang Quan what you want to eat. I have something to do and will be back soon. Okay. Zhao Taiju nodded heavily.
Yi Tian originally wanted to accompany Zhao Taiju until the end of the meal, but this girl's appetite was too terrifying. It would take at least several hours for her to eat. He didn't have that much time to waste on this. He had 2.1 billion yuan on him and had to find a way to spend it quickly, otherwise the money would keep piling up and he wouldn't be able to spend it all.
Dauphin Group headquarters, top floor conference room.
That concludes today's shareholders meeting.
Lu Ruyan raised her hand and announced the end of the meeting.
As they walked out, the secretary quickly followed and said, Boss Lu, CEO Xiao of the Xiao Group has called you several times, saying they're planning a strategic partnership with our group.
Would you mind taking some time to talk to her? Although the Xiao Group isn't very well funded, it has seen remarkable growth in recent years, especially. Especially?
Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows and said, Don't hesitate, just say what you want to say.
Lu Ruyan, 25 years old, is the president of Dauphin Group.
She also owns 25% of the group's shares.
She is the most powerful female president in Haijing City, no doubt about it.
Although she is a woman, when it comes to business acumen, she directly crushes Qin Yin and Pang Wei, who is known as the Zhuge Liang. Having been in a high position for a long time, she naturally developed the aura of a queen who is domineering and looks down on the world. The secretary shuddered at Lu Ruyan's gaze and hurriedly said, Last night was the 90th birthday of the Xiao family's great-grandmother, and it caused quite a stir. It's said that Xiao Rong's husband, Yi Tian, who was previously penniless, suddenly emerged last night and made a splash, sending out a ton of golden birthday peaches and various valuables worth hundreds of millions. If it weren't for Yi Tian, we might not have needed to cooperate with the Xiao family, but since Yi Tian is here, I think there's still value in cooperation. Lu Ruyan took out an e-cigarette from her arms and took a puff. A hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Yi Tian. Isn't this the mysterious tycoon who acquired 51% of Dauphin Group as shares some time ago? Do these two people have the same name, or? If it's the same person, it would be too coincidental. Call.
Lu Ruyan exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, Please ask Xiao Rong to come to the group.
I want to talk to her. Okay, I'll contact Mr. Xiao right away. The secretary left in a hurry. Later, at the headquarters of Dauphin Group, Xiao Rong raised her head neither humbly nor arrogantly, and sat facing Lu Ruyan, the legendary female president of Haijing City.
Lu Ruyan put down the materials and said with a smile, Boss Xiao, the conditions offered by your group are very generous.
I will definitely carefully consider the cooperation.
Xiao Rong breathed a sigh of relief, Thank you, Mr. Lu.
When two powerful companies come together for business, what's there to thank or not?
Lu Ruyan cleverly changed the subject, I heard that Boss Xiao got married.
Her husband's surname is Yi, and his name is Tian? Xiaorong didn't expect Lu Ruyan to bring up Yi Tian so abruptly. She was stunned for a moment and nodded, yes. But this person?
In order to confirm whether Xiaorong's husband and the largest shareholder of Dafeng Group are the same person, Lu Ruyan specially asked someone to take a separate screenshot of Yi Tian's portrait.
When Xiaorong saw Yi Tian's photo, she immediately became furious and asked in confusion, "How did you get his photo?" Lu Ruyan was stunned. It's him. Yi Tian. Xiaorong's husband. Major shareholder of Dafeng Group.
Lu Ruyan's face looked normal, but her heart was in turmoil and she was also deeply confused.
This is unacceptable both morally and logically.
Her husband is the largest shareholder of Dafeng Group and has the power of life and death.
Why does he have to be so humble and come to her to discuss cooperation? Why not just talk to Yi Tian directly? It's just a matter of a few words. Unless Xiaorong has no idea that Yi Tian is the major shareholder of Dafeng Group. Is this possible?
Lu Ruyan pinched her eyebrows, looking very complicated.
Boss Lu.
The secretary came in quickly and whispered in Lu Ruyan's ear, "There's a man named Yi Tian in the reception hall who wants to see you."
Chapter 35 Xiaorong, I bought a watch last year.
Lu Ruyan collected her thoughts and apologized to Xiaorong, "Boss Xiao, I'm so sorry.
Please wait a moment.
I have something to take care of at the company.
I'll be right back." Okay. Xiaorong nodded slightly. Lu Ruyan walked quickly to the hall and saw Yi Tian groping around with his hands in his pockets.
He looks younger and more handsome than in the photo, especially his aura, which is terrifying.
But as an independent woman of the modern era, Lu Ruyan's pride wouldn't allow her to kowtow to any man. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly and greeted him, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry for not coming here to greet you." Yi Tian is not a fool. How could he not know that Lu Ruyan is the second largest shareholder of Dafeng Group and the head of the group? He grinned and said, "Go back to your own group and see if there is anything you can do to welcome him." Cough. Lu Ruyan was speechless after being confronted. How is the group running? Is there enough funding?
Yi Tian ignored Lu Ruyan's embarrassed look and asked directly that his most important task when he returned to Dafeng Group this time was to spend money.
Lu Ruyan said, "Everything is going smoothly for the group. President Yi, don't worry. We just borrowed 500 million yuan from the bank a few days ago to develop new projects. Everything is moving in a positive direction. If you need funds, tell me. Why do you need a bank loan?" Yi Tian sighed. "It's just 500 million. It's not a big deal. Do you need a loan?" The extremely crazy words made Lu Ruyan stunned again. "Isn't it just 500 million? Nima is too crazy."
You should know that Dafeng Group claims a market value of 6 billion, but in fact it is only about 4 billion, and most of it is real estate, stocks, and the like.
The company's internal liquidity is only about 500 million. Otherwise, it would not have borrowed from the bank. As Lu Ruyan silently rolled her eyes, Yi Tianchen added, "I'm planning to inject 500 million into Dafeng Group. When you have time, write a project plan. Also, I like Liang Quan, the general manager of Guamao.
I've given him a raise without authorization, to 1.6 million a year."
Who is Liang Quan?
Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, but didn't take it to heart. She was just a small figure with an annual salary of 1.6 million, but the investment of 500 million was really shocking to her.
"Mr. Yi, I will deliver the project book to you within 3 days." Lu Ruyan said hurriedly. "Okay, that's all. Ruyan, you're doing great. I'm confident in you. I'm very confident leaving the group in your hands. Keep it up." Yi Tian grinned and prepared to leave. "It's such a joy to be able to spend 500 million. If I have too much money to spend in the future, I will start a company. That would be so cool." "Wait a minute, Mr. Yi, there's someone you might want to meet." Lu Ruyan hurriedly caught up with Yi Tian. "Who?"
"The president of Xiao Group, your wife, Xiaorong."
Lu Ruyan asked tentatively. "Xiaorong, what is she doing here?"
As expected, Yi Tian frowned. "She wants to form a strategic partnership with our Dafeng Group, and the conditions she offers are very favorable. I am interested in forming an alliance with her, but since you are here, Boss Yi, the decision-making power must of course be left to you. Take me to her. This way, please." As Lu Ruyan and Yi Tian made their way to the dedicated elevator, countless passing employees stood in awe, each filled with doubt. How could Lu Ruyan, known for her severe misogyny and extreme feminism, be so kind to a handsome young man.
Who was this young man? Could it be Mr. Lu's younger brother? This is the only explanation, but I haven't heard that Mr. Lu has a younger brother. Top floor, conference room.
Seeing Lu Ruyan come in, Xiaorong stood up and said with a smile, "Boss Lu, Xiaorong's smile froze the moment Yi Tian walked in, and she said with a sharp look in her eyes, "Yi Tian." Yi Tian tilted his head and looked at her, while Lu Ruyan stood aside and watched the show very tactfully. This play is very lively. I heard that you want to form an alliance with Dauphin Group? Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? Yi Tian sat down on the chair carelessly and put his feet on the table. This posture was not elegant, but it felt really good. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you this? Do you think that just because you hook up with a rich woman and have some dirty money, you can do whatever you want and tell me what to do? I tell you, Yi Tian, it's impossible in this lifetime. Besides, do you know what business is? Xiaorong rolled her eyes. What a strong woman. Lu Ruyan nodded secretly. Although Xiaorong was dissing her immediate superior, the big boss, she still couldn't help but cast a look of approval at Xiaorong. Women should be self-reliant. Xiaorong, I give you a thumbs up. I really don't understand business. Yi Tian calmly tapped the table with his heel. But I have money. Money really allows you to do whatever you want. Haven't you heard this saying? Ha! Xiaorong sneered, no matter how rich you are, can you still affect the strategic cooperation between my Xiao Group and Dauphin Group? Well, he really can. Lu Ruyan said silently in her heart. If I ruin the strategic cooperation between you and Dauphin Group, I will seem too petty. I, Yi Tian, am not that kind of person. Ruyan, you should have done a market research on the Xiao Group. Tell me in detail, what would you do if you were the president of the Xiao Group? Yi Tian knocked on the table. Lu Ruyan answered truthfully, the Xiao Group's total assets are conservatively estimated at around 10 billion. It's experienced strong growth in recent years, but its shortcomings are also evident. The Xiao Group's internal management is chaotic, with numerous factions. If I were the president of the Xiao Group, I would definitely make drastic personnel adjustments, kicking out those bad apples. While holding job fairs to attract new talent, I would also look for headhunters to recruit management talent from other companies. Xiaorong's face changed slightly, and a bitter taste appeared in her mouth. What Lu Ruyan said was the truth, and it was also what she wanted to do. But she could only think about it, she couldn't do it no matter what. Because those bad apples were all from the Xiao family's direct lineage, her elders, even her father's and mother's elders. A single move could affect the entire body. Once she did this, within a few hours, these relatives would rush to her house to complain to her parents and denounce her as an unfilial descendant of the Xiao family. Yeah. Yi Tian nodded. If I ask you to acquire 51% of Xiao Group's shares and let you serve as the president of Xiao Group, will you be too busy to handle everything? Yi Tian's words were like thunder, exploding in the hearts of the two women. Lu Ruyan was surprised and asked, "You want me to be the president of Xiao Group? Are you serious? I never joke. Can you do it?" Yi Tian said with a smile. We can definitely do it well, but I have a better way. Wouldn't it be better to directly merge the Xiao Group and make it a subsidiary of Dafeng? Lu Ruyan blinked. Xiaorong was stunned. I bought a watch last year. I'm standing right in front of you, and you're saying you want to swallow up my group right in front of me? It's like a family of three happily watching TV at home, and a group of robbers stand at the door and plan to break in and rob the house. Are you fucking crazy? Oh. I really don't know much about business. Then let's merge. Tell me how much money you need. Yi Tian yawned. You guys chat first. I'm sleepy and I'm going back to take a nap. Ruyan, if you have anything, you can call me or come to my house directly. That's it. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he turned and left without even looking at Xiaorong. Xiaorong was stunned. I came here today to discuss cooperation. How did I suddenly become a prey? Why? Chapter 36 I'm sorry. I'm not worthy. As Yi Tian left, the two beautiful female presidents in the conference room looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed a little solemn and weird. Xiaorong bit her lip lightly, forcibly controlling her surging emotions. She spoke word by word, Boss Lu, do you really want to listen to this bastard and acquire my Xiao Group? Although the Xiao Group's overall strength is not as good as Dafeng's, we will never sit idly by and wait for death. Lu Ruyan remained silent. She smiled as she sat down next to Xiao Rong and said, Boss Xiao, let's put the acquisition aside for now.
Aren't you and Boss Yi husband and wife? What deep hatred is there between you that has led to such a standoff?
Lu Ruyan is a woman after all, and gossip runs in her veins.
Why do you call that bastard Mr. Yi?
From the first moment the three of them met, Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Yi Tian was very ambiguous, like that of a subordinate and a leader.
Xiao Rong was so angry just now that she didn't pay much attention to this detail.
Now that she has calmed down and thought about what happened, she can vaguely see the incongruity. Lu Ruyan took out her e-cigarette and took a puff, her smile blooming.
Boss Xiao, why are you asking such a question when you already know the answer? Don't you know that Boss Yi is the major shareholder and actual controlling shareholder of our Dauphin Group? What did you say? Xiao Rong was struck by lightning and could no longer remain calm. Yi Tian. He is a major shareholder of Dauphin Group? When did this happen? This isn't right, this isn't right. Xiao Rong had a splitting headache. How did that loser become a major shareholder? Lu Ruyan said softly, Boss Xiao, the idea of Dauphin Group acquiring Zhao's is just an idea for now. I don't want it to come true. The decision is yours. Why don't you go back and think about it first and talk to Boss Yi? Boss Yi doesn't look like a heartless person.
Xiao Rong's face was pale and her soul was out of her body. She didn't even know how she got out of Dauphin Group. Huang Ying, Xiao Rong's assistant secretary and best friend, quickly opened the car door for her and whispered, Rong, I just saw Yi Tian leave from here.
Why is he here? Xiao Rong's lips trembled. First, let's go back to the company. The car drove away.
Lu Ruyan stood on the top floor, looking down at Xiao Rong's car going away, a faint smile appearing on her face.
This couple is really interesting. The wife doesn't even know her husband's true identity. Is Xiao Rong too stupid, or is Yi Tian too smart and hiding it too deeply? Yi Tian. Lu Ruyan exhaled a puff of thin smoke. What an interesting man. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Soon, Yi Tian rode the old tricycle back to Guamao.
Zhao Taizhu was still eating voraciously, showing no signs of stopping.
Liang Quan sat beside her, constantly urging the waiter to serve the dishes. Seeing Yi Tian coming back, he hurriedly stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. Mr. Yi. Yi Tian responded casually, and touched Zhao Taizhu's head with a smile. Eat, make sure you eat enough.
After you're full, I'll take you shopping and give you a bath. You're too dirty. Zhao Taizhu grinned and continued to sweep away everything in his path. I have already told Ruyan about your matter. Yi Tian said. Ruyan, yes. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for the promotion. I will definitely keep up the good work. Liang Quan's body trembled with excitement. Damn it. I've worked at Dauphin Group for over a decade, and this is the first time I've heard someone call CEO Lu Ruyan. That's awesome. Yi Tian, give me a bowl of fried rice, I'm hungry. Liang Quan, yes.
Zhao Taizhu glanced at Yi Tian secretly, then continued to eat with his head down and grunting. On the other side, the Xiao Group. Xiao Rong lay pale and exhausted on the chair, while Huang Ying was busy pouring tea and serving water. As Xiao Rong's assistant and best friend, Huang Ying saw Xiao Rong so fragile and exhausted for the first time.
Ying, don't worry. No matter what happens to the group, I will do my best to protect your job. Rong, don't say such things. There will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Didn't our company face a broken capital chain a few days ago? Didn't we still survive it? We will definitely get through this one too. Huang Ying was heartbroken. She already knew that Lu Ruyan, the female glutton in the business world, wanted to acquire the Xiao Group. This time is different. Xiao Rong said faintly, Xin Yan, Pang Wei, they are in cahoots with Yi Tian. I even doubt whether Yi Tian is the mastermind behind this. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Ying said, Rong, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Do you want me to apologize to Yi Tian? Apologize. Xiao Rong said bitterly. In just 1 week, the status of both parties had changed dramatically. The person who was once a worthless person and could do nothing with a stick had transformed into a top billionaire. Such a huge transformation was unacceptable to her. There was a strong sense of discomfort both physically and psychologically. I'm tired, let me sleep for a while. Ying, you go out first. Good. Huang Ying left quietly and closed the office door gently. In the corridor, Huang Ying mustered up the courage to send Yi Tian a message. Mr. Yi, do you have time? I want to talk to you. Oh, Huang Ying, I'm at Guamao, come over now. Later, China World Hotel. Mr. Yi. Huang Ying trotted over and bowed to Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled and invited Huang Ying to take a seat. He raised his hand and pointed at Zhao Taizhu. Huang Ying, I found a treasure today. Zhao Tieju's sister is a big eater. She has been eating since this morning and has not stopped. Amazing. Taizhu, this is Sister Huang Ying. Hello, Sister Huang Ying. Zhao Taizhu greeted him and continued to eat. Did Xiao Rong ask you to come? Yi Tian asked. No, I came here on my own. Huang Ying said softly. Boss Xiao has been ill since returning from Dauphin Group. Boss Yi, I know Boss Xiao treated you badly in the past, but you are husband and wife after all. As the saying goes, 100 years of hard work lead to the sharing of a boat, 1,000 years of hard work lead to the sharing of a pillow. A night of marriage is worth 100 nights of love. Why make things so awkward? Yi Tianle said, you graduated from the Chinese department, right? You're quite good at flirting. If I tell you that I've been married to your CEO Xiao for over a year, let alone a one-night stand, we haven't even touched hands, would you believe me? Huang Ying was confused. Is there such a thing? Liang Quan tactfully walked aside, his eyes on the nose and his nose on the heart. I saw nothing and heard nothing. Yi Tian took a bite of the delicious fried rice and said with a smile, Huang Ying, you are a smart person, much smarter than Xiao Rong. You know to call me Mr. Yi when you come in. Xiao Rong is still living in the past, calling me trash left and right. Boss Xiao. Huang Ying wanted to explain, but Yi Tian raised his hand to interrupt her. Go back and tell her that the only way to save the Xiao group is to come and apologize to me, and say sorry 3 times. I'll give her 3 days to think about it. If it exceeds this time, I can't help you. Yi, Mr. Yi. Huang Ying said anxiously, can I apologize to you on behalf of Mr. Xiao? Do you think you are qualified to replace Xiao Rong? Yi Tian asked calmly without sarcasm. Sorry. Huang Ying lowered her head in shame. I don't deserve it. Chapter 37. The mission reward is a bit high. Huang Ying's arrival and departure didn't change Yi Tian's mood at all. He kept leaning his chin on his hand and looking at Zhao Taizhu. The latter seemed to be used to Yi Tian's gaze. Apart from occasionally smiling happily, he spent the rest of his time eating. Time passed, and before he knew it, it was 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Taizhu exclaimed, wow! That feels great. A system prompt sounded in Yi Tian's head. Guests who are hungry, complete the mission and receive a cash reward of 1 billion. Yi Tian grabbed the phone and looked at it, his eyes suddenly became strange. At first he thought it was 1 billion, but when he counted the zeros carefully, he found that things were not that simple. 1 followed by 10 zeros. Snap your fingers and start. What an awesome system reward. Yi Tian was a little overwhelmed. He still had over 1 billion left to spend, and he added another 10 billion? This is obviously a test of his ability to spend money, right? After taking a deep breath and adjusting his mood, Yi Tian looked at Zhao Taizhu. At this moment, Zhao Tieju's dirty little face was filled with happiness. This was the first time she had eaten a full meal since she could remember. The feeling of having a round belly is so great. So happy. So happy. It's worth it even if I die now. Taizhu, are you full? Come on, I'll take you shopping. Yi Tian waved his hand. Zhao Taizhu hesitated and said, I just need something to eat. Brother Yi Tian, I can't let you spend any more money. Yi Tian got anxious when he heard this. Don't say that. Money is saved? Money is earned. You just helped me earn 10 billion. Of course, Yi Tian didn't say the latter sentence. Now. Yi Tian drove Liang Quan's Lamborghini to the shopping street. On the way, he was thinking about when he would go to the auto show. The Koenigsegg had to be returned to the factory for repairs, which would take a week to go back and forth. Including the repairs, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. During this period, he had to find a means of transportation. It's not that he becomes arrogant just because he has money and dislikes the tricycle he relies on for survival. It's just that the tricycle is inconvenient and can only seat 1 person. He hopes to take Zhao Taizhu out for a stroll and eat every day. The tricycle can no longer meet his needs in this regard. A new car is a necessity. While daydreaming, Yi Tian has arrived at the shopping street.
It was the peak shopping season, and the streets were bustling with people.
Yi Tian was fine, tall and handsome, wearing designer clothes.
But Zhao Taizhu, standing next to him with his hand held, dressed like a migrant worker, looked out of place with the people around him. Many handsome men and beautiful women passing by her subconsciously covered their noses and stepped away in disgust. Zhao Taizhu raised his arm and sniffed. What a strong smell.
Well, are you disgusted with yourself? Yi Tian couldn't help laughing. Let's go buy some clothes first, and then I'll take you to take a bath after we finish buying clothes.
Zhao Taizhu pursed his lips.
Bite. Yi Tian's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Qin Yan. He guessed that something happened.
Yi Tian raised his hand and pointed to the luxury store next to him and said, Taizhu, go in and take a look first.
Buy whatever you like. I, your brother, am so poor that I only have money left. Good. Zhao Taizhu cheered and walked in with a smile. Hello, Lao Qin, what's the matter? Yi Tian answered the phone.
Brother, our team has come up with 3 feasible superstar creation plans for ABC, but we can't decide which one to choose.
If you have time, please come back and give us some suggestions. Old Qin, are you okay? I don't have that much time.
I told you to take charge, so just go for it. Don't bother me with small projects like this, which would cost tens of billions.
Also, why did you have to send Xiaoyao and Xiaotong away when you have a meeting? What do those 2 girls know? Just finalize the project, and once everything is ready, let them go and act.
Qin Yan was scolded like a scoundrel, and nodded hurriedly. Yes, brother is teaching me a lesson, I will pay attention to it next time.
Alright, that's it. Click. Hang up the call. Qin Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead vigorously, shocked. Young Master Yi's aura is becoming more and more powerful.
A small project worth tens of billions, people really can't be compared.
What did brother say? Fat Wei asked cautiously.
Qin Yan, he said that he believed in our abilities and let us take full responsibility. In the future, don't bother him with such trivial matters. Also, don't call Yu Qin and Xiaotong to meetings unless necessary. In the back, after a day of meetings, 2 girls who were dozing off out of boredom were both startled when they heard their own names.
Zhang Shengfeng smiled brightly and said, Yu Qin, Xiaotong, there's a show being recorded tonight. You guys can go over and have some fun first. I've already greeted the production crew.
Even though they're not our own production crew, we have a pretty good relationship with them.
Yeah, sure.
All of you must listen to Mr. Jiang.
Zhang Shengfeng said, Hey. We're family, why call me Mr. Jiang? That's so formal. Just call me Little Jiang from now on. Yu Qin Xiaoyao Ning Xiaodong. Nema. A dog licker. Qin Yan Pangwei complained in a low voice.
Commercial Street. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tian turned around and saw Zhao Taizhu standing at the door like a statue, picking at the mud between his fingernails, looking as aggrieved as a child.
Taizhu, I asked you to go in and choose clothes, what's wrong with you? Yi Tian leaned over.
Zhao Taizhu whispered, #%%.
Yi Tian, what are you talking about?
Zhao Taizhu raised his voice a little. They said they don't accept guests who are not well dressed here, and they also said that I can't afford the things here. Yi Tian frowned and looked deeply at the salesgirls who were watching the fun in the store and whose faces almost had the word power written on them.
A bunch of snobs, acting like she's the only clothing store on the pedestrian street. They'll regret it one day, so let's go.
Yi Tian grabbed Zhao Taizhu's hand and wanted to take her to other luxury stores, but found that Zhao Taizhu didn't move at all. Yi Tian's strength was not great, but definitely not small, above average, but he couldn't pull this soft girl, who was not only good at eating, but also born with supernatural powers.
Yi Tian was still surprised. Zhao Taizhu lowered his head, rubbed his eyelids and said, Brother, I don't want to buy clothes anymore. My clothes are quite comfortable. I can just go back and wash them. I want to go. Let's go, okay?
Zhao Taizhu's words made Yi Tian dazed for a moment. Before he got the system, he had been mercilessly ridiculed countless times. His mood at that time was the same as Zhao Taizhu's at this moment, depressed, lost, and ashamed. We are all human beings for the first time, so why should our self-esteem be thrown into the dirt and trampled and spitted upon?
No money, is that our choice? This world is unfair.
I didn't have money before and couldn't choose the life I wanted.
But now that I have money, I must use it to fuck up the world. Iron Pillar.
Yi Tian lifted Taiju's chin, wiped her tears, and said gently, "Don't worry, from now on, no one will dare to look down on you, and no one will be able to hurt your heart again.
I swear." Moment.
Zhao Taiju was melted by Yi Tian's eyes and his heart trembled.
"Mr. Yi?"
At this moment, a surprised voice came from beside me. Yi Tian turned around and saw that it was Lao Su, the owner of the LV store not far ahead.
The outfit he was wearing was bought from Lao Su.
There was also a Song Dongming incident at that time, but that was already in the past. Old Su lowered his head and said flatteringly, "Boss Yi, we have a lot of new products in our store.
Would you like to come in and take a look?"
I wanted to recommend them to you, but I was afraid you would find them annoying.
Chapter 38. I own this shop. Yi Tian nodded and pointed at Zhao Taiju. "This is my sister."
Lao Su hurriedly said, "Sister."
Zhao Taiju. "Let's go take a look at your store." A group of 3 people walked into the LV store.
Without Lao Su's invitation, the clever salesgirls surrounded Zhao Taiju inside and out, taking out all kinds of clothes and jewelry to dress her up, while flattering her. "Miss Zhao, you have a great figure. Even if there is dust on your face, it can't hide your stunning beauty."
"Ms. Zhao, what perfume are you using? The smell, it's so unique." Yi Tian almost laughed out loud.
"You guys are really good at flattery, even though you can call the smell of sweat perfume."
"But I like it."
They are all a group of people working hard for life. At this time, a pot-bellied, boss-like Mediterranean man walked in with a woman in her early 20s.
As soon as they entered the door, they shouted, "Where are you? Come over and greet the guests."
"Hello, boss."
The young shopping guide hurried over and asked, "What do you need?"
Mediterranean curled his lips and said, "That depends on what you have in your store. Don't bring those 30,000 or 50,000 yuan worth of junk.
My baby can't wear them. Bring out the best you have in your store. Remember, don't bring anything under 100,000 yuan. It won't wear them at all." "Husband, you are so nice."
The woman said, "I love you so much, MUA." Mediterranean laughed heartily, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a strong smell. He couldn't help but cover his nose and curse, "What the hell is that smell?
Did someone poop in their trouser pockets?"
Zhao Taiju lowered his head in shame. He should have taken a shower first, and then bought clothes.
Yi Tian glanced at the Mediterranean and said calmly, "Lao Su, close the store.
I don't like being disturbed by others when I'm shopping."
"Yes." Lao Su said to Mediterranean with an apologetic look on his face, "Sorry, boss, we are closing the shop. Please go to another store."
To make up for the loss, this new SP perfume with a market value of 16,000 yuan will be given to you for free.
Mediterranean was displeased when he heard this. "What's the point? You're open for business, but why are you chasing people away? Are you afraid I can't afford to pay you?" No, I absolutely don't mean that. Get lost."
Mediterranean had a hot temper. He pushed Lao Su away and came to Yi Tian, looking at the young man.
"Closed shop service? Young man, you are too arrogant, aren't you? Do you have any opinion about me?"
Yi Tian pinched his brows, too lazy to bother with this nouveau riche who ate too much garlic and didn't even brush his teeth. He called Lao Su over and said, "Help Taiju change into a clean set of clothes first. Then, I'll take care of all the goods in your store. Send the bill directly to me. Also, next time you get new products, have a batch delivered directly to my house, and I'll have a Guang settle the bill for you."
Yes. Old Su was delighted and said to Mediterranean with an apologetic look on his face, "Boss, I'm so sorry. All the goods in the store have been bought by this gentleman." Mediterranean? Is this the way the wealthy people in Haijing City play these days? Buying everything? How much the fuck is this? I'm afraid even 10 million won be enough. Clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. This saying is absolutely true.
After simply washing her face and changing into new clothes, Zhao Taiju immediately gave people a bright feeling. Although she was not as stunningly beautiful as Ziqi, she was indeed a rare top-level beauty. Standing in front of the floor-length mirror and looking at the beautiful girl in the mirror, Zhao Taiju was stunned. "Wow, who is this person?"
Yi Tian smiled and pointed at the floor-length mirror. "Wrap this mirror too." "Yes."
Old Su's face was full of smiles. He had made a fortune. The profit from this deal was enough for his family of 3 to enjoy delicious food for 3 years.
Turn around and leave.
Passing by the luxury store that originally kicked Zhao Taiju out.
Yi Tian pulled Zhao Taizhu, who was unwilling to go in, back in. Welcome!
Several salesgirls shouted in unison.
Yi Tian pointed at Zhao Taizhu and asked, "Do you still remember her?"
The salesgirls looked at each other and said they had never seen it before. They are responsible for dozens or even hundreds of guests every day, and it is rare to see a girl prettier than this one.
The appearance is unrecognizable.
But the scent of this beautiful woman seems familiar. One of the salesgirls rubbed her nose and whispered to her companion, "Is it that worker just now?"
Yi Tian Dao, you get commission for selling goods, right? What's the commission rate? 15% or 20%? 20%, someone answered. Yi Tian lamented, "That's such a pity.
If you had served my sister well today, each of you could have received hundreds of thousands, or even more in commission. Unfortunately, you kicked her out, so I had to rent out the LV store next door." Yi Tian sighed, smiled, and took Zhao Tieju's hand. "Let's go home." After watching the two people leave, all the shopping guides in the room were stunned.
Where did these two psychopaths come from? Booked the LV store next door?
That would cost tens of millions.
Who do you think you are, Jack Ma's sons?
The salesgirl thought Yi Tian was just bragging and didn't take it to heart at all.
At this time, Heidi came into the store with his girlfriend.
Heidi said with an ugly face, "Damn, I didn't expect Hai Jing to have such a rich man. I thought having a net worth of tens of millions was already amazing, but I didn't expect that guy would spend half of my life's efforts just on buying clothes and bags."
Honey, don't say that. You're actually pretty good too. I like that 560,000 diamond-studded bag. Can you buy it for me? 560,000. Holy crap. It's so expensive, maybe a 150,000 one would be enough, okay? Why are you so stingy? People buy things for their girlfriends from the bag store, but you can't even bear to spend 560,000 on me. Don't compare me with that rich guy.
Mediterranean was completely speechless, but in the end he bought the new diamond-studded handbag worth 560,000 yuan with a painful heart. When he was asked about the situation of the LV store when paying the bill, the faces of the shopping guides changed drastically. What that young man said was true.
I accidentally lost hundreds of thousands of commissions. Woo! Woo woo!
Several girls with poor psychological endurance lay on the counter and cried.
Hundreds of thousands. Can solve many problems. Why do you look down on others? Why? Imperial Bay. Welcome home, Mr. Yi Tian. The door slowly opened, and under the watchful eyes of the security guards, Yi Tian drove Liang Quan's Lamborghini back home.
It was already past 6 o'clock and dark. Mom and Dad were cooking in the kitchen, and they were so happy to see their son bring back a beautiful girl.
Taizhu, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Dad, Mom, this is Zhao Taizhu. Yi Tian introduced.
Well, such a beautiful girl is called Taizhu, it's really, come on, Taizhu, sit down.
Mom's expression was very interesting. Hello, uncle, hello, aunt.
Zhao Taizhu smiled shyly. Go take a shower first, then come back to eat when you smell delicious.
Are you hungry?
Yi Tian found that Zhao Taizhu was touching his stomach.
Zhao Taizhu said shyly, a little bit.
Hey, Hikaru.
Mr. Yi. Take Miss Taizhu to take a bath.
Yes. Guang said sternly, Miss Taizhu, please come this way.
Chapter 39 Kung Fu Su Weiwei. Ginseng. A moment later.
When Zhao Taizhu finished his bath and appeared in front of the three members of the Yi family again, he looked completely transformed. Not only was he handsome and charming, but he also exuded a fragrant scent, which formed a sharp contrast with the pitiful and sloppy worker in the morning. By this time, dinner time had arrived. Ye's father and mother asked about Zhao Tieju's family situation while constantly putting food into her bowl. Seeing Zhao Taizhu eating with relish, they praised him. Taizhu, you have such a good appetite.
Watching you eat makes me eat a lot too.
Zhao Taizhu said happily, Uncle and Aunt, do you really like girls who can eat?
Of course, the more you can eat, the better.
Mother nodded vigorously, and father agreed. Being able to eat is a blessing. Zhao Taizhu blushed and ran to get the third bowl of rice. This girl is really good, son, you must cherish her. The father secretly kicked Yi Tian, who smiled without saying a word. Yes, I will. As time goes by,
the rough-edged parents finally realized something was wrong.
This girl's stomach was like a bottomless pit. After she finished a whole pot of rice and a table full of dishes, she still had no intention of stopping and started eating fruit. In a short while, she had already eaten 7 or 8 apples. The mother's face was filled with confusion, and her admiration had completely turned into horror. She muttered quietly, "She looks so cute, but how come she eats so much? The 5 pounds of apples I just bought this afternoon are all gone." While Zhao Taizhu was washing his hands, his father said earnestly, "Son, you must work hard in the future. This girl is beyond the reach of ordinary families. She eats so much. I've never seen anyone eat so much." Yi Tian finally couldn't help laughing and told his parents the whole story. Of course, it's because of editing. Zhao Taizhu was a friend of the big boss and a natural eater. The big boss asked Zhao Taizhu to come and live with them so that they don't have to worry about his food and drink. After hearing this, the parents looked at each other with complicated expressions, not knowing whether they were relieved or disappointed, or both. After dinner, the old couple went for a walk in the community as usual. Yi Tian was lying in the hall with his eyes closed, thinking about how to spend the 11 billion. Needless to say, Zhao Taizhu next to him was gnawing on some fruit. "Mr. Yi." Guan answered a phone call and quickly came over and whispered, "There's a lady named Su Weiwei at the gate of the community who wants to see you." "Su Weiwei?" Yi Tian said happily, "Go and bring her in." "Yes." A few minutes later, Guan walked in with a girl with short hair. Yi Tian was stunned for a moment. At first he didn't recognize who the girl was. After taking a closer look, he burst into laughter. "Weiwei." At this time, Su Weiwei was no longer the extremely obese and self-deprecating girl she was a week ago. With a height of 1.65 meters, a bodybuilding weight of 110 kilograms, and a pure and otherworldly appearance, she was not inferior to those girl group members of Royal Entertainment, and was even better. Su Weiwei bowed and said gratefully, "Yi Tian, I came here today specifically to thank you. If it weren't for your diet pills, I wouldn't have been able to lose weight so quickly or so much. I basically lost more than 10 pounds every day. I was really scared in the first few days." Yi Tian was amazed. "It's worthy of being a product of the system, it's awesome. What is most eye-catching is that Su Weiwei's skin is not like that of some weight loss experts who have excess skin and stretch marks after rapid weight loss. Her skin is very firm and delicate." Su Weiwei did not avoid suspicion at all. She lifted up her loose sports top and showed her belly to Yi Tian. It was very flat and smooth. "Marvelous." Yi Tian gave a thumbs up and said happily, "You look no different now than when you were in school." "It's not as exaggerated as you say." Su Weiwei's cheeks flushed, and she looked gratefully. "Yi Tian, I really don't know how to repay you. We are classmates, there is no need to talk about repaying or not repaying." Yi Tian waved his hand, signaling her not to take it to heart. When old classmates meet, there is always something to talk about. As we chatted, the topic turned to work. "Well, it's not easy to find a job right now, but I've already sent my resume to the security company. I hope they see it." "Security company?" Yi Tian asked curiously, "Isn't that an institution that specializes in training security personnel?" Su Weiwei said, "That's right, I want to be a bodyguard." "What? You're a bodyguard?" Yi Tian widened his eyes. It wasn't that he looked down on Su Weiwei, but such a pretty and soft girl was already very unsafe. How could she be a bodyguard? "I come from a martial arts family. Not only have I practiced martial arts, I'm also a student at a sports school and have taken professional bodyguard training courses. How can I not be a bodyguard?" "Yi Tian, you underestimate me." Su Weiwei's eyes curved into cute crescent shapes. Seeing that Yi Tian still didn't believe her, Su Weiwei decided to show off her skills. She first landed with a front flip, then slid over a dozen impeccable somersaults. Fortunately, the villa was big enough, and ordinary small houses were not big enough for her to perform. Yi Tian. Zhao Taizhu, PWQ. You are from a martial arts family, why haven't I heard you mention that?" It took Yi Tian a long time to recover from the shock. Su Weiwei returned to sit beside Yi Tian, her face calm and her heart steady as she said, "When we were in school, our Wuhu Su family had a powerful enemy in the martial arts world. To avoid his revenge, we had to hide our identities and didn't dare to show our skills to outsiders." "What about now?" Yi Tian swallowed. Su Weiwei said, "My enemy passed away. I even attended his funeral. It was quite pitiful for the old man. He had no children, no relatives, and he spent his entire life practicing martial arts. Ahem, it's really pitiful." Yi Tian coughed and finally calmed down.
He knocked on the table and said, Wei Wei, why don't you be my bodyguard? As for the annual salary, I will give you this amount first. Su Wei Wei quickly shook her head, 500,000? No, that's too much.
I said 5 million.
Yi Tian corrected. Su Wei Wei felt dizzy. 5 million? So I came here to thank my benefactor and won a lottery ticket, by the way? Su Wei Wei was still suffering from a strong mental shock.
Yi Tian continued, this is just the basic salary.
I've been thinking about forming a girl group lately. We already have 2 members.
Since you and Taiju both have special skills, you can join us and have some fun. You're free anyway, so any money you make will be yours.
Su Wei Wei, girl group, what? Zhao Taiju, girl group? What do they eat? Let's go.
Yi Tian slammed the table, I'll take you to meet the project leader.
At the same time, at the entrance of Imperial Bay, Xiao Rong's face was gloomy. Yi Tian actually lives in Emperor Bay. Sure enough, it soared into the sky.
Xiao Rong herself didn't realize that at this moment she no longer dared to call Yi Tian a waste, a pretty boy, or a loser.
Hello, Mississippi. This is a closed villa area.
No one is allowed to enter or leave without a homeowner's ID. The security guard stopped Xiao Rong with an expressionless face.
Huang Ying on the side hurriedly said, I'll call Mr. Yi right away. Chapter 40, Money really allows you to do whatever you want.
Seeing that Xiao Rong had an ugly expression but had no intention of stopping, the clever Huang Ying quickly made a phone call to inform him that she and Mr. Xiao were stopped at the gate of the community. It happened that at this time Yi Tian brought Su Wei Wei and Zhao Taiju out of the villa. After answering the phone, he took the community's special vehicle to the front door.
Mr. Yi.
Several security guards saluted Yi Tian respectfully when they saw him, which was in stark contrast to their attitude towards Xiao Rong.
This is normal.
Although Yi Tian did not have much interaction with this group of security guards, most of them were smart people. They could use their plucked eyelashes as whistles. Word spread quickly from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Everyone knew that a super rich man had moved into the Imperial Bay. Even the rich second generations who were at the top of the community's wealth rankings, such as Qin Yan, Pang Wei, and Zi Qi, were respectful to him.
Mr. Yi. Huang Ying bowed hurriedly.
Xiao Rong came down from the other side with an expressionless face.
Yi Tian asked Su and Zhao to wait for a moment, then walked out slowly and said with a smile, Have you figured it out?
Huang Ying looked at Xiao Rong cautiously.
Call.
After exhaling heavily, Xiao Rong finally lowered her proud head and gave up all her pride. I'm sorry. The voice was too soft, I didn't hear it.
Yi Tian said deliberately. You.
Xiao Rong clenched her fists and raised her voice. I'm sorry.
I was wrong. Please forgive me.
Yi Tian smiled broadly, the resentment that had been pent up in his heart dissipating without a trace. He walked over to Xiao Rong, gently touched her head and said, That's right. This is the attitude a wife should have towards her husband. Very good, very good. Since you can put aside your pride and humbly ask for my forgiveness, I am not the kind of person who would be petty. The plan to acquire the Xiao Group will be put on hold for now. I will notify Ruyan to redraft the cooperation plan with the Xiao Group.
Xiao Rong's body was trembling and she couldn't say a word.
Fortunately, Huang Ying was by her side and thanked Yi Tian in time, which eased the awkwardness of the scene. The security guards around were extremely envious. It turns out that this top beauty is Mr. Yi's wife.
Look.
This guy is a real man, speaking so domineeringly in front of his wife.
Thinking back to myself. Just thinking about it made the security guards want to cry. Most of them couldn't remember how long it had been since they had made love with their wives. Their status in the family had sunk to the dust. I have something else to do, so I won't invite you in. Yi Tian turned and left. Xiao Rong suddenly looked up and said, Yi Tian. I've already apologized to you. Can we get a divorce? Divorce? Yi Tianla asked, Are you sure you want to divorce me? Yes.
Xiao Rong said firmly without any hesitation.
Yi Tian shook his head, angrily saying, I think you're just losing your mind.
It's because we're nominally married that I have the right to control Lu Ruyan from attacking your Xiao Group. Once we divorce, and completely sever our ties, and become strangers, do you think a businesswoman like Lu Ruyan will let your Xiao Group go? If you have anything to say in the future, think it over before you tell me. You're the CEO, but you don't even understand such a simple truth.
Xiao Rong, you disappoint me so much.
Xiao Rong almost suffered a cardiac arrest after hearing these heart-piercing words.
Feelings? Was Yi Tian not divorcing her for her own good? Was it for the good of the Xiao group? You think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Xiao Rong cried.
Yi Tian reached out his hand, pinched Xiao Rong's chin like a domineering CEO, and said condescendingly, I'm sorry to tell you, if you have money, you can really do whatever you want.
Go away. Don't touch me. Xiao Rong slapped Yi Tian's hand away, her delicate body trembling.
Go back and ask your parents, clan members, and grandma for their opinions, then come and talk to me about the divorce.
If they agree, I will divorce you.
After Yi Tian finished speaking, he turned around with a smile and put his arms around Su Weiwei and Zhao Tieju's shoulders.
Let's go and get down to business.
The security guards were stunned.
Is it so blatant? Yi Tian, you bastard. Xiao Rong completely broke down and burst into tears.
She felt as if her fate was being strangled by the throat.
A dilemma between life and death. The scenery of Emperor Bei at night is unique. Yi Tian and the other two went to Qinyan's house. On the way, Yi Tian asked with a smile, Weiwei, why don't you give me some advice? Say something like a man should be magnanimous, aren't you too calm?
Su Weiwei's attitude towards Yi Tian was the same from the beginning to the end, without any change, which made Yi Tian feel a little uncomfortable.
He couldn't figure out what this woman was thinking.
Zhao Taizhu didn't need to say anything about her, this woman only had food in her head.
Su Weiwei smiled and said, as the saying goes, don't advise others to be kind until you've experienced their suffering. As your high school classmate, I know you better than anyone else. If you weren't pushed to the limit, you wouldn't bully a woman. You're naturally kind and wouldn't do such a thing. Yi Tian's lips curled up slightly. Weiwei, you are really my confidant.
Su Weiwei pursed her lips and didn't continue.
Xinyan's home.
Elder brother. Xinyan and Fatwei came out quickly, followed by a group of so-called elite employees who had been exposed to the smoke and fire for a long time. They all said in unison, Boss Yi.
Where are Xiao Yao and Xiao Tong? Yi Tian asked casually. Lao Jiang took them to participate in the show. Brother, these two are. Pang Wei blinked, and was surprised by the stunning beauty and unique temperament of Su Weiwei and Zhao Taizhu.
Su Weiwei, Zhao Shishir. Yi Tian said with a smile, from now on, you can call me Shishir.
Taizhu really doesn't sound good, it's too masculine. Zhao Taizhu nodded vigorously. I'll listen to you.
Shishir, he, I like this name. After greeting each other, the group went upstairs.
During this process, Yi Tian spotted an acquaintance. He sighed, the guy in the black suit, have we seen him somewhere before?
The man in the black suit was struck by lightning, and stood there in a daze. He turned around mechanically and whispered, Mr. Yi, this is the first time we meet.
Nonsense.
Yi Tian laughed and scolded, the day before yesterday, yes, the morning before yesterday, I was strolling in the neighborhood and you dissed me. 2 days ago, on the morning of his grandmother's birthday, Yi Tian was happily playing with the small animals in the community, but he was annoyed by this man in a black suit.
I. Sweat oozed from the forehead of the man in the black suit, and he was complaining in his heart, what the hell? Why did I end up offending the boss? Is God trying to kill me?
Xinyan's face darkened, and he pointed at the man in the black suit and shouted angrily, Li Feng.
Are you crazy? You're fired. Get out. Ah. Li Feng, who was wearing a black suit, exclaimed, Boss Qin, give me another chance. Boss Qin, Li Feng didn't mean it.
Please forgive him. The OL Beauty and the others spoke up to comfort him. It was obvious that Li Feng was very respected in the team.
Yi Tian asked curiously, what exactly do you do? Li Feng trembled and said, I am the chief project planner under President Qin, and also the vice president of the Haijing Environmental Protection Committee. Environmental Protection Committee? Chapter 41 System Upgrade? Yi Tian was stunned instantly. Environmental Protection Committee, what does that do? Yi Tian asked curiously. Li Feng said, our committee distributes flyers at designated times each week.
Our main message is to promote green travel, protect our beautiful home, and care for Mother Earth. Our slogan is, have fewer children, plant more trees, and create more blessings for future generations.
Haijing is my home, and greening depends on all of us. Charity activities? Yi Tian was shocked.
Li Feng nodded vigorously, yes, all activity expenses are borne by our committee members themselves. Mr. Yi, please ask Mr. Qin not to fire me. I need the salary to green the earth.
Yi Tian immediately looked at Li Feng with admiration.
In this impetuous society, there are too few people with such ideological awareness. Qin Yan glared at him and shouted, "If you say anything more, I'll believe you."
What? If I fire you, the earth will become a desert? I'll become the sinner of the earth? Li Feng was sweating profusely and said hurriedly, "That's not what I meant. Yi Tiandao, environmental protection is a good thing. It concerns the living environment of each of us. Lao Qin, how can you not pay attention to it?" Xin Yan exclaimed, Yeah, environmental protection is a good thing.
I'm not very conscious, so if Brother Li Feng hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even considered it.
How about this? I'll fund an environmental protection foundation, and you, Li Feng, will be the president. Initially, I'll invest a small amount of 1 billion. What do you think?" Quiet.
The scene was completely silent.
A long time passed. Li Feng scratched his ears and asked, "How much did you say?"
1 billion, we have to do something for Mother Earth.
Li Feng's legs went weak.
If the beautiful office lady beside him hadn't been quick-witted, he would have definitely knelt down before Yi Tian.
1 billion. How many trees can be planted with this? How many kilometers of green belts can be repaired with this?
Li Feng was so moved that tears streamed down his face.
Boss Yi. You are such a loving person. Hey, don't say that. Manage the foundation well and plant trees to green the earth. I will never let you down, Mr. Yi.
I guarantee with my life that every penny of the foundation's funds will be used wisely.
I'm willing to give my heart to you, Mr. Yi.
Li Feng saluted with his right fist bent over his heart.
Qin Yan and Fat Wei? Where the hell did you steal this salute? Do you have any shame? Okay, go ahead and do your work. Let's talk about something else.
Yi Tian hooked the shoulders of the confused duo of Fat Wei and Qin Yan. I brought Wei Wei and Shishir here today because I want them to form a girl group with Xiaoyao and Xiaotong.
I'll leave the specific operation to you two.
Fat Wei slapped Fat Face hard, saying with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Brother, give me a break.
Now is not the time to talk about the girl group, right? If I heard correctly, you want to donate 1 billion to establish an environmental protection foundation? This is a completely non-profit organization. There is no profit at all." Yeah, what's wrong? Yi Tian's face looked strange. I'm not a businessman, why should I consider profit and loss? Xin Yan looked up at the sky, his admiration for Yi Tian reached an unprecedented level. This is the real rich man.
To him, money was just a tool to make himself happy, and they were just slaves to money. They worked themselves to the bone, working themselves to the bone, for a mere few tens of thousands, or even millions, of profit.
Yi Tian. Please allow me to call you boss.
Since Xiaoyao and Xiaotong went to participate in the recording of a program and could not come back for a while, Yi Tian sat for a while and then took the two girls home to rest.
The girl, whose original name was Zhao Taizhu and now named Zhao Shishir, settled down in Diwan Bay without any suspense, and Su Weiwei also opened a temporary bedroom on the second floor after hesitating for a long time. Lying in bed, Su Weiwei tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep.
As soon as I close my eyes, Yi Tian's voice, appearance and smile immediately appear in my mind.
Handsome. Kind. The ideal husband. Bang bang bang.
Su Weiwei slapped herself hard on the face a few times and muttered to herself, "Don't even think about it.
Yi Tian has already seen your ugliest and fattest side. He will never like you. There's only one thing you can do, give your heart to the man who gave you a new life."
Su Weiwei made a secret decision.
The next morning, Zhao Shishir was picked up by Liang Quan to go to Guomao for dinner early in the morning. Apart from Guang's silent housekeeping, there were only Yi Tian and Su Weiwei left in the house. Her parents went out for a walk after breakfast.
Ever since they took by Bingxiu, the two elders have become younger and younger, full of energy every day, and are no less energetic than young people of 17 or 18 years old. They simply cannot stay in the villa. "Weiwei, if you have nothing to do today, come with me to the auto show to look at cars.
It's inconvenient to go out without a means of transportation." "I'm fine. Have you forgotten that I'm your personal bodyguard now?" Su Weiwei smiled. "Wherever you go, I'll go with you." "Okay." Yi Tian looked at the time and it was time to sign in.
"Ding, since you signed in for 7 consecutive days, the Xinhao sign-in system has automatically upgraded.
Upgrade time, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. What? Yi Tian was stunned for a moment. The sign-in system has been upgraded. Upgrading takes 30 days. Yi Tian suddenly panicked and quickly took out his mobile phone to do elementary school division. After calculating his daily pocket money, he felt a little relieved. Even if he doesn't sign in for the next 30 days, it won't be a big problem as long as he spends money slowly. He now has 10.5 billion in his bank account. In other words, his average daily pocket money is about 350 million. Call. I am so surprised. Yi Tian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Su Weiwei asked hurriedly when she noticed that Yi Tian's face looked wrong. It's okay, it's okay. Let's go look at cars. Weiwei, what brand of car do you like? I don't know much about cars. I only know a few brands. I always think that a car is just a means of transportation. As long as it is safe and has stable performance, that's enough. Oh, I see. Then I'll buy you a Lamborghini to drive around in. Su Weiwei? The two came to the exhibition. Before he could even look at the car, Yi Tian first spotted an acquaintance and asked tentatively, Wu Di? Wu Di turned around, his eyes full of surprise, and asked, Yeezy? Why is it you? Yi Tian smiled and punched Wu Di in the chest. Why are you in Haijing? Wu Di is Yi Tian's college classmate. Because his family background is similar to Yi Tian's, his personality is very similar, and they are both academic masters. The two young men who share the same suffering have unknowingly formed a deep friendship. Hi. I've just arrived in Haijing for less than 2 months. I was assigned by the company, so I have to come. This is my sister-in-law? Wu Di is a few months younger than Yi Tian, so it's normal for him to call Su Weiwei sister-in-law. Su Weiwei blushed. Yi Tian didn't take it seriously and didn't explain. He looked at Wu Di in the black suit with a smile. Looks so handsome, old Wu. What's so cool about it? I'm so hot wearing this tattered clothes. I'm sweating all over. Wu Di smiled bitterly. The two were chatting happily when a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. Wu Di, are you here to sell cars or chat with people? The company pays you to chat with people here? Chapter 42, do you think you are buying cabbage on the street? Wu Di turned around to see who was coming and quickly put on a smile and said, Manager, this is my college classmate. He came to see the car, so I'll introduce him to it. The manager was about the same age as Wu Di. He snorted coldly and glanced at Yi Tian. Although he's wearing branded goods, I'm not sure if they're genuine. Also, he doesn't even own a decent watch. He's definitely broke. The woman next to him is beautiful, though, and has a nice temperament. The manager's eyes swept over Su Weiwei's body without any concealment, lingering on the erect part for a few seconds. Su Weiwei has a fiery personality and deliberately puffed out her chest and said, Hey, should I find a place to take off all my clothes for you to see? The manager was stunned by the retort, his face turned red and he hurried away. Yi Tian smiled and gave a thumbs up, then asked Wu Di who this guy was. Wu Di said helplessly, he's a relative of the company, and now he's a manager. He's a year younger than me. Sigh, it was better back in school. Although there were intrigues, it wasn't like being in society, where people look down on you everywhere. Wu Di was strolling around the booths with Yi Tian while complaining bitterly. Wu Di's life is even more miserable than Yi Tian's before the system was activated. Even Yi Tian, despite his lack of talent, was bullied only by Xiao Rong, having become alive and son-in-law shortly after returning to Haijing. Wu Di, on the other hand, was different. Although he was a top student and possessed considerable personal strength, he struggled to find a satisfactory job due to limited connections and family circumstances. His parents' best offers for him were either returning to their hometown to farm or working as a factory security guard. After going through a lot of hardships, he finally found a job in a big company. However, this was the beginning of the nightmare. A colleague who joined the company at the same time as him was promoted rapidly at the same time because his good parents had introduced the boss to him. However, although his performance was among the best, he was not given any importance. It has been more than half a year, and he is still a low-level salesperson. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Wu Di smiled bitterly. Yi Tian felt very sympathetic towards his friend's plight. Why should I endure this? I might as well quit. Yi Zi, why are you still so naive? It's easy for you to say, but what would I eat if I didn't?
My future mother-in-law is pressing me so hard that she insists on asking for a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. I'm so worried that my hair has turned white. If you don't believe me, just look. Yi Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He already had an idea in his mind. He had to help his brother because it was better to keep the wealth within the family. Wu Di. A chubby girl with an average appearance came up to Wu Di and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Do you still want to marry me? Lily, why are you here?" Of course I miss you," Wu Di said in surprise. Lily said, "Why don't you work hard on your sales? What are you doing here? What kind of society are we in now? You can't even come up with a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. I'd be embarrassed to tell anyone about it. My friend is here, can you give me some face? Let's go home and talk if you have anything to say." Wu Di was really anxious. Lily was obviously used to being arrogant. She said, "Respect is earned by yourself, not given by others. My parents said that if you can't give the betrothal gift before the end of the month, we will break up." After saying that, Lily didn't even look at Yi Tian and Su Weiwei and ran to the manager, smiling like a dogtail grass. Damn it! What a family of snobs! Wu Di's face turned pale and he stamped his feet fiercely. "Yi Zi, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself." Yi Tian hooked his arm around Wu Di's shoulders and said with a smile, "Brother, why are you saying this? I came here to buy some cars today, and you'll be the one to introduce everything." "That's absolutely no problem. I can recommend any price range you want." Wu Di nodded repeatedly, feeling a little better. At this time, the exhibition hall was already very lively, with all kinds of cameras pointed at the booths and taking pictures. God knows whether they were taking pictures of the models or the cars. "I don't know much about cars, as long as they look good." Yi Tian walked to a Mercedes-Benz booth where more than a dozen men and women gathered. Wu Di smiled bitterly and said, "You can't do that, right? When buying a car, you have to consider the price-performance ratio. I have several cars under 300,000 yuan that I can recommend to you. I think this one looks pretty good." Yi Tian raised his hand and pointed at the Mercedes-Benz in front of him. There were 4 car models standing around the Mercedes-Benz, showing it in all directions. Hearing Yi Tian's reckless words, the men around the booth looked at him with mocking eyes. Wu Di scratched his head and said, "This can't be called a Mercedes-Benz, it should be called the Mercedes-Maybach Extended Edition." "Do you think it looks good?" Yi Tian asked Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei smiled and said, "As long as you think it looks good, I don't really know much about cars." Yi Tian nodded and pointed, "Then this one." Wu Di exclaimed. Passers-by around couldn't help laughing. "So this one? Brother, I've played it too hard. The lowest price of this fucking Mercedes-Benz Maybach is 7 million. Do you think it's like buying cabbage on the street?" Then, Yi Tian took out his bank card and did not forget to confirm at first, "You can get the commission, right?" Wu Di was stunned and said, yes, I can get a commission for any car I sell in the showroom. But, Yi Zi? Are you sure? This one? Yeah. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't seem to be joking, Wu Di hurried away to talk to the manager. Not long after, the manager who had previously dissed Wu Di came over. His attitude was completely different from before, and he said with a smile on his face, "Sir, please allow me to introduce you to the performance of this car." "I don't trust you." Yi Tian didn't give him a good face at all. "Let Wu Di come over, I only trust Wu Di." The manager's face changed, but he still didn't give up. "Wu Di is just an ordinary salesperson, responsible for the ordinary area. I am a professional." "Then I don't trust you either. Can you please stop wasting time? I have a lot to do today." Wu Di, come here." Yi Tian called Wu Di over, quickly filled out the order form, and then paid. Full payment? Wu Di's head was buzzing. The onlookers around were even more stunned. A car that costs nearly 10 million, and you just buy it? What level of wealthy person did I meet today? Holy crap! The tens of millions of dollars transaction here naturally attracted the attention of the general manager. He personally led several car models to open champagne for Yi Tian, and even put up a banner, "Warm congratulations to Mr. Yi and Ms. Su for buying the Mercedes-Benz Maybach. I wish you good health and all the best, blah blah. Honey, I heard that you can get nearly 1 million in commission after this deal is completed. That's great.
Not only will we have the betrothal money, but we can even pay a down payment.
You're such a great friend.
Fat and plump Lily came over and said happily. Wu Di had no time to pay attention to her.
He held Yi Tian's hand gratefully and said, "Easy, I really don't know what to say.
I can't thank you enough for your kindness.
Speaking of which, let's continue talking about cars.
This is the one I plan to drive.
I have many friends around me who don't have cars."
Yi Tian stood up and walked towards the Lamborghini exhibition area. Chapter 43, Childish. I just want to be his son.
The men and women who came to buy cars were all shocked by Yi Tian's generosity and took out their mobile phones to take pictures.
Yi Tian didn't care about these things at all.
Soon, a huge crowd followed him to the Lamborghini exhibition area. Wu Di said tremblingly, "Speaking of Lamborghini, I do have a few cost-effective ones to recommend.
This one, and this one. The colors are all good. Let's buy them." Yi Tian waved his hand. Wu Di, what? People around, Sigma. Yi, you buy a car based on its color?
Wu Di swallowed deeply, his worldview suffered a severe blow. Of course, he wanted Yi Tian to buy a few more cars so that he could get more commissions and no longer have to live a life of servility. But he couldn't let Yi Tian do whatever he wanted. When buying a car, you should focus on its performance, not its paint. Think about it again, these models are really not suitable for you, and there is no cost-effectiveness at all.
Wu Di ignored the murderous look from the manager and advised earnestly.
Yi Tian approached the car, asked about the price, and patted Wu Di on the shoulder. "You're right, these models are indeed not suitable for me."
Wu Di immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A Lamborghini costs only 750,000. Can you believe it? How can I give away a car like this?
I wonder what Wu Di would think if he knew that Yi Tian actually disliked these cars because they were too cheap. How about this, Wu Di? You can introduce some models that cost more than 3 million. After all, they are bought as gifts, so the grade cannot be too low.
Yi Tian said. Wu Di was dizzy. How many do you need? People around, oh my god.
Yi Tian counted on his fingers very seriously. My parents, Xiaoyao, Xiaodong, Shishir, Weiwei, Pangwei, Laoqin, Ziki, Laojiang, Aguang, Li Feng.
Su Weiwei swallowed and said, Li Feng, isn't he the guy from the Environmental Protection Foundation yesterday who gave him a car right after they met?
Su Weiwei didn't feel sorry for the money, but she felt that Yi Tian was too unrestrained in spending money. Yi Tian said solemnly, as the saying goes, those who carry firewood for the people should not be left to freeze to death in the snow. Li Feng has made a contribution to the greening of the earth, so it is not excessive to reward him with a car.
Oh my god, this man is so kind. The halo around him is so dazzling. Su Weiwei's mind was shaken.
Thinking back to her petty thoughts just now, Su Weiwei lowered her head in shame.
His ideological awareness is far behind Yi Tian's. Su Weiwei. You must keep going.
Work hard to improve yourself.
Damn it. While Su Weiwei was daydreaming, Yi Tian had already taken the menu, and started pointing at it, this.
Wu Di was shocked at first, but later he became basically numb and wrote dishes as honestly as a waiter in a restaurant.
Is it because I haven't been out for too long that I can't adapt to the changes in society? Why does it feel like he's ordering food in a restaurant? You feel this way too? I do too. Compared to him, I'm really a poor bastard. Anyone who can become his woman must be too happy.
Apart from other things, just the car, he changes one every day and never has a different one in a month.
You want to be his woman? Oh, childish. I just want to be his son. Yi Tian's generosity shocked everyone. Final.
Yi Tian completed the order service and calculated the total bill, which was only more than 70 million.
Really cheap. Where is the general manager?
Yi Tian called the general manager over.
The general manager lowered his brows and said, Boss Yi, what do you want?
Yi Tian pulled Wu Di to sit next to him and said with a smile, I bought so many cars for my brother's sake.
How much commission do you plan to give him? Let me be frank, if I'm not satisfied with the commission, I won't pay for the rest.
Well, normally, we give sales staff a 3% commission. The general manager scratched his head.
Damn. Only 3%? Yi Tian was immediately surprised.
He always thought that Wu Di could get a 10% commission.
We can give 5%.
As you know, the profit from selling a car is not high, the general manager said hurriedly.
5%, is that okay? Yi Tian asked Wu Di. Wu Di was almost crying with excitement. 70 million. 5% is 3.5 million. Okay. Wu Di's body trembled uncontrollably.
The general manager was a smart man. Seeing that Yi Tian and Wu Di had a deep bond, he patted Wu Di on the shoulder with a smile and said, Xiao Wu, starting today, you've been promoted. From now on, you'll be the general manager of the Haijing region. Annual salary, 500,000.
Ah. Wu Di was numb. Yi Tian nodded.
Okay, then pay. I originally wanted to buy one worth 100 million, but you guys don't have any cars worth buying. If you have any new models in the future, just let Wu Di contact me directly.
Yes.
The general manager was overjoyed.
He was probably not as happy as he was today even during the Chinese New Year.
Wu Di's eyes were filled with tears, and he couldn't help crying. Yi Zi.
Good brother, don't be like this. It is fate that I meet you. We will have many opportunities to meet each other in the future. Yi Tian smiled like an old father. Fat Lily flattered, honey, you're amazing. Let's celebrate later.
I like this Hermes bag that's only 100,000 yuan.
Can you buy it for me?
Wu Di wiped away his tears, looked at the woman beside him and said, we are not suitable for each other, let's break up.
What? Lily was stunned and flew into a rage. Wu Di. Do you have the guts to say that again? I say. Let's break up. Wu Di snorted coldly. You didn't stay with me when I was down, so who are you to make a comeback?
I'm making 500,000 yuan a year now, and I get 3.5 million yuan in commissions.
What makes you think I'd still be with you? Lily was shaking with anger. How could you do this to me? What have I done wrong to you? What's good about it? Wu Di said, as long as you can tell me one thing, I won't break up with you. I. Not at all, showing off his broken legs.
Lily cried, I hit you, scolded you, and slandered you, all to inspire your ambition. But in fact, the scolding is on you, but it hurts me.
Puff.
Yi Tian sprayed out a mouthful of champagne. What a strange and damnable set of views.
Can't afford to offend. Wu Di, the boss wants you to come over for a moment.
A shy girl with an ordinary but attractive appearance trotted over and said softly to Wu Di, you're amazing.
Shall we?
Wu Di's eyes were gentle, thank you for always being with me when I was at my lowest point. Shall we smiled shyly, lowered her head and ran away.
Yi Tian is not blind, how could he not see the relationship between the two? He smiled and said, Old Wu, do you remember what we said in school?
Wu Di laughed heartily, of course I remember, you should pick the flowers when they are in bloom, don't wait until there are no more flowers to pluck.
Then why are you still standing there? Go after him. Yi Tian kicked Wu Di in the butt. Wu Di laughed and chased after her, shall we? Wait for me. I've liked you for a long time. Can we get married? What? Su Weiwei beside him had a flushed face. Flowers in bloom must be picked.
Chapter 44 A man who says one word and means another. After completing the first car buying task of the day, Yi Tian said goodbye to Wu Di and took Su Weiwei to Dafeng Group. Yi Tian had originally wanted to call Lu Ruyan and ask her to cancel her plan to acquire Zhao's. After all, Xiao Rong had already given in, so there was no need to be aggressive. Unfortunately, his phone was out of battery, and he didn't have the habit of memorizing phone numbers, so he had to go there in person. As soon as I arrived at the door of Lu Ruyan's office under the guidance of the secretary, I heard a fierce quarrel coming from inside.
Lu Ruyan, Shang Rong, don't think that our Dafeng Group is easy to bully. Do you really think I don't know about the things you've been doing to Dafeng overtly and covertly over the years? I just turned a blind eye. But I never thought you would be so desperate to swallow up Dafeng. The shareholders will never agree.
The man called Shang Rong said, Boss Lu, you can't say that.
We're just competing in normal business. I know Dafeng Group's trump card better than anyone else. Instead of struggling pointlessly, why not just obey and give up your shares? Hundreds of millions in cash will be enough for you to live a life of luxury. Lu Ruyan, you're talking nonsense. Dafeng Group is my hard work, I will never give it to anyone else. Not even to Huayao Group.
I don't care about others, you can't even get 1% of my shares.
Ruyan, what are you arguing about?
Yi Tian pushed the door open and glanced at Shang Rong, a middle-aged man who was almost bald.
Boss Yi, why are you here?
Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, as if she had seen a savior.
Mr. Yi?
Shang Rong stood up, shook hands with Yi Tian politely, and handed over his business card.
Huayao Group, General Manager of Haijing Subsidiary.
Yi Tian gestured for Su Weiwei to sit anywhere, and he sat in Lu Ruyan's comfortable boss chair.
What's up? Huayao Group wants to acquire Dafeng as their strategic base in Haijing. Lu Ruyan bent down and whispered.
The fragrant smell penetrated Yi Tian's nostrils, and he subconsciously looked up.
Oh my god, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. How magnificent. Why are you so anxious about this? Just don't sell it.
Yi Tian, well aware of the principle of not looking at anything inappropriate, turned his head and clicked the mouse randomly for a long time.
He found that Lu Ruyan's computer didn't even have a single player game. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for this strong woman.
Her life was too boring.
How did she pass the time? At least install Minesweeper or Landlord. Shang Rong smiled and said, Mr. Yi, the conditions we offer are very favorable.
We will acquire Dafeng at a price 10% higher than the market price. For us at Huayao, Dafeng is a very important strategic resource, and the group must acquire it.
In terms of overall strength, Dafeng and Huayao are not even in the same league.
Rather than confronting each other head-on and letting others reap the benefits, it is better to go with the flow. As the saying goes, those who know the times. Before he could finish his words, the young CEO waved his hand and said, Don't tell me these nonsense.
If you don't want to sell it, Mr. Shang Rong, you can leave now. Shang Rong's face changed. Boss Yi. Please don't make a mistake. If our two groups really come to blows, Dafeng won't be able to hold out for even a month. Yi Tian didn't understand the business war. He looked up at Lu Ruyan and saw that the beautiful president had a gloomy face. He realized that the other party was not bragging. Shang Rong smiled and said, I'll give you some time to think about it. Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Shang Rong left the office. Yi Tian curiously asked about the background of Huayao Group.
Lu Ruyan explained to him that the Huayao Group is based in Zhuozhou and has a history of 100 years since its establishment.
Its branches are spread all over the country and its strength is very strong.
The Dafeng Group with a market value of 4 billion is dwarfed by the Huayao with a market value of 20 billion. If Huayao really wanted to fight with Dafeng would not be able to hold on.
Yi Tian knocked on the table and said, If a fight really breaks out, what conditions does Dafeng need to meet in order to win this battle? To put it bluntly, it's all about money. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, Whether it's a real battlefield or a business, it's all about economics.
If Dafeng Group had 1 billion, no, 500 million, I would have a way to defeat Huayao and force them to retreat.
Lu Ruyan sighed deeply.
She also knew that this was her wishful thinking.
500 million was not a small amount.
The total working capital of the entire company was barely enough to cover this amount. However, this money was used to maintain the normal operation of the company, and only a tiny part of it could be used.
It's that simple. Yi Tian smacked his lips. I thought it was so difficult, can't I just give it to you? Ha! Lu Ruyan was stunned, not understanding. What? Yi Tian said casually, How much is the company account? I will transfer 500 million.
No, 1 billion to you to win this battle. Lu Ruyan was disheveled in the wind, her delicate body trembling.
Elder brother. We are talking about 1 billion, not 10 yuan. Just give it to me when you say so? Aren't you afraid that I'll cheat you?
Mr. Yi, this money is used as war expenses, it's consumables.
It's ammunition. Are you sure you want to invest 1 billion? Lu Ruyan couldn't believe her ears.
Su Weiwei chuckled and said, Yesterday, Mr. Yi established a purely charitable environmental protection foundation and invested 1 billion yuan in it.
Mr. Lu doesn't have to doubt his ears. Lu Ruyan, Sigma? Drop. Okay, the transfer was successful.
Yi Tian put away his slightly charged phone and patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder vigorously, Get this done.
Lu Ruyan's eyes moistened. This number one strong woman and feminist almost shed tears. She said excitedly, Boss Yi, thank you for your trust. I will definitely not let you down. Yi Tiandao, I don't particularly trust you, I just don't want to lose, do you understand me?
Lu Ruyan was stunned for a long time before nodding. But at this time Yi Tian had already left with the beautiful woman. Lu Ruyan slumped in the chair, her hands and feet feeling numb.
I don't have any particular trust in you. I just don't want to lose. Do you understand me?
The man's words lingered in my ears for a long time. Lu Ruyan silently took a puff of her e-cigarette and murmured, "If you don't trust me, how could you be willing to give me 1 billion? Mr. Yi, you are such a cute man who says one thing and means another."
I admit, I'm attracted to you.
Yi Tian, who was sitting in the car, suddenly shuddered.
Su Weiwei asked, Yi Tian, are you feeling unwell?
No, I just felt a chill.
Where are we going next? I don't know. Everything is up to you. Is that so? Then let's go.
Before he could finish his words, he heard a loud bang. The taxi seemed to have hit something. Yi Tian rubbed his head and looked out.
Oh my god, it was terrible. There was a car accident. Chapter 45, A Career Dancing on the Edge of a Knife.
Yi Tian and Su Weiwei got out of the car quickly and saw a man lying about 3 meters away from the taxi, covering his right leg and howling in pain. The taxi driver was probably shocked because it was the first time he had seen such a thing. He trembled and said, "I really didn't mean to do that. He suddenly rushed towards me and I didn't have time to brake."
Hey, man, you have to testify for me.
Yi Tian smiled bitterly, "Now is not the time to testify, we need to send him to the hospital first." Yi Tian was about to help the man who had been hit, but before his hand could even touch him, the man struggled to his feet. Without even looking at Yi Tian or Su Weiwei, he limped straight onto the hood of the car and roared, "Pay, pay, pay. You're not allowed to leave without paying."
Su Weiwei pulled Yi Tian and whispered, "I think he looks like a scammer." The driver's face was full of bitterness. "How much?" 500. Said the man.
Although this was the first time the driver had experienced such a thing, he was no fool. He was particularly sensitive to money. Seeing the man asking for 500 yuan with such confidence, he immediately understood what was happening.
He whispered, "Man, I admit defeat. There's always love in the world. Can you give me 200 less? I work hard all day and only earn 300 or 400 yuan. You can't let my wife and children go home without food." The scammer was quite efficient. He waved his hand and produced a QR code, smooth.
The driver kept saying it was bad luck, but there was nothing he could do. After scanning the QR code, he drove away cursing.
"What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a scam?"
The scammer couldn't help but curse when he saw the young couple looking at him.
"It's really the first time I've seen you."
Yi Tian felt that the voice of the scammer was familiar.
He walked around to him and after seeing his face clearly, he asked in surprise, "Gao Meng?" The scammer was even more surprised. "What the hell? Yi Tian? Su Weiwei?"
Gao Meng was Yi Tian's high school classmate, and they had a good relationship at school.
The cafe has a nice atmosphere and soft music is playing.
Gao Meng stirred his coffee carelessly and told his story to his 2 old classmates with a gloomy look in his eyes. Due to his poor academic performance, Gao Meng did not choose to go to college after graduating from high school. Instead, he went to work in a milk tea shop.
However, accidents happen.
Less than 2 months after he started working, he was hit by a taxi while delivering a goods. However, Gao Meng was in good health at the time and didn't take this matter seriously at all.
He didn't even ask for medical expenses and just rode away on his electric scooter. On the night of the incident, Gao Meng had a persistent fever and his right leg was swollen like a bun.
His family rushed him to the hospital for examination, where they discovered he had suffered a laceration fracture, ruptured ligaments, and severe tendon injuries. In order to treat his right leg, Gao Meng would need to spend a lot of medical expenses that his family could not afford. In desperation, Gao Meng could only place an advertisement in the newspaper, looking for the driver who hit him, hoping that the other party could pay some of the medical expenses. The result was naturally futile. Due to the delay in the best treatment period, Gao Meng suffered lifelong disability in his right leg. His girlfriend, with whom he had a good relationship and was even discussing marriage, broke up with him.
It was a tragedy. Gurgle. Gao Meng downed a whole cup of cappuccino and wiped his mouth fiercely. "I applied for a job, but no one wanted me because I was disabled. To make a living, I even picked up scraps for a while. Then, by chance, I found a master and learned how to scam people. There are masters for scammers too."
It is undeniable that Gao Meng's life is miserable, but Yi Tian couldn't help laughing when he heard this.
Gao Meng said with great excitement, "That's a must.
What car to hit, when to start, when to fall, and how to fall without hurting yourself are all things that require knowledge.
Don't think that hitting someone is that simple.
We're walking on the line between life and death every day, dancing on the edge of a knife, and our lives are in danger at any time.
Su Weiwei rolled her eyes speechlessly. Can you please say a little more? You're making something illegal sound so grandiose. Don't you feel guilty? Mengzi, you can't be a scammer all your life, right? Yi Tian said with a smile. Of course not. My master is a lesson for me. I've saved some money by scamming people and plan to open a small restaurant next year. I'm pretty good at cooking. What happened to your master? I was hit and killed by a novice female driver last week. Yi Tian, Su Weiwei. Don't talk about me. Cao Meng looked at the two of them. Tell me about you two. How did you get together? When are you planning to get married? Su Weiwei blushed. Yi Tian said, Weiwei and I are not what you think. We are just good friends. I met Weiwei again at the class reunion last week. Just friends. Gao Meng took a bite of steak and felt a little hungry. How much money do you need to open a restaurant? Do you need an investor? Yi Tian smiled. Why, you want to invest? Gao Meng blinked. Not much, just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Yi Tian nodded and without saying anything else, he gave Gao Meng 100,000 yuan. We are old classmates. I must help you with this. Gao Meng was stunned when he looked at the balance on his phone. 100,000. How many cars would I have to scam to save up this much money? Leaf. Gao Meng's eyes suddenly became moist, and then tears burst out and he burst into tears.
Yi Tian comforted him. Everyone has their lows in life, but you'll be fine once you get through them.
I can't lend you more money, so I can only lend you this much for now. You can pay me back when you make money. I'm not in a hurry.
Facing this high school classmate who accidentally took a wrong turn in life, Yi Tian was wary.
Gao Meng is not Lu Ruyan.
If the two sides are too deeply involved economically, it may turn into a situation of a little bit of kindness, a peck of rice and resentment. Yi Tian himself does not care about this result, but he does not want to see it either.
It would be disgusting. Yi Zi, this is my IOU, I will definitely pay you back. Gao Meng asked the waiter to bring some banknotes, wrote an IOU and handed it to Yi Tian.
Yi Tian put it away with a smile. Tell me which store you like. I have a lot of friends in Haijing, and it won't be a problem for me to help you find a store in a good location.
Good. Gao Meng rubbed his eyelids.
Later, the three old classmates chatted for a while about the interesting things that happened in high school and then went their separate ways.
Walk along the road. Su Weiwei smiled and said, Yi Tian, you are still the same as you were in high school, so kind and helpful.
Yi Tian grinned. Have you ever heard of the saying, poverty breeds evil schemes, while wealth breeds conscience? I have some spare money now, so naturally I want to do more good things, help others, and feel a sense of accomplishment myself.
Kind, handsome, helpful, humble. Su Weiwei took a deep breath and couldn't even move her eyes away from Yi Tian's cheek. In a blink of an eye, it was evening.
With the arrival of Su Weiwei and Zhao Shishir, the villa became lively. Mom and Dad took the two girls to watch a national variety show and chat together. Yi Tian took out his mobile phone and opened a mobile game that he hadn't logged into for a long time.
Chapter 46, Come and chop me if you don't agree.
In this fast-paced internet era, everyone has a few mobile games on their phone to kill time, and Yi Tian is no exception. However, Yi Tian was not too interested in this kind of fast food game. He would only play it online when he was really bored or in a very depressed mood. The game he had been playing before was from Geely, called Fun Red Moon, a typical RPG game. The gameplay was a single monster killing, leveling and PK. The graphics were good and recharging was very convenient. You could enter the recharge entrance by clicking any one of them. Yi Tian has been playing this game for more than a year and has reached level 59. What a familiar scene. Yi Tian controlled the little man to go to the zombie cave, intending to get some equipment.
Entering the zombie cave full of monsters, Yi Tian began to operate frantically.
With a flaming slash, groups of zombies turned into ashes, and the ground was covered with golden coins and equipment. Putting aside the question of whether this game is fun or not, the sense of accomplishment and instant feedback brought by this crazy explosion of equipment is indeed loved by the majority of players. Just as Yi Tian was madly chopping monsters, more than a dozen little figures controlled by players appeared at the entrance of the cave. Their names all had prefixes such as Outyen Gang Long Ao, Outyen Gang Long Shen, Outyen Gang Shanu, etc.
After this group of people came in, they didn't say anything, but just surrounded Yi Tian. Yi Tian, what are you doing? Long Ao of the Outyen Gang, the zombie cave is reserved by our Outyen Gang. If you want to level up and get equipment here, you must join the Outyen Gang. I'm just here to have some fun and will be leaving soon. That won't work either. If you join a guild, you can level up here. If you don't join a guild, you can get lost as soon as possible. Depend on. Yi Tian was most annoyed by this kind of timid monk who was submissive in reality but attacked fiercely on the internet. He immediately got angry.
However, before he could draw his sword, the gang member named Shanu behind him had already struck Yi Tian's head with a thunderbolt. In a flash, the screen turned black and white.
Garbage. Outyen threw 2 words at everyone. Don't leave if you dare. Yi Tianqi said. Okay, I'll wait here and see what you can do to us. A loser who can't even afford a 6 yuan initial deposit, who gave you the courage to type this? Fish Liang? Ha 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 ha. Little trash, I'm waiting for you.
A group of people laughed wildly. Yi Tian snorted, clicked to return to the city, and then stood silently in the center of the city to open the Yuanbao Mall. There are 6 yuan initial recharge, 30 yuan monthly card, 128 yuanbao recharge, 328 yuanbao recharge, and 648 yuanbao recharge.
There are many options and the service is very considerate. There was nothing to think about.
Yi Tian directly clicked 648 to recharge, and then increased the multiplier by 100 times.
Ding!
The 64,800 yuan worth of gold you recharged has arrived.
A dialog box pops up.
Look at the quality of their server, it's so great, the recharged gold coins will be credited to your account within seconds.
Do you want to buy the experience pill? Yes. Would you like to purchase the God Slaying set? Yes. Would you like to purchase the super critical hit potion? Yes. Would you like to purchase the super large blood bottle? Yes. Yi Tian's operation was as fierce as a tiger.
In less than 5 minutes, his level rose from LV59 to LV180.
The highest level in the whole server is 220 now. His equipment was so dazzling that it could blind people's eyes.
Without saying anything, Yi Tian used a VIP 13 exclusive fixed-point teleportation scroll to fly himself to the zombie cave. At this time, several people from the Outyen gang were still chatting in the cave, and they were all shocked when they suddenly saw Yi Tian.
What the hell? VIP 13? Woji! Several people exclaimed in surprise.
Those who can reach VIP 13 are all big guys who have recharged more than 50,000 yuan. They are not comparable to these hard-working people who only recharged 1,800 yuan and relied on hard work for the rest of the time. Without saying a word, Yi Tian raised his hand and swung his knife. The screen was filled with the flash of swords and knives.
The next second, all the members of the Outyen gang fell down. A sure kill without a doubt. Yi Tian. Outyen gang? Outyen gang Long Ao, fuck. Big brother, are you really so cruel? Yi Tian laughed, come and chop me if you don't agree. Outyen helped silly girl, wait, don't run, I'll call our boss.
Swish, swish, swish. A group of people all returned to the city. After about 3 to 5 minutes, a player with equipment that was no less powerful than Yi Tian's, or even better, appeared.
His name was Outyen's only boss.
He held up the Judgment of Doom, which was as heavy as an iron tower, and said to the world, boy, you're quite courageous.
You even dare to mess with the people of the Outyen gang. I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I'll kill you until you can't take care of yourself. The domineering words made the lackey's scalps tingle. This is the real boss. Yi Tian was not in a hurry, wait a few minutes, I'll add some money. Whatever. The only big boss snorted coldly.
Yi Tian clicked to enter the VIP 13 exclusive recharge channel, and immediately a sweet female voice sounded, hello, distinguished VIP 13 customer, I am your exclusive operator, may I ask how I can help you? Recharge, top up to 1 million.
How much?
The beautiful woman answering the phone was stunned. In this RPG game that emphasizes fairness and justice, it's common to see people betting tens of thousands of dollars, and there are also quite a few who bet hundreds of thousands of dollars, but 1 million, it's not that there aren't any, but it's really rare. At least, there are very few people who bet $1 million at once.
Are you sure it's 1 million? Yes, open the recharge channel. In an instant, a 1 million channel appeared on Yetion's recharge page.
After the recharge was completed, Yetion's level was not only upgraded to 240, but his equipment was also replaced. The only thing in the hands of the big boss was the judgment of destruction, while the one in his hand was the judgment of gods, which was a level higher.
In-game.
The only big boss narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the weapon in Yetion's hand, with a flash of surprise in his eyes, the judgment of the gods.
No wonder you are so confident. Stop talking nonsense and draw your sword. Yetion's blood was boiling. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha.
The only big boss roared to the sky, "Do you think the judgment of the gods is so powerful? Look at this." While talking with Yetion, the only big boss also clicked on the recharge channel and added another 1 million on top of the original recharge. Suddenly, the weapon in his hand turned into the judgment of world wrath.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
How dare a mere judgment of world fury be so presumptuous in front of me? Yetion's second-year soul was burning fiercely, and this time he rushed for 2 million in one breath.
Bite! The weapon in Yetion's hand turned into the Realm Lord's judgment.
Sweat quietly slid down the forehead of the only big boss, and there was no longer any contempt in his eyes.
He knew that he had met a strong enemy. But he is not panicking. He can try harder. He opened the recharge channel again, recharge 4 million.
Click, click, click. Click, click, click. A strong light burst out from the body of the one and only boss.
The dumbfounded lackeys around him couldn't even stay around him.
They had to form a team to avoid the continuous damage of up to 1 million per second.
So terrifying. The only boss roared, "Come on! My nemesis! Yetion, ha ha ha! Do you think this is my true strength? The seal is released."
As he spoke, he raised his hand and recharged 10 million. Click, click, click. The territory of the only big boss was ruthlessly crushed into pieces.
The terrifying iron tower-shaped weapon was pressed against the throat of the only big boss. Yetion said indifferently, "If you have any other skills, just use them." Chapter 47 Tang Wei's Grand Appearance. Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. Immortal. Earth-shattering star. Gear 5. Giant spear. Black hole fruit. Devour the world. In the next 10 minutes, Yetion and the only big boss started an unprecedented fierce battle in the game.
Perhaps the programmers who made this program did not expect that a rich man would recharge the game in the tens of millions, so various skill codes that were obviously copied from Japanese comics were installed into the game one after another.
After a while, the novelty wore off. Yetion felt bored and planned to log off. Coincidentally, the only big boss also complained like Yetion, "I'm almost exhausted from fighting.
I charged more than 40 million in half an hour, and no one can kill the other.
Brother, how about we fight another day?" Yetion was thinking this, "Okay, let's play again another day.
I have also spent nearly 50 million.
Ha, brother, you're the first person who can keep up with my recharge pace. Can you please leave your WeChat? We can play good games together in the future." Okay. Yetion was not a shy person, so he went offline after sending his WeChat ID to the only boss.
Looking up, I saw a niche variety show called Happy Family being played on the huge cinema-level screen. In addition to the original 3 hosts, 2 familiar figures also appeared.
My mother was sharp-eyed and recognized who was inside at a glance. Hey, isn't this Xiaoyao and Xiaotong?" It's true. Yetion was happy.
The participants of this variety show are Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong.
Are these 2 girls stars? Mom's face was full of curiosity.
I guess so, but they are only 18th tier celebrities now. It will take some time for them to become popular.
Yetion glanced at Su Weiwei and Zhao Shishir.
Compared with Xiaoyao and Xiaotong, it is undeniable that Weiwei and Shishir have more outstanding personal abilities.
One can fight and the other can eat.
As long as there are places for them to perform in the show, it will not be difficult for them to become popular. Yetion called Pang Wei to confirm that they were all at Qinyan's villa, and then took Su Weiwei and Zhao Shishir to visit them. Building B1, Block B, Imperial Bay, a villa that is no less luxurious than A1. The boy was lying on the velvet carpet, playing with his cell phone. The man who looked like a butler sighed softly and said, "Young master, the master just called and asked about your investments and why you spent nearly 50 million.
I wonder if you've been spending money on the game again.
The boy, who looked about 15 or 16, was handsome with fair skin. Upon hearing this, he sat up and said impatiently, "It's only 50 million.
It's not 500 million. Why are you so nervous?
Tell him to transfer a few hundred million more to my card." "Young master, if you spend money like this, even if the master has hundreds of billions of assets, you will squander it all sooner or later. You'd better listen to my advice and go back to the master," the housekeeper advised earnestly. The young man snorted coldly, "I will never go back until I achieve success and fame.
I don't want to live in his shadow anymore." "Young master, that's enough. I'm going for a walk."
The young master rushed out of the door, and a dozen bodyguards immediately followed him in silence.
The boy's name is Tang Wei. He is the only legal heir of the Tang family, one of the top 10 families in the world. The son of the super invisible rich man Tang Weishan. Out of the villa, Tang Wei remembered the friend he had just added on WeChat and sent him a message. "Hey, where are you from? I'm so bored right now, how about I come over to play with you?" "Looking for me to play? Why?" Yi Tian was puzzled. He wanted to play with him after just knowing him for a few minutes. Could this guy be mentally ill? Because it's really boring. "What, are you afraid that I'll play a cyber troll?" "Not really. A mere tens of millions, Tang Wei, don't even care about it." "Tang Wei?" Yi Tian just waved his hand and searched Baidu.
There are many people with the same name as him, but none of them can be compared with this rich man who can spend 50 million to play games.
"I'm in Haijing, where are you?" Yi Tian replied. "You're in Haijing? Damn. It can't be such a coincidence, I'm in Haijing too. I live in Diwan Bay, what about you? Which community do you live in?" An expression of surprise appeared on Tang Wei's pretty face. "I live in Imperial Bay too.
I'm in Building A1, near the artificial lake."
"Wow. Wait for me, I'll be right there." A few minutes later, Yi Tian saw the young man with extremely fair skin and laughed dumbly. "The only big boss? Leaves don't fall?" Tang Wei exclaimed. "Wow, this earth is so small. I can actually run into people who live in the same neighborhood while playing a mobile game." Yi Tian also exclaimed, "What a coincidence, it's indeed a coincidence, just like a script. What are you going to do next?" "There's nothing to do." Tang Wei's face was filled with anguish. "I sent you a WeChat message because I was so bored." "Where are you going, brother Yi? Can you take me along?" Tang Wei has a very good impression of Yi Tian, who is always ahead of him in spending money in the game. "Let's find some friends and talk about the entertainment industry. Want to come along?" "Okay." Tang Wei nodded repeatedly, looking very excited. "Brother Yi also has friends in the entertainment industry?" "I know almost everyone in the Haijing circle."
"Then you have to introduce yourself to me quickly."
"No problem." The two of them came to Qinyan's villa talking and laughing.
Qinyan, Pang Wei, Zhang Shengfeng, and others were waiting at the door. When they saw the young man next to Yi Tian with the golden owner's certificate hanging around his neck, their eyes became curious.
When did such a young owner appear in Emperor Bay?
"Elder brother."
"Young Master Yi."
A group of people greeted each other.
Yi Tian responded and introduced, "This is Tang Wei. Mr. Tang." "Hello, Mr. Tang." Tang Wei grinned, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Tang Wei. My father's identity is confidential. I currently live in Building B1, Block B.
I bought this place for 800 million last year."
Hiss. Hiss.
There was a sound of gasps at the scene.
Xin Yan and Pang Wei were longtime owners of Imperial Bay, so they were well aware that a mysterious tycoon had anonymously purchased Building B1 last year.
They even made a special trip to visit him, carrying fine wine. Unfortunately, the owner was incredibly mysterious, elusive.
They only spotted the housekeeper, not the owner. It turns out that the owner is this young man named Tang Wei. While marveling at Tang Wei's identity, everyone looked at Yi Tian with eyes full of admiration. As expected,
the super rich are surrounded by super rich people.
Among Yi Tian's network of contacts, there is actually someone of Tang Wei's level. What a big shot! "Brother Yi, your friends are so enthusiastic," Tang Wei said with a smile. "Ha, this is necessary.
This is your first time here.
You'll get used to it after a few more visits." the group arrived at the top floor. Elder brother. Elder brother.
Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong ran over excitedly. I was wondering why you were gone after discussing the script. It turns out they all went to greet you.
Chapter 48 Tang Wei's Grand Exit.
Everyone took their seats and the tea party officially began. The topic mainly revolves around the formation of a girl group. As a newcomer, Tang Wei sat next to Yi Tian very obediently, but his eyes kept darting around the girls uncontrollably. He had seen many beautiful young ladies, but this was the first time he had seen so many at once.
While everyone was chatting, Tang Wei cautiously poked Yi Tian's arm. Brother Yi, are these all my sisters-in-law? Yi Tian thought to himself, of course. But he couldn't say it out loud, so he smiled and said, why, do you have any ideas? That's impossible. Tang Wei grinned and said, I still understand that you can't tease your friend's wife. You're a smart kid.
Yi Tian patted Tang Wei's shoulder and said, next time I meet a girl who is suitable for you, I will introduce her to you.
I don't want it. Tang Wei decisively refused, which made Yi Tian a little puzzled. Why?
It's true that beautiful young ladies are pleasing to the eyes, but I prefer to play with men.
Women are too pretentious and troublesome. Tang Wei said with certainty.
He was not afraid of offending anyone.
In fact, except Yi Tian, no one dared to talk back to him. Just like the universal truth, money is a man's dignity. Whether you speak loudly or not depends on how thick your capital is. Brother, we have already chosen the name for the girl group. It's called Tiannu Group. Do you want to change it? Tang Wei said flatteringly. The Heavenly Girl Group? It sounds pretty good, let's take this one. Yi Tian nodded with a smile.
Just by listening to the name, he knew that it must be the work of Tang Wei and Qin Yan.
They didn't even forget to flatter them when naming it.
They really deserved a reward. Fat Wei, our photographer, director, props, and location are all ready.
We will officially start filming in the next 2 days. Yi Tianxiao asked, what kind of show is this? What's the name of the show?
The show is called Extreme Girls Group.
It's basically about arranging some challenges for the 4 of them to complete.
As the show progresses, we'll invite popular celebrities to be our guest stars.
For the first episode, our guest stars are Ziqi, Ouyang Na, and Xiao Tian.
Tang Wei introduced them, and Zhang Shengfeng interrupted. Ouyang Na and Xiao Tian are both celebrities from our company who have good reputations and are notoriously negative about scandals. I've already spoken to them before, and they won't steal the spotlight from the girls' group.
Yi Tian smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether I steal the limelight or not. The most important thing is to have fun. And I believe in my goddesses. Their performance will not let me down.
His eyes swept over the 4 girls. Yuqin Xiaoyao nodded heavily, Ning Xiaotong pursed her lips, Su Weiwei lowered her head and said nothing, only Zhao Shishir looked around. She didn't understand what a girl group was, she only cared about whether she could have enough food. The world is big, but being well fed is the most important thing. In the following time, the 4 girls were left in Qin Yan's villa to study the script and gameplay, while Yi Tian left early and strolled around the community with Tang Wei. When talking about the girl group and the investment in this new variety show, Tang Wei's face changed slightly. Spending 1 billion to create a variety show, Brother Yi, your spending is really too big.
1 billion. Even for Tang Wei, it is a considerable amount of money. As the son of a wealthy man, the first thing he considers is profit. Even if he can find a financial sponsor, it will be difficult to make back the 1 billion. Yi Tian said indifferently, this is just the initial investment, and there will definitely be additional investment later. Can I make money? Tang Wei frowned.
Yi Tian glanced at him and smiled, I don't care whether I make money or not.
I just thought it was fun, so I did it.
When doing anything, once it is linked to money and you start to consider profit and loss, it will eventually change its meaning.
I just want everything to look like the original way it was. Tang Wei was in deep thought, repeatedly pondering the meaning of Yi Tian's words, which seemed to vaguely touch something in his heart. A moment later, Yi Tian and Tang Wei separated and went home to rest. Tang Wei lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, rarely touching his phone. Seeing this, the housekeeper couldn't help but become curious. Master, what's wrong with you? I met a strange big brother today.
Tang Wei sat up, his expression serious.
He told me that he doesn't consider profit or loss when doing anything. He just does it for fun. He wants everything to look like the original.
The butler pondered and said calmly, this big brother you're talking about is either a billionaire or an immature idiot.
In this world, who isn't a slave to money? How many people can achieve such detachment that they don't care about profit or loss? Not even the master can do that. This big brother is the former.
Tang Wei firmly cheered for Yi Tian. He is really a strange man. Although I have only been in contact with him for a few hours, I feel like I have suddenly realized something.
The housekeeper looked at the young master and said earnestly, "Young master, what are you doing? Give me the phone. I want to talk to the old man."
The butler was shocked on the spot.
Young master actually took the initiative to call the master. This is the first time in so many years. That night, Tang Wei talked with his father Tang Weishan for a long time.
When the sky in the east turned pale, he made a decision to return to his father, with whom he had a bad relationship, to help him fight the financial management team. The reason why he did this was that he wanted to become like Yi Tian in the future, without having to worry about profits and losses, and turning money into his slave.
Imperial Bay, Building A1. Why do you want to leave? Yi Tian asked puzzledly. He quite liked this young man. Apart from being a little immature, there was nothing wrong with him.
Because I also want to be like my brother, not having to worry about money and being able to use it to do whatever I like. But my old man said that to achieve that level, you need at least 1 trillion in assets.
My family is still a long way from that goal.
Tang Wei said seriously, I've set a small goal, to earn 10 billion within 3 years.
Yi Tian smiled and patted the boy's shoulder. I believe in your ability. When you make 10 billion, remember to come back and play with me. Yeah. Tang Wei nodded heavily. Then brother, I'm leaving first. Let's keep in touch on WeChat. I send you. Yi Tian put his arm around the boy's shoulder and walked out.
Butler Guang took out his notebook and quickly wrote down the conversation between the two wealthy men. Success Law 146, those who achieve great things must first set a goal, such as a small goal of 10 billion.
Pop. Close the notebook. Guang's mind was wavering. Learning from the rich is the most valuable wealth. Watch the flight take off. Yi Tian looked at the keys and the golden ownership certificate in his hand and was speechless. Before leaving, the adorable Tang Wei actually left him the key to the B1 villa in the Imperial Bay. Yi Tian wanted to buy it for 1 billion, but Tang Wei refused to do so and got angry, saying that it was too vulgar for good brothers to talk about money. He was not someone who needed 1 billion, so he just regarded it as a parting gift. Chapter 49, The Inhumane Extreme Girl Group.
Time flies like water, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye.
It was Saturday.
Yi Tian closed his pancake stall early and went home.
The first thing he did was turn on the TV. There are 2 issues here that need to be explained separately. The first question is, why does Yi Tian, who is so rich, still sell pancakes? The answer is simple: because of love. The second question is, why do we need to watch TV now that the internet is so highly developed? The answer is simpler: today is the premiere of Extreme Girls Group Season 1.
With the joint promotion of Pang Wei, Xin Yan, and Jiang Shengfeng, this new outdoor variety show with the support of 3 top stars, Ziqi, Ouyang Na and Xiao Tian, became popular before it was even aired, and has always ranked first in both the topic list and the popularity list. Today will be the first time that the girls group will submit its report card to the audience. So nervous. Yi Tian was quite excited. In the past week, he had participated in the recording of the program several times. Although he did not appear on camera, he gave a lot of suggestions that he would never dare to try in other variety shows. He hoped that these suggestions would not backfire.
Bite. The phone rang.
When they caught her, they saw that it was Lu Ruyan. The message was simple: I was stopped at the gate of Imperial Bay.
Guang, go and pick up Mr. Lu. Yi Tian said casually. Yes. Guang returned soon and brought Lu Ruyan back home. The female CEO who always topped the list of beautiful CEOs in Haijing City changed her usual arrogance and greeted Yi's father and mother like a girl next door. Hello uncle, hello auntie, I am Yi Tian's friend, Lu Ruyan, and this is a gift I brought to you 2 elders. Oh, this girl is so pretty. Come in, come in. The mother was extremely happy. She took Lu Ruyan's hand and walked into the living room.
Before Yi Tian could say anything, she started asking a series of soul-searching questions. How old is she this year?
Do you have a boyfriend? Where do you work? Does your company pay for your 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? Yi Tian burst into laughter, extremely happy. Mom is so cute.
Lu Ruyan glared at him and answered the question honestly. Auntie, I'm 25 years old and have never had a boyfriend.
I'm currently the president of Doffing Group. I don't have any social insurances or housing fund. Oh. What kind of job is a CEO?
You can't do it without 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. In the eyes of our parents' generation, no matter what your profession is, without 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, you have no life security.
The best choice is to join a state-owned enterprise and become an employee with a stable job. Oh, mother, please stop embarrassing yourself, okay?
You can't do anything without the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund.
Don't you see what kind of car the girl is driving? It's so weird, it must cost millions. Come on, take a walk with me. Dad pulled Mom up, and the old couple went out. He threw Yi-Tian a look that meant, this girl is really good. Come on, son. Yi-Tian laughed for a long time. Is it not scary?
My parents are crazy about having a grandchild, so they will randomly match up with any pretty girl they see.
Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly. It's a pity that all parents in the world feel the same.
I came here specifically to tell you that we, Doffing, have won the battle against Huaya.
Huaya Group retreated in the face of difficulty, and the entire battle cost us 440 million. Yi-Tian hummed, that's good, very impressive. Should I transfer the remaining 60 million to the company account or to you?
In order to fight against Huaya Group, Yi-Tian invested a full 500 million in Lu Ruyan.
Put it in the company. Yi-Tian said nonchalantly, glancing at the time. The show is about to begin. What show? Lu Ruyan was a little curious. She knew too many wealthy people. Their daily lives were definitely rich and colorful, but they definitely had nothing to do with the TV shows.
It was almost the same as participating in them.
Extreme Girls Group, a program I invested in. As soon as the words fell,
a large number of explosions and fleeing footage were released, and several unfamiliar beautiful girls screamed and rushed out of the screen.
The host announced in a clear voice, tonight,
the most expensive, hottest, most passionate, most heartwarming, and most brain-burning variety show in history is officially airing. Now, please welcome the members of our Tiannu Group.
Yuqin Xiaoyao, Ning Xiaotong, Su Weiwei, Zhao Shishir. Hey, isn't this the girl who was next to you that day? Lu Ruyan looked at Su Weiwei.
Yi-Tian hummed, well, since she's fine staying with me, I'll send her to participate in the variety show.
If you're not in a hurry, let's watch it together?
Lu Ruyan nodded and said that she hadn't watched TV for several years.
No time, no mood.
As the program aired, the 4 members of the Tian Group and the 4 flying guests appeared on stage one by one. When Lu Ruyan saw Ziqi, Xiaotian, Ouyang Na, and Wang Long, her expression changed slightly.
These were all top-tier Chinese celebrities, especially Ziqi, the undisputed top star. She was only one step away from becoming a superstar. The appearance fees of these stars alone were over 100 million. The host got straight to the point. Today, our Extreme Girls team will be divided into 2 teams to compete. One is the girls team. The other is the guest team. Okay, now please invite the members of both teams to start the first game session of today. This is no different from any other variety show. It started off pretty dull. Yeah, except for Ziqi, Xiaotian, Ouyang Na and Wang Long, I don't know any of the 4 female MCs. I came here for Murasaki. Xiaotian. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Brother Long is number 1. Brother Long is the best. Turning over this group of pretty girls. Just 15 minutes into the show, the internet was already one-sided. The number of people cheering for the guest team reached millions, while the number of people cheering for the Tian team was only tens of thousands. This is not surprising. Among the 4 celestial beings, except for Yuqin Xiaoyao, who was a 36th-tier celebrity, Ning Xiaotong, Su Weiwei and Zhao Shishir are all outsiders and no one knows them at all. It is already very good to have tens of thousands of people supporting them. Since it was their first time recording a variety show, the 4 angels were a little nervous and their performance was very conventional, which was not as good as Murasaki and the others. As a result, they had few shots, and more than 80% of the jokes came from Murasaki and his group. Finally, the first game session came to an end and the first climax appeared. The program team showed off the winning team's car. There were 4 Porsches worth more than 3 million. Red, blue, black, white. 4 models in total. The friends in front of the TV were stunned instantly. This production team, is so rich and inhumane. Shouldn't there be an advertisement inserted here? Fuck. They're all consecutive numbers? 6,666. In the program, the host said, "Since you 4 guests are the winners, you can go ahead. Murasaki, let's go first. Xiao Tian, bye."
The 4 guests drove away in luxury cars. The host said, "The slogan of our Extreme Girls team show is passionate,
Exciting.
it's full of twists and turns.
You might be the winner 1 second and the loser the next.
Losing girls team.
Now you have a chance for revenge. Do you want to take it?"
The 4 girls looked at each other and whispered for a while. Su Weiwei said, "We accept the opportunity for revenge."
Host, all right. Team Tian Nu.
The revenge mission begins.
10 minutes later.
After the women's team went through hardships and completed the revenge mission that day, the real climax began.
At this time, Murasaki and the other 3 had already driven onto the highway. Suddenly,
the screen was cut into 4 frames, and a cold warning sound came from inside the Porsche. "Attention! Since the Tiannu team has completed its revenge mission and chosen destruction, your vehicle will explode in 5 minutes. Please leave the vehicle immediately." The countdown starts now at 4 minutes 59, 4 minutes 58, 4 minutes 57.
Murasaki, holy crap. Is this true? An explosion? Xiao Tian, stop it. I'm on the highway. Where can I park? Oh yeah, nah, hey. Director. Can you please stop making such scary jokes? Wang Lon, huh? Explosion? Are you trying to scare me? Time passes.
Although the 4 guests knew that the production team was deliberately trying to scare them, they had no choice but to leave the vehicle one after another for the sake of the show's effect and gather together to chat. It's fine if they were forced to get off the vehicle, but there's also the explosion thing.
That's ridiculous. That's right, this isn't a movie. Even if it were, how many people would be willing to blow up a real car? What do we do now? There's no other way.
I can only use my face to stop a car and rush to the mission point.
Murasaki sighed and looked around. But at this moment, all I heard were 4 loud bangs.
4 Porsches not far away turned into 4 huge fireballs, and billowing black smoke rose into the sky.
The powerful shockwave even knocked Murasaki off his feet. The 4 guests stared at the 4 Porsches in amazement, their mouths opened in an O shape. This was not acting, but genuine fear. Play, for real? What the hell? Groove. Are you kidding me? I'm here to participate in a variety show, not to risk my life with you. Production crew, are you crazy? Are you trying to kill me?
Even crazier than the 4 guests are the friends watching the show in front of the TV.
Fuck you, this is fucking blasted.
4 Porsches.
Total value, over 12 million. They just blew up? Am I watching a movie? My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch TV. This show, I'm a fan. It's so fucking exciting. There was a huge uproar on the internet.
Lu Ruyan turned her gaze away from the screen in a daze and stared at Yi Tian beside her. "Those cars."
"Yeah, it's really exciting." Yi Tian nodded vigorously. "It's really cool."
He bought these cars at a car show a week ago and originally wanted to give them away, but when he saw the production crew was short of props, he decided to give them to them instead.
Of course, although this idea was proposed by Yi Tian, the real implementers were Jiang Shengfeng, Pang Wei, and Qin Yan. The show goes on.
The scene changed, and 4 celestial maidens were seen sitting on a farm tractor, singing and dancing on their way to the mission area, which formed a sharp contrast with the embarrassment of Murasaki and the other 3.
Just a few minutes of footage brought Tian nearly 1 million supports.
Su Weiwei raised her fist high. "We must win." Yuqin Xiaoyao said, "Yes, for my brother."
"I must win." Ning Xiaotong, give me your heart for my brother. Zhao Shishir, I'm hungry. Chapter 50. Everyone stood up. Did you watch the Extreme Girls group show yesterday afternoon?
I worked overtime and didn't watch the premiere, I watched the reruns.
Damn, I was scared to death.
I haven't seen such an exciting variety show in a long time.
It feels like the budget is burning every frame. The most amazing thing is that everything in it is real. Those girls were really ruthless and almost broke Murasaki and the other guests. My expectations for Extreme Girls group are now maxed out. As long as the quality doesn't drop too much in the next few episodes, I can follow them forever. I'm really looking forward to Saturday coming soon. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. The more I look at those 4 MCs, the more they like me. Only one day had passed.
The lavish variety show Extreme Girls Group has soared to the 5th place in the overall variety show rankings thanks to its excellent production. In fact, this ranking is not low at all. After all, the 4 variety shows ahead of it are all old programs that have been broadcast for more than 10 years and have a group of loyal fans.
If you want to surpass them, you must be patient.
While people were frantically flooding their WeChat moments and major websites with recommendations for the Extreme Girls Group, a group of variety show industry bigwigs gathered at a hotel in Beijing. The leading man said coldly, "I'm sure everyone is familiar with the reason for calling you all to this urgent meeting." Yesterday, a dark horse variety show, Extreme Girl Group, appeared.
I wonder how many people here haven't seen it. People looked at each other in confusion.
They are in the variety show business, so naturally they will study how other people's variety shows are played. Faced with the sudden emergence of the Extreme Girls Group, it is impossible for them not to watch it.
Since you have seen it, don't you think there is something wrong? The man's name is Wang Tao.
He has been in the industry for more than 30 years and has countless halos on his head, such as senior member of the Directors Association, president of the Variety Show Mutual Aid Association, member of the Actors Association, and so on. I discovered that the production team of this show doesn't take money seriously at all. I did a rough calculation, and the cost of blowing up vehicles and buildings in the first episode alone was a whopping 30 million. That's almost the investment of an entire season of a small or medium-sized variety show, or a top celebrity's quarterly salary.
The high investment isn't a big deal.
What's most infuriating is that, apart from the commercials at the beginning of this 2-hour variety show, there's not even a single product placement or voiceover in the show.
Isn't this a bad influence on the culture of our variety show industry? Right.
This morning I checked Weibo and tens of thousands of people were yelling at me, telling me to emulate Go-Go Squid and cut down on product placement and voiceovers.
Damn, I'd like to, but my sponsor wouldn't agree. Besides, without product placement, how are we going to invite guests and make money? That's right. The production team of Extreme Girls has gone too far.
They've even gone so far as to avoid commercials during their show just for the sake of ratings.
This is intolerable. It's like one bad apple spoiling the whole barrel. Brother Tao, you're not someone who shoots without a purpose. Have you come up with a solution? Everyone looked at Wang Tao.
Wang Tao laughed heartily, with an expression of being fully confident in what he was doing.
This was exactly the effect he wanted.
Because of this, I've already contacted the creative team of Extreme Girls.
They should be on a plane right now and will be joining us soon.
When they arrive, we must unite and protest their shameless behavior. If they raise the bar for variety shows and raise the audience's appreciation level, our future will be extremely difficult.
That's right. Resolutely protest.
We must make them cut the budget for each episode and insert a lot of advertisements and product placements that will affect the show's effectiveness. Only variety shows that make the audience uncomfortable are good variety shows.
That's right. Everyone shares the same hatred and is united as never before.
Haijing City, at the gate of number 2 middle school.
Yi Tian was making pancakes while holding the phone and cursing. Why do you care about those psychos? Do we rely on them for a living? We rely on the audience.
He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. As long as our production is good enough and sincere enough, the audience will like to watch it, and then I can achieve my goal of making the girl group famous.
Fatway, if you dare to turn your elbow outward, don't say you know me in the future.
I can't afford to lose face.
Brother.
I understand the logic, but if I really annoy the people in this circle, we won't be able to invite guest stars in the future.
Lao Jiang has been warned just now. Pang Wei was in a dilemma.
As a newcomer who was doing a variety show for the first time, he never dreamed that his well-made and good viewing experience would be collectively dissed by his peers.
This circle is so fucking messy. What does Lao Jiang mean now? 6 yuan at a discounted price. Yi Tian completed the transaction and asked. Old Chang is a little hesitant, otherwise he wouldn't let me ask you what you think. Wait, I'm going back now to have a meeting. Yi Tian was quite annoyed. This was the first time he was so angry since he got the system. He jumped onto the tricycle and rode away. Emperor Bei, Qin Yen Villa.
Several big bosses gathered together, including of course the 4 main MCs headed by Yu Qin Xiaoyao.
Elder brother. Elder brother. Young Master Yi.
Everyone stood up and greeted each other, and Yi Tian waved his hand to signal them to sit down.
What's the situation now? Yi Tian asked.
The director, a bald man, angrily said, "They said we have to cut the production budget and insert a lot of ads. Otherwise, they'll boycott our Extreme Girls group and prevent us from having any guests in the future."
Are they so capable? Yi Tian clicked his tongue.
Zhang Shangfeng was a veteran in the industry, so he had the most say. His eyes dimmed as he said, "What they said is true.
These veterans have incredibly strong connections in the industry.
They truly have the power to decide the life or death of a show.
For example, the leading male roles in 2 of my films were temporarily withdrawn. Zhang Shengfeng is not only the boss of Royal Entertainment, but also an actor.
Ultimately, our shows are overly well produced, overly considerate of the audience experience, and this has damaged the original ecosystem of the variety show industry. Once the ceiling is raised, they will have to increase production costs and reduce advertising to boost ratings, which is a devastating blow to any variety show." The director continued, "To put it bluntly, before we showed up, these variety show giants could die comfortably, but now that we've appeared, they're facing a fate worse than death."
What does it take to produce a top-notch variety show? Who can tell me? Yi Tian asked a soul-searching question.
Several big men looked at each other. The director said, "It all comes down to one word: money.
As long as the money is there, all the glass will be broken." Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth. "Do you think I'm short of money?" Everyone said in unison, "Not bad." "Then why are you panicking?" Yi Tian's eyes were sharp.
"Listen carefully, I'm investing 5 billion now, regardless of any profit or loss.
My only requirement is that you make the Extreme Girls group a success.
From now on, I want there to be only 2 kinds of variety shows on Earth. One is the Extreme Girls group, and the other is other variety shows."
Do you understand me? Fat Wei stood up excitedly. Qin Yan stood up excitedly.
Zhang Shengfeng slammed the table and stood up. The director stood up with tears in his eyes.
Everybody stood up. Swish.
People put their right hands over their hearts and said in unison, "We are willing to give our hearts to Master Yi. Huang Sancher, Sun Huanglei, Huang Bo, and Xin Tang are all actors I like. Send a notice to their company, add a 0 to their original salary, and invite them to come and record the new episode of Extreme Girl Group."
Yes. Isn't it just money? Do I need it? Yi Tian snorted. Are you bullying me? The system is upgrading and I can't sign in?
Sorry, I still have nearly 10 billion lying in the bank, crying lonely, and I'm worried that I won't be able to spend it.
Chapter 51 First Blood. Dasha and the Fox. Shengjing Hotel.
A group of big names in the variety show industry waited and waited, from morning to noon, and from noon to evening, and they were almost covered with spider webs, but they still didn't wait for the main creative staff of Extreme Girls Group. This made everyone, including Wang Tao, feel deeply malicious and offended.
I invited you here to give you face.
Since you choose not to come, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Wang Tao's face was gloomy.
He waved his hand and said, "Go tell all the companies to ban the Extreme Girls Group.
Yes.
Kill these shameless people.
Get him. The variety show industry has unprecedented unity." At the same time, Yi Tian and his parents were chatting with Sun Huanglei and Huang Sancher.
The parents loved these 2 male artists for their superb acting skills, and they never dreamed that they would see them alive one day.
"Yi Tian, brothers, you have come all the way here, let's have a meal together." "I have already booked the hotel."
"Let's meet the other main creators of the Extreme Girl Group."
Huang Sancher smiled and said, "Okay, I'm hungry too. I watched your show yesterday, it was amazing. This is the variety show I've always dreamed of participating in." Sun Huanglei was surprised. Sure, you still have time to watch variety shows? Aren't you cooking for people?" Huang Sancher was amused. "I can't cook 24 hours a day, right? You haven't watched this variety show, so why are you here? The pay is a lot." Sun Huanglei was straightforward, not pretending at all.
He glared and said, "The pay for recording 1 episode is more than the pay for recording a whole season of other shows."
"I'm not coming. Do you think I'm stupid? I've already paid my bill." "Aren't you just stupid? The ultimate stupid. You're stupid. Ha 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 ha." These 2 old brothers started fighting as soon as they met, which was full of humor.
At this moment, the group headed to the hotel. The atmosphere was very lively with cups and chips clinking.
After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors.
Yi Tian said, Brother Huang Lei, brother Sure, please stay at my place tonight.
Don't stay in the hotel. It's not convenient. Is it convenient for me to stay at your place?
Sun Huang Lei and Huang Sancher looked at each other.
It's very convenient. There's everything there. I'll arrange for some people to take care of you. Just tell them if you need anything. Then I'd be honored to refuse. Huang Sancher nodded with a smile.
Building B1 will be our dedicated meeting room from now on.
Don't keep running to Lao Qin's place. How can we live in a perfectly good home that has been turned into a meeting room? Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. No problem.
Xin Yan's gratitude was beyond words. Big brother, I will definitely follow this guy. After the dinner, the group returned to Emperor Bay, chatting and laughing.
Sitting on the velvet carpet in Building B1, Sun Huanglei sighed, a villa of this caliber would cost at least 500 million or 600 million, wouldn't it?
It's on par with the courtyard houses in Xinjiang.
Xin Yan smiled and said, the selling price 2 years ago was 1 billion.
Now it has increased to around 1.1 to 1.2 billion.
Huang Sancher took a sip of champagne and asked curiously, who is this young Master Yi? He's quite powerful.
Fatty Wei said, young Master Yi doesn't like others prying into his private life, but Mr. Huang, I can reveal a little information to you.
Have you heard of the Tang Group? Tang's Consortium? Which Tangs? Tang Weishan. Huang Sancher was stunned. That invisible rich man.
Yes, Tang Weishan's only son, Tang Wei, calls our young Master Yi brother. This villa originally belonged to Tang Wei, and he gave it to young Master Yi after he left.
Giggling. Huang Sancher and Sun Huanglei's expressions changed slightly.
There is so much information contained in Pang Wei's words.
The only designated heir of the Tang Group, one of the world's top financial groups, calls Yi Tian brother?
He even casually gives him a villa worth over 1 billion.
How powerful is Yi Tian himself? You can't even see it by looking up, it's an existence that is simply unimaginable. The two looked at each other and thought of the same thing. It was late at night and everyone dispersed. 2 top artists were in separate rooms making phone calls. Sun Huanglei, I'm telling you, Xiao Zhou, ignore Wang Tao and the others. Withstand the pressure. The boss behind the Extreme Girls Group is much more terrifying than you think. Preliminary estimates put his assets at hundreds of billions.
You must build a good relationship with the project team here.
Huang Sancher, Ishing, are you still awake?
I just signed a contract with the Extreme Girls Group to be a flying guest and record a program in Haijing.
Well, after I finish my cooperation with this place, I will recommend you here. The boss here is very powerful. Don't think too much. Is the master going to harm you? Joining this program will definitely take your acting career to the next level.
Your brother Huang Lei is also here. According to what they said, they will invite your brother Huang Bo and Shintang in a few days.
What a bullshit ban order, how dare he?
I, Huang Sancher, have taught so many movie stars that I can't even count them with a slap.
When it comes to connections, who are your master and your brothers afraid of? Okay, that's it for now, I'm hanging up. Hang up the call.
The 2 veterans in the entertainment industry walked out of their respective rooms and looked at each other.
Sun Huanglei smiled and said, don't think I don't know who you are calling.
Huang Sancher chuckled and said, don't think I don't know who you are calling.
Ha 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 ha. You old fox. Ha ha ha, you big fool. Imperial Bay, Building A1. My parents have fallen asleep.
In the huge hall, there were only Qin Xiaoyao and Yi Tian. Qin Xiaoyao snuggled up to Yi Tian, her face flushed. Brother, I'm sleepy.
I have some too. How about, let's go to bed? Yi Tian hesitated.
Qin Xiaoyao nodded vigorously. Brother, please accompany me, I don't dare to sleep alone.
When did you develop this problem? Yi Tian smiled, took Qin Xiaoyao's hand, and staggered upstairs.
The 3 greatest joys in life. When your name is on the list of successful candidates, on your wedding night, you will meet an old friend in a foreign land.
Tonight, Yi Tian was lucky enough to have one of them.
As the morning light breaks, sparrows return home in pairs. A phone call from the crew called Qin and Xiaoyao away. Yi Tian, half asleep and half awake, opened his hands and recalled the madness of last night.
For words taste it and you will know its taste.
A beautiful woman in her 20s has a body as soft as butter, and a waist as sharp as a sword that cuts through the mundane world. She may not see her head fall, but secretly, she'll dry up your bones.
So wet. So wet.
Looking at the bright red on the bedsheet, Yi Tian took a long time to look away. He has never been a man who is easily controlled by desires. He knows very well that he cannot indulge in women and must get down to business.
So, what is the real business? Of course it costs money. There are nearly 5 billion in the bank card. We must not let it lie there crying in the dark night. Xiao Group.
This is the first time Yi Tian has come to the Xiao Group since Xiaorong admitted her mistake and apologized. No matter what, Xiaorong is still Yi Tian's legal wife in the true sense, so he still has to take care of her.
Hello sir, who are you looking for?
The beautiful female receptionist blinked her innocent eyes and stopped Yi Tian.
Chapter 52 I just want to spend money.
Yi Tian naturally wouldn't argue with a little girl, so he said, I'm looking for Xiaorong.
Ah, you're looking for Mr. Xiao. Do you have an appointment? Mr. Xiao is in a meeting. The female receptionist answered after flipping through the schedule.
Go find her in the office and tell her that her husband is here.
Yi Tian said. The female receptionist was stunned for 5 seconds before she reacted.
She quickly stood up and apologized repeatedly. Although this female receptionist had only been working at the Xiao Group for less than a week, she knew all the legendary stories about Mr. Zhao's husband so well that her ears were almost calloused. The most legendary event was, of course, the 1-ton golden peach that was placed on my great-grandmother's birthday.
If anyone could do that to me, I would desperately try to bear him a child.
The female receptionist hurriedly led the way in front, and from time to time she secretly glanced at Yi Tian with the corner of her eyes, praising him in her heart. So handsome, Miss Xiao is so lucky to have found such a handsome and wealthy husband.
If my future husband can be half as good as him, I will be so happy.
Arriving at the top-floor conference room, the female receptionist waved her hand and said, Mr. Yi, Mr. Zhao's office is in front.
Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi?
Huang Ying at the door of the conference room caught a glimpse of Yi Tian and rushed over hurriedly. Why are you here?
I came to take a look when I was free. Yi Tian said casually.
Huang Ying waved her hand, signaling the female receptionist to leave, and respectfully led Yi Tian to the meeting room.
He's so handsome and has such a good temperament. The female receptionist reluctantly looked away from Yi Tian. The atmosphere in the meeting room was not harmonious.
In fact, it was full of gunpowder. The senior executives divided into 2 factions were arguing fiercely over a real estate project.
Boss Xiao, Boss Yi is here. Huang Ying pushed the door open carefully and whispered into Xiaorong's ear. Xiaorong frowned. Yi Tian. What is he here for? Don't you think humiliating me isn't enough?
Xiaorong was about to speak when Yi Tian pushed the door open and walked in.
His appearance plunged the huge venue into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the super rich man who stole the limelight at his grandmother's birthday party. Super rich man? That's right. Crash. Someone immediately stood up and called out cordially, Boss Yi. Young Master Yi is here. What brings you here, Master Yi? Yi Tian waved his hand cheerfully. Don't be polite. I just wanted to take a look because I was too quiet. Just pretend I don't exist and continue the meeting.
Oh, the 2 elders are here too. Yi Tian smiled at Zhao's father and mother.
Father Xiao stood up with a smile and glared at his daughter, Rongrong.
Xiaorong endured the discomfort and came to Yi Tian's side, forcing a smile and squeezing out a word from between her teeth. What do you want to do?
Don't you understand me? I'm just bored. I have nothing to do. What, you don't welcome your husband? Yi Tian raised his hand and knocked Xiaorong on the forehead.
This seemingly intimate gesture aroused the envy of many senior executives.
Rongrong is a blessed person after all. The young couple has a really good relationship. It's really enviable.
Xiaorong really wanted to tell these people, you're talking nonsense.
There's nothing here. I want to divorce this bastard right now.
I have no feelings for him at all.
However, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head.
She really didn't have the courage to say these words in front of Yi Tian and his relatives. She has learned her lesson and become smarter. She knows that the person standing in front of her now is the actual controlling shareholder of Dofeng Group, a terrifying figure who can acquire Xiao Group with a flip of his hand and make them homeless. So, Xiaorong pursed her lips and protested silently.
Yi Tian naturally didn't mind these details. He came to sit next to Xiaorong,
picked up a document at random, looked at it, and said, "Are you planning to acquire the land in the west of the city and start your own real estate business?"
"Yes, we are discussing the feasibility of this project," said another CEO of the Xiao Group.
"This project looks great, what's the fuss?" Xiao Rong gritted her teeth and said, "If you don't understand anything, don't talk nonsense.
Even if the project is good, it depends on the overall strength of the group.
Otherwise, you will end up with a greedy person who swallows an elephant." Yi Tian supported his chin and said with a smile, "Oh, now I understand what you said."
"Are you short of money?" Snort.
Xiao Rong kept silent. This was obvious, otherwise why were they arguing? The CEO said, "The group's funds are indeed tight, but it would be a shame to abandon this project."
"I didn't ask you."
Yi Tian didn't even look at the boss, but just stared at Xiao Rong. "Are you short of money?"
"If you are short of money, I can lend it to you, as long as you ask."
Xiao Rong glared at him and wanted to say, "What the hell are you borrowing from us?
We are short of hundreds of millions."
But then she thought, this guy gave hundreds of millions as a birthday gift to his grandmother alone, and the words got stuck in her throat.
Wrong.
Zhao's mother winked at her daughter, and the clan members also looked at her expectantly. He simply regarded Xiao Rong as the only hope of the entire village. At this moment, Xiao Rong deeply felt the world's malice towards her.
"Do you have to be so realistic? Isn't my dignity important?"
Zhao's mother's eyes were firm. "That's right, compared with 500 million, your dignity is not important at all." Xiao Rong took a deep breath and said, "If we want to win this project, we need at least 500 million.
"And then?" Yi Tian asked with great interest. He especially liked to see Xiao Rong, the proud little peacock, dejected after being defeated. It was really infuriating and funny. You.
Xiao Rong's face flushed red as she said with difficulty, "Can you lend us 500 million? We'll pay you back with interest."
"So you are begging me?"
Yi Tian's eyes were gentle. "Yes, you have learned your lesson."
"Yes."
Xiao Rong lowered her head, feeling ashamed.
"Okay. I'll lend it to you." Yi Tian made the final decision. His purpose of coming to Xiao Group today was to spend money.
Although he only spent 500 million, which did not meet his psychological expectations, it was still okay. As the surroundings were in an uproar, Yi Tian knocked on the table and said, "I'm lending you this money for the sake of my grandmother and Xiao Rong. I don't need to charge interest or anything like that. After all, Xiao Rong and I are legally married, and as a husband, I want to help my wife when she's in trouble.
But I have one condition.
This project must be handed over to Xiao Rong in full."
"Do you have any objections?" No. It makes perfect sense. Master Yi, you are so generous."
A group of people nodded in agreement.
A 500 million interest-free loan, what a concept.
It was enough for their entire group to have enough food and clothing for the next few years.
Xiao Rong widened her eyes and looked at Yi Tian in disbelief. Yi Tian smiled and said, "Dear, give me your bank account later. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Yi Tian turned around and left. "Find somewhere else to spend your money." "Yi Tian."
Xiao Rong quickly chased after him. "You, wait."
"How?"
Xiao Rong lowered her voice and said, "We were talking about 500 million.
Not 500, not 5,000. You're just going to lend it to me like that? What are you up to? What do you want to gain from this?"
Yi Tian raised a finger and shook it. "Xiao Rong, don't think I'm that complicated.
I just want to spend money." Chapter 53. Xiao Yuyan joins in.
Yi Tian left in a leisurely manner, leaving Xiao Rong standing like a stone sculpture in the empty corridor, feeling a mixture of emotions. She couldn't even tell whether she was grateful or disgusted with Yi Tian, but there was one thing she was sure of: Yi Tian was no longer the dough that could be flattened or rolled by anyone. His every move was filled with the unique aura of a superior, and the brilliance on his body was so dazzling that she felt a little ashamed of herself.
Rong, Yi, did President Yi bully you again?" Huang Ying asked cautiously.
She was at the door just now and didn't know what happened in the meeting room.
Xiao Rong smiled bitterly and said, "If he had bullied me,
I wouldn't have been so entangled.
He just invested 500 million in the group."
What?"
Huang Ying was still in a daze.
Zhao's father and mother rushed out.
Seeing Yi Tian leave, they couldn't help but complain to their daughter, Rong, "Why are you so ignorant?
With such a large investment, you should at least treat Yi Tian to a meal.
Xiao Tian is really a good boy." From this incident, it can be seen that he still has feelings for you. You must hold on to him tightly. What are you still standing there for? Go chase him and tell him I'll cook for him and invite him home for dinner tonight.
Looking at her completely rebellious parents, Xiaorong's face was filled with sadness.
How do you know he has feelings for me? He's just an emotionless money-spending machine. Boss Xiao. You've done a great service to the family this time. Mr. Xiao, your husband is amazing. Having a husband like this is truly enviable. A group of senior executives squeezed out and offered sincere congratulations.
However, for Xiaorong, every congratulation was like a knife stabbing into her heart. It was difficult for her not to think about what she had done to Yi Tian before he became successful. I was suddenly filled with shame and chased after him as if possessed by some unknown force.
Downstairs.
Yi Tian got on his tricycle and was about to leave when he heard Xiaorong calling him.
He turned around and asked, "What's going on?" Xiaorong mustered up the courage to ask, "Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner." Yi Tian thought about it and said, "Okay, see you tonight." Squeak, squeak. The tricycle went away. Mother Xiao came to her daughter's side and said softly, "I really like you more and more. Rong Rong, your father and I are old. We will have to retire from the group in a few years. It would be great if we had a grandson or granddaughter." Xiaorong looked at her parents, speechless, and couldn't help asking, "Has any of you seen Yi Tian's parents?" "I haven't seen them anyway." "What makes you think he is willing to have a child with me?" "This."
Zhao's father and mother looked at each other and saw shame in each other's eyes.
When Yi Tian first married into the Xiao family, he once mentioned it unintentionally at the dinner table.
He said, "Uncle, since I'm married to Xiaorong, I want to invite my parents to come and meet you and Xiaorong, my daughter-in-law. After all, they are in-laws." Zhao's father just laughed and said that there was no need to bother so much and that he would talk about it after Xiaorong recovered from her illness.
Zhao's mother went even further, blurting out, "Your parents seem to be farmers? There's nothing to know about them. We have nothing in common." Since then, Yi Tian never mentioned this matter again.
Perhaps it was from that time that Yi Tian completely drew a line between himself and the Xiao group.
The so-called marriage, for Yi Tian, is just a transaction, nothing more. If you don't accompany me when I'm down, who are you to make a comeback?
Xiaorong murmured, "Just give up on this idea.
We hurt Yi Tian too badly.
It's not easy for him to put aside the past and reach this point today.
Don't have too many illusions." "Oh."
Zhao's father and mother sighed and regretted their actions.
"But he promised to come home for dinner tonight."
Xiaorong turned around silently. After leaving the Xiao group, Yi Tian wandered to the Xiao family's old house to visit his grandmother.
He had a very good impression of this burly grandmother.
Just as they arrived near the Xiao family's old house, a Lamborghini suddenly drove towards them and stopped at the door. A beautiful girl dressed in fashionable clothes got out of the car, glanced at Yi Tian, and trotted over to ask, "How much are the pancakes?"
6 yuan. Yi Tian Dao.
"Give me a set," the girl said, "no cilantro."
"Okay."
Yi Tian decisively got out of the car to make the operation. A middle-aged man got out from the other side and said helplessly, "How many times have I told you not to eat this kind of street food? It's not only unhygienic, but also lacks nutrition and is not good for your health.
Why don't you listen?" "But I'm hungry."
The girl pinched her waist and snorted, "It's going to take a long time for dinner."
"Do you want to starve me to death? We're already at the doorstep."
The middle-aged man looked helpless.
Judging from their appearance, they should be a father and daughter.
Yi Tian said with a smile, "As the saying goes, if it's not clean, you won't get sick if you eat it. Besides, these ingredients are all prepared on the same day, they are absolutely pure and green without pollution, you can eat them with confidence."
The middle-aged man chuckled, who in business doesn't praise the quality of their own products?
The girl glared at her father, looked at Yi Tian and said, "Little brother, you look so young.
Do you make money selling pancakes?" "It's not bad."
Yi Tian said honestly, "If I'm lucky, I can make 300 to 500 a day."
"That's quite a bit."
The girl counted on her fingers. Based on the domestic consumption level, it should be enough to support a family.
"Yes." "Little brother, my name is Xiao Yuyan, what's your name?"
The girl was at the age of innocence and romance, and she was a bit outgoing.
"Yi Tian." "Yuyan, how many times have I told you not to talk to strangers? Do you know who are the good guys and who are the bad guys?" said the middle-aged man. Yi Tian didn't care.
He handed the hot pancake to Xiao Yuyan and said with a smile, "Be careful, it's hot.
Eat slowly." "Okay, thank you, brother Yi Tian, goodbye." Xiao Yuyan and her daughter turned around and walked into the Xiao family's old house. On the other side, Yi Tian locked his tricycle and walked in. Eh?
Xiao Yuyan was eating a pancake happily, but when she saw Yi Tian, her big eyes were suddenly filled with question marks. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold.
"What are you doing? This is the Xiao family's old house. No outsiders are allowed in. I'm here to see my grandma." "Looking for grandma? Who are you?"
"I said my name is Yi Tian, and I sell pancakes."
"What is your relationship with my grandmother?"
"Wow, are you here to check the household registration?"
"I want to ask who you are." Yi Tian was a little annoyed. This man was so slow.
The middle-aged man straightened his back and said, "Xiao Yuan, this is my daughter, Xiao Yuyan."
"You probably didn't come to my great-grandmother's birthday party before," Yi Tian said. Anyone who attended the birthday party knew him, Yi Tian.
After all, he was the most handsome guy in the whole old house that night.
"You even knew about my great-grandmother's birthday?" "Yes, there was an accident at that time, which delayed us."
While Xiao Yuan was arguing with Yi Tian, Xiao Yuyan hugged the golden birthday peach in front of the door. "Dad.
Look. This is the 1-ton golden birthday peach. Wow. It's so beautiful." Chapter 54 Xiao Yuyan's View on Love. Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled brightly. She quickly walked over to her daughter, gently stroking the lump of gold while speaking earnestly. "Yuyan, if you agreed to be engaged to Jace, you would be able to afford such an expensive birthday gift. It's you, Xiao Rong, who is so lucky. By the way, what's her husband's name? I think it was Yi or something, I forgot." Xiao Yuyan said this, suddenly turned sideways, hugged the golden longevity peach and took a bite. Before Yi Tian was stunned, a small tooth mark appeared on the golden longevity peach. "Yi Tian. This kid is mentally retarded." Xiao Yuan. "Yeah, it's true."
Xiao Yuyan wiped the saliva from the teeth marks with her sleeve and turned to her father. "Dad, how many times have I told you not to be too snobbish? I admit that Jace's family is rich, but I don't have any feelings for him.
How could he marry me for money? Even if Jace and I really did get married, do you think he would be as generous as my cousin-in-law and buy golden birthday peaches worth hundreds of millions as a birthday gift? After all, Sister Xiaorong and my cousin-in-law have a deep relationship." "Emotions? Well, not really."
Yi Tian complained silently, but his affection for Xiao Yuyan deepened.
"This girl has very positive values." Xiao Yuan snorted. "What do you know at such a young age? Relationships are important, but bread is more important. How can we maintain our relationship if we don't even have bread? Love is enough."
Xiao Yuyan pinched her slender waist and said stubbornly, "If I meet the him of my dreams, I would be willing to go out with him to collect scrap."
"Nonsense. I didn't hear anything." Xiao Yuan had no idea what to do with her daughter, so she could only point the finger at Yi Tian, the stranger. "What on earth are you doing? Didn't I tell you I'm here to see my grandma? Who are you? Can anyone meet my grandmother?" "Okay, I'm being pretentious again." Just then, several family members who had lived in the old house for a long time came out and were overjoyed to see Xiao Yuan. "Yuan? Ah. Sister. Long time no see." Xiao Yuan quickly walked over and hugged the middle-aged woman, then said to her daughter, "Yuyan, call me aunt." "Aunt." Xiao Yuyan said obediently. Hey, when you left, Yuyan was only this old."
"More than 10 years have passed, and she has grown up this big." The eldest aunt's eyes were filled with tears. When her eyes fell on Yi Tian, she paused suddenly. "Young Master Yi."
"Aunt."
Yi Tian didn't know much about seniority, like aunt, uncle, auntie, uncle, just call them whatever they want.
"Come on, please come in." The eldest aunt grabbed Yi Tian and said, "Grandma has been nagging you lately, saying that you don't keep your word. You promised to visit her often, but it's been so long and you haven't even seen her." "It's my fault," Yi Tian said with a grin.
This time, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yuyan were both stunned.
Xiao Yuyan tugged at the corner of Yi Tian's clothes. "Who are you?" "Yi Tian."
Yi Tian felt the need to explain because the father and daughter didn't look very smart. "Xiao Rong's husband, your cousin's husband, and that golden longevity peach was given by me." Xiao Yuan stumbled and almost fell, her mouth opened in an O shape. Looking at Yi Tian's back, Xiao Yuren felt his worldview was shaken and he couldn't help but turn his head away.
He now had only one big question in his mind: is selling pancakes so profitable in China? Is it necessary to invest in it? Xiao Yuyan was not as snobbish as her father.
Her eyes were full of peaches and apricots. She held her hands to her heart and jumped up and down, screaming, "Oh my God, my cousin-in-law is so handsome."
Inner courtyard.
Seeing Yi Tian deliberately frowning, the grandmother pretended to be angry and said, "Xiao Tian,
tell me, how long has it been since you last came to see me?"
Yi Tian chuckled, rolled up his sleeves, performed an ancient salute, and shouted in a shrill voice, "Yi Tian greets Grandma."
"Grandma, good luck. You naughty child." Grandma's face was instantly delighted. "Come and sit here." AI.
Yi Tian came to sit next to the grandmother, and then the eldest aunt said, "Grandma, Yuren has returned with his daughter Yuyen."
"Beauty? Who is the beauty?"
The grandmother was stunned.
Then Xiao Yuren and Xiao Yuyan hurried into the hall. Xiao Yuren's eyes filled with tears as she said, "Grandma, the unworthy descendant Xiao Yuren is back. Beauty."
The grandmother stood up tremblingly, walked down the stairs tremblingly, came in front of Xiao Yuren, raised her hand and slapped her. It was a loud slap, and Xiao Yuren spun 3 times on the spot like a top.
"Where am I? Was I beaten?"
Xiao Yuren was puzzled and rubbed her aching face.
"You still remember to come back. Why don't you die outside?" Grandma shouted. "Grandma!" Xiao Yuyan called out weakly.
Facing this tall and sturdy grandmother who was as tall as a hill, Xiao Yuyan looked extremely timid.
"Yuyan! Yuyan has grown so big."
The grandmother excitedly grabbed Xiao Yuyan's hand and said, "Good boy, good boy."
Yi Tian, who was watching from the side, almost got internal injuries from watching this.
This great-grandmother of the Xiao family is so funny.
She is actually well known in the country for her double standards. Her attitudes towards Yuren and Yuyan are completely different. Xiao Yuyan puffed her cheeks and glared at Yi Tian.
In the following time, a group of people gathered together to chat about the secrets of the Xiao family. No matter how much Yi Tian was loved by his grandmother, he was a stranger after all. He tactfully excused himself to go to the yard to see the carp under the pretext of going to the bathroom. He was not interested in those so-called secrets at all, as the fish were more beautiful.
"Cousin-in-law."
Xiao Yuyan chased after him and said playfully, "You're really bad. You're so rich, yet you pretend to be poor.
"Tell me, what's your purpose?" "Yi Tian Dao, how can I pretend to be poor?" "You're not pretending? Then why don't you sell pancakes?"
Yi Tian laughed and said, "Who told you that rich people have to eat delicious food every day, hold power while awake, and sleep with beautiful women?
Selling pancakes is my hobby." "Hey, you're really different from those rich people I know." Yi Tian found it interesting, so he continued the topic and asked, "What do the rich people you know do on weekdays?" Xiao Yuyan said, "What can you do?"
"Picking up girls, drinking, and driving around in a sports car. Compared to them, you're so down to earth."
"Ha, I can only say that everyone has different interests and hobbies."
Yi Tian threw a handful of bait into the pond, causing thousands of carp to roll around, creating a spectacular scene.
"Cousin-in-law, how much money do you have?" Xiao Yuyan asked suddenly. What a naive child. He's quite rich, but there's still a big gap compared to the richest man. This is not because Yi Tian is modest. Yi Tian was bored and checked on the internet before.
The personal assets of Jack Ma, the richest man on the domestic rich list, reached 260 billion a few years ago. His more than 4 billion is nothing but trembling in front of Jack Ma. However, he is still very confident that he can surpass Jack Ma. I have a system, so who am I afraid of? Chapter 55. How could you do this, cousin-in-law? If another person stood in front of her and said that he was very rich, but there was still a big gap compared to the richest man, Xiao Yuyan's first reaction would be that he was bragging, and the second reaction would be that he was shameless. But facing Yi Tian, Xiao Yuyan just thought that this cousin-in-law was too cool, actually comparing her with the richest man. Not only money, but also dreams. Have you and your father lived abroad before? Yi Tian asked back since he had nothing to do. Yes, I went to live abroad with my father when I was very young. This is the first time I have returned to China since I grew up. Xiao Yuyan nodded vigorously. Then you speak Mandarin very well. It's okay, cousin-in-law, why didn't cousin Xiaorong come with you? She's busy with company matters.
Oh, then where do you and cousin Xiaorong live?
I'll be staying in China for a long time.
Can I come visit you? Sure, you're welcome anytime. Cousin-in-law. Xiao Yuyan was like a child who hadn't grown up yet.
Not only did she have a lot of questions, but she also spoke very fast. Fortunately, the elders in the room had finished their conversation. Otherwise, if she continued like this, Yi Tian was really afraid that he would not be able to withstand her 100,000 wise style of conversation.
Grandma, I'm going back first. I'll come to visit you another day.
Yi Tian bowed and said goodbye.
Grandma said unhappily, why are you leaving so soon after you've arrived? If you don't have anything urgent, stay and have dinner together. It's so rare for you Ren and Yu Yan to be back. But I have an appointment with Xiaorong. Yi Tian was a little embarrassed. Grandma smiled and said, oh? Could it be that today is a special day for you young couple? That's not the case.
I just invested some money in Xiaorong's company, and Xiaorong and the two elders wanted to treat me to a meal.
Oh.
Then call them over and we'll go together.
I haven't seen you for such a long time. I miss you so much. Okay. Yi Tian nodded. Xiaorong and her family of 3 were flattered by their grandmother's invitation.
As everyone knows, the great-grandmother is a quiet person who doesn't like noise.
Normally, it's good enough to see her twice a year.
Today, she suddenly invited them to dinner.
Although Yi Tian's face was involved, she was still very happy. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Xiaorong's family of 3 arrived at the old house.
Zhao's father and mother had a lively conversation with Xiao Yuran. Yi Tian, Xiaorong, and Xiao Yuyan, the 3 young people, sat beside their grandmother in turn.
Strange, why is my cousin's husband so cold towards my cousin Xiaorong? Did they have a fight? Xiao Yuyan was keenly aware that something was wrong between Yi Tian and Xiaorong.
From the moment Xiaorong entered the room until now, the only communication they had had was, I'm here.
Yeah. Sister. Xiao Yuyan said softly, what happened between you and your brother-in-law?
Xiaorong's eyes were serious.
Nothing. You say it's nothing, but I feel like you two don't act like a couple at all.
You're barely even friends.
Xiao Yuyan said innocently, did your brother-in-law bully you? Don't make wild guesses.
Xiaorong felt bitter. What happened between us can't be explained in a few words. Rongrong, Grandma suddenly called out, smiling kindly, don't blame me, an old woman, for worrying about you. You and Xiaotian are not young anymore, it's time to have a child.
Don't put all your energy into your career. You'll never make enough money. Just have enough to spend. I understand, Grandma. Xiaorong lowered her head and secretly glanced at Yi Tian out of the corner of her eye.
She saw that he was not moved at all, as if he didn't hear it.
The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Fortunately, this impromptu family dinner ended quickly.
After staying with his grandmother for a while, Yi Tian said goodbye and left.
As soon as he got on the tricycle, Xiao Yuyan trotted out and asked with a smile, cousin-in-law, where are you going? Go home. Can I come over to your house?
I'm still jet-lagged, but I feel refreshed now.
Yi Tian was speechless for a while. He was suffering from jet lag. Shouldn't he get more sleep? Why did it become a problem when it came to you? But he didn't mind, okay, come up. Hee, that's great. Xiao Yuyan stood on the tricycle and let Yi Tian carry her away. Xiao Yuyan's pure and beautiful appearance unsurprisingly attracted the attention of many passers-by. Some people even took pictures of them and posted them on their social media. This is what love really looks like.
Yi Tian naturally had no idea about all this.
Imperial Bay, Building A1. Wow. Wow. Ah.
It was not until she entered the villa that Xiao Yuyan fully understood what it meant to be a super rich person. The house she lived in abroad was considered luxurious, but compared to this one, it was just a pitiful matchbox.
The happiness of rich people is really unimaginable. Brother-in-law.
Xiao Yuyan was interrupted by Yi Tian, call me brother here, don't call me brother-in-law.
My parents don't know that Xiaorong and I are married. What?
Xiao Yuyan was trying hard to understand this complicated relationship when suddenly a woman with a proud figure walked past her and said with a smile, Boss Yi.
Lu Ruyan? Yi Tian said, why are you here? I heard that uncle likes to drink, so I brought some wine here. This is? Xiao Yuyan, this is Lu Ruyan. Your two names sound quite similar. Yi Tian asked the two girls to sit down. I've discovered that Mr. Yi is always surrounded by beautiful women.
Just now, Qin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong came over. When they saw you weren't there, they were quite disappointed and left. These two girls, instead of focusing on filming, just play around.
Yi Tian smiled and shook his head.
Lu Ruiyan stretched and said, I have to go back to the company to take care of some business.
Mr. Yi, let's talk another day.
Okay, bye.
After sending Lu Ruiyan out,
when he returned, Yi Tian noticed that Xiao Yuyan's eyes were a little sharp, and he couldn't help but ask, What are you doing?
Xiao Yuyan said angrily, Cousin-in-law, how could you do this? Yi Tian? What's wrong with me? What are you talking about, kid?
You clearly already have cousin Xiaorong, so how can you still get entangled with these questionable women?
Don't deny it. I can see that Lu Ruiyan really likes you just now. The way she looked at you was different.
Yi Tian lay down on the sofa and drank a glass of champagne, then said with a smile, Kid, if you don't know anything, stop guessing.
I'm not a child. I just look small. After the new year I'll be 20.
Xiao Yuyan stamped her foot vigorously, defending Xiaorong and angrily saying, At first I thought you were different from other men, but I didn't expect, you've disappointed me so much. Yi Tian was so angry that he laughed on the spot, You obviously don't know anything, but you are still talking nonsense, so I just treat you as a child's words.
I don't know, you won't tell me. Xiao Yuyan said angrily, Why didn't you tell my uncle and aunt about your marriage to cousin Xiaorong? Do you think cousin Xiaorong's family is too poor and not worthy of you? Such a powerful imagination.
Yi Tian rubbed his temples, Things are exactly the opposite of what you said.
Chapter 56 I'm the one who takes the hot search. What does just the opposite mean? Xiao Yuyan felt her brain was not working properly. Could it be that cousin Xiaorong looked down on Yi Tian? This was totally illogical. Yi Tian was handsome, had a good personality, and was rich. Which woman wouldn't like him?
It's a pity that Yi Tian couldn't hear Xiao Yuyan's thoughts, otherwise he would definitely give her some big thumbs up.
If you're curious about the answer to this question, go ask your cousin. I have something to do and need to go out for a while now. Yi Tian is a very clear-headed man.
Although he likes Xiao Yuyan from the bottom of his heart, he would not say bad things about Xiaorong behind her back, as this would make him look too low class.
Wherever you go, I'll go too. Xiao Yuyan jumped up. Check the filming progress of the new episode of the variety show. Variety shows? Xiao Yuyan said with disdain, I'm not disparaging domestic variety shows.
Aside from the somewhat interesting Go Fighting Men a few years ago, all the other variety shows are just for fools and children. Oh, and the Go Fighting Girls show that just premiered yesterday was pretty great. Yi Tian chuckled and took Xiao Yuyan, who was kept in the dark, to Building B1. The two communities are not far apart and can be reached in 10 minutes by sightseeing bus. When we arrived at the scene, the yard was brightly lit and dozens of staff members were busy, as if they were recording an indoor scene.
Hey, isn't that teacher Huang Sancher? Xiao Yuyan opened her mouth in surprise. The one next to him, that's Dasha. You're so rude. What do you mean by idiot? That's teacher Sunday. Yi Tian tapped Xiao Yuyan's head lightly and let her in. Young Master Yi. Mr. Yi.
Elder brother. A group of people saw Yi Tian and hurriedly came forward to greet him.
Yi Tian said with a smile, You guys are busy, don't bother me, I just came over to take a look. Okay. The staff members dispersed.
Yi Tian brought Xiao Yuyan to Huang Sancher and son Huanglei. Thank you for your hard work, teachers.
It's not hard at all. It's much easier than cooking for me.
Huang Sancher said with a smile. Son Huanglei also said, Not only is it not hard, it's also quite fun.
Yi Tian nodded and said, Let me introduce you too. This is my sister Xiao Yuyan. Xiao Yuyan instantly turned into a little fangirl and said excitedly, Teacher Huang. Teacher's son. I love you guys so much. Can you sign an autograph for me?
Of course.
They said in unison.
Elder brother.
Yuqin Xiaoyao ran over quickly, without any hesitation, and hugged Yi Tian's neck.
Whether it should have happened or not, it had already happened last night. Yi Tian didn't care at all and said with a smile, Meet me, this is my sister, Xiao Yuyan.
Sister Yuyan. Xiao Yuyan was stunned and stammered, How could it be? Aren't you teacher Yuqin from the Extreme Girls group? What's teacher Yuqin? Just call me sister Yuqin.
What we are filming now is the content of the Extreme Girl group. Yuqin Xiaoyao said with a smile.
Aha! Xiao Yuyan was completely stunned.
The shock lasted until she returned to her temporary residence. His father, Xiao Yuran, complained, "You kid, you've just returned to China and you're already running around.
Where have you been?
You didn't answer my calls, and you didn't reply to my messages." Xiao Yuyan slowly raised her head and spoke mechanically, "Dad.
Brother Yi Tian is really a wealthy man, did you know that?
He is the founder of the Extreme Girls Group."
What? Xiao Yuran was horrified. Is this true? Did you see Ning Xiaotong?
Yes, I saw them. I saw Sister Qin, Sister Zhao, and Sister Su. Xiao Yuran scratched his face so hard that his old face was deformed. "Ah, I envy you so much." That's right, Xiao Yuran is a fan of the Extreme Girls Group, especially Ning Xiaotong, who appears quiet on the surface but is actually ruthless in her actions.
The next few days, a father and daughter, fanboys, showed up at the Extreme Girls filming site. Who knows what they did?
They followed the crew wherever they went, never saying a word, just sitting quietly on their little stools. If young Master Yi hadn't reminded the crew that they were friendly forces, they might have even suspected they were spies sent by a rival company. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for the second episode of Extreme Girl Group to be broadcast.
With the participation of two top artists, Huang Sancher and Sun Huanlei, the anticipation for the program skyrocketed.
10 minutes before the official broadcast, the TV ratings reached a terrifying 2.144%.
What is the concept?
You know, the ratings of the most popular variety show right now are only hovering around 1.978%.
There is nothing happier in the world than a relaxing holiday when the family gets together to watch variety shows and eat snacks.
Building A1 was bustling with activity at this time. In addition to the four female MCs Qin Xiaoyao, Ning Xiaodong, Su Weiwei, and Zhao Shishir, Qin Yan, Pang Wei, and Zhang Shengfeng were also present, and of course, there were also the fanatical Xiao family fans, father and daughter. As the show aired, the laughter and exclamations never stopped. In fact, when the first episode was aired last week, the second episode had already been produced, with a total investment of nearly 100 million yuan. However, in order to create a classic, Yi Tian deleted it directly and ordered people to re-record it from scratch.
Otherwise, the two flying guests Huang Sancher and Sun Huanlei would only appear in the third episode. In the program,
Sun Huanlei, my god, old fox, you've met your match this time. These girls are too ferocious.
Huang Sancher, don't panic, don't panic.
They have their own strategies, but I have my own strategies.
In terms of strategy, who can I be afraid of? Murasaki, teacher Huang, don't underestimate them. They never play by the rules. Oh no! They're out for revenge again. Jump off the boat. Boom! A cruise ship worth tens of millions was reduced to ashes. Several flying guests swam to the shore in a miserable state.
Ziqi complained, "I told you, they are so cruel."
Is this a variety show or are you playing with your lives? Can you please consider that the bodies of old people like me and Huanlei can't withstand this kind of abuse? Huang Sancher roared to the sky.
The show effect is maximized. As the program aired, Extreme Girls Group not only once again topped the hot search list, but also came with several top 10 hot searches.
Third on the trending search list, Extreme Girls Group is rich and powerful. Last time they blew up a car, this time they blew up a boat. What will they blow up next time?
Fifth place on the hot search list, everyone feels sorry for Huang Sancher.
Number 7 on the hot search list, everyone feels sorry for Sun Huanlei. Number 9 on the trending search list, Murasaki said on the show that he was going to be played badly.
Tencent, Variety Show Production Department. The director slammed his hand on the table and angrily scolded a group of variety show directors. Look at the variety shows they make, and then look at ours.
Are we short of money or people? Last time, the boss scolded me to death. If we lose again this time, you all get out.
Director, it's not that we don't want to make a good show, it's just that they're too hardcore.
The guest stars we invited are secondary.
The most important thing is that they have no commercials throughout the show, which is a real pleasure to watch. Yes, director, the reputation of the Extreme Girls Group has exploded online.
If we want to defeat them, we have to remove a lot of ads. How is this possible? The sponsors won't agree. Chapter 57 Goose Factory Pioneer.
Village Beauty goes to the battlefield.
Without advertising, there's no point in us producing this variety show. Not only will our sponsors disapprove, but our CEO won't agree either. Yeah, and it's normal to insert hard and soft advertising into variety shows. If we follow the trend of Go-Go Squid, it will definitely cause protests from other major variety shows. A group of directors and producers expressed their opinions one after another and argued fiercely. The director raised the corner of his mouth and snorted, "That's enough, stop arguing." After the scene quieted down, the director finally spoke slowly. The boss said that we must win this battle at all costs and consolidate our hard-earned position in the variety show industry. Do you understand what at all costs means? First, remove all soft ads. Only keep the opening ad from the exclusive sponsor, and reduce the number of ads during breaks from 6 to 3. Secondly, we must comprehensively benchmark ourselves against the Extreme Girls team, conducting an in-depth analysis of this team and then replicating it to a high degree. Let's put it this way, we must not only have what the Extreme Girls team has, but we must also surpass them in scale. After all, we at Tencent hold the title of the world's greatest copycat. Third, we have to hurry and release it before their third episode airs to catch them off guard. Fourth, don't worry about the funding. The boss has already made it clear that the investment per episode starts at 200 million. There's no upper limit. If you can't spend all that money, get out. Oh shit. 200 million per episode? Boss, are you serious? How many times has the production cost increased? The directors were stunned. The director sneered, "I forgot to tell you, the 200 million is purely for production costs, and the star announcement fees are additional expenses." Buzz buzz buzz. Everyone's heads were buzzing. They're all seasoned veterans of the industry, so how could they possibly know that if a variety show costs 100 million yuan per season, 80 million goes to the star's announcement fees, and only 20 million actually goes into production? This time, they've calculated each separately. In other words, the boss has simply increased the production budget tenfold. How can you spend 200 million on a single episode of a variety show? People looked at each other, as if they couldn't think of a better way than blowing up cars, cruise ships, and houses. Director, who are we going to invite to be the main guest of our new variety show? Someone asked the question that hit the nail on the head. Whether a variety show is good or not, the content is of course important, but what is more important is the participants. The reason why the second episode of Extreme Girls Group became a hit is not only because of its wonderful content and comfortable viewing experience, but more importantly, it has the participation of three top artists, Huang Sanshi, Sun Huanlei, and Ziqi. The boss said that this time, let Village Flower take the lead. We must defeat the Extreme Girls Group. Make sure they can never make a comeback. The director raised the corner of his mouth. Village Beauty, this time it's safe. We will win. The other side. Yi Tian had no idea that the Extreme Girls Group he created had been targeted and unilaterally declared war on. At this moment, he was holding a celebration banquet with a group of people at the China World Trade Center, and it was very lively. The head director of the Extreme Girls Group said with a smile, "Boss Yi, your strategy worked after all. We almost broke the record for variety shows and dominated the trending searches. It was amazing. The performances by the MCs and guest stars were all fantastic. Their fan base has grown from 0 to over 1 million, and team leader Xiaoyao was the first to break through 1.1 million followers. Yuqin is awesome. Cheers." Yuqin Xiaoyao hurriedly stood up and bowed, her eyes red as she said, "Thank you, thank you. I will definitely continue to work hard and live up to everyone's expectations." Yi Tian smiled and said, "What's the point of disappointing or not? As long as you are happy, that's all. Life is short, just live the way you want." Brother Ye's state of mind, I, Xin Yan, admire him wholeheartedly. I, Fatty Wei, am convinced too. Come on, let's shout a slogan together. Swish, swish, swish. A group of people stood up, with their right hands bent over their hearts. "We are willing to give our hearts to Master Yi." Xiao Yuyan stood up and said weakly, "Give me your heart." All right, you bunch of middle school idiots, hurry up and eat. Have a good rest today, and we'll discuss which celebrity to invite as a guest tomorrow. Yi Tian couldn't help laughing. The pleasant dinner ended and everyone dispersed. At this time, no one smelled any danger at all. Until the next morning, when Yi Tian woke up and had breakfast, the top of the hot search list had changed to Village Flower. Yang Jinli officially announced. Participating in the new national variety show recording. Second on the hot search list, Vanguard. The village girl is ordered to fight for Tencent. The third most searched topic, the koi fish go to war. No grass will grow. Fifth on the hot search list, Supergirl Group. Yang Jinli takes the center position. Number 6 on the hot search list, Can the Village Flower Turn the Tide? Hot search list number 7, Hardcore fans make Village Flower armor overnight. The popularity of the Extreme Girls Group was squeezed from 1st place to 8th place. The temperature is getting hotter, but the Extreme Girls Group is getting cooler. Imperial Bay, B1. Fuck. This is a fucking sniper attack. Shameless Tencent. The director slammed the script on the table in anger. Even in cards, you don't play like this. A royal bomb right at the start. Who can handle that? Jiang Xingfeng's face was gloomy, Qin Yan was silent, and Pang Wei rubbed his fat face. It's bad. Elder brother. Young Master Yi. Mr. Yi. Seeing Yi Tian push the door open and enter, everyone stood up. Yi Tian waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down, and said with a smile, "What are you doing? You all have sad faces." Yuqin Xiaoyao rubbed her eyes and said, "Brother, we can't beat the village beauty." "You're already giving in before the fight even starts?" Yi Tian didn't care. He smiled and touched Yuqin Xiaoyao's head. "Did I ever say that you must win?" Forehead. People turned their eyes over. No one likes to lose, not even me, but winning or losing is not important in life. As long as you are happy and be yourself, that's all that matters. Yi Tian dotingly hugged Yuqin Xiaoyao into his arms. Don't feel any pressure. While making yourself happy, bring happiness to everyone. This is what an artist should do. Brother. Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes turned red and she nodded vigorously. I understand. Yi Tian smiled and said, Village Flower is indeed our #1 rival. I didn't expect to catch such a big koi right at the start. Tencent is really powerful. Okay, get ready, I won't bother you anymore. Yi Tian left with a smile. Win or lose. He doesn't really take it seriously, having fun is the most important thing. It will take another half a month for the system to be upgraded. Yi Tian pinched his brows. On the way back, they met Xiao Yuyan, who had shamelessly gotten a silver pass from Yi Tian. The girl said with joy, Brother, have you seen her Weibo? The village beauty is carrying the banner and wants to challenge your extreme girl group. Can you help me get her autograph? I'm a die-hard Uaya villager. Yi Tian glared at her and said, I still want it. The filming locations are not in the same place, I'll wait until we have a chance to meet in the future. Xiao Yuyan hugged Yi Tian's arm and said happily, From now on, I will go wherever you go. Don't you have to work? Yi Tian rolled his eyes at her. I don't need it. My dad has tens of millions of dollars in assets, which is enough for me to squander for a while. You're a loser, girl. Chapter 58 Invitation from Tencent. Friday night was destined to be recorded in the history of variety shows, and it was also the climax night for all the villagers. The domestic variety show Supergirl Group won a great victory in its first broadcast. Thanks to the amazing appeal of the village girl, it directly won a 3.158% audience rating. The super sophisticated film and television level production and excellent viewing experience made this variety show a hit, and all major authoritative stations gave it a score of 8 or above. On the same day, the village beauty Yang Jinli slaughtered the list, taking up all the top 10 spots on the hot search list, which shows how bloody she was. No wonder the director of the Tian Nu group looked so sad. Tencent's big shot Village Flower's terrifying fan appeal and variety show sense are simply incomparable to the other four, including Yuqin Xiaoyao. The third episode of Go Go Squid aired successfully on Saturday night, achieving a 2.156% viewership rating. However, compared to Supergirls, it's still a far cry from Supergirls. As the variety show aired, a flood of online trolls lashed out at the four MCs, with the sole trending topic being, why are Ning Xiaotong's knees bruised? And what did she do last night? Building B1, Imperial Bay. So Xiaotong, what's wrong with your leg? Yi Tian asked after turning off his phone. Ning Xiaotong rubbed her knees, her eyes slightly red as she spoke, I bumped into it during filming. My arthritis has been acting up these past few days. I didn't have a night out with any big boss, and I certainly didn't sleep with anyone. I don't know why they're spreading rumors about me. Yuqin Xiaoyao said, Brother, it's true. Tong Tong and I are together 24 hours a day. She is definitely not what people say on the internet. Yi Tian smiled and said, Of course I know it's true. When you are famous, you will be surrounded by gossip. If someone is slandering you, it means that you are starting to get on the upswing. Xiaotong, how is your leg now? Is it better?
Ning Xiaotong wiped away her tears and said, I've taken some medicine and I feel better.
That's good. Make sure to rest.
I've told you so many times that health is the most important thing. Yi Tian smiled and said, let's go find a place to eat.
The third episode is quite good. Just keep up the standard.
The big eater, whose original name was Zhao Taizhu and later changed his name to Zhao Shishir, said heartlessly, great.
I'm almost starving to death. Mr. Yi.
The chief director came over and said, I just received a call from the director of Tencent, saying that they want to cooperate with us and invite us, the main creators, to their headquarters.
Oh? Yi Tian said, okay, let's go see what they want to say. Go book the tickets and we'll go to Tencent as a group tonight. The director gave a wry laugh. Boss Yi, you agreed too quickly. Aren't you afraid this might be a Hongmen feast? Hongmen banquet? Yi Tian asked curiously, what does it mean? Are they going to kill us? Of course not. The director said, Geely is famous for borrowing and acquiring everything.
Their core slogan is following the trend is the safest way to create.
If we can't kill you, we'll acquire you.
Putting variety shows aside, Goosely has acquired countless internet gaming companies over the years. They invited us over this time, most likely with their sights set on the 4MCs.
Yi Tian understood, you mean, he is likely to buy the Tiannu Group. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty.
The director is too familiar with Tencent's routine.
In the face of money, how many people can resist the temptation?
If it is really helpful to their future development, it doesn't matter if they sell it.
Yi Tian spread his hands. Yuqin Xiaoyao was stunned. Brother? Are you going to sell us out? Ning Xiaotong looked surprised, and Su Weiwei frowned slightly. Yi Tian, are you short of money? Why are you so excited?
Yi Tian said with a smile, I am just considering your future development.
Even if I am poor, I can still come up with billions. You scared me to death. I thought you really wanted to sell us out.
Yuqin Xiaoyao patted her chest and said angrily, brother, don't sell me out.
If you want to follow me, then follow me.
If you don't want to follow me and want to develop at Tencent, that's fine too.
Just like what I said when I signed you in the beginning, you are completely free. There is no superior-subordinate relationship between us. Yi Tian smiled. Let's go, eat something. Let's go to Tencent tonight. Brother! I want to go too. Xiao Yuyan screamed, I want the village beauty's autograph. Not taking you with me. Yi Tian said deliberately. Xiao Yuyan burst into tears, you're bullying me. If you don't take me with you, I'll go by myself. It's no use going. You're not invited, so they can't let you in. Wow. Xiao Yuyan cried even harder, why are you like this? Okay, Yuyan, didn't you hear that I was teasing you? Brother, don't bully Yuyan.
This child is not very smart. Yuqin Xiaoyao deliberately teased, making everyone in the room laugh, and the atmosphere changed from depressing to joyful.
You're annoying. Xiao Yuyan hit Yi Tian hard. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Tian took Yuqin, Xiaoyao and other main creators to Shenzhen, the headquarters of Tencent.
It has been 3 episodes since the show was first aired, and the 4MCs have gradually become famous. Unsurprisingly, they caused a sensation at the airport and were surrounded and blocked by a large number of fans. In the end, the airport had to send a large number of security guards to maintain order. The airport administrator complained, hey guys, next time there's a group operation like this, could you please notify us first? Don't rush us. Our staff are already working very hard. The director quickly apologized, saying that it was his fault for not being considerate this time and that he would definitely notify Yun in advance next time he had any schedule. Since we had informed the Shenzhen Stock Exchange before boarding the plane, getting off the plane went much smoother and the airport arranged a large number of security guards to maintain order. The person in charge of receiving everyone was a secretary who said with a smile, the performances by the members were really great. I will follow every episode. Thank you for your likes. We will keep working hard. Ning Xiaotong responded with a smile. Can I meet Village Beauty Sister? Is Village Beauty Sister in the company? Xiao Yuyan asked with her eyes wide open. Yes, Miss Koi and the director are waiting for you at the company. Yeah. That's awesome. A moment later. Everyone arrived at the Tencent headquarters. Welcome, Xiaoyao, Xiaodong, Weiwei, Shishir. The girl nicknamed Village Beauty, whose real name is Yang Jinli, came up with a smile and gave a big hug to all the girls present.
Xiao Yuyan burst into tears with excitement.
Village Beauty's sister hugged me. Village Beauty's sister hugged me.
Woohoo! I don't want to take a bath anymore in my life. Ah? Never take a bath in your entire life? You will stink to death. Yang Jinli laughed. Ha ha.
What a straightforward girl. We chatted all the way upstairs, and in the conference room, the director greeted us with a smile on his face.
I've been waiting for you to come. Please take a seat. Chapter 59 Yi Tian, I am also a villager. After everyone was seated, the director smiled and said, I don't like to beat around the bush.
It was my boss's idea to invite you all here this time.
He wants to form a group. The Extreme Girls group's performance in the previous few episodes is obvious to all.
If they join forces with the Super Girls group, they will definitely create the strongest girl group in the country.
As for the contract, we have it ready, please review it. At Yi Tian's signal, Jiang Shangfeng took the contract.
Before leaving, Yi Tian had greeted Jiang Shangfeng and asked him to be the nominal creator of the Tian group and to connect with Tencent, while his identity was assistant. The disguise was relatively successful, and so far no one had discovered that Yi Tian Kai was the hidden boss of the team.
Mr. Liao, let's talk in detail after I finish reading the contract.
Jiang Shangfeng said calmly.
Of course, there's no rush.
You all must be tired after traveling so far to Shenzhen.
We've prepared a private lounge for you to rest for a while. The company will have a special banquet tonight.
Okay, thank you for your help. At that moment, Yi Tian and his group were led by the director to the lounge.
During the period, several girls chatted with Yang Jinli very enthusiastically.
Yang Jinli himself was just as rumored, with a straightforward and carefree personality, without any star airs at all. The girls who were originally going to rest formed a group to visit the company at Yang Jinli's suggestion, while Yi Tian and Jiang Shangfeng returned to the lounge.
In the lounge,
Jiang Shangfeng knocked on the contract and said, Young Master Yi, there is a problem with this contract.
Is there a trap? Yi Tian asked.
No, the conditions they offer are very generous.
As far as I know, there are no more than 10 people in the circle who can get this kind of S-level contract. Jiang Shangfeng frowned. Yi Tian Dao, isn't this a good thing?
Jiang Shangfeng sighed, I think this is more like a sugar-coated bullet. Their goal is to win people over, and their intention to poach the 4 MCs is obvious.
This is a common trick used by big companies.
They first talk about dreams and the future, wait for you to take the bait and officially sign with their company. Then there's endless work.
They say it's for your career, but in reality, hee. Yi Tian smiled and said, that's normal. Doesn't your royal entertainment do the same?
Jiang Shangfeng blushed, to make money.
Well, Master Yi, should we go and warn them?
These girls are too young, and it's easy for them to be blinded by illusions.
No need. Yi Tian said leisurely, just let them choose freely. I never created a girl group to make money.
Later, when Yu Qin Xiaoyao and the others returned, they were all crying like rabbits. Those who didn't know them would think they'd been beaten. Upon closer inspection, they learned that they'd been hanging out and chatting with Yang Jinli. Not only were the girls close in age, but they all came from lower class backgrounds, so they had a lot in common and became absorbed in the conversation. According to Yu Qin Xiaoyao, Yang Jinli cried even harder than they did. Xiao Yuyan wiped her tears and said, it's been so hard for Sister Jinli. She's come this far with so much blood and tears.
Woohoo!
Elder brother.
Xiao Yuyan came over and said, Sister Jinli is so pitiful. She only has less than 4 hours of rest every day. Can you invite her to join our group? Our group? Yi Tian laughed out loud. Why, you want to join a girl group? I don't want to. Xiao Yuyan blushed. I don't know anything, I can't do anything. Joining a girl group would embarrass you. Oh, what I mean is. I understand what you mean, but if you are not a fish, how can you understand the joy of a fish? Maybe your sister Koi is enjoying this fulfilling life.
Yi Tian smiled and said, you guys, go and get some rest quickly.
Your eyes are red.
There will definitely be a lot of media here tonight, so pay attention to your image. Night falls quietly and the Tencent dinner officially begins.
Yang Jinli and the 4 female MCs were naturally the focus of the whole audience.
They didn't even have time to take a bite of their food before they were invited by a large number of media to take photos and be interviewed. Yi Tian became the most leisurely person at the table, eating and drinking as he pleased, without missing a beat.
Although Yi Tian seemed inconspicuous in this starry night, his inner confidence and aura attracted the attention of one person, and that person was Yang Jinli. Assistant Yi Tian? What a joke! How can someone who can see the light from hundreds of meters away be an assistant? In the night sky, the crescent moon is like a hook and the stars are shining. It is not easy to see such a night sky in a top city like Shenzhen. I always thought I was the only one who would come to the rooftop to watch the stars when I had nothing better to do. Hearing Yang Jinli's voice behind him, Yi Tian turned his head and smiled. You still have time to look at the stars? I just checked your schedule, it's full. You have to fly to Paris at 3 in the morning. Yang Jinli smiled and said, so I'm taking some time off to relax. Yi Tian, you are the founder of the girl group, right? Really honest? Yes. Yi Tian made no secret of this.
I know nothing about contracts, so I can only ask Zhang Shengfeng to represent me.
This cooperation will most likely be successful. Please take good care of those villagers who admire you. That's for sure, we are all on the same path.
Yang Jinli said while looking up at the starry sky. Well, they are all people who were supposed to offer sacrifices to heaven, but ended up going against heaven.
Yi Tian said with emotion. Yang Jinli was surprised and asked, you even know this?
If you are not a senior villager, it is impossible to know about the heaven sacrifice script incident. Yi Tian pulled out a fluorescent pen from nowhere, tugged at his clothes and said, I'm also a villager of Yueya village, please give me an autograph, village beauty.
Yang Jinli? The collaboration between the two girl groups, Extreme and Super, undoubtedly topped the hot search list the next day. This undoubtedly dropped a heavy bomb in the variety show circle, and it is no exaggeration to describe it as a collective climax among fans. Yi Tian likes watching variety shows, but that doesn't mean he likes participating in them.
After staying in Shenzhen for 2 days, he went back to Haijing first. Anyway, transportation is well developed now, and it only takes a few hours to go anywhere.
Whenever you feel bored, you can visit the set. Time flies, and another week has passed in the blink of an eye.
That afternoon, Yi Tian was selling pancakes in front of the gate of Hongmei Primary School. When he was about to close the stall, a couple came towards him and were obviously arguing.
Man, Xiaoqing, please, give me another chance. I promise you, I will work harder. Woman, I'm no longer at the age of listening to love. Tell me yourself, how many chances have I given you? I thought your joining Tencent would make our lives better, but what did you do? You didn't even tell me you resigned? Do you treat me as your girlfriend? Have you ever considered me? Man, didn't I tell you? If I had told you then, you definitely wouldn't have let me quit.
Tencent is indeed great, but my values are different. I just want to make a game that everyone will really like, not those fast food games on the market that make you stronger by paying real money.
Chapter 60 Young Master. Go home and inherit the tens of billions of assets. I don't understand what values are, what Krypton gold is. I just want to ask you one thing, Yanhua, do you still want to be with me? Yanhua, I want to. Ha, that's easy to say. Now that you're unemployed, what are you going to do with the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift? Yanhua, give me some more time.
A woman's most precious youth only lasts a few years.
I've already given you 2 years. Yanhua, Xiaoqing. Let's break up.
Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, shook off Yanhua's hand, turned around and left.
Xiaoqing. I can really succeed. Why don't you believe in me? Give me 2 more years. No, 1 year will be enough. Yanhua burst into tears. However, Xiaoqing ignored it.
She was completely disappointed with this man. Compared with Yanhua, the small boss who has a car and a house introduced by his parents is obviously more suitable for him.
Xiaoqing. Please. Don't leave me. Yanhua's legs went limp and he actually knelt down.
Xiaoqing turned around silently and said, Yanhua, let me tell you the truth, I don't love you anymore.
I will get married in a month.
The man you saw while shopping that day was not my cousin, but my blind date.
Wow. Yanhua burst into tears, heartbroken. Goodbye, and never contact me again.
Xiaoqing turned her head away cruelly. At this moment, a sports car with a dazzling design made a deafening sound and drove past her, which immediately attracted Xiaoqing's attention.
Is this Koenigsegg?
Xiaoqing was extremely surprised, and her eyes followed the sports car uncontrollably. The sports car stopped beside the kneeling Yanhua. The next scene was like a bolt of lightning to Xiaoqing, who stood there in a daze. A middle-aged man got out of the car and helped Yanhua up.
He said softly, "Master, let's go home." Yanhua was stunned. "You are? Let's go."
The man respectfully helped Yanhua into the car and said softly, "This is what my boss wants. It's up to you whether you want to cooperate." Yanhua fell silent.
Xiaoqing was stunned for 2 seconds before rushing over as fast as she could.
She wanted to bang on the car window like in an idol drama, but when she thought about the car being worth over 37 million, she simply didn't have the courage.
She could only shout through the glass, Yanhua? What's going on? Why is he calling you young master?" The car window slowly lowered.
Yanhua sighed softly, "You're getting married."
"What's the point of saying this now? I'm laying it all out. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm actually the only designated heir to the Yen Group.
Before I left home, I made a pact with my father not to reveal my true identity to anyone."
"Xiaoqing, I'm so sorry, I lied to you. I became the kind of person you hate the most."
Xiaoqing said anxiously, "I don't care whether you lied to me or not.
I care about you as a person. You, come down and let's talk."
What I said just now was just angry words. Yanhua's mouth was bitter. He put on his sunglasses, which were worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and said calmly, "I'm going back to the group to inherit the tens of billions of yuan.
Goodbye, Xiaoqing. You were just a little bit away from becoming the president's wife. I wish you happiness." The Koenigsegg drove away.
Xiaoqing was left standing there in a daze. Finally, she couldn't bear the huge gap in understanding and sat on the side of the road crying loudly.
"But who cares?" Inside the car.
"I don't know who your boss is, but I still want to thank you.
At least my heart doesn't hurt so much anymore. Please drop me off at the intersection ahead." Yanhua's eyes were dim. "The boss is very interested in you and wants to give you a job opportunity. Do you want it?" asked the driver.
"I need to see what kind of job it is first. I only know how to make games."
Oh. This driver was none other than the housekeeper at Guang.
After the Koenigsegg was repaired, a Guang drove to pick up Yi Tian. On the way, he received a call from Yi Tian, so he helped Yanhua act out a play. What he didn't expect was that Yanhua was a drama queen. Not only was he quick to react, but he was also a good actor.
"Emperor Bay, Building B1. This is where your boss lives."
Yanhua felt that his eyes were not enough to see enough. This place was too gorgeous.
He was too extravagant.
Any piece of carpet would be enough for him to work for several years without food or drink.
"Please sit down and wait a moment." 10 minutes later.
Yi Tian came back slowly on his tricycle and said with a smile, "Hello.
You are not the one selling pancakes." Yanhua was shocked. Yi Tian waved his hand and asked him to sit down. "Selling pancakes is my hobby. I'm sorry that I didn't get your consent and made you perform such a scene.
No, if it weren't for you, I would have almost lost the courage to live."
Yanhua smiled bitterly. "What's your name?" "Yi Tian." "Mr. Yi, my name is Yanhua." "No."
Yi Tian said with a smile, "I heard that you can make games. What kind?"
When it comes to game production, Yanhua's eyes suddenly light up. "I know everything. Not only do I master more than a dozen programming languages, I can also draw and write scripts.
Whether it's an online game or a single-player game, a turn-based game or an RPG, I can make it. You just had an argument with your ex-girlfriend and said Tencent doesn't align with your values. What are your values?"
This sentence is exactly what attracted Yi Tian's attention.
"I want to make a game that everyone likes, a real game." Yanhua's eyes sparkled, not a fast food game where you can get stronger by paying money.
"Do you have the skills?"
Although he has never eaten pork, he has seen pigs run. As a game enthusiast, Yi Tian has played quite a few games.
"Of course I have the skills. But..."
Yanhua sighed, "There's no platform for me to show my talents. I've applied for jobs at several major game companies, but it didn't work out."
"Those companies only care about making money. Normal. They are businessmen, and businessmen of course want to make money." Yi Tian nodded. "If I invest in you, without considering the return, what kind of game do you want to make? An online game? Or a standalone game?"
Yanhua said, "Online games, people live so lonely these days. Of course, you can also try single-player games.
My favorite is the Witcher series.
I see that you not only like the Witcher series, but also their corporate culture.
Yi Tian smiled. Yan Hua expressed his love for Polish CD Projekt, the company's name, without hesitation.
Of course. They are the most conscientious and player-centric company in the world. My dream is to work in a company like this and make games with conscience. If I had a company, I would make it Chinese CD Projekt.
Bang!
Yi Tian waved his hand and said, just for what you said, I will invest in a company for you, called Huaxia Donkey.
I will give you 100 million in the initial stage. When the money is gone, just ask me for it.
Don't worry about the expenses, just focus on making a good game.
What? Yan Hua was stunned. 100 million. Too little?
Yi Tian slapped his forehead and apologized. I've never made a game, so I'm not sure.
500 million is the correct number. No. No. That's not what I meant. Yan Hua was horrified. Why do you trust me so much?
This is clearly the first time we've met.
Chapter 61 Upgrade completed.
The ring mission begins.
Yi Tian's answer made Yan Hua fall silent for a moment.
You have a dream, and what I like most is to support people like you who have dreams and make them come true.
Dreams are really important. There is an old saying, as long as the money is in place, all the glass will be broken. This was absolutely true.
After receiving 100 million yuan in founding capital from Yi Tian, the company Huaxia Stupid Donkey was established in just 3 days. Yan Hua, the core of the company, did not disappoint Yi Tian.
He spent a lot of money to hire a headhunter to recruit many top experts in the same industry to join. The salary and conditions offered were unheard of and unprecedented.
For example, after working for 5 years, a school district house was awarded, after 3 years of service, an automatic 50% annual salary increase, and an annual pension starting at the age of 35, etc. After a series of impressive moves, CD Projekt Huaxia, a gaming company that had not yet developed any games, became famous in the industry and became the dream retirement home for talents who were optimized by many large companies. As the number of people increased, it was naturally impossible to work in Building B1.
Of course, this was not a problem for Yi Tian.
He asked Lu Ruyan to help buy an office building in the suburbs. After more than half a month, the Huaxia CDN company officially entered the research and development stage, and the number of employees increased from Yan Hua alone to 300.
Early this morning,
Yi Tian had just finished his breakfast when he heard the familiar yet long-lost system notification tone. The Xinhao sign-in system has been upgraded to level 1, and Xinhao store permissions are enabled. The sign-in system for the super rich has been activated.
Do you want to sign in? What are you still hesitating about? Sign in directly. Ding, sign in successful, system reward, Godly Rich Mission Experience Card X1.
Sign in cooldown time, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. There's a new super rich store, and the sign-in cooldown period has been reduced to 2 days.
Yi Tian nodded secretly and clicked to use the super rich experience task card. Ding! The Godly Rich mission is now open.
Quest Ring 1, join the Extreme Girls group and become a guest on a program or participate in the game production of the Huaxia CDRP. Without thinking, Yi Tian called Zhang Shengfeng and asked to be a guest on the show.
Why choose to record a show instead of making a game? The answer is self-evident.
The Extreme Girls group is full of beautiful girls. And the Chinese company CD Projekt is full of programmers wearing plaid shirts.
Only a fool would choose game production, right?
A moment later, Zhang Shengfeng, who had finished coordinating with the program team, called and told Yi Tian that they were about to start work and were short of a passerby guest.
He asked Yi Tian if he was satisfied with this role.
If not, he could replace it with several male stars of average status in the main group.
No, just being a passerby is fine. As soon as the words fell. Ding!
Mission Ring 1 completed, reward 10 billion.
Mission Ring 2, successfully act cool once on the show. Wait a minute. Yi Tian was a little confused. This upgraded system is so awesome, isn't it? Just completing one ring gives me 10 billion? After completing this entire ring, won't I become a multi-billionaire?
As a veteran game enthusiast, Yi Tian knows very well that the rewards will be richer as the ring-running mission progresses. But this second ring of pretense made Yi Tian a little hard to accept. He was obviously really awesome, how could it be pretense?
Let us not talk about that. Yi Tian took Xiao Yuyan directly to board the flight to Shengjing. This program was recorded in Beijing. Brother, why did you suddenly think of participating in the show? Do you also want to be a big star? Xiao Yuyan was very excited.
Since she met Yi Tian, her cognition was refreshed every day.
She was a little dependent on Yi Tian, her cousin-in-law. No. Yi Tian shook his head. He really had no interest in being a celebrity.
In his opinion, this job was too hard.
No matter where he went, he would be watched like a giant panda.
Some female celebrities, in order to maintain their figure, even had to rinse the cooked leaves in clean water before eating hot pot.
What is the most difficult thing in life? Not poor.
But it's that even though you are very rich, you can't live the life you want.
Wouldn't it be nice to have some beer and barbecue when you're hungry in the middle of the night? Wouldn't it be nice to have a barbecue with a few friends in your spare time?
Many people don't know that the greatest happiness in the world is to be poor and happy, and the greatest trouble is to be rich but troubled. Of course, there are many benefits to being a celebrity, such as being able to earn money in one day that an ordinary person would have to work hard for several years or even decades. But this has no appeal to Yi Tian. After all, he just earned 10 billion after completing the first round.
Money and I are like clouds. The engines roared and the plane took off. Xiao Yuyan hugged Yi Tian's arm and fell into a deep sleep.
Yi Tian was bored and suddenly remembered that after the sign-in system was upgraded, he had an additional super rich store.
Open the godly rich store.
A clear and pleasant voice sounded, and a store page popped up in front of Yi Tian. The page as a whole is very gorgeous, but the number of items sold is still very small. It may be necessary to upgrade the system again before new goods are available.
They're all medicine.
Yi Tian clicked on them one by one: piano potion, table tennis potion, badminton potion, snooker potion, martial arts potion, super weight loss pills, all disease elimination pills.
There are only 7.
Besides slimming pills and all-in-one cures, recreational potions are divided into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, epic, and legendary, with corresponding purchase prices. For example, a piano potion costs just 1 million for beginners, 5 million for intermediate, 10 million for advanced, 100 million for master, 100 million for epic, and 1 billion for legendary.
It's really expensive. Yi Tian felt like crying. He felt like a poor man. Wheel of Fortune. Yi Tian discovered that there was a lucky wheel in the lower right corner of the page.
Each spin cost 100 million and a random item of any level would be obtained. If you spin it 10 times at a time, you will definitely get an epic item. When the luck value reaches 270, a legendary item will appear. Each rotation increases the luck value by 1. Well, it really looks like you in King of Glory when you draw Wu Zetian's skin. Yi Tian looked at the balance, which was still 11.4 billion, so he simply made 10 consecutive draws.
Sizzle.
Congratulations on obtaining 1 advanced table tennis potion. Congratulations on obtaining the calligraphy potion elementary X1.
Congratulations on winning 50 million. Congratulations on winning 5 million. Congratulations on obtaining 100 disease eliminator X1. Congratulations on obtaining the epic cosmetic potion X1. Congratulations on winning a cosmetic bag X1. Congratulations on winning the famous painting Lake of Love X1. Congratulations on winning 1 million. Congratulations on winning 500,000.
Yi Tian looked at the mess of things in the system backpack, and for a moment he didn't know whether he had made a profit or a loss. After careful calculation, it's not bad. The normal selling price of an epic potion alone is 1 billion. But this makeup? What's the use? I don't want to be a crossdresser. Chapter 62. Am I a table tennis genius? A little later, the flight landed smoothly at Shengjing International Airport. Yi Tian looked at the cosmetic bag in the system backpack and suddenly felt playful. He lied that he had a stomachache and needed to go to the toilet, leaving Xiao Yuyan in the rest area. More than 10 minutes later, a hunched old man came out of the bathroom with a cane. His trembling appearance made people worry for him. This old man was naturally Yi Tian, who had used the epic makeup potion. He came to sit next to Xiao Yuyan and said in a low voice, "Little girl, come out to travel." Xiao Yuyan glanced at Yi Tian and smiled. Yi Tian's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this potion couldn't be so weak that it was exposed in an instant. Who knew Xiao Yuyan would politely say, "Yes, Grandpa." From your accent, you don't sound like a native of Xinjiang. Are you here for tourism as well? Yi Tian smiled secretly in his heart and nodded. Yes, I am old now, so I should go out for a walk more often while I can still move.
Oh, where are your relatives?
Although Xiao Yuyan was staring at Yi Tian's face, she didn't notice anything. It's not that Xiao Yuyan's observation ability is weak, but the epic makeup skills that the makeup potion gave Yi Tian were too powerful. Unless they were experts in the makeup industry, normal people could not tell the real from the fake.
I came out alone. Yi Tian looked up at the ceiling. I have no children.
Oh my god, you are so old, and you still go out alone.
What if something happens to you?
Xiao Yuyan exclaimed, with an incredible and sad look on her face.
This old man is so pitiful. Alas, I'm just an old man, who would care about me? Yi Tian stood up tremblingly, made a gesture to leave, and then his body shook violently.
When he was about to fall, Xiao Yuyan rushed up to support him. Oh, Grandpa, be careful.
Good granddaughter, good granddaughter. Yi Tian laughed. Xiao Yuyan was stunned for 3 seconds before reacting. She asked tentatively, your voice, why does it sound so familiar? Brother? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Yi Tian couldn't stop laughing.
Xiao Yuyan's pretty face flushed crimson, and she punched him hard in anger. Why are you so annoying?
You scared me. Xiao Yuyan was of course not really angry.
She had developed a strong interest in Yi Tian's makeup skills.
Brother, you are so good at makeup. I didn't recognize you at all just now. Yi Tian smiled and said, that's right.
Your brother Yi Tian has many skills, and it's not just as simple as putting on makeup. Wait for me to learn how to do it, and I'll go take off the makeup.
No.
Xiao Yuyan was a clever little girl, and said with a smile, such a fun thing must be shared with my sisters.
Yi Tian's eyes lit up. You mean, maintain this look? Hee hee, of course. That's interesting, haha. Okay. Granddaughter, let's go to the recording site. Okay, Grandpa. Xiao Yuyan is a drama queen, confirmed.
Xingjing, shooting site of Tencent branch. Due to the traffic jam, the live variety show had already begun when Yi Tian and his friends arrived. They were surrounded by enthusiastic fans, 90% of whom were the village beauty Yang Jinli, and the remaining 10% were scattered among the other members. This was not surprising. As the most popular female artist in the past 2 years, Yang Jinli deserved the title. As long as she was not asked to sing or dance, she could do everything else.
Hey! Yuyan, you're here? Didn't your brother say he would come too? Where is he?
Yuqin Xiaoyao was sharp-eyed and noticed that Xiao Yuyan was jogging towards them, followed by 2 dedicated photographers.
Xiao Yuyan was quite nervous when she suddenly appeared in the camera.
She stammered, brother said he had something to do and would be late.
Ah? Didn't you come on the same flight? Yuqin Xiaoyao clearly showed disappointment. Cough, cough, cough.
Yi Tian started his performance, coughing hard a few times. Yuqin Xiaoyao adjusted her mindset, looked over, and asked curiously, who is this old man?
He is my grandfather. Xiao Yuyan said hurriedly. Ah, hello, Grandpa. Hello, hello? Hee hee, I came over to take a look. I hope it won't affect your filming? Yi Tian said with a smile.
No, Yuyan, please come this way, Grandpa. There's a stool over here. Returning to the other female team members, Yi Tian and Xiao Yuyan, as passers-by guests, sat on the bench. No one recognized him from beginning to end. However, many people in the live broadcast barrage praised Xiao Yuyan for her cute and sweet appearance, saying it would be a pity if she didn't make her debut. Of course, the 2 of them didn't know about this. After waiting for a while, a bus squeezed in from the crowd of onlookers. A group of girls, equally radiating pure energy, got off the bus.
Hi. Hello everyone. Hello, hello. Everyone, including Yang Jinli, was stunned. Who were they?
The director smiled and said, these girls are your first challenge today.
Who is the challenge? What do you want to do?
Yang Jinli and the others looked at each other, confused as to what the director was up to. Soon, the staff set up a ping-pong table.
Now everyone understands. This is to let them PK with table tennis.
As long as any one of them can get 10 points from them, the first level of the challenge will be considered a success. The director said with a sly smile, Jingli, you are the captain, you choose the order of the challenge. Yang Jinli said in distress, I can play table tennis, but my technique is terrible.
Xiaoyao, Weiwei, sure, Xiaodong, how are you?
The girls all shook their heads, saying that they played very badly. Zhao Shishir even gave up directly, saying that she had never held a racket in her life.
Then I'll have to play first, Xiaoyao will be second, Xiaotom will be third, and then Weiwei. Yang Jinli took a deep breath and gripped the racket professionally. Yi Tian laughed in the back and said, "It's Tencent after all. It's quite generous."
For the sake of the show effect, they actually invited such a group of professional table tennis players.
Are they professional players? Xiao Yuyan asked in surprise. Yi Tian is a person who likes sports very much.
He has watched basketball, football, table tennis, diving, skating and other such programs. Just from the opponent's aura and grip, you can tell that he is not an opponent that ordinary people can defeat.
At the same time, Yi Tian had a plan in mind.
He smiled and handed a high-level table tennis potion to Xiao Yuyan. "Eat it."
Poof. Xiao Yuyan swallowed it without a second thought, then asked foolishly, "Brother, what did you just give me to eat?" Yi Tian. Yi Tian, when they are about to lose, you go up. Me? I don't know how to play table tennis at all. Xiao Yuyan exclaimed.
Yi Tian asked the prop master for a table tennis racket and a table tennis ball and handed them to Xiao Yuyan. "Feel it."
Xiao Yuyan tried to juggle the ball, and then a magical thing happened. The little ping pong ball seemed to stick to the board. This is unscientific. Am I a table tennis genius? Xiao Yuyan was stunned. Yi Tian nodded vigorously, maybe. On the other side, Yang Jinli lost his first battle without any suspense. Or in other words, they were slaughtered unilaterally. The opponent was too fierce, and the village girl couldn't even see the ball at the last moment. This is amazing, director.
Yang Jinli angrily went to the director with his racket in hand to settle the score. This is simply an impossible task.
The cute face and angry tone bring out the best in the show. There was laughter and joy all around.
The live broadcast barrage exploded again.
Look, the village girl is going to hit the director again. Ha ha. What a director. He's just a little brother in front of the village girl. Pfft, ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 63 Yi Tian takes action.
The strongest king crushes the bronze. Following Yang Jinli, Qin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaodong also took the field. Naturally, the result was no different. They were pressed on the ping-pong table and rubbed hard by the group of girls of the same age as them. At this moment, Yang Jinli caught sight of Xiao Yuyan juggling the ball, and an idea came to his mind. "Director, we need some outside help." The director thought about it and said with a smile, "Sure, who do you want to invite?" "Xiao Yuyan." Yang Jinli raised his hand and pointed. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen cameras suddenly fell on Xiao Yuyan. Ah! Xiao Yuyan was shocked and said, "I can't do it. Today is my first time playing table tennis." But Qin Xiaoyao forcibly dragged her into the battlefield. "Yuyan, please save the sisters."
"Brother, grandpa." Xiao Yuyan asked Yi Tian for help, almost revealing his identity. The latter smiled and nodded. "Go, believe in yourself, you can do it."
Yi Tian didn't know how powerful the advanced table tennis potion was, but through the magical effect of the makeup potion, he could draw inferences about other situations. Even if Xiao Yuyan was not as good as him, she was still much better than Yang Jinli and the others.
That's all. Xiao Yuyan stood trembling beside the pool table. At this moment, people seemed to be able to see three adjectives on the head of this timid and beautiful girl: weak, pitiful, and helpless. In fact, during the live broadcast, the director did add such subtitles. "This little sister is really cute. Beg for a debut." The live broadcast room was bustling with activity and the ratings continued to rise. Xiao Yuyan took a deep breath. It was impossible to retreat at this point. She could only go ahead and strike a pose.
Yang Jinli encouraged, "Come on, Yuyan.
Come on, sister."
The girl playing against Xiao Yuyan smiled slightly and swung her racket. A magical scene happened. The moment the white ping-pong ball jumped over the center net, Xiao Yuyan smashed it with her backhand bang.
Silence. The friends were all stunned. The girl serving the ball was also stunned. What happened just now? I only saw a white light flash before my eyes. Wow. Yang Jinli cheered, "Yuyan, you're amazing. Director. We won a game." The whole audience cheered and the atmosphere was very cheerful.
The serving girl twitched her lips slightly and glanced at the team coach.
The coach nodded and asked them to continue.
In fact, no matter what, the girl group would win today's challenge, otherwise the next part of the program could not be recorded.
But suddenly Xiao Yuyan appeared and successfully attracted their attention. I'm going to get serious.
The serving girl let out a breath, put in her full energy, and even her serving posture became more professional.
Snap. 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 But this time, Xiao Yuyan's performance was even more surprising. After 2 balls, Xiao Yuyan actually started a more than 10-round rally with the serving girl. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments exploded. Fuck, this kind of ball skills is at least at the provincial team level. Isn't that too exaggerated? So domineering. Even though I don't know anything about table tennis, I was actually so excited watching it. Love it. I'm begging for her to debut. I'm obsessed with this girl. Snap. 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 The battle became more and more intense. After the 2 sides played against each other for 57 rounds, the serving girl made a mistake, causing herself to lose the match again. Wow. That's great. A group of girls hugged Xiao Yuyan and cheered, and all they saw were long legs. A feast for the eyes. 2 balls. Yang Jinli said with a smile. Coach, I'm sorry. The serving girl was dejected. The coach's eyes were sharp as he said, this girl has strong skills, but she has obvious shortcomings. You can no longer play with her for fun. Treat this as a competition and you must defeat her. Otherwise, how can you participate in the National Youth Cup? I know. I will try my best. The girl nodded vigorously. At that time, no one knew that the girl looked weak, but her real identity was actually the #1 female player of the provincial team, a master who would represent High Province to participate in national-level competitions. As soon as the serving girl got serious, Xiao Yuyan couldn't hold on any longer and lost the ball one after another. Just as they were about to deliberately give up the ball, a voice rang out from Xiao Yuyan's ear, Yuyan, how many times have I told you to be humble and not be impatient? Why are you so anxious? Grandpa, I really can't beat her. Xiao Yuyan seemed to have found a savior. She took Yi Tian's arm and said coquettishly, Grandpa, can you come on stage? Alas! Yi Tian sighed, you have to watch carefully. The camera focused on Yi Tian, and people became interested in this old man. Grandfather. Could it be that Xiao Yuyan's table tennis skills were taught by this old man? That is quite interesting. I'm actually looking forward to it. Come on, Grandpa. The director wanted to get through this quickly, but when he glanced at the live broadcast room, he found that the popularity was rising very quickly, and he immediately laughed and said, Old man, you have to take care of your health. If you can't do it, don't try to show off. Ahem, I know. Well, I haven't held a racket in a long time, so I'm a little rusty. Yi Tian pretended to weigh the racket. However, this seemingly casual action made the coach's pupils frown. This momentum is so strong. It was as if, standing in front of him was an insurmountable mountain of table tennis. Of course it's strong. Before going on stage, Yi Tian spent 10 billion to buy the legendary table tennis potion from the Godly Rich store. Yi Tian said with a grin, little girl, pay attention. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tian casually sent out a short ball. The girl went to pick it up. Bang! A shocking scene occurred. The ping pong ball, which had originally landed accurately, bounced away the moment the racket touched it. Is it a high-speed spin ball? The girl's face was gloomy and she started to pull against Yi Tian. Yi Tian was a man who was very eager to perform. He pretended to be in a panic, but he would catch and hit back every ball steadily, making the group of onlookers who didn't know what was going on couldn't help but burst into laughter. This old man is so funny. Oh my. Oh my. Hey. Wow. Yi Tian was jumping around on the court, taking all the attacks from his opponent like a monkey. The live broadcast room was filled with crazy comments. I thought I was a bronze player, but I turned out to be a king. As a former professional table tennis player who retired from the provincial team, I can tell you responsibly that this old man's skills are absolutely world-class. Damn. Hurry up and kill Yaoling. The strongest king is here to blast fish in the Bronze League. Just then. With a ding, the system prompt sounded. The second round of missions completed. Ding. Mission Ring 2 completed, reward 15 billion. Mission Ring 3, without revealing your appearance, follow the crew to participate in the next round of challenges. 15 billion.
I'm rich again, not bad. Yi Tian grinned and smashed with his backhand.
Bang!
The ping pong ball brushed the girl's cheek and flew out.
Coach, I can't see his ball. Ouch!
The girl was so shocked that her eyes gradually became moist.
Chapter 64 Zhao Shishir.
The War of Explosive Food. The final winning team of this table tennis challenge was undoubtedly the women's team led by Yang Jinli, but what no one expected was that the most distracting people in the entire event would be an unknown old grandfather and his granddaughter Xiao Yuyan.
Live broadcasts are still the best. Anything can happen. This show is amazing.
That's right, I really like this little sister Xiao Yuyan.
I don't know what the next challenge will be, I'm really looking forward to it. Sister Yuyan.
If you can hear the cry from my heart, please make your debut.
Debut. Debut. Debut.
Of course, no one can see the barrage of comments filling the screen during the live broadcast. Several girls chattered around Yi Tian, all of them showing great interest in this old man. Okay, congratulations to our super extreme girl group for passing the first level of the challenge.
It's getting late, so let's go to the second level. Everyone, please get in the car.
The director shouted, and everyone got in the car one after another, and headed to the second level challenge location under the enthusiastic pursuit of fans. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. What's more, they are 6 young girls. They chattered non-stop along the way, and all kinds of imaginative ideas coming out of the mouths of these girls immediately caused laughter in the live broadcast room. After more than an hour's journey, everyone arrived at a hotel surrounded by beautiful mountains and rivers. The director said, "Okay, our second challenge location is here."
Director, I'm hungry. Can I eat first?
Zhao Shishir said resentfully, touching his already shriveled belly. The director gave a sly smile, "Eat first, of course."
Yang Jinli, the director smiled. If he smiled, it means something bad is going to happen. Everyone cheer up. Ha ha.
When everyone entered the hotel, they saw another team from afar. The group was led by 3 beautiful girls, and behind them was a film crew that was just as big as theirs.
Hi. Hello. Who is this again?
Everyone was puzzled. The live broadcast barrage exploded.
Oh shit, am I seeing things? It's the explosive food sisters. I'm dead. Don't die in front.
Please help.
Who are these young ladies?
The 3 strongest eaters in the island nation. They represent the island nation in battles across the world, undefeated in every battle.
Especially the eldest sister Mi Nian, who is ranked 4th among the world's strongest eaters. No way. So cruel.
Oh, I'm starting to worry about the village beauties and the little sisters.
If this is a contest of eating, this one will definitely be a loss. Back to the scene.
After greeting each other, several beauties walked into the restaurant. The huge pizzas piled high made the girls' eyes almost pop out.
Food is the most important thing for people. Our next challenge is to eat this specially made 12-kilogram giant pizza.
The director announced the start of the competition. Yuqin Xiaoyao stared at the huge pizza in a daze. "Director, it's 24 kilograms.
How can I eat it?"
Sure, I can only rely on you for this level.
My maximum appetite is half a pound. Sure?
Ning Xiaotong turned around to look for Zhao Shishir, but she found that she was gone. After looking around, she realized that Zhao Shishir was already sitting next to the pizza, drooling and yelling, "Director, hurry up, let's start."
I'm so hungry.
The 2 sisters who loved food looked at each other and took their seats with a smile.
At the same time,
HNN, the island nation's largest television station, is broadcasting the event live. The host passionately declared, "Warriors of the island nation.
The gluttonous sisters will completely break free this time. Can the ultra-extreme girl group withstand such a test? Let's wait and see."
On the Island Country's live broadcast channel, the barrage of comments was also flying everywhere. Although the Chinese girls are all very cute, this is a battle that cannot be won.
Yeah, they're the explosive eating sisters. Squinty eyes. Gorgeous. Monster girl.
I love their performance the most.
Oh my.
I really feel sorry for the Chinese ladies.
Fight.
For the glory of the island nation.
Live broadcast.
5 minutes after the challenge officially began, Yang Jinli, Yuqin Xiaoyao, and Ning Xiaotong were defeated one after another. For girls who usually only eat green vegetables to maintain their figure, they felt full just by looking at such a greasy pizza, let alone eating it. "Brother, what should we do? We are sure to lose," Xiao Yuyan said nervously. Yi Tian smiled and said, "Who said you would lose? Stay calm and have confidence in the sisters in the group. Zhao Shishir's appetite is much bigger than you think. No matter how big you are, you can't possibly beat a big eater, right?" Xiao Yuyan had no confidence at all. Uncertain. Yi Tian put a piece of pizza in his mouth. It was delicious, but it was a bit greasy. 15 minutes into the challenge, Su Weiwei was defeated and struggled to hold on to the ground, gasping for breath. Only Zhao Shishir was madly biting the pizza, and her eating style was quite wild, with no idle baggage at all. Seeing that 1/3 of the Big Mac pizza had been eaten, the director said worriedly, "Shishir, don't force yourself." "No, I'm not forced. I'm still hungry, hee hee," Zhao Shishir said vaguely. Her puffed-up cheeks and happy expression made this fourth member of the girl group, who had participated in several episodes of the show but had not had much presence, instantly gain countless fans. Not only in China, but also in the island country, many men and women who watched the live broadcast fell in love with this girl unintentionally. She is such a big eater. This amount of food and the way he eats. Honestly, I'm a little drunk. Great. I want all the information about this girl within 3 minutes. While the people on the island were excited, Chinese netizens were stunned. That's too much. I've already eaten half of it, it's a full 12 kilograms. This is unscientific. I never realized Shishir could eat so much before. I never thought she had this talent. I'm so impressed. I'm a fan of this girl. The foodie sisters seemed to sense the danger, stopped eating and looked at Zhao Shishir. The Japanese host said, "Look everyone. The sisters who love eating have stopped. They are staring at this beautiful girl from China. Their eyes are so sharp. So scary. What are they going to do next? Masaka could it be? Masaka. Oh. It turns out they are thirsty and asked the director for water." Island audience. Oh. Everyone, look at the third sister nicknamed Weird Foodie. She's really getting serious. She's tied her hair up. The last time she tied her hair while eating was when she was fighting the strongman in Country D. Oh my god. Second sister Big Beauty is getting serious too. Did you notice? Her body is shaking violently. This is a tactic to get food from the esophagus into the stomach as quickly as possible. Dear audience friends, this is no longer a simple variety show. It's a war to defend the glory of our nation. The explosive food war. Chapter 65 Ratings Explosion. Amazing brother. Just as the Japanese director's second-year spirit was raging, the Chinese variety show director also keenly realized something. He came over to Zhao Shishir and said to the camera with a sense of variety, "Believe it or not, I really didn't know that our Miss Zhao Shishir had such a terrible appetite before. According to the original script outline in my hand, our super extreme girl group will lose from the first round of the game. After all, the core theme given by the chief director today is frustration." Live broadcast room. What the hell? After all these years of watching variety shows, this is the first time I've seen the director personally steal the show. But it was really good. So you're giving our little sister another script for the heavenly sacrifice? Where's the trust between people? You shameless bastard. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. After all, our village beauty is still the best. She's once again tearing up the script for the heaven sacrifice. The one above, I'm also a villager. But to be honest, this place doesn't have much to do with the village beauty, right? It's obviously Miss Zhao Shishir whose strange skills were discovered. Live broadcast of reality, the camera cuts to Zhao Shishir. The director asked, "Zhao Shishir, if I interview you here, will it affect your eating?" Zhao Shishir shoveled food into his mouth while shaking his head and said vaguely, "No, I just don't say it so you can't hear it clearly." Zhao Shishir, with chubby cheeks, said these words in a cute tone and sincere eyes, and he invisibly gained a large number of fans for himself. The director was deeply touched by the cuteness and said with a smile, "Since this is the first time our two girl groups have worked together, my understanding of you is limited to written materials. I want to ask you, when did you realize that you can eat more than the average person?" At this time, Yang Jinli and several girls gathered around to cheer Zhao Shishir up. When I was very young, Zhao Shishir said. Ever since I was old enough to understand, I knew I had a bigger appetite than most people. I could eat the amount of more than a dozen children in one meal. Also, before I met my brother, I had never been full, so I didn't know what it felt like to be full. Yi Tian was watching from afar, worrying about how to participate in this challenge. Suddenly, he heard a ding sound in his mind. It turned out that the task was completed inadvertently. The reward this time was still the very cliched cash 20 billion. And today's ring mission officially ended at this time. 35 billion? Yi Tian raised his head silently and looked at the ceiling. If he hadn't taken a wave of epic ping-pong potions worth 10 billion during the first challenge, he would have 45 billion in cash in his bank account. Shishir, may I ask, what did you do before your debut? Asked the director. Zhao Shishir spoke frankly, I've been working on the construction site, moving bricks, carrying sandbags, and doing other physical labor. Not only can I eat a lot, I also have great physical strength. I can do the work of 7 or 8 men by myself. However, people's focus is not on how strong she is, but on the construction site, moving bricks. Some viewers with delicate emotions shed tears. What kind of fairy female troupe member is this? Don't believe it, this is obviously a character setting. It's scripted. Don't believe these variety shows. They really think we, the audience, are idiots. Oh yeah. Damn, I almost got tricked. I am still too naive after all. Just as the discussion in the live broadcast room was about to go off track, the director suddenly grabbed Zhao Shishir's hand and gave a close-up shot, revealing that the girl's seemingly delicate and fair palms were covered with bulging calluses. A small shot, like a slap in the face of all conspiracy theorists. The mouth may lie, but the body cannot. The director wiped away his tears, calmed down and said, Zhao Shishir, who is the brother you are talking about? Brother is brother, the brother who helped me debut. Zhao Shishir smiled, but he said that his name cannot be revealed casually. He is the most handsome, the best, the most amazing brother in the world. Yi Tian's old face turned red. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? I'll give you a chicken leg after the recording is over. Xiaoyao, you mentioned brother quite often in previous recordings. Could it be that he's the same person as the brother Shishir mentioned? It's the same person. Yuqin Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed, the best brother in the world. It was my brother who brought me to the stage. Ning Xiaotong nodded vigorously. Su Weiwei also chimed in, before I met my brother, I was a fat kid with a very low self-esteem. Live broadcast room. Holy crap, the ratings for this episode are going to explode. So much explosive stuff. I fucking love this show. In fact, from the moment the Super Extreme Girls defeated the provincial team with the help of a passerby, the ratings began to climb steadily. With the appearance of the explosive Food Sisters and the sudden rise of Zhao Shishir, this episode reached a peak. The number of online viewers nationwide soared from 60 million to 90 million, steadily moving towards 100 million viewers. What is the concept? It can be described in one simple sentence: the number of viewers increased by 30% compared to the final of the most popular variety show in the country that made Yang Jinli debut 2 years ago. So terrifying. There was so much information that I didn't even know where to start. The director patted his cheek vigorously. Ms. Weiwei, you said you were fat before. Super fat. Su Weiwei nodded vigorously. I still have the old photos. Do you want to see them? Can I see it? Certainly. Just as the host from the island country was vigorously promoting the country's food crazy sisters and igniting their second-year soul, and the host from the domestic variety show was desperately trying to help advertise and help the girl group girls attract passers-by fans, the director who made this double group live broadcast applauded. As the show's popularity continued to grow, Yang Jinli, a leading figure in Tencent's online entertainment platform, amassed another 1 million followers in just a few hours. She also attracted the attention of major investors. Within 2 hours, she received 6 advertising offers and 4 high-quality film and television scripts. Great! Look at how much Yang Jinli and the other girls are worth now. The director rubbed his hands eagerly. Based on big data analysis, Yang Jinli's personal annual value has nearly doubled from 70 million to 130 million. The net worth of people like Yuqin Xiaoyao is also heading towards 30 million. Very good. We will immediately send a dedicated team to coordinate those film and television scripts. Once this shoot is finished, we will assign work to Xiao Yang.
We must strike while the iron is hot," said the director.
Wait a minute, director, the man said.
Jingli is already out of schedule this year. He won't be available until early next year at the earliest. Is that so? The director glanced at young Jingli's schedule and pinched his chin.
A young person in her early 20s is just finding her feet in the entertainment industry and needs to work harder.
And you actually gave her 6 hours of rest every day? The director's face darkened.
She's only 20 years old. Her strength recovers quickly, so she doesn't need such a long rest period. Adjust her normal rest period to 3 hours a day, and let her sleep the rest of the time while running announcements.
How can this be done? She will be exhausted.
The man screamed.
Hold.
The director grabbed the man by the collar and yelled, I know you're a fan of young Jingli, but I'm telling you, don't let your personal feelings get in the way of your work.
Yang Jingli might be a shining idol in the eyes of ordinary people, their faith, their god.
But in the eyes of ruthless capital, she's just a tool to be exploited at will. If we don't exploit her value while she's at the peak of her popularity, are we going to wait until her popularity fades and her commercial value declines before exploiting her? The director pushed the man aside and said with a smile, Go and make the arrangements. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to complete the 200 million yuan bet this year. This time it's a sure thing. You can just wait for your 7-figure year-end bonus.
Yes.
The man's eyes reddened as he looked at the girl on the screen, who was clearly tired, and began to replan her itinerary. Chapter 66 Xiaoyao refused without thinking. Meanwhile, the shooting scene. This challenge that had unknowingly risen to the national level came to an end as the 24-pound super pizza became smaller and smaller until it was destroyed. The directors of both teams communicated privately and finally decided that there was no winner in this challenge and the two sides were tied. As for who would come out on top in this challenge, viewers in both countries who were watching the live stream knew for sure. Compared to the two sisters who struggled mightily to finish their pizza, Zhao Shishir seemed to be having a much easier time.
She even asked the director if she could have another slice, not yet full.
The nickname Zhao Shishir is still a little hungry spread in the live broadcast room unknowingly.
After completing the second round of challenges, the Super Extreme Girls group started their next itinerary.
Since Tian had already completed the task, there was no need for him to continue, so he left the filming site early on the grounds of feeling unwell. Sister Jinli, Sister Yuqin, Sister Xiaodong, Sister Shishir, Sister Weiwei, Grandpa and I are leaving first. Xiao Yuyan said goodbye to her sisters reluctantly.
Goodbye Yuyan, I'll play with you next time.
After returning to the city by car, Tian finished removing his makeup in a cafe and returned to his original youthful and handsome appearance.
He smiled and tapped Xiao Yuyan on the head. Why don't you stay and play with them? I wanted to, but
I'm not very familiar with my sisters after all.
Xiao Yuyan said eagerly. Do you want to debut as a star? Tian asked with a smile. It's not that easy to be a star. I asked if you wanted to, not how difficult it was. Tian stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth. There were too many cameras just now, which seriously affected his appetite and he was not full. Think. Xiao Yuyan smiled broadly, it would be so fun if I could play with my sisters every day. This is too easy.
I just need to say hello to Zhang Shengfeng.
Yeah. I want to be a star. I want to be a star. Xiao Yuyan cheered. That afternoon,
Tian and Xiao Yuyan returned to Haijing and told Pang Wei about the girl's idea. Fat Wei laughed and said, with Xiao Yuyan's looks, even if you hadn't told me, I would have taken the initiative to suggest that she debut.
You know what, Xiao Yuyan's performance today was truly outstanding.
Old Qin and I were so amused by her performance that we almost died.
We even stunned that girl from the provincial team. If my brother hadn't encouraged me, I wouldn't have known that I had a talent for playing table tennis. Xiao Yuyan blushed. Brother encouraged you? Did brother also participate in the recording? Pang Wei was a little confused.
Xiao Yuyan was about to speak when Tian raised his hand to interrupt her.
Please make the arrangements. Is the funding sufficient? If not, I will invest more.
The 45 billion in cash in the bank was like a heavy mountain pressing down on Tian's heart, making him feel so happy and safe.
Enough, enough. Fat Wei waved his hands hurriedly.
I asked Lao Qin to register an entertainment company called Tianxiao Entertainment, which controls 7 subsidiaries: Xingqiao Entertainment, Chuanyue Entertainment, Dazhong Entertainment, Star Interactive Entertainment, Oriental Media, etc.
Why register so many subsidiaries? Yi Tian asked curiously. Fat Wei laughed and said, this is a basic way of playing in the capital market.
It's mainly for risk avoidance. As companies spread downward layer by layer, they will also spawn other branches in minor details. We are only 7 layers apart, and we are vertically controlled.
Many large traders are separated by dozens of layers.
The relationships between companies are even more complicated, like the intertwined roots of an old tree. It is impossible to dig to the layer above the ground. For example, if we want to sign Xiao Yuyan, we can use the 7th tier Jingtian Media Company as a cover. Once Xiao Yuyan becomes famous, people in the industry will be curious and want to dig up the manipulators behind our company. But they can only find the 6th tier Oriental Media. If they are very capable, they can continue to dig up. We also have the 5th tier Celebrity Interactive Entertainment, the 4th tier Mass Entertainment, and even higher up, Transmigration Entertainment and Qingqiao Entertainment. When we have time in the future, we can directly create a matrix, with Tianqiao Entertainment as the foundation, and derive dozens of layers downward. That way, no matter how powerful their information channels are, they will be confused. Fat Wei was talking until his mouth was dry, but seeing Yi Tian's confused expression, he knew he had said too much, so he simply said, oh, to put it bluntly, it's just like people, wear more clothes. The more clothes we have, the less likely our bodies are to be seen, and the safer we are.
You finally said something I can understand.
Yi Tian smiled bitterly, I'll leave this matter entirely to you and Lao Qin.
Just tell me if you need money.
Brother, don't worry, I promised that the best steel will be used on the blade.
Pang Wei patted his chest and promised.
Don't think about profit, happiness is the most important thing.
Yi Tian smiled. Clear. Fat Wei left happily. Xiao Yuyan took Yi Tian's arm and said, brother, where are we going to play next? I don't know, what do you suggest? Yi Tian really doesn't know what to do now. Well, actually, today is my birthday. Would you consider buying me a birthday present? Xiao Yuyan said with a blushing face. Your birthday? Yi Tian was surprised, why didn't you say it earlier? I forgot.
I was having so much fun playing with my sisters.
Xiao Yuyan pouted playfully. Come on, I'll take you shopping. Yeah. You're so nice, bro.
Night falls quietly and the beautiful day ends.
Yang Jinli looked at the adjusted schedule and fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he said, so, for the next year, I can only sleep 3 hours a day? The agent said grimly, that's what the company's top management wants. Actually, having more work is good. It gives you more exposure, which will be very helpful for your future. Once you're through this tough year and your contract expires, everything will be fine. I've looked at these resources, and they're all good. Yang Jinli pinched his brows and sighed heavily, I know. Then let's set off to film the TV series. I've asked my assistant to prepare your things for you. I just finished today's live variety show, can I get some sleep? Rest in the car. I'll try to ask the driver to drive slower. Yang Jinli, okay.
Agent, by the way, Koi, we're filming a new TV series today.
You might need to memorize the script in the car. Luckily, you don't have many scenes today, only a little over 100. Yang Jinli? Is this human language you're talking about? Tencent, at the celebration banquet. Where is Jinli?
Yuqin Xiaoyao looked around. They had clearly come back together, but how come young Jinli disappeared when they turned around? The director smiled and said, oh, Jinli is off to work. You know, as Tencent's daughter and a highly praised newcomer, Jinli has a lot of work to do. Yuqin Xiaoyao frowned slightly, we've been shooting for a whole day, she shouldn't even have time to rest.
I can see that she doesn't look very well. Ah, young man, it's so hard to become a star, of course you have to put in more effort and sweat. The director changed the subject and said, Xiaoyao, are you interested in joining us at Tencent? I can't guarantee anything else, but the top resources will definitely be reserved for you. Don't want.
Yuqin Xiaoyao refused without thinking.
Chapter 67, Let us have a lottery if you are bored.
Just when the director of Tencent extended an olive branch to Yuqin and Xiaoyao, Yi Tian brought Xiao Yuyan to the commercial pedestrian street.
It was already evening, and the huge commercial street was bustling with people. The bright lights made it look like daytime, and it was very lively.
After walking around for a while, Yi Tian found that Xiao Yuyan was still in a bad mood. She wasn't unhappy, but she looked a little worried.
He couldn't help but ask, Yuyan, what's wrong with you? Is there something that makes you unhappy?
Xiao Yuyan paused, her eyes reddened, and she murmured, I miss my mother.
Yi Tian was silent for a while.
After spending so many days together, Yi Tian had already learned that Xiao Yuyan's mother died of illness when she was in middle school, and she had depended on her father for many years. Although her father was very good to her, she would always think of her mother on certain special days.
Well. Yi Tian sighed. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad. I just couldn't control myself.
Xiao Yuyan rubbed her eyelids sensibly, and a warm palm fell on her head.
Yi Tian smiled and comforted her, why should I say sorry?
It's human nature to miss your loved ones.
Brother, you are so nice.
Xiao Yuyan hugged Yi Tian's arm and leaned her little head on Yi Tian, looking like a couple in love. Passers-by were all attracted by Xiao Yuyan's youthful and beautiful appearance and temperament, and cast envious glances at her.
What do you like? A necklace, a ring? Or a bag?
Yi Tian tried to change the subject and distract the girl, but Xiao Yuyan said, Brother, I know you are super rich and can afford anything, but I don't want those things.
I only want one thing now. Xiao Yuyan's cheeks flushed as she spoke, on my 10th birthday, Mom and Dad took me to the amusement park for the first time.
I had such a great time that day.
I want to go again. Clear. Yi Tian snapped his fingers and said, let's go ride the carousel now. The midnight bell rang, and the lights in the amusement park flickered. Xiao Yuyan and Yi Tian each rode a carousel, slowly spinning to the sound of music, surrounded by the laughter of many people.
Yi Tian originally wanted to book the entire amusement park, but was stopped by Xiao Yuyan. The girl said something that touched his heart, Brother, just queue up. I don't want you to deprive others of their happiness because of me. She is such a kind girl that makes people like her from the bottom of their hearts.
It was already early morning when we came out of the amusement park.
Yi Tian took Xiao Yuyan to a roadside barbecue stall for a meal, during which they drank a lot of beer.
Yi Tian's alcohol tolerance was average, and Xiao Yuyan's was even worse.
After only 2 bottles, her face turned red like an apple. She smiled foolishly and said, Brother, I'm going to stay at your place today.
No problem, you're welcome anytime. Yi Tian nodded, Yuyan, happy birthday. I'm so happy. Xiao Yuyan laughed loudly towards the sky. The next day,
all the members of the Extreme Girls group returned to Haijing for a new round of program recording. Zhang Shengfeng asked Yi Tian to meet him. As soon as they met, he laughed and scolded, I guessed right, these bastards from Tencent really want to poach our players.
It's expected.
After all, our tie-in group is one of the most popular girl groups now.
Yi Tian was not surprised.
In fact, he would only be surprised if the other party didn't want to poach his players.
Brother.
Yuqin Xiaoyao approached Yi Tian aggressively and shook his arm gently.
I have something to tell you. Can we talk alone? Sure. Yi Tian and Yuqin Xiaoyao came to the side. What's the matter? Who bullied you? No.
Yuqin Xiaoyao shook her head, it's about the koi.
What happened to Yang Jinli? Last night, after we finished recording the show, we went back to Tencent to have a celebration party.
But I didn't see Jinli at the party, so I sent her a message to ask where she was. She told me that she was with us in her heart, but she just changed her job. She only has 3 hours of rest every day, and the rest of the time is spent on the road rushing to attend announcements. I spoke to her on the phone yesterday, and I could tell she was so tired she was crying. Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes moistened as she said, Brother, I want to ask you a favor.
Can you recruit Jinli into our group? Yi Tian laughed dumbly and said, I thought it was something else. You scared me, girl. It's just signing Yang Jinli, it's a small matter. Is it that simple?
I talked about this with Brother Jiang yesterday, and he said it's difficult because Jinli is a new star that Tencent has been promoting in recent years, and they have invested a lot of resources in her. Tencent won't let her go so easily.
Yuqin Xiaoyao was a little worried. Yi Tian smiled calmly, capital doesn't care about emotions.
Tencent is cultivating Yang Jinli with all its strength because it sees her commercial value and is optimistic about the benefits she can bring to the company in the future.
As long as we give them enough benefits, there is no way they won't sell. Let's go.
Yi Tian led Qin Xiaoyao back to the hall and told Zhang Shengfeng about his idea of buying Yang Jinli. Zhang Shengfeng smiled bitterly and said, Young Master Yi, you're right, but it's very difficult to implement. Yang Jinli is the hottest young actress right now, and Tencent will never let her go easily.
They will definitely offer a sky-high transfer fee. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Do you think I'm short of money?
Zhang Shengfeng hurriedly said, that's not what I meant.
I know your strength, Master Yi. How about this? I'll go to Tencent again today and negotiate with their boss. Yi Tian nodded. A phone, thank you for making another trip. Young Master Yi, you are being too polite. Zhang Shengfeng waved his hand hurriedly and left. The girls went to discuss the next shooting plan, and Yi Tian became idle again for a while. After the sign-in system was upgraded, sign-in became once every 48 hours. Today is a free period, so I don't even have the chance to do any tasks. How to spend this rich but boring life? I'm free anyway, so I might as well try a prize. Yi Tian opened the system mall and started a happy 10-draw streak. After spending 5 billion and making 5 consecutive 10-draw draws, Yi Tian's bank card deposit became 41.3 billion, but the various strange potions and items in the system backpack increased. I looked at them one by one. I have to say, the things in the roulette wheel are really mixed up, with all sorts of things. I won more than a dozen packets of special effect weight loss pills alone, and there are countless other medicines. Epic skating potion. Chess epic potion. Traditional martial arts epic potion. Yi Tian drank the epic potion directly. He planned to distribute the rest of the advanced potions to several girls. He now felt like he was playing a cultivation game. There's a legendary potion worth 10 billion? A legendary gymnastics potion? This potion is useless even if I drink it. There is no chance to show off at all. Yi Tian muttered as he drank the potion. Chapter 68 Yi Tian, 500 million is really not expensive.
In the afternoon, when Yi Tian rode his tricycle to the city to sell pancakes, Zhang Shengfeng came to Shenzhen, the headquarters of Tencent.
Inside the Tencent office, the director said jokingly, Boss Zhang, are you sure you're not kidding me? Do you know how much Yang Jinli is worth? Zhang Shengfeng didn't care about the other person's expression at all. He blew away the tea mist and said contentedly, I did a simple market research and the market value is between 100 and 200 million. The director laughed heartily. Market value is one thing, buying her is another. She currently has over a dozen endorsements, 6 TV series, 2 movies, and several variety shows lined up. All of this was secured thanks to our connections at Tencent. Even if she were to transfer, she'd have to give up all these endorsements and TV series. Are you sure this will help her future development? It's true that Zhang Shengfeng's Royal Entertainment does have some resources and has made top artists like Zi Qi and Xiao Tian famous, but if it really enters the capital entertainment circle, it's hard to say whether Royal Entertainment can squeeze into the third tier. To put it nicely, this is an entertainment company. In fact, the overall strength of his company is not even as good as the studios opened by some top artists. The director simply looks down on such people. Zhang Shengfeng smiled and said, You care about Yang Jinli's personal development? Don't be ridiculous. As a member of the capital circle, don't I know clearly that Yang Jinli is just a tool in your eyes? You hold him in your hands when he can make money, and kick him away when he doesn't. So there's no need to talk to me about these things. Just give me the price directly. Ha ha. The director laughed heartily. Interesting. You want a quote, right? I'll give you one. Bang. With a clap of hands, the assistant brought over a thick list and the director pushed it to Zhang Shengfeng. Zhang Shengfeng grabbed the offer sheet and took a look at it, his pupils narrowing slightly. You're asking for an exorbitant price. No matter how popular Yang Jinli is, he's not worth 500 million. Anyway, this is our offer. The director smiled and crossed his legs. The subtext was that if you can afford it, buy it, and if you can't, get out. As the entertainment director of Tencent, he has a characteristic: he likes to watch people make a fool of themselves. I need to call and ask for instructions first. Zhang Shengfeng left his seat with a stern face. When he left, everyone in the room was happy. Royal Entertainment? What the hell is this thing? How dare it come to Tencent to poach people? Do you have such strong teeth that you can eat Yang Jinli? Are you not afraid of breaking your teeth? Haijing City, at the entrance of the sports park. 6 yuan. Yi Tian was busy making egg fried rice for a customer when his cell phone suddenly rang. He tilted his neck and clamped the phone. Mr. Yi, the offer from Tencent has come out, and it's obviously an exorbitant price. They actually offered a transfer contract worth 500 million. Zhang Shengfeng was a little exasperated. 500 million? Yi Tian was stunned and thought to himself, damn, is Yang Jinli so cheap? Let's just forget it. Zhang Shengfeng sighed. With 500 million, how many lucky fish could be cultivated? How many talent shows could be created? Why do you have to count? Buy it. Yi Tian's next words left Zhang Shengfeng momentarily bewildered. He stammered, Yi, young Master Yi. I just said 500 million. Not 50 million.
If Yang Jinli's business is going well, even if he doesn't eat or drink, it will probably take him 10 years to earn that much. It's a losing business, the risk is too great.
Yi Tian Dao, what are you talking about? Do you think I bought Yang Jinli so that she can make money? Am I a businessman? Zhang Shengfeng couldn't wrap his mind around it for a moment. I'm doing this for fun.
Xiaoyao and the others all love Yang Jinli, so let's buy it and let them form a group to play with it on their own.
Hurry up and buy it. 500 million is really not expensive. As a wealthy man with 41.3 billion in his bank account, is 500 million considered money? Calculate. But will it hurt to spend it? Of course not. I have a system, who am I afraid of? Click. Hang up the call.
Zhang Shengfeng stood there in a daze, feeling dizzy. The customer who heard the conversation between Yi Tian and Zhang Shengfeng was also dizzy. He rolled his eyes silently and thought that this boss must have a problem with his brain.
He was crazy about money. Even if it was just happy beans, 500 million was a lot. Tencent, conference room.
When the director saw Zhang Shengfeng coming back, he smiled and said, Boss Jiang, how are your thoughts going? Zhang Shengfeng said with a gloomy face, our boss is willing to pay 400 million to buy Yang Jinli. The expressions of all the staff members, including the director, changed.
Are you kidding? The director asked uncertainly.
Everyone knows that Yang Jinli, a newly debuted traffic artist, is not worth 500 million at all, and at most is only about 200 million.
There are also many uncertain factors involved. Now that his worth has doubled in an instant, they have to take it seriously. I, Zhang, would never joke about such a thing.
Zhang Shengfeng said, gritting his teeth.
I need to talk to the boss. You guys stay with Mr. Jiang. I'll be back soon.
The director hurried away, arrived at the top floor, knocked on the door of a senior executive's office, and flattered, Boss, Royal Entertainment is willing to pay 400 million for Yang Jinli.
Should we sell it?
The middle-aged man was looking at the financial statements.
Hearing this, he asked without even looking up, what is Yang Jinli's personal value?
The value that can be created within 2 years is around 150 million.
The other party offered 400 million, why not sell it?
The middle-aged man continued to turn the pages.
Don't bother me with small deals like this in the future. I'm busy with deals worth around 5 billion. Yes, I understand.
The director wiped the sweat from his forehead and left in a hurry.
As long as the money is in place, all the glass will be broken. This is a universal truth. The handover was completed in less than half a day. The moment both parties signed the contract, Yang Jinli became an artist under Huang Entertainment.
As the core figure of the whole thing, Yang Jinli herself didn't even know anything about it until her assistant, holding the phone, hurriedly shook her out of the car and said, Jinli, something big has happened.
What's wrong? Yang Jinli said in a daze.
You were sold to Royal Entertainment by the company for 400 million, said the assistant.
400 million? I'm worth 400 million. Yang Jinli rubbed his cheek and said tiredly, which company bought me? Have they lost their minds? Huang Entertainment is the same company that produced the Extreme Girls Group. Ha? Extreme Girl Group. Yang Jinli raised his eyebrows. That day, the two trending searches were ranked first and second. The first hot search, Yang Jinli moves to Huang Entertainment with a net worth of 400 million. The second most searched topic, exposing Huang Entertainment. Zhang Shengfeng as strategic layout. Later, Haijing City, Building B1, Emperor Bay.
Yang Jinli was confused the whole way until Qin Xiaoyao ran over and hugged her happily, and then she calmed down a little.
You are in the real world. From now on, we will be artists of the same company? Yang Jinli asked uncertainly. Yeah. Qin Xiaoyao nodded vigorously. Chapter 69, Recreation Park Mission Activated. In Building B1 of Emperor Bay, the lights are bright.
Several girls are sitting together, drinking freshly squeezed juice and chatting.
The atmosphere is quite harmonious. Brother is back.
As a martial artist, Su Weiwei had sharp ears and eyes. When she heard the familiar squeaking sound of the tricycle outside the door, she quickly got up and rushed out. When I arrived at the door, I saw that it was indeed Yi Tian.
Good evening, Vivi. Good evening. Yi Tian got out of the car with a smile, and when he glanced around, he found Yang Jinli in the crowd and nodded with a smile. Here I am. Yeah. Yang Jinli nodded. Go in and talk. Yi Tian invited a few girls into the house.
While they were chatting, Zhang Shengfeng, Pang Wei, and Qin Yan arrived one after another. As soon as Pang Wei entered the door, he shouted, "Brother, we are on the trending search again."
You are so awesome. You directly poached the top girl in the girl group. Yi Tian took a sip of champagne and smiled without saying anything.
Fat Wei obviously didn't notice Yang Jinli was there, and said casually, "But spending 400 million.
Isn't that too much?
I really like Jinli, but she's only been in the industry for 2 years.
How can she be worth that?"
Yi Tian raised his hand and pointed at Yang Jinli. "You fatty, watch your words.
Can't you see the real boss is here?"
At this moment, Fat Wei finally realized what was happening. He uttered a cry and slapped himself hard.
Oh.
Village beauty sister.
I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Yang Jinli smiled and said, "Actually, this is what I wanted to ask. How am I worth 400 million? Why did Mr. Yi buy me back at such a high price?"
Although Yang Jinli has only been in the dirty entertainment industry for 2 years, he is already well versed in the tricks of the trade. It is impossible for him to not be on guard against Yi Tian.
Don't use money to measure a person's value. Everyone here is priceless, even this fat guy.
Yi Tian reached out and patted Pang Wei's shoulder, making the fat man feel a little embarrassed.
It was Xiaoyao's idea to sign you over.
She said that you were being exploited a lot by Tencent.
Is that true? Yi Tian said with a smile.
Yang Jinli sighed, "I'm an artist who came from a talent show.
My current fame is all thanks to Tencent.
They've invested resources in me to increase my popularity, so naturally I have to cooperate with them. To say they're exploiting me is a bit of an exaggeration, but to be honest, I'm really tired.
I don't have enough rest time. So you are grateful to Tencent? If I hadn't stood out from that stage, I don't know what I would have done in the future.
I really cherish this job that God has given me."
After a pause, Yang Jinli said, "Mr. Yi, can I see the contract? I want to take a day off today and start work tomorrow afternoon. Is that okay?"
Anyone could tell that Yang Jinli was trying hard to stay awake, but he was actually exhausted. Zhang Shengfeng handed the contract to Yang Jinli. "This is the contract that has been revised by Master Yi, take a look." Yang Jinli nodded and read through the whole thing quickly. Her big eyes were full of confusion. She had never seen such a contract before. The profit-sharing ratio was as high as 1 to 9. She could get 90% of all the money earned from the business cooperation.
If you are not satisfied with the work assigned by the company, you can refuse the job. The working hours per week shall not exceed 50 hours. What exactly is this? What's going on? Where is the contract?
To put it bluntly, the rules that rich people set for having a mistress are more than these. Yuqin Xiaoyao said, "Jinli, I signed you not because you want to make money for the company, but because I want to make me happy."
What? Yang Jinli was even more confused. What does this have to do with?
Yuqin Xiaoyao chuckled, "You'll find out slowly."
I see you're very tired. Take a rest first. No matter what happens, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Yawn. Yi Tian yawned, "I'm sleepy too. I'll go back to sleep first. See you tomorrow morning." Wait a minute, brother. What's wrong?
Fat Wei caught up with Yi Tian and whispered, "Brother, your signing of Yang Jinli has attracted the attention of many capital circles.
What should we do next? Just pay attention, so what?
I'm just responsible for spending money and having fun, and you three will take care of the rest. If you need money, tell me, and don't bother me with other trivial matters."
Yi Tian said lazily. "No." Fat Wei sighed in his heart and watched Yi Tian go away. Qin Yan came to Fatty Wei, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and said quietly, "See? This is the attitude a rich man should have.
We will never be able to catch up with this kind of confidence and arrogance in our lifetime. Zhang Shengfeng came to the other side of Fatty Wei, his eyes blazing as he said, forget 400 million, even 4 billion, I think it's just pocket money for young Master Yi. The money, fame, and fortune we strive so hard to pursue are just tools to make young Master Yi happy. Godlike. Call. The three of them spoke their true feelings and simultaneously bent their right arms over their hearts. I am willing to give my heart to Master Yi. Yang Jinli, perched on the second-floor balcony, frowned slightly at the three people behaving strangely in the courtyard. He wondered if being signed to Royal Entertainment would be a blessing or a curse for his future. Yi Tian didn't care what Yang Jinli thought. He was so exhausted after working the stall all day that he fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. Sleep until you wake up naturally, count money until your hands cramp. This is the perfect state of life. The next day. Ding. Successfully signed into the Shinhao system and received a Shinhao Life Experience Card X1. Cooling time, 47 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Why is it another mission? Yi Tian was slightly stunned. He had just completed a ring mission the day before yesterday, and was given another mission today. Is the system trying to tell me that there is no free lunch in the world? Yi Tian shook his head and without thinking too much, he directly used the Godly Rich Life Experience card. Ding! Arrive at the recreational park mission point before 10 o'clock to activate the mission. Brush teeth, wash face and eat breakfast. Everything was ready, and Yi Tian drove the Koenigsegg to the sports park. The explosive engine sound and the stunning body design attracted countless people's attention along the way. So handsome. Do you mean the car or the person? They're all so handsome. If I could find a boyfriend like this guy, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. But you're a man. Huh, can't men have dreams? Oh my god, where's my moral integrity? Recreation and Sports Park. As the largest public welfare park in Haijing City, it covers a vast area and is visited by fitness enthusiasts 24 hours a day from morning to night. Yi Tian parked the car and walked in leisurely. In the equipment practice area, I saw a familiar figure from afar. When I looked closely, it turned out to be Lu Ruyan. This woman must have just finished her morning run and was practicing on the parallel bars. Her movements were very standard and could not be achieved in a day or two. No wonder Lu Ruyan has such a good figure. Ding! Mission activated. Obtain 10,000 adoration points within 24 hours. Mission fails if the deadline is exceeded. Worship value? What does it mean? Yi Tian was a little confused. The system after the upgrade was really a bit floating and started to make noises. Chapter 70 Shock. Forbidden Gymnastics Moves. Putting this task aside for the moment, Yi Tian walked up to Lu Ruyan and said hello. Lu Ruyan obviously didn't expect to meet the big boss here. She jumped off the parallel bars and wiped the sweat off her face while saying, "Boss Yi, why are you here?" No wonder Lu Ruyan is naturally beautiful and looks very capable even without makeup. If she didn't manage billions of assets of the entire Dauphin group, Yi Tian would have had the urge to pull her into the girl group at that moment. I'm free, so I came out to exercise. Yi Tian said casually, do you come here to exercise every day? That's not the case, but I will come over whenever I have time. Fitness is not only good for the body, but also can relieve stress, which is good. Lu Ruyan smiled brightly. That's great, you know how to maintain your health. Yi Tian nodded. Well enough. The two were talking. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Yi Tian's shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a few young men and women in their teens. The boy smiled and said, "Brother, make way. We are filming a show." After his reminder, Yi Tian saw that there were indeed several photographers following behind the few people, fully equipped with cameras and long guns. Yi Tian hummed and was about to leave when the boy suddenly stared at Lu Ruyan and said, "Miss, are you the parallel bars goddess here?" Lu Ruyan was slightly startled and said, "Some people have called me that before, but I'm just an amateur." Awesome, parallel bars goddess. Yi Tian gave a thumbs up. The boy chuckled, "Miss, you're too modest. We're from the city gymnastics team. My name is Shoko, I'm the captain, and these are my teammates. I heard there's a goddess on the parallel bars at Conti who's incredibly strong, so we came here specifically to spar with you. Unfortunately, we didn't run into you the 3 times we came before. You came all the way to spar with me?" Lu Ruyan's lips curled up slightly. "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I'm just an amateur. Sister, being overly modest is hypocrisy.
We have all seen your videos.
They are great and have reached professional standards. A round-faced girl in the team jumped onto the parallel bars while speaking, and without saying a word, she performed a set of difficult moves. Seeing her body rotating 360 degrees on the parallel bars, passers-by nearby stopped to watch and gave praise. Most of them don't know gymnastics, but they understand one thing: this is not a movement that ordinary people can do. After completing the set of movements, the little girl ended with a beautiful backflip, with her feet firmly rooted on the ground.
Sharp! Sharp! Yi Tian and Lu Ruyan applauded and praised sincerely. Captain Joka said, "Miss, do you want to have a battle?"
Lu Ruyan hesitated slightly, and Joka said, "If you don't dare, forget it.
Let's follow the rules. Now that you've said that, I can't refuse even if I want to. Let's break up. I'm not afraid of you."
Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows. Yi Tian beside her looked curious. Battle in gymnastics?
What's the point of winning or losing?
Lu Ruyan said, "The loser must take off their shirt and give it to the winner. Furthermore, whenever they see the winner again, they must bow 3 times and then give up their weapons."
That's interesting. Are you confident? Yi Tian became very curious.
Even if you don't have confidence, you have to go.
You can't give up before the battle even starts.
Lu Ruyan exhaled. Her eyes were quite determined, but her tone was a little cowardly. At this time, a large group of onlookers had gathered nearby, estimated to be about 100 or 200 people. Joka raised his hand to signal, and a group of staff immediately started working, taking out a large number of gymnastics mats from the van and spreading them on the ground.
So professional. Yi Tian was a little surprised.
Gymnastics is a competitive sport that carries a certain degree of risk, and you can't be careless at all, Joka said seriously. After the staff had laid the ground, Joka smiled and winked at the new team members. The boy has a well-proportioned body, well-developed muscles and full of explosive power.
He started performing immediately after jumping onto the parallel bars, performing various difficult moves smoothly and fluently, dazzling the onlookers.
As expected of the gymnastics team, they are so strong.
Lu Ruyan sighed heavily.
She has been teaching herself gymnastics for several years, but compared with this group of professional players, she is really not even a little bit behind.
However, just like Lu Ruyan's temper, I would rather die standing than live on my knees.
Even though she knew she couldn't defeat the other party, she still stood up bravely. There was no such thing as escaping without fighting in her dictionary.
Pretty. So cool. Thunderous applause broke out all around.
After the boy finished his performance, he bowed politely to everyone around him and returned to the crowd with a smile.
"Miss, it's your turn." Joka smiled slightly. "Ha! I'm coming."
Lu Ruyan began her gymnastics performance. The performance went smoothly at the beginning, but as the movements gradually became more difficult, Lu Ruyan began to make mistakes and almost fell off the parallel bars several times. This made Yi Tian, who was watching the fight from the side, silently break out in a cold sweat for her.
Certainly. It's impossible to panic. He won several packets of bone and tendon tablets in the lottery yesterday.
If he really falls and breaks a bone, he can take 1 tablet and he will be healed in 3 to 5 days.
After the 3-minute performance, Lu Ruyan staggered to the ground.
The kind-hearted passers-by gave thumbs up.
"Alas! Great performance, young lady. The beauty is amazing." Lu Ruyan blushed slightly and handed the shirt to Joku. "I lost, and I admit defeat." Joku didn't take the clothes.
Instead, he smiled and said, "Miss, I was just kidding you.
How could I really want your things?
You're an amateur, and it's really not easy for you to achieve this level without any coaching."
"I admire you very much." "Yes, sister, you are really great. We are just here to record the daily outdoor training today. My attitude was a bit bad just now." "Sister, please don't take it to heart. Everything is for the effect of the show." Forehead. A group of people were talking at once.
Yi Tian, who was excluded, did not interrupt, but came to the parallel bars. A magical scene happened. He knew only a little about how to play on the parallel bars, but the moment his hand touched the bars, countless memories emerged from the depths of his mind. It felt as if someone had forced a bunch of memories on him.
Yi Tian easily pushed himself onto the parallel bars.
After a few simple warm-ups, his body became more and more familiar with the rules.
He actually performed an impeccable big spin in front of everyone who was chatting and laughing. Eh? Not only Joku and his group, but Lu Ruyan was also shocked. Yi Tian, he actually practiced gymnastics? Holy shit, look! This little brother is an expert. Passers-by exclaimed. At this time, Yi Tian was completely immersed in his own world. His body rose and fell with the parallel bars. His movements were fancy but beautiful. When he reached the last step, he did a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. Joku's mouth opened in an O shape and his body trembled violently with excitement. The round-faced girl lowered her voice and said, "Captain, was that action he just made?" "Yes." Joku swallowed hard, a move banned by the world gymnastics community. Ma Yanhan, exit.